Chapter 1651. Merit Obelisk. A grindstone-sized lightning ball crashed onto Miao Mingshen's back and exploded intensely. Gu. Miao Mingshen's body shook as he spit out blood, his pale face was even weaker now. He tried to concentrate and use an immortal killer move, vanishing from his spot and appearing several thousand steps away. But even there, lightning weaved and beasts roared, the situation was truly at its worst. To think that I would die here. Miao Mingshen was filled with despair. Wasn't Paradise Earth's true inheritance meant to be mild? Why was it so dangerous here? These questions were no longer the point. Miao Mingshen's immortal aperture had run out of immortal essence. Even though he had his immortal Gu left, his escape earlier was the final struggle he could muster. The roaring of beasts almost burst his eardrums. The immemorial Thunder Phoenix attacked him again. Around him, none of the other 7 Gu immortals were left. He had lasted the longest, the rest died one by one earlier. If I had known this, I would not have explored Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Dying before even meeting the blue dragon whale, Ren Xiaoping is going to die laughing after hearing this. Miao Mingshen was filled with regret, but he also felt very helpless. In life, who could predict everything that was going to happen, even if it was a dead end ahead? Even for the great wisdom path star constellation Immortal Venerable, could she predict everything? Come at me. Miao Mingshen sighed, straightening his back as he faced the Thunder Phoenix's sharp claws. With an intense pain, his vision fell into darkness. Did I die? Miao Mingshen was quite dazed. At this time, a voice resounded, Lord Miao Mingshen, wake up, quickly wake up. Miao Mingshen opened his eyes. He saw Immortal Hua Dai's concerned look. She was standing beside him. Gui Chi Yi, Feng Jiang, and Tu Chiu Tuo, even the one who died first, Chu Ying, were all around. They were all smiling. You guys, what happened? Miao Mingshen's eyes suddenly flashed. Wait, is this a test? You are right, we came to that conclusion too. Tu Chiu Tuo laughed loudly, replying. To think that the first test came before we entered the blue dragon whale, this was simply too dangerous. Miao Mingshen shook his head, feeling some lingering fear as he inspected his injuries. But he became stunned immediately. It turned out that his injuries were all gone, his Gu worms were all intact, even his immortal essence had been restored to its original state. This? Miao Mingshen raised his head, was it all an illusion? Precisely. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable is truly amazing, we did not notice it at all, we only realized after dying. Thinking about it, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create reincarnation battlefield. This test was definitely not hard to put up. In history, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such killer moves to deal with the rank 8 expert combat demon. Reincarnation battlefield was the peak of this series. After so many years, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects has nurtured countless Gu immortal experts using it. Miao Mingshen sighed to himself as his mind got clearer. I think this is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's warning. After experiencing death, we can give up many obsessions. Lord is right, the feeling of death is truly hard to forget. Feng Jiang sighed. At the same time, this is a test of our battle strength. Miao Mingshen, I have to admit that you are amazing, we saw your performance in the illusion, you lasted the longest among us. Tong Hua smiled. Miao Mingshen was joyful but also worried. Joyful that his great strength had increased his authority in this group, but worried because most of his methods were all exposed. After all, he was facing death, why would he reserve his trump cards? Miao Mingshen suddenly thought of Fang Yuan, his gaze flashed, Chu Ying, to think that I worried and felt aggrieved about you so deeply, yet you were the one who saved the most energy. His words had deep meaning. Fang Yuan sighed as he showed a bitter look of shame. The truth is, I felt horrible when death approached, I was simply too unlucky. Why did the immemorial Thunder Phoenix target me? When I woke up, I was dazed for a long time before gaining clarity. With attitude Gu, he had sincere and truthful-looking acting. Miao Mingshen stared at Fang Yuan intensely, but seeing his expression, his suspicions faded away. Then where are we? Miao Mingshen looked around, seeing that they were on a nameless island. The island was surrounded by vast blue seawater, extending to the horizons. There were schools of fish in the sea, waves were moving slowly as winds blew, white seagulls were making sounds, some were flying in the sky while others were flying slightly above the sea level. We were about to ask you. We arrived here after waking up, we do not know where to go. Tong Hua said. Miao Mingshan nodded. Everyone, wait a moment. Next, he shut his eyes using a mysterious immortal killer move. This was his unique way of locating the blue dragon whale. But just on the surface, nobody could decipher his method. After shutting his eyes, Miao Mingshan opened it again very quickly, showing shock and joy in his eyes. Everyone, as I expected, this is the immortal aperture world of the blue dragon whale. Miao Mingshan said some shocking things. What? The immortals were all very surprised. They more or less knew something about this Paradise Earth true inheritance. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable subdued the blue dragon whale and awakened its immortal aperture. He had left behind a Paradise Earth true inheritance in this Grotto-Heaven. Years later, many GU immortals tried to find the blue dragon whale but could not find anything. The GU immortals were still prepared to see the true appearance of the blue dragon whale, but to think that they would arrive directly inside its immortal aperture. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, they are truly something we cannot comprehend fully. This means, entering this place has no difficulty. Then why has nobody entered this place before us? Was the blue dragon whale too hard to find? Then what are we going to do now? Tong Hua asked. The immortals all focused their attention on Miao Mingshan. Miao Mingshan was quite satisfied with this situation. They had all arrived at the destination without separating, they still wanted to stick together. He did not waste his effort in consolidating his authority as the leader of the group. To speak the truth, I am not sure too, but since we are in the Grotto-Heaven now, we have already succeeded in the first step. Next, we should find the hidden Paradise Earth true inheritance. This is an unknown place that has existed for many years, we do not know what lives here. To be safe, we should travel in a group. Even if anything happens, we can take care of each other. Miao Mingshan's words were acknowledged by everyone. Fang Yuan spoke at this time. I have a simple idea. Since we entered this place via Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangement, this small island must not be simple. We should search around this island first. Nobody explored this place yet? Miao Mingshan asked. The immortals shook their heads. Some looked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Even though I am the first person who got here and learned of the illusion, I was afraid of the lurking danger here. I have been guarding our current location since then. Alright, let's split up and look around this small island. Miao Mingshan immediately gave them some missions. This island was small, with so many people around, they soon found clues. Quickly come to the center of the island. There is a rank 8 immortal GU house here. A moment later, 8 GU immortals stood in front of the immortal GU house. This immortal GU house had a peculiar design. From the outside, it looked like an obelisk made of gold. The surface of the obelisk had many inscriptions. Feng Jiang took a few glances and shouted, so this is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Immortal Hua Dai, who was beside him, frowned. It is really troublesome to inherit this true inheritance. The obelisk stated that this rank 8 immortal GU house was a merit board. It was effective in the entire Grotto-Heaven world. If outside GU immortals wanted to gain Paradise Earth's true inheritance, they would need to do the missions on this obelisk and gain merits after completing them. The more merits they had, the more valuable things they could exchange for. If one did not accept this, they could only wait on this island. They could not leave and go to other places in the Grotto-Heaven world. According to the inscription, we can only stay here for 300 days. Tong Hua said with a regretful tone. 300 days in terms of the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven's time. What missions can we do in 300 days? Zhang Luozi's eyes flashed with bright light. There were only 10 missions on this obelisk. Each one was different. It meant that these GU immortals were going to engage in competition later. The others were not stupid. They quickly realized this problem. The atmosphere became heavier all of a sudden. Miao Mingshan acutely sensed the change in the atmosphere as he spoke. Everyone, even though the inscription says that this is our first time here, we cannot be so sure. In my opinion, we should test if we can leave this island. I hope you can all research on this Immortal Gu house. If you have a way of moving it, we can take it for ourselves. That would be wonderful. The Immortals were deeply moved. This was a rank 8 Immortal Gu house. If they could break it and take parts of it, they would have great gains. Miao Mingshan continued, when we looked around, we found a lot of cultivation resources on this island. They are in huge quantities. We should decide on how to split these resources. What do you think? The Immortals would only benefit from this. Why would they disagree? Everyone cheered in acknowledgement. Chapter 1652. Choosing Mission. With this size and amount of resources, they were clearly intentionally arranged. Fang Yuan and the other Gu Immortals looked around and scavenged for resources before redistributing them. Fang Yuan as Chu Ying was a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. He obtained a lot of Transformation Path Immortal materials. But because Transformation Path projected all paths, these Immortal materials were of various types and paths. For example, Soul Beast cores were Soul Path Immortal materials, but if a Transformation Path Gu Immortal has a way to transform into Soul Beasts, then this Soul Core was also a type of resource for the Transformation Path Gu Immortal. Fang Yuan used Transformation Path as the concealment to pick a lot of Time Path Immortal materials. Zheng Luozi seemingly asked casually, a friend Chu Ying has a Time Path transformation. Why didn't you use it when we were in the illusion? Fang Yuan laughed, I am just being greedy. I am sure everyone knows about the demon Fang Yuan. These Time Path Immortal materials can be sold in Treasure Yellow Heaven for many good things. But if I compete with everyone here, it will harm our relationship after all. Ha ha ha, that is a good idea, Chu Ying. Why didn't I think of it? Tu all laughed. Zhang Luozi's eyes flashed with bright light. He stopped talking. After the scare from the illusion, these Gu Immortals finally had a change of mood. These gains were quite valuable after all. Especially when Miao Mingshan was not corrupt, he split the gains equally. The atmosphere of the group was quite lively. Half a day later, the Immortals gathered before the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Merit Obelisk. According to the information on the Merit Obelisk, these resources were all arranged by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable back then. It was to ensure that the Gu Immortals who did not want to accept the missions would still gain some rewards. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was truly a kind person. Tong Hua was in awe. Gui Chi Yi pondered, all of us have acted already, we have tried to, but this island cannot be broken through forcefully. And this Merit Obelisk, we cannot unravel it with our abilities. Feng Jiang added. The Immortals were silent. How could Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements be so easily broken? Especially when all these Gu Immortals barring Fang Yuan were rank 7, even though some were elites, against a Venerable, they were nothing. Miao Mingshan, I wonder what insight you have. Tong Hua asked. Miao Mingshan shook his head, I know nothing about Paradise Earth's true inheritance, I am like all of you. In my opinion, since we cannot forcefully unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, we only have two options. One is to ignore the Obelisk's missions and stay here for 300 days. Once the time is up, we will likely be sent out. The second way is to follow and complete the missions on the Obelisk. The Immortals looked at each other. Undeniably, the resources on the island were all distributed already. Who would want to stay here for 300 days? The Immortals had already gained something. Their interest in Paradise Earth's true inheritance grew as well. In their opinion, the cultivation resources on the island were just the appetizers. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was the true treasure here. But to accept missions, we will need to be acknowledged by the Merit Obelisk. The process is like a Super Clan's Life Tablet GU and Soul Lantern GU, but more restrictive in nature. If this is a trap, risk and reward are often interlinked. We came to explore Paradise Earth's true inheritance. Weren't we taking a risk? I am going to accept the mission. Since this is an arrangement of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, there must be no problem. The true inheritance is right in front of us. If we stop now, we will regret it for life. After some discussion, none of the 8 GU Immortals wanted to give up. According to the inscription, the 8 Immortals went up and placed their palms on the Merit Obelisk. With a bright flash of light, the 8 Immortals' names were all displayed on the obelisk, the blank area earlier turned into a list. Fang Yuan's name was there too, but Chu Ying was written instead. This made Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He had inspected this Merit Obelisk already. It mainly comprised Earth Path and Sound Path. He could not deduce it. Of course, there was a chance of destroying it with Fang Yuan's battle strength. But the risks were too high. He was better off disguising himself and exploring with the others. The GU Immortal world was filled with countless methods. This Merit Obelisk was a rank 8 Immortal GU house made by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. It had a high possibility of exposing his true name. Thankfully, that did not happen. Otherwise, Fang Yuan would have to kill everyone around if he got exposed. His identity was too important. These people might have some peculiar methods. Even if they did not, it would be bad if Heavenly Court was lured over. Before I understand the situation, I should not attack them. This is Paradise Earth's true inheritance after all. He emphasized on forgiving people for their mistakes. He was kind and magnanimous. If I kill people randomly, something bad might happen. The 8 Immortals were listed on the Merit Obelisk. They started to look at the missions. There were only 10 missions written. Each mission had a vague description. The GU Immortal needed to explore it themselves. For example, the first mission, exterminate the surrounding water monsters around Sea Eagle City. Water monsters were similar to soul beasts. They were both Dao beasts that had various forms. Most of them would dissipate after dying, leaving behind water cores or soul cores. These were immortal materials filled with abundant water path and soul path Dao marks. But what level were these water monsters? Were they ancient level water monsters or desolate beast level water monsters? There was no information. Sea Eagle City? What was that? Where was it? There was no information. There was still some clues regarding exterminating water monsters here, but the remaining missions were weirder. For example, creating a water well in Fish Round Island, or gathering medicinal herbs for 3 Tattoo Tribe, maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan, fixing the formation, and others. The 8 Immortals looked at the Merit Obelisk. After thinking for a while, Zhang Luozi sighed, my information path methods are useless against this rank 8 Immortal GU house. Whatever mission we choose is based on luck. Let me try first. I will choose the first water monster extermination mission. The others were silent. Even though Zhang Luozi said that, the missions had differences. Using logical deduction, the harder the mission, the greater the merits. Water monsters were at least desolate beasts. The mission of eliminating them was naturally difficult. The merit reward should be quite high. As for maintaining a spirit spring, protecting the merchant caravan, and others, they were mortal level missions. The difficulty was lower than exterminating water monsters. Zhang Luozi's choice was clearly to snatch the best mission. The atmosphere in the group suddenly changed. Zhang Luozi remained silent, but he was a little nervous in his heart. Miao Mingxuan nodded as he agreed and said, go ahead, I will be the last one. Everyone looked at him with a different gaze the moment he said that. Miao Mingxuan waved his hand, saying, no need to overthink it. I just feel that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable created such an arrangement with deeper intentions. How could he not think of balance? These simple missions might not be as easy as they seem. Everyone nodded upon hearing Miao Mingxuan's words. Tong Hua spoke, I choose the second mission. Tu Tutuo made his choice too. Their decision was the same as Zhang Luozi. They evidently chose the harder missions. After Tu Tutuo chose the mission, there was still one seemingly hard one. The rest of the missions were all very ordinary. There were still 3 rank 7s left. They were Miao Mingxuan, Fang Yuan, and Gui Qi Yi. Next, go ahead and choose Chu Ying. Miao Mingxuan took a look and smiled. Feng Jiang and Immortal Huadai were beside him. They did not speak. Wait. Gui Qi Yi suddenly interjected, everyone, Lord Miao Mingxuan, to speak the truth, I wanted this mission from the start. The Immortals' expressions all turned weird. Miao Mingxuan looked at Gui Qi Yi, showing a gaze of shock and criticism. But Gui Qi Yi ignored him. he looked at Fang Yuan eerily. Picking on the weakest person. Fang Yuan chuckled in his heart, saying, Gui Chi Yi, since you like it, this means that the mission has an affinity with you. I will not snatch it from you. I will choose the 7th mission. Everyone turned to look. This 7th mission was to collect Earth Trench black oil from the deep sea. It was something that only mortals would do. Miao Mingshan quickly added, Chu Ying. No need to refuse it. I am truly in admiration of Brother Miao for having such a companion. You deserve it. If not for you, how could I have gotten in here? Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Gui Chi Yi looked at Fang Yuan with a kinder gaze now. Indeed, he forcefully chose the mission not for himself, but for Miao Mingshan. Like what Fang Yuan had said, everyone could come here due to Miao Mingshan. He deserved it with his contribution. Miao Mingshan refused, but Fang Yuan persisted. Miao Mingshan was helpless as he accepted it. A moment later, everyone made their choice. The Merit Obelisk shot out a pillar of light. The GU Immortals were all transported away once they stepped inside. Fang Yuan's field of vision changed. When he blinked, he was on an unknown island. I am a rank 8 GU Immortal, but that Merit Obelisk transported me with no effort. It seems to be the core of this entire Grotto-Heaven. It is truly profound, as expected of Paradise Earth. Regarding these missions, he had a similar conjecture to Miao Mingshan. He gave up that mission earlier not because he was courteous, but because he was probing Miao Mingshan. After Fang Yuan left, only Gui Chi Yi and Miao Mingshan were left. Oh, you? Miao Mingshan sighed. Gui Chi Yi cupped his fists. Please forgive me, Lord. What wrong did you do? It is just that you underestimated Chu Ying. He was the first person to die in the illusion, so you think he is weak. Miao Mingshan shook his head. Lord thinks Chu Ying is hiding his strength. Miao Mingshan shook his head. I did not detect anything. The possibility of that is small. But in this unknown environment, we should unite instead of having internal conflicts. Yes, I understand. Chapter 1653. Previous Life's Most Beloved. He found that this island that the Merit Obelisk transported him to was very common and ordinary. There were few resources on the island. There was a small fishing village with some people living there. There was a fishing village. A spirit spring existed as well, of course. GU Masters existed here too, but in such a poor and desolate place, a rank for GU Master was the utmost limit. Fang Yuan had accepted the mission to collect Earth Trench black oil from the deep sea. After he investigated, he soon found that there were traces of black oil oozing out near the fringe of the island. Other GU Immortals might go into the sea to collect the black oil already, but Fang Yuan did not do that. The moment he saw the Merit Obelisk, he started to think about Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intentions. He concealed himself as he entered the fishing village. It did not have many people living in it. There were only 5 or 6 GU Masters. The highest cultivation was a rank 3 GU Master. It could not compare to GU clan on Qingmao Mountain. Back then, GU clan had about 10 of such villages under it. Fang Yuan directly approached the sole rank 3 GU Master in the village. This was an old man with white hair and deep wrinkles. From what others said, he was the village head. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied. Having high authority and being old, he naturally knew a lot of things. Soul search. Fang Yuan used his immortal method. The old village head's secrets were all exposed. Instantly, Fang Yuan gained a lot of information that was rather precise. As he expected, this village was very ordinary. There were many of such villages around the island. This fishing village doesn't seem to have any trap. Fang Yuan realized this and left the village secretly. The old village head only felt dazed for a moment. Even though it was a bit weird, he went on with his business soon after. Fang Yuan's soul search method was simply too incredible for mortal GU Masters to realize. Fang Yuan left the island and flew to the surrounding islands. But Fang Yuan experienced what happened on the Merit Obelisk Island earlier again. Even though he could see a small island in the horizon, no matter how he flew, the distance did not shorten. After using all his methods, Fang Yuan still returned helplessly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable cultivated Sound Path in his early years before converting to Earth Path later. This method of controlling distance is his signature move. There were many battles in history that showed Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable standing on the spot as his enemies attacked. No matter what they did, their attacks could not reach him, even though the distance was short. Other than that, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable has an extremely alluring method, that was to create paradise. Paradise? This was also the reason for Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's title. Nobody knew how a paradise was created, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable left behind many paradises in the 5 regions and 2 heavens. A paradise's most distinct trait was the lack of calamities and tribulations. This dragon whale Grotto-Heaven was transformed by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable into a paradise. From the old village head soul, Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information that confirmed this. If there were calamities and tribulations, even if the old man could not feel it, there would be information in the village's historical records, but there was none. Since he could not go to the other islands, he changed directions and entered the water. As he got deeper, the water pressure intensified. This water pressure was a problem for GU masters trying to excavate oil, but for rank 8 GU immortals like Fang Yuan, it was an insignificant problem. For GU masters, the sea was very deep, but for GU immortals, the water surrounding the island was still very shallow. Fang Yuan soon found that a large area of darkness appeared in his vision. It was like a huge seaweed that endlessly extended in all directions. This earth trench under the water was very spectacular. The ordinary island was at the fringe of this earth trench. From the information he got from the old village head, the surrounding islands were also connected to the extensions of this earth trench. Earth trenches produced black oil. Regardless of ordinary earth trenches or deep-sea earth trenches, black oil was an immortal material belonging to food path. The quality was very high and production was abundant. It was easy to excavate. This was a trait of food path, having high production with cheap costs. It was very economically friendly. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the blessed land. In the outside world, or to other GU immortals, it was a very useful GU refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. One of the main business of Zombie Alliance was black oil. This was similar to Fang Yuan's Guts GU, but the scale of black oil sold was much larger than Guts GU. There are about 3 million kilograms of black oil here. I can take them all within half a day if I go all out. But I cannot leave the island after a certain distance. Even though black oil can move, it is much slower than water. After I take all the black oil here, it will take too long and be too inefficient to wait for the black oil from the other parts of the earth trench to flow here. Black oil was very easy to collect, but that was for GU immortals. For mortal GU masters, it was quite difficult. There was a special category of oil-collecting GU masters. They specialized in exploring earth trenches to collect black oil. These people were professionals in this business. Oil-collecting GU masters had their own set of GU worms specially used to collect a certain amount of black oil. Even though their battle strength was not high, because they were excavating immortal materials, they had abundant wealth and status. They were quite popular. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan had once been an oil-collecting GU master in Eastern Sea. That was his fortuitous encounter. He almost became the son-in-law of a certain oil-collecting GU master. The collection method was also imparted to Fang Yuan by this old GU master. People lived according to their environment. The GU masters on the small island survived mainly by collecting black oil. The old GU master that Fang Yuan soul-searched was the most impressive oil-collecting GU master in the village. Even though he was old, he would still enter the water and collect them each year. Seeing the black oil here, Fang Yuan could not help but recall some of his previous life's memories. He was once an oil-collecting GU master. He entered the sea to collect black oil, but it was a dangerous job. He was treading on thin ice. The first problem was oxygen. Secondly, he could not go too deeply. The pressure would kill him. And the sea was not peaceful. There were many fierce beasts underneath. And finally, he needed specialized methods for the black oil. How could mortals not use special methods when collecting immortal materials? Especially if they did not collect the black oil well, it would pollute their bodies, the GU master would be covered in black oil grease, it was hard to remove and carried a disgusting stench. As time passes, it would even corrode the GU master's own mortal body. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had been polluted by this black oil. The old GU master who taught him the method purposely did that so that he would be forced to marry his daughter. He was furious back then and felt like he was plotted against, but thinking about it now, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The teacher had no son or inheritor, he had to do that or he could not impart his family's unique methods to an outsider GU master. He had no choice but to use that tactic. What was wrong with playing safe? It was normal. But back then, Fang Yuan was placed into despair, he had no alternatives. Without specialized methods, he could not clear the black oil pollution. Even if Fang Yuan knew the method, he needed the GU worms to do that. These reasons made him relent. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a sense of his mindset back then. He was very anxious and in pain, he was greatly attracted to the profits of excavating black oil, he secretly swore that he would change the situation. For example, there were water-path GU worms that could allow him to dive agilely, he could also design some GU worms to resist the water pressure. Currently, he could totally refine a bunch of immortal GU and create a huge quantity of useful mortal GU instantly. But he no longer needed them. Life often threw you into situations like this. At present, you lack some very crucial things, but when you obtain them, you no longer need them. That was why getting things when you needed them the most was called a fortuitous encounter, you had to treasure them if it happened. Back then when I extracted black oil, I almost died. But fortune and calamity come together, I actually met Moa when about to die. From that perspective, the old GU master did something good after all. Fang Yuan showed a complex and deep smile on his face. The white figure appeared in his mind once again. Her expression was both vague and clear at the same time. Her name was Xie Hanmo. Xie Hanmo. Fang Yuan had never forgotten this name, because she was the person he loved the most in his previous life. Chapter 1654. Water Shell GU. Waves ebbed and flowed, crashing into the rocks and creating huge splashes. Putting it crudely, the unnamed island was poor and had treacherous waters. Firstly, the island was small, and secondly, there was earth-trench black oil here. Because of the black oil, the resources of other cultivation paths were suppressed, nothing else could exist here. The greed of humanity was limitless, the concept of human path revolved around reducing deficits and increasing surpluses, the strong grew stronger. Meanwhile, Heaven Path took away surpluses while replenishing deficits, it emphasized on the balance of all myriad beings. Precisely due to an immortal material like black oil, the unnamed island had almost no other resources, the size of the fishing village had been like this for centuries, development was slow and they could only nurture single digits of GU masters, they were truly few. Right now, at the center of the fishing village, in the village head's house, Fang Yuan was currently fighting against a rank 2 GU master. Boom boom boom. After some clashes, water splashed around, the middle-aged rank 2 GU master was drenched, he sprawled on the ground weakly. Fang Yuan was using Chu Ying's appearance as he stood on the spot, his arms were behind his back as he smiled lightly. From the start to the finish of this battle, Fang Yuan was standing on the spot, having not moved at all. The rank 2 GU master stood up weakly as he cupped his fists. Master Chu has incredible methods, I am in great awe, thank you for the guidance Master Chu. He was truly in awe. A few days ago, Fang Yuan disguised as a rank 4 GU master and entered the fishing village openly, he started to interact with the GU masters here. Back then, his appearance caused a commotion. There were usually no outsiders in the fishing village, especially not a solitary visitor. Fang Yuan's identity was a traveling GU master, he managed to make his presence in the fishing village. Undeniably, his appearance completely disrupted the original peaceful life of the villagers. Even a mortal without any cultivation would know that a strong GU master had entered their village. Traveling GU master. Such GU masters traveled the world, they had no home, they were usually alone but some moved in groups of 2 or 3 as well. traveling GU masters normally had great strength and few weaknesses. It was common sense. The world outside was not safe. Traveling GU masters were able to travel around. They naturally had sufficient strength to do so. This was not just in terms of battle strength, they also needed to take care of their accommodation, food, movement, and feeding of GU worms. Without enough strength, one could not become a traveling GU master. Thus, when Fang Yuan appeared, the GU masters in the fishing village became very alert. Fang Yuan's rank for GU master aura was extremely threatening to them. The first time they met, Fang Yuan claimed that he needed to feed GU. He asked for GU materials from the old village head. The old village head was the sole rank 3 GU master in the fishing village. Fang Yuan had searched his soul. He did not dare to reject the request, he had to agree. After the spar, the middle-aged rank 2 GU master approached the village head. Shutting the door and readying their GU worms in defense, the two started to talk. The middle-aged GU master did not speak, he had a bitter and worrying expression. The old village head smiled, "Now you know how strong Master Chu is." The middle-aged GU master nodded, "Master Chu has unfathomable strength, even if we join forces, we will not be his match." Saying so, he looked at the village head with an indignant expression, "But why should we give him GU materials? His GU worms are hungry, that is his problem, why must we solve it for him? Most importantly, our inventory was stocked up over the last few generations, he used up almost everything in just a few days." The old village head was silent for a moment before saying with deep meaning, "Traveling GU masters have a certain rule, they usually exchange for GU materials to feed their GU worms when they arrive in a new place. These GU masters are very strong, so local forces would usually not reject them, they would cooperate and improve their relationship. We should treat it as a chance encounter." The middle-aged GU master frowned, the anger in his voice became more prominent. "Lord Village Head, you said it yourself, they exchange. But this Master Chu directly took the materials, he did not exchange anything for them. So what do you think? What can we do?" The old village head looked at the middle-aged GU master. The middle-aged GU master was stumped. After a few breaths, his anger dissipated, his back became bent as his face was full of bitterness, pain, and helplessness. "It is about time." At the other end, Fang Yuan smiled. The conversation between the middle-aged GU master and the old village head was under Fang Yuan's supervision. In fact, he knew everything inside this fishing village. A few days ago, he went into the deep sea and wanted to take some black oil. But afterwards, he had a flash of inspiration, he changed his idea. Fang Yuan realized, collecting black oil is nothing, the true key is Paradise Earth's true inheritance. I should test this situation. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his method, he disguised as a traveling GU master to enter the village. The next day, the old village head saw that Fang Yuan had visited him. He was filled with bitterness but still showed a smile on the surface. He bent his back as he said, "Master Chu, do you need more GU materials?" Fang Yuan smiled, "Old sir, thank you for the hospitality, I am about to leave." The old village head was dazed, great joy surged in his heart but he controlled himself, he showed a shocked and sad expression, urging, "Master Chu, you are leaving so soon. Why don't you stay for a few more days, we would like to offer you more of our hospitality." Fang Yuan shook his head, joking, "Old sir, I have imposed on you for the last few days, if I stay any longer, they might not spar with me anymore, but risk their lives to fight me next." The old village head was shocked as he smiled bitterly, "So you know about it." Fang Yuan spoke calmly, "I have traveled for many years, how can I not understand your mindset? I do not like to bully the weak, so before I leave, I will leave some things to you." The old village head was joyful but also a little suspicious, he waved his hand, "Master Chu, no need for that, you are too kind. Call all of the GU masters here." Fang Yuan stopped smiling, he spoke plainly. A moment later, all of the GU masters in the village had arrived in the old village head's house, except the middle-aged GU master who sparred the previous day. Unfortunately, he went to the deep sea to collect black oil, he is going to miss out today. The old village head explained. Fang Yuan looked at him deeply as he smiled. Village head, you've worried too much. Everyone, look at this GU worm. Fang Yuan opened his hand, showing a rank 2 mortal GU. This GU worm was white and blue, it resembled a seashell and was large as a jade bracelet. Fang Yuan continued, this is water shell GU, it can form a layer of water as a shell on the GU master's body to resist the sea's water pressure. Using just this GU worm, you can go 6 li deep into the sea. The GU masters in the house went into a commotion. Rank 2 GU worm that can go 6 li down into the sea. Water shell GU, why have I never heard of it? Fang Yuan smiled, try it. After trying it for a while, the GU masters were overjoyed. They found that this GU worm had another advantage, it used very little Primeval essence. This is a really rare and precious rank 2 GU. Someone said with a trembling voice. It is a pity there is only one. This person immediately got fierce stares from the village head. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, don't worry, everyone will get it. Saying so, he took out more water shell GU, everyone had their own one. Almost 10 water shell GU were handed out, only one remained in Fang Yuan's hands. He passed it to the old village head, give this to him. The old village head was very moved. He apologized in a choked-up voice, I was wrong, Master Chu is truly magnanimous. Fang Yuan gathered the GU masters in the village. The old village head was afraid that Fang Yuan was trying to wipe them out. What should he do? That was not impossible at all. People were hard to understand, especially when this was a stranger. Thus, the old village head placed the middle-aged GU master, his future successor, in a secret location. He was afraid of Fang Yuan's attack. Fang Yuan's act of giving the water shell GU made the old village head extremely happy and also ashamed. But Fang Yuan had just started. This is water shell Gu's recipe, I will give it to you. Fang Yuan gave out 10 GU recipes to the GU masters present. They were all stunned. Giving GU worms and giving recipes were two different concepts entirely. Master Chu, how can we take it? The old village head received the recipe with trembling hands. No worries, take a look at the content. Fang Yuan waved his hand. Everyone took a look as someone shouted, oh heavens, the core GU material of this water shell GU is the spiral seashell on the shore of our island's beach. The GU materials of this recipe can all be found on our island. Immediately after, someone shouted. Fang Yuan nodded, I have some insight in GU refinement. These last days, after sparring with several GU masters, I understood your lifestyle and cultivation method. While inspecting this island, I tried to look for useful materials. I created this GU recipe for your village, you must accept it. As he said that, Fang Yuan saw that the old village head had knelt down on the ground in an instant. The old village head kowtowed as he said, I was too blind to see Mount Tai, I did not know that Master Chu was such a genius in GU refinement. I am too ashamed, I actually misunderstood Master Chu's kindness. Before the old village head finished, Fang Yuan helped him to stand up as he smiled and said, old sir, don't say that. I am someone who believes that a droplet received in need will be repaid with a whole spring. The GU materials I got from you were very helpful for my problem. Our encounter is a type of fortune, we need to treasure it. But I have just created this water shell GU, I am not sure of its exact value in reality. Why don't you select a few people to enter the sea with me? We can collect some black oil and test out its actual effect. We will do as you say. Chapter 1655. Collecting black oil. The light above them became dimmer, the surrounding seawater was emitting greater pressure on them. Someone started to use water shell GU. The water shell GU that Fang Yuan invented was simply amazing. Almost the instant it was activated, the fishing village's GU masters felt their pressure reducing, their bodies felt relaxed, as if they had discarded a ton of dead weight. The GU masters all showed joyful expressions, even though they had already tested water shell GU in their village earlier. But at this time, someone suddenly made an alert signal. A large number of weaving sea spiders were approaching them. These sea spiders moved very quickly underwater. They would split up when they encountered prey, shooting out their spider webs that would entangle the prey before they attacked. Seeing this group of sea spiders, the fishing village's GU masters turned pale. Even the rank 3 village head was full of fear. He could not calm down. The sea spider group was huge, and they were most skilled at fighting with numbers, to defeat a stronger enemy with collective effort. Many sea creatures would often die to them due to a battle of attrition. Even rank 3 GU masters were not their match in a drawn-out fight. The deep sea had too much danger. On the surface, the sea was calm, but under the sea, undercurrents surged, dangers lurked everywhere. No need to worry. Fang Yuan transmitted before waving his hand at the crucial moment. At the next moment, the GU masters of the fishing village were so shocked their eyes almost popped out. A huge whirlpool formed instantly. It crashed into the sea spiders. It was like a tornado that swept away all of the sea spiders in it. "Quickly leave, I cannot sustain it for long," Fang Yuan said purposely. The fishing village's GU masters realized at once and quickly dived deeper. After they got to a safe distance, the GU masters turned back to look. The whirlpool had started to dissipate. The sea spiders were completely disoriented. They had low intelligence and moved according to instinct. Seeing that the prey vanished, they gathered again and moved away. The GU masters relaxed at long last. Their gazes towards Fang Yuan was filled with admiration and reverence. The GU masters who fought against Fang Yuan earlier finally saw how powerful this Master Chu was. And most importantly, his method was very wise. If they fought in the sea, the blood would attract more problems. Trapping but not killing, that was the work of an expert. The group continued to move with Fang Yuan as their guardian. They met with no danger. Sea spiders were just one of the lurking dangers. Oil-collecting GU masters faced hundreds of types of aquatic beasts. Sometimes, they would even get swept into special currents, helplessly moving along with them. In the following journey, some problems still occurred, but they were not disasters like the sea spiders. Diving and stopping continuously, after some hard work, they finally reached the earth trench. They did not need to dive into the earth trench, because there was a lot of black oil here already. There had been no GU immortals who came to excavate them. The earth trench was filled with black oil. At the same time, some gushes of black oil leaked outside. These black oil streams were like octopuses with long tentacles. They also seemed like seaweed, messy and scattered. The fishing village's GU masters quickly used their GU worms to get close to the leaking black oil. They started to collect the oil, moving around like worker bees. Fang Yuan did not act. He watched from afar. These GU worms specially used to collect black oil were the core and vital GU of these GU masters. Fang Yuan did not ask them about this in their previous interactions because it was taboo, but with his ability, he could understand everything with just a single look. His refinement path quasi-supreme Grandmaster attainment level was not a joke. The number one resource around this unnamed island is black oil. When I use this black oil as material to refine GU worms for them, their efficiency will increase. While he was thinking of this, suddenly, a huge group of seashell sharks approached them. These sharks opened their bloodthirsty mouths, full of shells that were used as sharp teeth. The seashell sharks were very special. They began life without teeth. Instead, when they grew up, they would choose seashells in the sea and put them in their mouths. As time passed, these seashells would take root and grow. The more years that pass, the whiter and tougher they would become. The seashell sharks would use the shells as teeth to tear prey that were stronger than seashell sharks apart. This special relationship made infant seashell sharks very weak, but when they reach adulthood, they would be overlords of the sharks. This group of sharks were attacking, be it individual or group strength, they far surpassed the sea spiders. But the fishing village GU masters were not afraid. They moved around the black oil terrain with ease and agility. From time to time, they would spray the black oil that they collected as barriers to shield themselves. Seashell sharks were huge and could not move easily in this black oil area. If the oil stuck to them, they would become slower and even struggle to move as the oil got thicker. The fishing village GU masters used the territory to quickly feed these seashell sharks to the black oil as food. These seashell sharks struggled until they had no strength left. They were slowly devoured by the black oil. Normally speaking, the black oil would take a long time to completely corrode these seashell sharks. All of their flesh, bone, and blood would turn into new black oil. Black oil was an immortal material that contained footpath down marks. It was not safe. The earth trench filled with black oil was a dangerous area. Fang Yuan saw this as he sighed in his heart. He remembered that in the 500 years of his previous life, he had once seen how the black oil devoured its prey for the first time. From that day on, he had nightmares for several nights of the black oil sticking onto him and slowly devouring him without any hope of salvation. Normally speaking, oil-collecting GU masters would work in groups. They were afraid that the black oil would stick to them and kill them in the process of collection. But the oil-collecting GU masters in the fishing village would not form groups. It was too easy for disputes to arise, and encountering dangerous situations might cause everyone to perish. Right now, everyone grouped together, but it was a special situation. I advise that you try to drag out the seashell sharks that are trapped. These are all usable GU materials. Fang Yuan transmitted. Master Chu, these seashell sharks are polluted by the black oil. The old village head hesitated. Don't worry, I have a way to remove the black oil. Trust me, these seashell sharks are very useful for you. Fang Yuan smiled. He had designed a GU recipe that used these seashell sharks as the main material. Without water shell GU, these GU masters would not believe him, but after Fang Yuan displayed such strength, the old village head stopped hesitating. He ordered, "You all heard him, hurry up and do it. But be careful, don't let the black oil stick to you, it is too troublesome otherwise." Not just troublesome, the price would be huge. Black oil was an immortal material. Once it got stuck, the footpath down marks would be carved onto the GU master's body. Just the problem of conflicting down marks would be fatal, and because they had mortal bodies, they could not endure the corrosion of the black oil. Don't worry, I can remove the black oil on you even if it sticks to you. Fang Yuan spoke. His words made the GU masters overjoyed, but even with his assurance, the GU masters still acted carefully. They were afraid of touching this beloved and accursed black oil. The seashell sharks were all dragged out. Most were not dead, they still had some vitality. Falling into the black oil would not cause suffocation immediately. At this time, a small surprise occurred. Look at what I found. A trapped mermaid. A GU master dragged out a mermaid corpse. Her body was covered in black oil, her appearance could not be seen, but from her build, it seemed to be a girl. She has some life force left. The GU master who saved the mermaid said with surprise. Let me. Fang Yuan acted. The GU masters were very shocked, because they saw that the black oil moved like an obedient child, getting away from the mermaid and gathering in front of Fang Yuan as a big black ball. Master Chu is truly unfathomable. Such methods, how much black oil can he get each time? GU masters were in admiration and envy, their respect towards Fang Yuan increased again. Don't worry, with me around, you will all be safe. Fang Yuan's action was just to reassure these people, but at the next moment, the smile on his face froze. His sight was stuck on the mermaid's face, he went into a daze. Moa. Chapter 1656. Fang Yuan was saved. But Fang Yuan's vision was dark green. All right, this new GU that I exchanged for is quite useful. With it, I can barely see in the deep sea. Fang Yuan was quite happy. The deep sea was complex, one could not shine light here carelessly, or predators might be lured to oneself unknowingly. In this dark green area, there were some deep black patches. They were black oil, of course. The black oil tangled and weaved together like huge pythons. They were almost still, but the visual impact was huge. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, the gills on his face moved as they took in oxygen from seawater, allowing him to breathe underwater. Calming down, he carefully approached the black oil. He stretched out his arms and stopped when he was several meters away from the black oil. Next, he activated his GU worm. A bright blue light slowly gathered in his palms, the two blue lights formed into beams of light that shined into the black oil. Droplets and lumps of black oil flowed along the blue light beams and slowly gathered into Fang Yuan's palms. Fang Yuan's palms were like two bottomless holes sucking in black oil. Time passed, but Fang Yuan continued to keep his alertness up. He not only maintained his investigative methods on the surroundings, he also paid attention to the Primeval essence storage in his aperture. Because he used multiple GU worms at once, Fang Yuan's Primeval essence expenditure was not low. After a while, he reached a critical level. It is time to stop and return to the sea surface. Sigh, my aptitude is too low. If I had a grade aptitude, I would be able to last much longer. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. At the same time, he stopped using his GU worms, preparing to leave. But in the process of leaving, an accident happened. Suddenly, a huge force emerged in the peaceful sea, sending Fang Yuan flying. Oh no, an impact current. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He wanted to use GU worms to escape. These impact currents seemed like normal seawater, but when life forms entered them, they would emit a strong pushing force. Bam bam bam. In the process of escaping, Fang Yuan met with several impact currents. His bones were fractured and blood oozed out of his nose and mouth. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. His eyes were wide opened and bloodshot. He tried to find a way to escape this predicament. But he was not in the best condition. He had used a lot of his Primeval essence. At the same time, the scale of these impact currents was huge and Fang Yuan lacked the method to deal with them. He could only dodge using his luck. Soon, Fang Yuan expended all his Primeval essence. An impact current from behind pushed him into the black oil. Am I going to die here? Fang Yuan could not escape. He watched as the black oil stuck to him, before it spread and devoured him. His Primeval essence was used up, but thankfully, the gills were made from Transformation Path GU worms. They could last for some time. But this was truly his last few moments. This is the final moment of my life. Sigh, I wanted to accumulate more black oil to gather wealth and exchange for a way to get rid of my black oil corrosion from the market, but now, I do not need to worry about this problem anymore, he. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He fell into deep despair. Eventually, the black oil completely covered him. His body was enveloped by the black oil. Am I going to die? Death was approaching, but Fang Yuan was completely peaceful in his heart. Or rather, more accurately, he was indifferent. Towards his death, he was indifferent about it. All right, so be it if I die. After coming to this world, after so many years, I have been wandering from place to place. I am just too tired, too tired. Who can truly avoid death? I might as well rest now. Fang Yuan shut his eyes. After some unknown period of time, he slowly regained his senses. In a daze, he heard someone who was around him speak. Saintess, why did you save this mortal GU master? All these years, haven't the humans bullied us enough? That's right, Saintess, this is clearly an oil-collecting GU master. This sea area belongs to us mermen. He is a thief that steals our black oil. He is too shameless. We can let him die on his own. At this time, a kind and refreshing voice resounded. Since we met, how can we leave him in the lurch? I know he is a human and not a merman, but he is still a living being. Humans bully us, but a lone GU master like him is innocent. He is here to steal black oil, but how much can a person take? He took such risks to steal black oil. It shows how ostracized and troubled he is. Why should we be stingy in helping him? Saintess, you are just too kind. Is that fine? He is not anyone important. He is too lowly. There is no use in saving him. Fang Yuan tried his best and slowly managed to open his eyes. His field of vision was still blur. He saw three vague figures. White, blue, and red. Human body, fish tails. From the blur figures, he could tell that they were three mermen. Merman was a type of variant human. They could breathe underwater naturally and live. Mermen were attached to rivers and water bodies. They were most skilled at water path. Be they male or female, they were very beautiful and good-looking. Thank you. I will repay this kindness. May I know your names? Fang Yuan spoke with difficulty. His hoarse voice became smoother as he talked. But this was his current limit, his body was too weak, he could not muster any strength, these words were all that he could say. HMPH, we do not need your repayment. If not for Saintess, we would not save a dirty human like you. You do not need to know our names, but Saintess is named Xie, you should remember it, etch this into your memory forever. You were incredibly lucky to have been saved by Saintess. All right, you too, enough. The white figure sighed in a gentle voice. She said to Fang Yuan, even though you feel weak now, I have already healed your injuries. You were corroded by black oil earlier. I cannot heal this injury in one try, but I have left you a Gu worm, you can heal yourself with it. Saying so, the white figure brought her 2 attendants and left, getting out of Fang Yuan's vision. Fang Yuan wanted to speak, but he had exhausted his strength, he could not speak. The extreme fatigue and weakness had his vision turn black again. This was what happened in the 500 years of his previous life. Fang Yuan's gaze became clear, he returned from his recollection. At this time, he had already led the fishing village's Gu masters back to the island. This was one of the old village head's houses, it was not dark. At dusk, the lingering rays of light entered the room through the windows. Outside the window, seagulls were flying around the beach, chirping loudly. The mermaid who was saved was a young woman, she was still unconscious now. After Fang Yuan saved her, her pale face had started to become rosy again. She had thick eyelashes that casted shadows on her face. Looking at this mermaid girl, Fang Yuan was absent-minded for a bit. Looking at her carefully, she did not look like Xie from Fang Yuan's memories, their appearances were very different, even though both of them were equally beautiful. They are only similar in disposition, and the biggest difference between this mermaid girl and Xie was the color of their scales. Mermen had human bodies and fish tails, their scales were of varying colors. Blue and red were common, while white and black were very rare. White-scaled mermen and mermaids could become saints and saintesses, while black-scaled were treated as cursed and inauspicious, they would be killed the moment they were born, their parents were often the killers. Xie was a white-scaled mermaid, she was the saintess of the merman tribe. And this mermaid girl had blue scales, it was very common among mermen. Master Chu. At this time, the old village head and the middle-aged Gu master arrived at the door. Fang Yuan nodded lightly as they came in. After collecting black oil from the deep sea, be it the old village head or the middle-aged Gu master, they looked at Fang Yuan with utmost respect. On one hand, Fang Yuan had unfathomable strength, and on the other hand, Fang Yuan gave them immense benefits. Water shell Gu was so useful, they had all experienced it on this trip. And most importantly, Fang Yuan promised after returning that he was going to create a Gu worm for them. This Gu worm would be very useful to them. Master Chu, food has been prepared. Should you? The old village head smiled. I will take care of her, don't worry, master. When she wakes up, I will bring her to you. The middle-aged Gu master added. Fang Yuan looked at the mermaid girl as he shook his head. He walked out of the house, no need to see me, when she wakes up, get her to leave. Even though this is the territory of humans, and her action is akin to stealing, in my opinion, she has a hard life, give me some face and let her off. Master Chu, don't worry, we will not find trouble with her. Yeah, all these years, there had been many mermen who came here to steal black oil. We have always tried to turn a blind eye to it, after all, we cannot finish extracting all the black oil under the sea, it is fine to share some. The old village head chuckled. Fang Yuan nodded. He had already gotten whatever information he needed from the old village head and this young mermaid girl through soul search. There was something interesting. In the outside world, merfolk had lower status than humans, both sides had huge conflicts and often fought. But here, merfolk and humans had better relationships, they interacted a lot and were at peace, there were even instances of marriage between them. It seems that this Grotto-Heaven is the paradise of humans and also merfolk. Chapter 1657. Clues of Regret Gu. Dark red lights moved like waves, surging around Fang Yuan. He was refining Gu. His 10 fingers were outstretched, his 2 hands were holding onto an eerie ball. This ball was basin-sized, it was flowing on the surface. This was the essence of the black oil that Fang Yuan extracted. The Gu refinement was already at the late stage, now was a crucial moment. Fang Yuan willed as a crack opened in his Immortal aperture's entrance. He took out a piece of shiny golden scale. The scale flew into the black oil ball, causing a small explosion. In Fang Yuan's vision, he saw that the instant the black oil ball exploded, it expanded rapidly. At the same time, the golden light shined in the black oil ball, before condensing into a small dot. Fang Yuan's 10 fingers vibrated, the black oil ball floated into the air and started to revolve around itself. During the process, the golden light continued to flicker. A stench started to spread. These were the impurities that Fang Yuan expelled. The stench was about to permeate out of the house when the Immortal formation's light flickered. It was like a pot lid that was blue in color. It trapped the stench and prevented it from going out. This stench was an immortal material containing food path. It was more terrifying than the black oil. If mortals came into contact with it, they would die. Fang Yuan's Gu refinement was already immortal level, because it involved 2 immortal materials. One was the black oil, the other was the golden scale. It was pulled from a desolate beast golden dragonfish. After a series of deductions, Fang Yuan found that the golden dragonfish and the black oil had a high level of compatibility. One scale was not enough, of course. Fang Yuan continued to toss in more golden scales. The black oil ball slowly turned into a black gold color. A lot of incomplete Gu worm silhouettes were seen in the ball. Fang Yuan was trying to refine gather oil Gu. This was specially made for the Gu masters of the fishing village. Fang Yuan created the recipe himself. He also used the information in Shadow Sect's True Inheritance and Lang Y's True Inheritance as reference. Fang Yuan was truly trying to help the fishing village's oil-collecting Gu masters. The reason? It was because of the Merit Obelisk's mission. What was Merit? Fang Yuan had been thinking about this problem from the start. Were the missions on the Merit Obelisk so simple? The more Fang Yuan thought about it, the more he could feel a certain objective that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was trying to achieve. Thus, helping these fishing village Gu masters was meant to complete the mission and also to ascertain the conjecture that Fang Yuan had in his mind. Fang Yuan did bad things without feeling any remorse. Similarly, he did good things without any changes in emotion. To be honest, he had already become indifferent towards good deeds and bad deeds. He did not care about kindness or evil. In this world, there were only 2 things, those that benefited him and those that harmed him. Right now, in the face of Paradise Earth's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would be willing to commit good deeds to ensure that he gains the maximum benefits. Xia Lin slowly opened her eyes. She was awake. I am not dead. After being in a daze momentarily, she reacted and her eyes started to shine. You are quite a lucky mermaid. If we found you any later, you would be dead. You would be corroded into black oil. The middle-aged Gu master saw that the mermaid woke up and walked into the room. My name is Xia Lin. Did you save me? The mermaid girl struggled to get up. Not me, it was Master Chu. You should really thank him. He was the one who healed your injuries. The middle-aged Gu master smiled as he spoke. The mermaid girl inspected herself upon the reminder. She was extremely happy after that. Unbelievable. I was corroded by the black oil and was heavily injured. Even the greatest healing Gu master in my tribe would not be able to save me, but I am completely healed now. The middle-aged Gu master smiled arrogantly. Of course. It was Master Chu who saved you after all. Saying so, the middle-aged Gu master thought of the scene when Fang Yuan saved her. He made all of the Gu masters dazzled. Most of them could not regain their senses after a long while. Master Chu saved my life and healed my injuries. How can I not repay this kindness? The mermaid girl pursed her lips. She showed a firm expression. Sir, please bring me to him. No matter the price, I must repay him. All right, follow me. The middle-aged Gu master considered it for a moment before walking out of the room. The mermaid girl Xia Lin forced herself up. She used a Gu worm to create a wave that carried her as she moved behind the middle-aged Gu master. The two went into an estate, they got past the garden and arrived in front of Fang Yuan's house. Rumble! Suddenly, a black golden light burst up into the sky from the small house. This is? What happened? This phenomenon could be seen from all over the surroundings. Many of the GU masters in the village were alerted as they came to observe. After dinner, Master Chu said that he was going to refine GU. He locked himself in the room and instructed that no one was to disturb him. The old village head watched as he said, "This means that Master Chu's GU refinement has already made progress." Master Chu's GU refinement attainment is simple too profound. Look at this scene, his GU refinement must not be simple at all. Thanks for stating the obvious, Master Chu is extraordinary, how can he be simple? Xia Lin listened carefully. These GU masters' conversation made her think of a supreme GU master expert. He must have white hair, a kind temperament, a cool and composed nature, great strength, and immense kindness and magnanimity. As the dark gold light faded, a fragrance spread around the area. A huge hole was created at the roof of the small house. A moment later, the door of the small house was pushed open. Fang Yuan walked out. The fishing village's GU masters were all waiting in anticipation. The moment Fang Yuan came out, they bowed and greeted, "Master Chu." The mermaid girl Xia Lin looked at Fang Yuan curiously. It turned out that Master Chu was so young, she did not expect this. She quickly knelt down, "Master Chu, you saved my life. I need to repay this kindness even if I have to break all the bones in my body." "No need, it was just a simple matter." Fang Yuan gave the mermaid girl a glance. She was not Xie Hanmo after all. The deceased had already passed on, she was gone with the wind. Days later, Fang Yuan returned to the Merit Obelisk. Oh? A new mission appeared. Fang Yuan's gaze focused on the changes of the obelisk. There were 10 missions originally, now there were still 10, but most of the content had changed. On another side of the Merit Obelisk, the rankings had changed too. I am third. Fang Yuan soon found his ranking. He was a little joyful, his guesses were already affirmed. Looking at this from Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's perspective, merit was helping others, it was the action of good deeds. Fang Yuan saw his ranking and compared it with the others. He was sure if he did this alone and collected the black oil personally, he would not place third. Of course, helping these GU masters without putting in work was not possible too. Thus, after refining gather oil GU, he distributed them and went into the sea, collecting most of the black oil, leaving only a small amount for the fishing village's GU masters. At the base of the Merit Obelisk, there were some scattered information path mortal GU. Fang Yuan picked them up and looked into them. As he expected, these were left behind by Miao Mingshan and others. They had recorded their findings. Some found that humans and mermen lived together in peace with equal statuses. Some chose difficult missions, even though they killed the desolate beast, many humans were implicated and lost their lives. When they returned, they found that they were at the bottom of the ranking. Some understood that the meaning of the merit board was to do good deeds and help people, but they had only guessed it, the conjecture was not confirmed. These GU immortals were chosen by Miao Mingshan personally, they were not idiots. Miao Mingshan's discovery made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He found that they were not the first group who came in here, there were GU immortals who entered before. The most valuable information came from Feng Jiang. He found that there was a forbidden area in this paradise. It was a sea area that people called Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. In legend, after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable turned this Grotto-Heaven into a paradise, he suppressed a supreme demon in this sea area. He set up a super immortal formation to make him regret and repent. Thus, this supreme demon's cries of regret could be heard in the sea area all the time. Fang Yuan saw this information. The name of a GU worm appeared in his mind, Regret GU. Chapter 1658. Sea Market Gambling Den. Inside this GU worm, Fang Yuan truthfully mentioned his experience of collecting black oil on the small island, as well as his experiment towards the merit board. If GU immortals arrived after him, they would see this intel as well. There was no need to hide anything. Firstly, they had their own guesses already, and secondly, it was easy to verify. Fang Yuan might as well reveal this before they had experimented. Or rather, in plain words, this secret is not a secret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable set up this true inheritance intentionally. He wants people to carry out acts of kindness. This was the style of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. At this point, Fang Yuan was already fully convinced that this was Paradise Earth's true inheritance. GU Masters and GU Immortals leave behind their respective inheritances. This was the greatest cultural trait of this world. Every inheritance contained the person's markings, their style, or their important unfulfilled wishes. For example, the Flower Wine Monk's inheritance was to take revenge on GU clan. Even in death he wanted revenge. Thus, he left the video behind of the GU clan leader's defeat. He dug the underground cave and lured Fang Yuan to destroy the GU clan spirit spring. Or like 88 True Young Building, this was the luck path true inheritance left by Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. The goal was to help the entire Huang Jin bloodline to maintain their rule of the region. It was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's act of helping his descendants. And He Fan's true inheritance. He Fan originally intended to pass everything to his granddaughter, but with twists of fate, his wishes were not fulfilled. And Shadow Sect's true inheritance. If Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had not failed and was not captured by Heavenly Court, this true inheritance would not exist. But against his wishes, he was captured and Fang Yuan remained as his lingering hope in this desperate situation. To increase his strength, Spectral Soul formed Shadow Sect's true inheritance. Every inheritance was different. Paradise Earth's true inheritance was different from the rest. It was filled with serenity, kindness, warmth, and light. If one day I fail and die, having no hope left at all, I will leave my inheritance behind as well. Fang Yuan thought, even though he was an otherworldly demon, he had lived, struggled, and fought in this world for so long, he had already assimilated into it. If he created a Fang Yuan true inheritance, he would encourage his inheritor to pursue eternal life as well. Time passed quickly. 70 to 80 days went by. During this period, Fang Yuan did many missions. His name started to move up the rankings on the merit board. Swish swish swish. Ebb and flow, the moist sea breeze landed on his face. Fang Yuan had arrived at the sea market. He took a mission. It was to punish an unscrupulous merchant in this sea market. Sea markets were very popular in Eastern Sea. They varied in sizes, being small, middle, large, and super sea markets. If one classified them according to time, there would be temporary and permanent sea markets. The sea market was the place where cultivation resources were gathered and exchanged. In this paradise, there were sea markets as well. This was a permanent sea market. Even though it was not open all year round, most of the time during the year, it was open. The core of the sea market was an island. This island would be submerged for a period each year. That was the time the sea market closed. When the island emerges, the sea market would open. Outside the island, there were many GU houses in the shape of boats. Their decks would be linked together to form this peripheral sea market. Standing on the deck, Fang Yuan was surrounded by people. There were human GU masters and also mermen. There were many mermen, almost half of the population. This was very rare in the 5 regions. After all, humans were the dominant race. The other variant humans were all suppressed and had no living space. They had to live while keeping a low profile. Come, take a look. This is a superb crystal coral. There are 3 GU House River boats left. Quickly buy them before they are sold out. Purchasing Grand Soil, I will buy as many as you can sell. Shouting, clamoring, and bargaining noises were everywhere. They entered Fang Yuan's ears as he felt a sense of liveliness around him. Large numbers of GU masters were displaying goods on the deck and creating their stalls. Very few mortals were in charge of the businesses. Fang Yuan went past GU house after GU house, going towards the core island at the center of the sea market. He had already investigated. The mission was to punish an unscrupulous merchant, and he was on the island. Of course, the mission was just a secondary objective. His true goal was to obtain intel. This sea market was the closest to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea, because there was a large number of GU masters and forces here. Fang Yuan had a high chance of getting useful information about Regret GU here. Even though Fang Yuan had arrived here for a long time, he did not manage to enter demon suppression regret-crying sea even once. Inside this paradise, Gu Immortals did not have much freedom of mobility. Like the first mission, he could only move around the island. There was a limit to the distance he could go. Every mission had this same restriction. To return to the Merit Obelisk, all the Gu Immortal had to do was to recite return 3 times in their mind. From this, Fang Yuan could feel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's powerful methods. Even with Fang Yuan's deep foundations and rank 8 cultivation level, he could not unravel Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements, even though he had not stopped researching about this Merit Obelisk and the Paradise. Other than that, Gu Immortals were also restricted in communication. Firstly, they could not connect to Treasure Yellow Heaven or the outside world. Secondly, they could not talk to each other. Precisely so, they had to use the crude method of leaving information path Mortal Gu in front of the Merit Obelisk. This should be the place. A moment later, Fang Yuan stopped in his tracks. He was at a gambling den. The door had 3 words written on it, Golden Jade House. Golden Jade House was at the center of the island. It was a place of highest authority in this sea market. Ordinary Gu masters could not enter. This place had strict security. But how could mortal method stop Fang Yuan? I should attempt the rock gambling too. Fang Yuan smiled to himself. Punishing the unscrupulous merchant did not mean killing them. Fang Yuan was a merchant once. He had managed his own gambling den. He knew what the perfect way to make a gambling den merchant suffer was. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan stepped in. Memory surfaced in his mind once again. Ha ha ha, who will gamble with me? Even the Saintess is afraid. Would you people dare? A muscular merman shouted arrogantly. Around him, there were many human Gu masters and mermen. Most of the mermen were looking at him angrily. They could only grit their teeth. This Lu Da is too despicable. He dares to provoke Saintess openly in the sea market. He does not have the guts. He is merely backed by Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. This cannot go on. It will sully Saintess' reputation. What do we do? The blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other in worry. So what? Xie Hanmo smiled. Let him be arrogant. No matter how much reputation I lose, he cannot shake my foundation. Since he is doing this to provoke me now, it means they are already panicking. We do not need to bother with this. We can win if we continue with our original plan. Hearing this, the red-scaled and blue-scaled guards felt a sense of realization. Saintess is right. This Lu Da is just a dancing clown. But I feel really bad for letting Saintess suffer such a humiliation. Can't any of our mermen stand up to face this Lu Da? Xie Hanmo smiled. Lu Da is a rank 4 expert. He has reputation built over a decade in this sea market. I understand why no mermen are standing up for us. We need to understand their circumstances. As she said that, a voice reverberated in the area. I will gamble with you. Who was it? Who dared to challenge Lu Da's authority? Everyone turned to look. A human Gu master walked out of the crowd. Xie Hanmo was stunned as the 2 guards said, "It's the human Gu master we saved." The merman Gu master Lu Da was very surprised. He frowned as he looked at Fang Yuan, saying in a grim tone, "Human Gu master, these are the affairs of mermen. You really want to interfere? To speak the truth, your Saintess saved my life before. I need to repay this debt." Fang Yuan had a firm attitude. He spoke to Lu Da without fear. This lad. We did not waste our effort in saving him. The 2 guards nodded. Xie Hanmo sighed. Let's go out. He is an outsider. We cannot let him sacrifice himself for nothing. The 2 guards were surprised. They quickly stopped her. Saintess, you analyzed the situation earlier. We cannot show up. Once we do, we will fall into their trap. In the den, Lu Da had a sinister expression as he laughed from anger. Good. Human Gu master, since you want to die, don't blame me. I have already explained the rules of the gamble. Let's go. I will let you choose first. We will see who finds better Gu worms. You can choose first. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered with mysterious light as he smiled calmly. The first round was quick. Fang Yuan won. The second round took a lot longer, but Fang Yuan still won. Human GU Master, I underestimated you. Tell me your name, you are qualified to take up space in my memory. Liu Da had a solemn expression, he looked at Fang Yuan in a different light. I am GUU Fang Yuan, remember that. I owned gambling dens in the past. Fang Yuan suddenly raised his voice, the final round, go ahead. Liu Da chose a rock silently, next, he shattered all of the rocks in the den. You are breaking the rules. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Liu Da laughed, rules? I said that both sides cannot attack each other, but that does not include these rocks. I can confirm that this rock contains a GU worm. While you are empty-handed, no matter what GU worm I have, you are bound to lose. Lad, you dared to interfere with just rank 3 cultivation level, and especially in the sea market that I have managed for a decade. You can suicide, I won't have to dirty my hands. Fang Yuan raised his fists, ready to fight a battle to the death. Hold up. Everyone moved aside to open up a pathway as Xie Han Mo walked into the den with a cold expression. Chapter 1659. Xie Lin's Rock Gambling. Fang Yuan walked into Golden Jade House. This gambling den was quite high-end. There were tens of huge rocks in the hall. Behind the hall were many rooms with an assortment of rock-dissecting GU worms for the customers to enjoy using. Of course, experienced rock-dissecting GU masters were also ready on site. Whether these rocks contain GU worms, Fang Yuan could easily find out. He was a GU Immortal. Immortal investigative methods could find mortal GU with ease. Similarly, even if the GU worm inside was extremely weakened, he could heal them. Even if they could not be healed, don't forget that Fang Yuan was a refinement path quasi-supreme. He could obtain basically all the mortal GU that were currently here with great ease. Of course, there existed such things as immortal rocks as well, or rather, immortal materials. After immortal GU seal themselves and hibernate, the corresponding Dao Mark's immortal material would form on their surface. Most immortal investigative methods would be ineffective against them. Fang Yuan was about to use his methods to teach this unscrupulous merchant in Golden Jade House a lesson when suddenly, he heard some commotion behind the hall. You are dishonest! Mermaid Xie Lin shouted with anger and shock. I'm dishonest? How so? This is clearly recorded in the information path GU worm. Even though you returned a sum, a large portion has not been repaid. Standing before the mermaid was a merman. He was large like a bear. There was a scar on his face, giving him a sinister aura. You. Xie Lin pointed at the merman with red eyes. You guys are shameless. You changed the agreement details. Our contract was 10% interest, but you raised it to 60%. The scarred merman's face became solemn. He looked at Xie Lin with a vicious gaze. Young lady, you cannot spread fake news like that. Are you trying to ruin our reputation? This is detrimental to our business. Who would come to our shop after this? Can you bear the cost of our losses? Screw you. Even if I die, I will expose this shop's evil deeds. The scarred merman changed his tone as he said eerily, Die? You are too naive. Sometimes, being alive is worse than dying. Light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. This was a familiar voice. He was reminded of the mermaid girl from a few months ago. Why was she here? Xie Lin's tears fell from her face. Several months ago, her only family member, her grandfather, died. Merman Sea funerals were very expensive. In order to bury her grandfather, she had to borrow primebal stones. To repay the debt, she had to take a risk and collect black oil, almost dying in the earth trench as a result. Fortunately, she met Fang Yuan and was saved miraculously. Xie Lin also obtained gather oil GU from Fang Yuan. Her efficiency in collecting oil increased. She quickly gathered a huge amount of primebal stones from selling oil. She brought these primebal stones to Golden Jade House to repay the debt, but this shop was too shameless. They actually changed her agreement terms. Xie Lin had the urge to die. Her only family was gone. She was all alone in this world. She was ostracized by her tribe since a young age. All these circumstances made her feel lost and dejected. The world had turned grey. She could not find any joy in living. What is so scary about death? I'll die and end it all. Thinking of this, Xia Lin took action with a yell. Swoosh! An explosion was heard as a torrent was shot out. The scarred merman did not expect that in this situation, a rank 2 GU master would dare to attack him, a rank 3, in his territory, the Golden Jade House. The scarred merman was caught unprepared, he was washed away by the torrent, crashing into the wall as many decorations shattered. The commotion was huge, the GU masters who were quietly choosing and dissecting rocks all came to watch. A large number of eyes turned to look at Xia Lin and the scarred merman. What happened? What else could it be? This Golden Jade House must have tricked the innocent again. Quiet, this Golden Jade House's owner is the tyrant around here. I heard that Golden Jade House often acts as loan sharks and exploits low-ranked GU masters. Let's not attract trouble, this is the problem of mermen, we humans have nothing to do with it. At this time, the scarred merman stood up from the rubble. You have such guts to attack me, I will make you wish you were dead. He walked towards Xia Lin. She was pale with fright, suppressed by his aura, but she gritted her teeth and did not step back. The distance between the two shortened. When the scarred merman was about to attack, he heard a voice, wait. The scarred merman's action stopped. He changed his expression of anger and ruthlessness as he lowered his head towards the person. Shopkeeper, what brings you here? This was Golden Jade House's owner, a big-bellied yellow-scaled merman. The yellow-scaled merman frowned. He shouted at the scarred merman, what are you doing? Are you trying to destroy my shop? Shopkeeper, she. Before the scarred merman finished his words, he was interrupted. How many times have I told you, we need to act peacefully, peace brings fortune, do you understand? Yes, yes. The scarred merman did not dare to retort, he nodded like an obedient child. A chill emerged in Xia Lin's heart. She had gone through lots of difficulty, being brought up by her grandfather, she had experienced the bright and dark sides of life. Someone who can make this scarred merman so respectful must be more terrifying. Xia Lin knew this clearly. She looked at this yellow-scaled merman, her alertness was raised to its limit. The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin for some time before speaking, little lady, don't worry, I am an understanding person. With me around, I will ensure that nobody attacks you. But I want you to be reasonable as well, your debt is in black and white, do you want to deny it? Hearing this, Xia Lin felt enraged. You guys were shameless, you changed the terms on your own, from 10% to 60% interest. I do not owe you anything, I already repaid my debt. The yellow-scaled merman smiled even brighter now. Little lady, to think that your acting skills are so profound at such a young age. But it is no use. No matter how convincing you are, without evidence, you cannot prove anything. We have the agreement here, it is clearly stated, everyone can tell who is in the wrong. You. Xia Lin pointed at the yellow-scaled merman, unable to say anything from anger. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he waved his hand. Forget it, you are a young girl, I will not bully you. Others might say that my Golden Jade House is bullying customers. How about this, repay half the debt and I will let you go without any other problems. I am already very sincere. If you return it now, you will only pay 30% interest, isn't that market rate? Tell me which moneylender isn't operating at this price? You said that we had a 10% interest. Who would believe you? Try and find it outside, which shop would give that price? Xia Lin's chest was bobbing up and down, her eyes were reddened. The market was 30%, that was precisely why she borrowed from Golden Jade House. But to think that it was a trap, she had gotten scammed. Seeing that Xia Lin was silent, the yellow-scaled merman took out an information path. Mortal GU, this is our loan agreement, if you return the money, I will return you this GU now. Xia Lin was stunned before sneering, I do not have enough Primeval stones. The yellow-scaled merman laughed as he clapped, don't worry, you can use GU worms instead. I know you have a gather oil GU, you can use it to repay your debt. Xia Lin heard this and realized at once, so that is your true goal, you want my gather oil GU? HMPH, this is a rank 5 GU, are you insane? Even if I die, you won't get this GU. The surrounding GU masters went into a commotion upon hearing this. Gather oil GU? Did I hear wrongly? That rumored rank 5 GU that is the hot topic recently. I heard it has incredible efficiency in gathering black oil. Not just incredible, it is superb. Even though Gather Oil GU is rank 5, it does not expend Primeval Essence but the GU Master's Bone Marrow. Even rank 1 GU Masters can use it. I heard that some people overused the Gather Oil GU and killed themselves. Sigh, those people have no restraint. If they use Bone Path GU worms with it, Gather Oil GU is very safe. Clap clap clap. The yellow-scaled merman clapped. Young lady, you are a smart girl, I am sure you know the logic that fortune attract wolves. How can a rank 2 GU master like you own a rank 5 GU? Take it out, even if I let you off, others will still come after you, hand it over and live a stable life, isn't that better? No. Even if I die, I will not hand it over to a scumbag like you. Xia Lin resisted with determination. The yellow-scaled merman felt a headache. It was difficult to take someone else's GU worm, she only needed one thought to self-detonate the GU, by then, the yellow-scaled merman's plan would be ruined. The best situation was for Xia Lin to hand it over. Otherwise, he could use theft path methods. But theft path GU masters did not exist in this paradise. And even if there were theft path GU masters, stealing a rank 5 GU was too hard. The yellow-scaled merman was not flustered, he had already planned this and expected the situation. He could not force Xia Lin too harshly now, thus, he took a step back. How about this, I will give you a chance, but you must do the same. We can gamble. Gamble. We will gamble rocks and see who excavates GU, and if we both do, which one is better. We will decide the winner from 2 out of 3 victories. Xia Lin smiled coldly. You are unscrupulous and went back on your words. How can I trust you after you changed the terms earlier? The yellow-scaled merman thought about it. He suddenly waved his hand as an information path mortal GU flew to Xia Lin. Xia Lin received it with deep shock. The yellow-scaled merman added, I can make an oath to the sea god. Mermen were different from humans, they had their racial religion, they believed in the sea god. Making an oath using the sea god's name was a huge matter, it proved that he was very sincere. Almost every merman's faith was in the sea god. The yellow-scaled merman said again in a sincere way, what are you hesitating for? Rock gambling depends on skill but also luck. I gave you a chance, don't go overboard, I will tell you the truth, this is your only way out today, you should seize the chance. The yellow-scaled merman used both the stick and the carrot. Xia Lin was greatly flustered. While she hesitated, a voice suddenly said in her mind, don't be afraid, gamble with him, I am here. Master Chu. Instantly, Xia Lin almost screamed from joy. Fang Yuan added, but you must change the gambling terms because this is too mild, if you trust me, we will make this a huge gamble. I trust you, Master Chu. Xia Lin responded without any hesitation. Her life was saved by Fang Yuan. If he wanted to harm her, there was no need to save her. My life was saved by Master Chu, if he wants to harm me, so be it, I will just return this life to him. Thinking like this, Xia Lin responded in her mind, Master Chu, tell me what to do, I will follow your instructions. Chapter 1660. Mastermind. But the yellow-scaled merman was very confident in himself. Because he was prepared. All these years, he had gambled with the rocks in his own golden jade house. He had observed, analyzed, and chosen some rocks with great precision. He was very confident in this gamble. These rocks naturally did not contain valuable things, otherwise, he would have taken them himself, he would not leave them in the shop. He had to maintain his business. Most of these rocks would have GU worms, even though they were not valuable, they were a form of excitement for the customers. This was like fish bait, they would want to continue gambling and investing. The yellow-scaled merman knew the locations of where these rocks were placed. Sometimes, he even showed off his rock gambling skills in front of customers, opening GU worms and showing that he was a great expert in this rock gambling activity. Now, the yellow-scaled merman was using these rocks to gamble against Xie Lin. He was very confident in himself. But in the first round, he tasted defeat. Xie Lin opened a rank 3 GU worm. It was superior to his. This was a good start. The surrounding GU masters were shocked. The yellow-scaled merman was also suspicious and uncertain. Was this mermaid girl a hidden expert? He had suggested a 2 out of 3 format earlier, but Xie Lin requested to change it to 5 contests. The bet was higher now. He staked the entire Golden Jade house. At the same time, if she lost once, she would have to hand over the Gather Oil GU. But now, Xie Lin won. Not only did she keep Gather Oil GU, she even won 20% of Golden Jade house. What a joke, I lost. The yellow-scaled merman could not believe it. He stared at the mermaid girl, his suspicions fading slowly. The yellow-scaled merman was very experienced. He could tell that Xie Lin was a newbie. Her expression of joy after getting a GU worm was not fake, she was genuine. Furthermore, Xie Lin did not know how to dissect rocks. She had asked the rock-dissecting GU master in Golden Jade House to open her rock. Damn it, she had some dogshit luck. Thankfully, we changed the rules from 3 rounds to 5 rounds. I have a lot of chances left. I am not in a passive spot. Thinking of this, the yellow-scaled merman looked at the rock-dissecting GU master behind Xie Lin with a subtle gaze. The rock-dissecting GU master nodded mildly. The yellow-scaled merman smiled to himself secretly. In this situation, no matter what rock Xie Lin got, even if there was a GU, it would be destroyed. How could she possibly win against him? The second round. I will choose first. Xie Lin said. Go ahead. The yellow-scaled merman smiled and replied. Xie Lin walked around for a while and was dazzled. I will choose this. Suddenly, she stopped as she pointed at a weird rock. This rock was very strange. It had multiple holes and was distorted in shape. It was not very compact and felt like a pile of sand. Normally speaking, such a sandy rock would not have any GU worm. Seeing Xie Lin's choice, the yellow-scaled merman laughed. He pretended to walk around, touching and knocking the rocks. After a while, he chose a huge rock and said, "This is my choice." The rock dissection started. The yellow-scaled merman did it himself while Xie Lin asked the rock-dissecting GU master. This was an open gamble. They dissected the rocks in the hall. More and more spectators came. They talked among themselves as the newcomers learned of this gamble and gained interest. They chose to stay and watch. For GU masters, this was a huge gamble. One was the entire Golden Jade House. It had a lot of funds after years of operation. The other was a superb rank 5 Gather Oil GU. The bet was almost equal on both sides. Gather Oil GU was just too amazing. It generated immense profits by collecting black oil. The yellow-scaled merman chose a huge rock. He needed some time to dissect it. For Xie Lin, it was very rapid. The sandy rock was just too rough and coarse. Xie Lin's rock-dissecting GU master was very casual in his actions. He had no pressure. If he destroyed the GU worm in the process, the yellow-scaled merman would be very happy after all. But at this time, Xie Lin said, use the grey soil method. The rock-dissecting GU master stopped his action. He said, are you sure? This method has limited effect on sandy rocks. Yes. Xie Lin responded. The rock-dissecting GU master shook his head. Little lady, I am not lying. I will not lie since I am the one dissecting this. Why don't you ask around? Everyone knows that the grey soil method has little effect on sandy rocks. I do not need that. Just do as you are told. This is in the agreement. Xie Lin insisted. All right, all right. The rock-dissecting GU master nodded. Once he used the grey soil method, the sandy rocks dissection became painfully slow. The rock-dissecting GU master was very annoyed. Earlier it was like he was using a knife to cut tofu, but now, he was stabbing it with a needle while expending even more Primeval essence. Use the flame-smoking method. A moment later, Xie Lin added. The surrounding GU masters gasped. They wanted to stop her. The rock-dissecting GU master said as well, the flame-smoking method will penetrate the rock. If there is a GU inside, it will die before it is excavated. Just do as you are told. Xia Lin said expressionlessly. The surrounding GU masters sighed. Someone said, "Is this girl really gambling? She cannot even be considered a newbie, she is just toying around." But Xia Lin had a firm expression that was somewhat relaxed. The rock-dissecting GU master shook his head. "Since you want that, let's do it. Everyone can tell that I am not sabotaging you. This is your request. Use the dripping method. Blue mark method. Planting chi method." Next, Xia Lin gave several precise instructions. The sandy rock was already fist-sized, but no GU worms came out yet. The rock-dissecting GU master had an ugly expression. He felt that Xia Lin was purposely toying with him. She said those names that she knew randomly. "All right, give it to me, I will dissect it myself." Xia Lin added. "What?" The rock-dissecting GU master was stunned but quickly reacted as he let out a breath of air, passing the rock to Xia Lin. Xia Lin bit her tongue and spat out blood at the rock, before using gather oil GU to apply suction force on the rock. Crack! The rock cracked, a rank 3 GU worm was exposed. There was a GU. What GU is this? I have never seen it before. It is asleep, by the looks of it, it is complete and uninjured. The surrounding GU masters went into a commotion. The rock-dissecting GU master was stunned completely. He looked at Xia Lin with a dumbfounded expression, thinking suspiciously, is this girl really tricking us all? The yellow-scaled merman also stopped his dissection with a dark expression. Even if he opened it, his rock only had a rank 2 GU, but the other party had a living rank 3 GU. There was a GU. Master Chu was not wrong after all. Xia Lin was overjoyed. Among the crowd, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. There was no GU in this sandy rock, there was only a GU material. Fang Yuan instructed Xia Lin to indirectly manipulate this rock-dissecting GU master and refine the GU material. Eventually, when Xia Lin dripped her blood and used gather oil GU, the final step was completed. Normally, newly refined GU worms would be active, but Fang Yuan used a unique GU refinement method that made the GU worm hibernate. This allowed him to trick everybody that was around. Nobody saw through this or found any flaws. Quasi-supreme refinement path attainment level, it was not a joke. Everyone was not calm, they looked with Xia Lin with a different gaze now. Who sent you here? The yellow-scaled merman shouted, his composure was gone. He realized something wrong, thoughts surged in his mind. He had offended many people over these years, he felt that Xia Lin was a bait, he had fallen into a trap. This rank 5 GU was used to trap him, it was truly a huge gamble. Calm down, calm down. I cannot take any more risks, the other party came prepared. The yellow-scaled merman wiped off his cold sweat as he focused his gaze. He had a trump card. There was a special batch of rocks in this golden jade house. These rocks were not natural, the yellow-scaled merman had created them artificially. He first made living or dead GU worms look like they were in a hibernating state, he then added rock fragments around them and eventually created artificial rocks. Rocks that contained GU worms often had some observable traits, making them different from ordinary rocks. These kinds of rocks were not easy to find. Sometimes, in order to resolve the lack of supply of gambling rocks, the yellow-scaled merman would create fake rocks himself. Of course, not all of these rocks would contain GU worms, some only had these observable traits. The third round, defeat. The fourth round, defeat again. The GU masters watching this gasped, nobody had expected this to happen. Everyone looked at Xia Lin with wariness and solemnness. The yellow-scaled merman turned pale, he gritted his teeth, ruthless light flashed in his eyes, he was like a jackal forced to the end of a cliff. The final round, I cannot afford to lose. I need to use my strongest trump card. The yellow-scaled merman's trump card was naturally overpowering, he hid the carcass of a rank 5 GU in a fake rock, according to the gambling rules, only a living rank 5 GU could beat him. Both sides chose their rocks and dissected them. Snap. Fang Yuan suddenly snapped his fingers, using a time path Immortal Killer Move 1. The entire Golden Jade House and even the island became still, anything and everything became motionless. Fang Yuan walked out of the crowd, coming in front of the yellow-scaled merman who was focusing on the flame and dissecting his rock carefully. Fang Yuan squeezed the rock lightly. He saw the carcass of a rank 5 GU. Next, he placed this carcass into Xia Lin's rock and returned to the crowd. At the next moment, time resumed. Chapter 1661. Repaying a Debt of Gratitude. His eyes were about to pop out. If he was not witnessing this personally, he would not believe it. He remembered clearly that this was the GU worm carcass that he had put in the fake rock, but why? Why? Why was this GU worm carcass not in his hands but in his opponent's hands? The yellow-scaled merman could not understand. Is this all an illusion? He was going crazy, his pale face surged with redness. He suddenly pointed at Xia Lin as he screamed in a shrill voice, "You cheated!" The mermaid girl Xia Lin heard this and became enraged. She was also kept in the dark, not knowing of Fang Yuan's methods. She shouted, "You lost fair and square, are you going to deny that in front of everyone?" The yellow-scaled merman looked at Xia Lin and the surrounding GU masters. His gaze became hollow as he muttered, "No, this is not real, everything is fake, this is an illusion." He stumbled back and wanted to run away from this cruel reality. Looking at his pitiful demeanor, the surrounding GU masters had complex expressions. They looked at Xia Lin with trepidation and wariness. The yellow-scaled merman was almost mentally broken by Fang Yuan. Xia Lin pursued, "Let's transact, you did not win a single round, this golden jade house is mine." The yellow-scaled merman shuddered like he was shocked with lightning. He screamed in response, "No, this is mine, this is my foundation, I will not give it to anyone. Don't even think about it, you can have it over my dead body. Sir, we can force them to go down with us." The scarred merman came up and said with a sinister expression. The yellow-scaled merman shook again. He wanted to do that, but hearing these words, he realized something. No matter who it is, this mermaid girl is just a pawn. The other party could manipulate this situation remotely, setting up a trap against me that I could not deal with. How can I face someone of such a magnitude? If I fight now, wouldn't I be courting death? The yellow-scaled merman did not want to give up his golden jade house, but compared to his life, the latter was more important. The yellow-scaled merman looked around him. Instincts told him that the enemy was among this crowd. He felt suspicious of everyone, but he could not confirm their identity. "I admit my loss, I lose." Suddenly, he stopped his methods as he sprawled on the ground like a dying fish, shouting loudly. He prostrated on the ground, admitting, "No matter who you are, I admit my defeat. Is that enough? You can do anything with me, but before that, may you please enlighten me, when did I offend you?" Everyone went into a clamor. The yellow-scaled merman's actions were unexpected. Some people snorted in disdain, some felt that he was able to put down his pride and was quite a formidable person. An unscrupulous merchant that had been in power for decades was naturally not so simple. Xia Lin was also dazed. At the same time, she felt deep admiration towards Master Chu. She understood clearly that this was all due to Master Chu. Without his guidance, Xia Lin would be in even deeper trouble than the yellow-scaled merman. But looking at the prostrating yellow-scaled merman, Xia Lin felt joyful and also relieved. "It is time." Fang Yuan smiled, guiding Xia Lin. Xia Lin spoke to the yellow-scaled merman, "Do you know why you lost?" Seeing her speak, the crowd went silent. The yellow-scaled merman raised his head, looking at Xia Lin, "I do not know, please enlighten me." "Because someone wanted you to lose." Xia Lin stated an obvious fact. The yellow-scaled merman's heart jumped. He lowered his head, "I understand, I understand." Xia Lin added, "Do you want this golden jade house back?" "What?" The yellow-scaled merman was stunned. What did she mean? Of course he wanted it back, but he did not know about the other party. What did they mean by that? Were they toying with him or had ulterior motives? Xia Lin continued, "I have a condition before I return it to you." The yellow-scaled merman started to kowtow. "Revered lady, please tell me." Xia Lin looked at the yellow-scaled merman as she said slowly, "The reason why you ended up like this was because of just desserts. You committed too many sins. From now on, you have to commit acts of kindness, do good deeds and turn over a new leaf. I will let you off and return this golden jade house. But remember, if you return to your old ways, we will take not just this golden jade house next time." Once she said that, all the GU masters showed perplexed expressions. After so much talk, Xia Lin and her backer actually had such intentions? They were promoting kindness? This was not a common thing. The yellow-scaled merman was also surprised, but he did not dare to show anything on the surface. He quickly thanked her profusely. "I will change, I will definitely turn over a new leaf. Revered lady, you are the benefactor of my life, you changed my ways. You are like a saintess guiding people towards kindness and away from evil. I was wrong, I was really wrong. Thank you, Saintess, for giving me this chance. From now on, I will be a good person and dedicate my life to doing good deeds." The yellow-scaled merman lowered his head and apologized sincerely. He was like a pitiful child. Xia Lin's face flushed. "I am not the Saintess, I have no qualification to be one, don't spout nonsense. Remember your promise, we will be watching you. If we find out or anyone reports you in the future, you will regret it." Saying so, Xia Lin turned around and left. The surrounding GU masters left a path for her. Xia Lin had just left the golden jade house when she suddenly vanished without a trace. At the next moment, she appeared at the edge of the island through Fang Yuan's teleportation. "It's safe here, you can go back now." Fang Yuan did not show up, he only transmitted his voice. "Master Chu, you saved me again, how can I repay you?" Xia Lin called out in her mind, "Master Chu. Master Chu. We will meet again if we are fated to." Fang Yuan said as he smiled, memories emerging in his mind again. On the beach, Fang Yuan chased after Xie Mo and the rest who were leaving. "Please wait." Xie Mo and the rest stopped walking, while the two guards stared at Fang Yuan in annoyance. "Lad, stop following us. If you want to repay the debt of gratitude, you should get away from us. Do you know that Saintess could have stayed hidden this time, but to save you, she showed up. Now, we failed to find any evidence and even made the other party alert." "I know." Fang Yuan was panting. "You know nothing." The blue-scaled guard rolled his eyes. Fang Yuan chuckled, raising his head and looking at Xie Mo and the guards. "I was too rash, but after that, I understand now. You are the Merman Imperial Court's current generation Saintess. You came here to find evidence of Frost-Tide Tribe's corruption. I can help you in this matter. Because I operated gambling dens before, I know about their workings. The main avenue for this Frost-Tide Tribe's money laundering has to be that gambling den earlier. Please give me a chance, Saintess, let me repay the debt of saving my life." Both guards hesitated, they looked at Xie Mo. Xie Mo's thick eyelashes drooped down, before she opened her eyes and looked at Fang Yuan with a crystal-clear gaze. After 3 breaths of time, she nodded. "Then I will thank you in advance, human GU Master. What is your name?" "My name is Gu Fang Yuan. You can call me Fang Yuan." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Chapter 1662. Competition for Saintess. Before the merit obelisk, Fang Yuan looked at the rankings with his arms behind his back. His position had fallen to 5th already. Initially, he was at the front, but changes started to occur. GU Immortals realized that as long as they looked into this merit obelisk, they would be able to find many options. These options had price tags. One could use their accumulated merits to exchange for them. Immortal materials, Immortal GU recipes, Immortal killer moves, and even Immortal GU house, they were all available. With the merits that Miao Mingshan and the rest had, they could only exchange for the stuff at the bottom of the list. Those expensive options were like carrots dangling above the donkey. They made these GU Immortals very proactive. Competition was getting more intense. Fang Yuan's focus was not that, his only goal was Regret GU. Regret GU was very important to Fang Yuan. Even though the items in the Merit Obelisk were very valuable, they were merely icing on the cake for Fang Yuan. Regret Gu could help Fang Yuan gain a qualitative change. But among these rewards, there was neither Regret Gu nor the exchange of Merit Obelisk itself. This meant that the rewards listed were not fully comprehensive. Regret Gu was not part of the rewards, but that did not mean that Regret Gu was not inside this paradise. Fang Yuan did not waste his time. He looked for clues and chose specific missions. After using wisdom path methods to deduce, many of his suspicions were lifted. Eventually, his focus was completely on demon suppression regret crying sea. There were many rumors regarding this sea area. Through Fang Yuan's deductions, there was a high possibility of Regret Gu being in there. However, even though Fang Yuan knew the location, he could not get close. The mission of punishing the unscrupulous merchant 20 days ago was the closest Fang Yuan had ever gotten to demon suppression regret crying sea. But he had tried. After just 30 li away from the island, he could not move closer. How can I get into demon suppression regret crying sea? This was a problem that gave Fang Yuan a headache. Paradise Earth's arrangements were too powerful. Fang Yuan could not act freely. His space path attainment was also not impressive. He had tried to use fixed immortal travel earlier, but it could not activate, even with an immortal killer move that Fang Yuan thought of. This meant that once Fang Yuan left the paradise, fixed immortal travel would not allow him to re-enter again. As for these people, Fang Yuan looked at the names of the Gu immortals on the merit board. He squinted. He wanted to keep these people around. On one hand, killing the Gu immortals in this paradise was risky. On the other hand, these Gu immortals were now earning merits and getting rewards. They were like livestock getting fattened. Fang Yuan could slaughter them when everyone went out. It would give him much greater benefits. Thus, not only did Fang Yuan not harm them, he even helped them with more detailed information. Miao Mingshan and the rest were competing more intensely. Especially since mission rewards were observable and limited, everyone could exchange for them. Once someone got something, others could not. Thus, even though they did not try to kill each other, they schemed and purposely gave out false information in increasing frequency. In this situation, the honest and truthful Chu Ying was like an outlier. He became very prominent. Even though Miao Mingshan and the rest did not say anything, they became increasingly friendlier towards Fang Yuan. A change occurred 3 days later. A new mission appeared on the Merit Obelisk: head to the sacred city of the Mermen, attend the Sea God ceremony, and defend the city from the assault of sea beasts. Once this mission appeared, Fang Yuan selected it. The chance I have been waiting for is finally here. Fang Yuan was very excited. The Sea God ceremony was unique to the Mermen. In this ceremony, males and females would gather and form new families. They would also elect the new Saintess. The Saintess had an incredibly high status in Merman society. And Fang Yuan had already gotten crucial information. In this paradise, the Saintess had an incredible role. Every time a new Saintess was elected, their main mission would be to enter demon suppression regret crying sea, using their singing to soothe the killing intent of the demon and stabilize the sea area. This Merit Obelisk's missions are meant to benefit the humans and Mermen, bringing prosperity to the people and punishing evil while promoting kindness. After the Saintess is elected, she would have to enter demon suppression regret crying sea. By then, a relevant mission might appear. But no matter what, I need to accept this mission and meet the Saintess in advance. After so long, the Sea God ceremony is finally here. Xia Lin pushed open the window of her inn room. The noise of the crowd outside could be heard. Her room was on the 2nd floor. Xia Lin looked down and saw people moving in the streets while closely packed together. All sorts of flags were waving. There were temporary shops selling GU, snacks, and even gambling dens. All of the businesses were doing well. Xia Lin's mood was quickly affected. She became quite happy. Splat! Suddenly, with a soft sound, a pearl landed on Xia Lin's window frame. Xia Lin was dazed before she flushed rapidly. Pearls had a special significance in the Sea God ceremony. It meant a proposal. If someone tossed Xia Lin a pearl, it meant that they liked her and wanted to marry her. Who is it? Xia Lin did not dare to pick up the pearl because that action had deep meaning behind it. She looked down and saw that dozens of men were looking in her direction. tossing the pearls in their hands. Su Yi! Su Yi! I love you! Accept my love, Su Yi! The men tossed their pearls while shouting. Hey miss! Someone called out to Xia Lin. Xia Lin turned her gaze towards a young man on the street. He was a merman in tattered clothes. He was clearly poor. The merman youngster flushed as he said, Miss, I tossed that pearl to you. I had too little strength. I can't throw it high enough. Can you please toss it back to me? Xia Lin instantly understood. This youngster wanted to toss his pearl to Su Yi but had too little strength. It ended up going to Xia Lin instead. Lady Su Yi is truly a famous beauty. Her charm is too great, be it young boys or mature men, they are all in love with her. Xia Lin breathed out slowly. Next, waves splashed as the pearl was lifted from the ground, going into the youngster's hands. Thank you, thank you. The youngster was overjoyed. He tossed the pearl with all his strength. The pearl got higher and higher. It was in the right direction now, but Su Yi frowned as she closed her window. The youngster's pearl landed on the window and fell down. Over a dozen pearls suffered the same fate. But these pearls were different. They were huge and shiny. They were not common. On the street, the men did not disperse after this. They got even more excited. More and more people came to Su Yi's area and wanted to see her beautiful face. Some still had hope and wanted to toss their pearls. After all, what if they got lucky? A bunch of commoners with nothing better to do. Su Yi frowned. A pink cloud cushioned her tail as she floated downstairs. She had incredible beauty and arrogance on her face, but the most attractive part were her snow-white scales. Merman scales varied in different colors. White scales were extremely rare. It was considered the purest color and was extremely idolized in the merman society. 2 mermaid nannies followed after her as they muttered. These fellows should look at themselves in the mirror. They want to be Lady Su Yi's husband? Simply laughable. Our Lady Su Yi is a contestant for the Saintess position. She would not accept any man's pearl. The merman Saintess was pure and flawless. Once she obtains the position, she would not be able to marry for life. She had to keep her virginity. Xia Lin walked out of her room, lowering her head. Sister Su Yi. Little Sister Xia Lin. Su Yi showed a faint smile, hiding the arrogance deeply as she spoke. How was your rest? Have you thought it through? Thank you for the hospitality. Right now, all the inns are fully booked. Without you, I would not have had a place to rest. Xia Lin immediately thanked. A mermaid nanny smiled. It was fate that you met with our missy. In this vast sea, the meeting of 2 mermen is not easy. You two are fated to meet. I will say this bluntly. Ordinary mermaids would die to be acquainted with our missy. Su Yi was not just a white-scaled mermaid. She had a high status, and was the doted daughter of a strong tribe leader. Nanny Rome, what are you saying? I met with Xia Lin because we liked each other. Xia Lin, don't have any worries. Go ahead if you have any busy matters. If you follow me to this sea god ceremony, the risks are high. Su Yi walked towards Xia Lin as she held her hand, saying sincerely. Xia Lin was moved. Sister Su Yi, you have helped me too much. Since you want to become the Saintess, I will definitely support you. But I am afraid that I am too weak. There are only 4 follower quotas after all. Su Yi's eyes shined brightly. She held Xia Lin's hands as she said excitedly, Xia Lin, thank you. With your help, I will have a higher chance of becoming the Saintess. Xia Lin had low cultivation level. She was only rank 2, but she had a rank 5 GU worm. Gather Oil GU, a top-tier rank 5 GU. Of course, this GU worm had no offensive might, but Su Yi had already found out about the details of the Saintess test. The Gather Oil GU would be very helpful in one of the rounds. Chapter 1663. Fang Yuan, you are a good person. On the street, people moved about fluidly. Those who brushed past Fang Yuan would never imagine that a rank 8 GU Immortal was walking so closely beside them. On the 2 sides of the street, there were shops and houses arranged in an orderly scale-like manner. The houses of mermen had their unique style. Most had seashell or conch designs. Most were huge seashells and conchs, or modified shells of giant crabs and turtles. There were also few GU houses that were a symbol of wealth and authority. They had great defensive properties. Other than personal estates, GU houses used as shops were also booming with business. As he walked, the people walking in front of Fang Yuan started to move away. They were cheering loudly. Walking closer to take a look, Fang Yuan saw that a mermaid was receiving a jade pearl from a male GU master with teary eyes. This pearl was quite rare. It was like glowing jade and had the shape of an eyeball. This was not something valuable in the eyes of experts. As for Fang Yuan, it was a mortal material that he had no use for. But it was owned by the rank 2 male GU master. It was not easy for him to obtain this rank for GU material jade eye pearl. The mermaid might have noticed his feelings. She received the jade eye pearl in public as it signified her acceptance of his love. Next, the mermaid placed the pearl into her mouth. Everyone started to cheer and shout. The couple started to blush and turn red. This action was not so simple. It meant she had accepted the young GU master's proposal. This paradise does not discriminate between races. Merman and human can freely fall in love and have children without obstruction. But in the 5 regions, it was forbidden for merman and human to get together. Not only would they be discouraged, their children would also be ostracized by both sides or even killed. Fang Yuan had an eerie gaze. The sea god ceremony was around the corner. The entire sacred city was oozing with a joyful and festive atmosphere. This couple was not the first that Fang Yuan saw. They might be very simple and insignificant figures in the sacred city, but being ordinary did not mean one could not be blissful. This beautiful moment would become a cherished memory etched in their minds. The memories of the 500 years of his previous life started to surface again. A group of mermen were looking at Xie Hanmo, Fang Yuan, and the rest with an imposing aura. I am Investigator Wu De. There have been many reports by different clansmen that our current generation Saintess Xie Hanmo has an affair with the human GU master GU Fang Yuan. I am here to investigate it. The leader was a jade-scaled merman who spoke in an icy tone. What? I dare you to say that again. The 2 guards behind Xie Hanmo were furious. They wanted to attack in anger. Xie Hanmo had a calm expression, while Fang Yuan had a dark expression as he clenched his fists. He helped Xie Hanmo investigate the gambling den. They found a lot of corruption evidence. The Saintess mission had a qualitative breakthrough. But the other party was not going to wait for the end. They schemed and spread vicious rumors, saying that the Saintess was impure and had an affair with a human GU master. These rumors had no evidence and were merely made up. Xie Hanmo and Fang Yuan did not care about them. But to think that the investigator from the Merman's sacred court would actually come. Mobilizing the investigator without any evidence, I am afraid that Frost Tide tribe leader was not the only corrupted person. There is a higher-up involved here. Fang Yuan transmitted to Xie Hanmo. Xie Hanmo frowned, with slight hesitation. She spoke, I am the Saintess. You are a mere investigator. Do you have the Elder Assembly's token? The jade-scaled merman smiled, taking out an information path GU worm. Xie Hanmo was calm. Just this. The jade-scaled merman smiled again. This cannot allow me to investigate the Saintess, but Fang Yuan is different. He is a human GU master. Forget about the token. I can investigate him even without one. Even though Fang Yuan was a human and humans were the rulers of the 5 regions, Eastern Sea's Merman's sacred court was a super force. Fang Yuan had no background himself. The jade-scaled merman was not lying. Too vicious. I cannot believe that Frost Tide tribe's leader is such a person. He is afraid. He knows how amazing Fang Yuan is. He is afraid that we will find out more evidence as time passes. The 2 guards stood in front of Fang Yuan. After this period of time, they had already acknowledged Fang Yuan. Wait, if both sides clash, that will be what the enemy wants to see. We will not be able to explain ourselves. I will go with them. We have a lot of progress in the gambling den. Even without me, you can still win if you continue on that trail. Fang Yuan transmitted. No way. Fang Yuan, you are too naive. If you end up in their hands, you will live a fate worse than death. The 2 guards shook their heads. Fang Yuan smiled. What is there to fear? I will die at worst. You saved my life before. In that case, I will repay it now. Do not look down on their schemes. This was targeted at me on the surface, but the true goal is Saintess. Once her reputation is hit and rumors spread, her status might be affected. Sacrificing me is a small issue, but we must defend Saintess' position. Without this, how can you investigate and punish those corrupted people? The two guards hesitated. Xie Hanmo was still composed. She said to the jade-scaled merman, "Go back, I will not hand him to you." The jade-scaled merman was slightly stunned before he laughed. "Saintess, you want to defend this human Gu master? Even at the cost of conflicting with us investigators?" Xie Hanmo nodded. "Go back." The jade-scaled merman looked at Fang Yuan before turning to Xie Hanmo. He showed a smile as if his scheme succeeded. "Good. We are not Saintess match, we can only return in defeat." "Ha ha ha." Saying so, he waved his hand and left with the mermen. "Saintess, why did you do that?" Fang Yuan was anxious. "Like this, you." For the first time, Xie Hanmo interrupted him. "Fang Yuan, you are a good person." You are not afraid of death, other than courage. The biggest reason is that life is boring, right? You seem to be disappointed in this world and in your own life. There is deep fatigue hidden in your eyes. But undeniably, you are a good person. Xie Hanmo said softly. Fang Yuan. Xie Hanmo continued, "And I am also a good person." "How can a good person sacrifice another good person?" Saying so, she winked at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was a little dazed. This was the first time he had seen such lively expressions from Xie Hanmo. She was quite cute and cheeky. "Then, what about the rumors?" "Indeed, that damned investigator is going to make up stories when he returns." The two guards were very worried. Xie Hanmo's expression went back to normal. She said aloofly, "Then let them." Several days later, the sea god ceremony started. The male mermen wore their shell armors. They carried long spears, javelins and blades. According to traditions, these shells and weapons were made by them personally using locally sourced materials. The female mermen, the mermaids, wore seaweed strips of various colors on them. Pink seaweed strips were used by young unmarried girls, widows wore black seaweed strips, while noble ladies wore gold, silver, and crystal-colored ones. Ordinary mermaids wore brown, dark blue, and gray seaweed strips. This was the traditional costume of the mermen. It was quite unique. Long ago, before mermen learned how to use Gu worms, they lived a primitive lifestyle. Males hunted while females foraged. At the center of Sacred City, people gathered, singing and dancing. A large number of merman warriors were waving their spears. Their armors clashed and created loud sounds. The mermaid seaweed strips were like rainbow ribbons fluttering in the water. They waved in sync with the singing, experiencing no tiredness. This moment was reserved for the mermen. All the human Gu masters were watching outside. The singing and dancing lasted for hours. Mermen, male and female alike, continued to walk out of the area with shattered armors or fatigued bodies. Gradually, several mermaid girls emerged. They were the contestants for this year's Saintess competition. But what surprised Fang Yuan was that out of the 9 competitors, not all of them had white scales. It seemed like in this paradise, it was not only white-scaled mermaids who could vie for the Saintess position, mermaids with different scale colors could also compete. And among everyone, Mermaid Suyi was the most dazzling one. Chapter 1664. Saintess Test. The surrounding spectators were clamoring loudly. Fang Yuan was in this crowd. He observed the prospective saintesses with an eerie gaze. His plan was to choose one of them and assist her in becoming the Saintess. They are assisting her to become the Saintess. That's right, Frost-Tide tribe leader invested a lot into this to help Lady Qiu Shuang. Xie Hanmo's 2 blue-scaled and red-scaled guards looked at each other after hearing this, feeling each other's worry. In the hall, Fang Yuan sat at one side. He gritted his teeth as his expression turned unsightly. Earlier, Xie Hanmo rejected the investigator and protected Fang Yuan. This escalated the rumors. Eventually, the Merman's Sacred Court decided to hold the Sea God ceremony again to decide on the Saintess once more. "This is a scheme. They made use of your kindness and knew you would not abandon me. Thus, this situation arose." Fang Yuan sighed deeply, feeling like he had implicated Xie Hanmo. Xie Hanmo glanced at him, smiling. "Fang Yuan, no need to feel responsible. If we abandoned you earlier, they would spread rumors that I am old and callous, it would still affect my reputation. Saintess, no need to console me at this point. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. The effect and severity of both cases are vastly different. We have already worked together for so long. How would I not know? Xie Hanmo smiled. All right, forget about this. It does not help the situation. Fang Yuan and both guards quickly adjusted their mindsets as their expressions changed. Xie Hanmo added, the Saintess position is not easy to hold on to. The moment I started to investigate the corruption, someone tried to drag me down. This means that the issue of corruption among the Sacred Court's elders has gotten very severe. Don't be too pessimistic. Even though a new Sea God ceremony is held, I have not lost my qualifications, right? It is not so easy to nurture a new Saintess. Places with people will have competition for benefits. This saying was appropriate for the mermen as well. Mermen also had schemes and conflict of interests. The Saintess had high status. If the forces in the merman tribe can nurture their own Saintess, for the following period of time, they would have some political advantage and would be able to gain more benefits. Normally speaking, mermaid girls who could compete for the Saintess position had deep backgrounds or were backed by one or two large forces. In the underwater sacred city, the singing gradually stopped, as intense sounds of drumming could be heard. In the square, only a few mermaid girls were left. They danced without showing fatigue. They were extremely determined to become the Saintess. Fang Yuan stood outside the square, looking in. These 7 mermaid girls were all beautiful. Some were enchanting, some were youthful, some were cute, and some were elegant. There was a huge spirit spring at the center of the square. It was called the Sea God Spring. Water sprayed upwards and carried an elderly mermaid granny. She was the grand elder of this merman tribe. The Grand Elder looked at the 7 mermaid girls as she nodded, saying, the first round of the Saintess test, golden needle in black oil. Saying so, more than 10 Strength Path GU masters carried huge vats into the square. Thud thud thud. After placing down the vats with loud sounds, each of the mermaid girls had one in front of them. The vats were larger than their bodies by several times. They could only see the inside after floating upwards. The vats were filled with thick black oil. The first test was to find a tiny golden needle in the designated time. I request for my follower to take my stage. The white-scaled mermaid Suyi looked at the huge water vat as she said calmly. Approved. The Grand Elder looked at Suyi deeply. Don't be nervous, don't be nervous. Xia Lin encouraged herself continuously as she walked into the square while feeling uneasy. What's going on? The great Lady Suyi has a rank 2 GU master as her follower. Calm down. Suyi's decision means that this mermaid is more than she seems. Everyone talked among themselves. It's her? Fang Yuan saw Xia Lin and his brows rose. He did not expect this girl to become the follower of the most favored Saintess candidate. Gather oil GU. Xia Lin floated to the water vat and used this rank 5 GU worm. Instantly, the black oil in the vat started to move. It was drawn out by Xia Lin and gathered in her hands. The crowd went into a commotion. The aura of a rank 5 GU. She is clearly a rank 2 GU master, but she can use rank 5 GU? Did I see wrongly? I understand, this must be the rank 5 gather oil GU that has been the hot topic recently. So this mermaid has such a quality GU worm. No wonder Suyi allowed her to become her follower. Gather Oil Gu's effect was no joke. After a while, the vat became empty. Only a golden needle was left sparkling at the bottom of the vat. The crowd was roused. Countless heated gazes landed on Xia Lin. Xia Lin was even more nervous now. She flushed red and showed a cute expression of not knowing what to do. Suyi looked at her and smiled, thinking, I was right to recruit her into my group. In the first test, Suyi relied on Xia Lin's stellar performance to gain a huge boost in reputation. Fang Yuan's eyes were dark like the abyss. Looking at the crowd leaving, he thought, 6 out of 7 passed the first test. They came prepared for this. Evidently, the test content was leaked prior to this. Pale green flames burned in front of Xie Hanmo, forming a path of flames. Qiu Shuang, who was also a white-scaled mermaid, walked in calmly, standing at the other end of the flame road as she looked at Xie Hanmo mockingly. Former Saintess, your turn. Damn it! This eerie fire burns the soul, special GU worms are needed to resist it. We were already amply prepared, but to think that this first test would be so specific. And the worst thing is, Qiu Shuang came prepared with the proper GU worms, she can resist the eerie fire. Is this luck? HMPH. She clearly knows the test content, this is Frost Tide Tribe's scheme, they are colluding and cheating openly. Both guards were very angry. Let me. Fang Yuan walked towards the frowning Xie Hanmo. You? Xie Hanmo looked at Fang Yuan with crystal clear eyes. Trust me, I am confident in this. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with bright light, looking at Xie Hanmo directly. The two looked at each other for a moment, before Xie Hanmo turned away. Be careful, this eerie fire is not simple, if you cannot endure it, you can just step down. Xie Hanmo said. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, turning around and taking huge strides into the eerie fire. Pain! An intense pain originating from his soul assaulted Fang Yuan's entire body in an instant. Fang Yuan shuddered as he walked with great difficulty. He gritted his teeth until they bled. His eyes were wide opened, they were also tearing apart. His soul was burned by the flame as it melted. Thankfully, he had 2 lifetimes accumulation, and was an otherworldly demon, the eerie fire was less effective on him than on others. He would not give up midway, because he knew that by taking Xie Hanmo's place, if he failed, Xie Hanmo would fail too. When he finally walked through the eerie fire road, everyone went wild, countless shocked gazes gathered on him. Many mermen were moved. Fang Yuan tried to smile, but at the next moment, he fainted. But right when he was about to land on the ground, Xie Hanmo arrived and held him in her arms. Don't worry, I will not waste your effort. Xie Hanmo looked at Fang Yuan deeply before turning to look at Qiu Shuang. For the first time, her gentle eyes revealed a cold and sharp light. Thanks to Fang Yuan's desperate attempt, Xie Hanmo passed the difficult trap set specially for her. The second, third, and fourth test. She performed perfectly, the other competitors soon fell short, eventually, only Mermaid Qiu Shuang was left. It seems that Lady Xie Hanmo will very likely retain her position as Saintess. Outside the square, Fang Yuan was still pale as he sat down weakly, expressing joy on his face. It was all thanks to you, Fang Yuan. Without your performance in the first round, we would not have gotten this far. Ha ha ha, you got past the flame road, it was shocking to everyone. A few days later, you woke up. Do you know that news of your survival shocked countless mermen in the sacred city? Both guards laughed loudly. Fang Yuan stopped his joyful expression as she said, Be careful, the situation is in our favor, the other party will not stand by. Fang Yuan had expected Frost Tide tribe leader to act, but he did not expect that it would be so vicious. In the house, the red-scaled guard knelt on the ground, his face was red. Saintess, please let me battle, I need to clear up the accusation and humiliation that they have dealt to me. How could I possibly bully a widow? Xie Hanmo sighed, Get up, I know you well, but this is clearly the enemy's plot. If you charge out like this, their schemes will succeed. The blue-scaled guard was worried. This is not an ordinary widow, she is Bu Su Lian, the wife of the former third elder of the sacred court. They are simply too vicious, the investigator will come soon to arrest him for trial. In that case, he would not be able to join the test, our strength will fall greatly. Fang Yuan added, this wife of the former third elder of the sacred court was willing to sacrifice her reputation to accuse him. She must have a close relationship with Frost Tide tribe leader, this corruption is extremely severe, otherwise, she would not have to act personally. Since they set this trap, they must be amply prepared. If we try to clear up the situation, we would fall into their scheme. We can only play along with this and find a way out. How do we do that? Very simple, I will take the blame. Fang Yuan said plainly. Both guards stared with wide-opened eyes as they started at Fang Yuan. No way. Xie Hanmo rejected this instantly. Chapter 1665. The story of the sea god and mermaid. But this way, Xie Hanmo and the rest would be in a passive spot. The turning point happened 3 days later. Xie Hanmo received some information. Xie Hanmo looked at the information as she became stunned before sighing, Qiu Shuang is no longer pure. She gave the intel to her guards and Fang Yuan to see. After looking at it, their expressions changed. Qiu Shuang was the Saintess candidate that Frost-Tide tribe leader supported. She was extremely popular during this sea god ceremony. She was the most likely person to take the position of Saintess from Xie Hanmo. But to think that she had lost her virginity. Only mermaids who were virgins could compete for the Saintess position. This was the first condition. The red-scaled guard was extremely happy. Great, to think that this Qiu Shuang is not a virgin. With this information, they are history. The blue-scaled guard was very calm. The sea god ceremony is the most important ceremony of our tribe. It has always been inspected strictly. How did Qiu Shuang get through the inspection? Unless our tribe's corruption has already extended to the priest? Then the situation is too severe. Fang Yuan frowned. We need to remember something. If we announce this now, everyone might think that we are trying to protect Red Scale and this is just our accusation. How reliable is the information? If this is part of their plan, we would be in trouble. Xie Hanmo shook her head. This is definitely reliable. Qiu Shuang is supported by Frost-Tide tribe's leader. We are supported by the Grand Elder. This was given to me by her. Even though we do not have evidence, I believe that as long as we inspect Qiu Shuang's background, we would be able to find out if she is a virgin by asking another priest. Fang Yuan understood now that Xie Hanmo was able to become the Saintess because she was supported by the Grand Elder of the Merman Sacred Court. Among all the higher-ups, Grand Elder was the fairest and most lenient one. She had great authority. But because she was too lenient, everyone became corrupted. Her support towards Xie Hanmo was also an attempt to correct her mistakes. Everything that followed went as Xie Hanmo predicted. After Qiu Shuang was reported, she was investigated upon and her story was exposed. She had really lost her virginity. This information was too shocking. The Merman Sacred Court could not keep it secret. As news spread, the entire sacred city was in a commotion. Countless GU masters gasped. This is likely the biggest scandal in our Merman Sacred Court for the last 1,000 years. Qiu Shuang was truly disrespectful. Such a desecration towards the sea god. She has to be punished. Killing her will not soothe our rage. Anger was not just in the commoners. The higher-ups of the Merman Sacred Court were furious too. The punishment towards Qiu Shuang was rapidly decided. A few days later, Qiu Shuang's head fell off her head and onto the ground. She died. Bam! A high-quality cup was smashed onto the ground by Frost-Tide tribe's leader. It broke into pieces. Xie Hanmo, you were too much. Frost-Tide tribe's leader growled. His eyes were bloodshot. I told you long ago to control yourself when drinking. After Qiu Shuang's matter, as the person who supported her, the higher-ups will no longer give you their attention. In the room, there was a mermaid noble lady. She drank tea slowly. She showed no fear towards the angry Frost-Tide tribe leader. Frost-Tide tribe leader gritted his teeth. He said to the mermaid noble lady, Bu Su Lian, I do not need your reminder. Our allies will not turn on us after just this small issue. If Xie Hanmo retains her Saintess position, they will also suffer and die. So even if they hate me, even if they do not want to see me, they will have to force themselves to work with me. Bu Su Lian said plainly, you are right, but now that Qiu Shuang is dead, how will you defeat Xie Hanmo? Our best pawn has already been destroyed. No, no. Frost-Tide tribe leader laughed sinisterly. You can rest assured, I still have methods left. Oh? I am listening. Bu Su Lian sat up straight. Frost-Tide tribe leader kept it a secret. You will know in a few days. A few days later. On the square of Sacred City, Mermaid Dong Lei said under everyone's watchful eyes, I am willing to take Qiu Shuang's place and continue with the sea god ceremony. Who is Dong Lei? She was one of Qiu Shuang's followers. To think that Frost-Tide tribe's leader had this pawn prepared. According to our tribe rules, sisters can take each other's place. Dong Lei can totally replace Qiu Shuang and attend the sea god ceremony to contest for the Saintess position. Everyone discussed. The origin of the sea god ceremony was a legendary story among the mermen. In the story, the first batch of mermen lived in Eastern Sea. They created a small fishing village. One day, a huge sea beast attacked the island. It created a tsunami around the island. The fishing village was almost about to be destroyed. To save the villagers in the fishing village, Mermaid Ching knelt at the cliff and prayed to the sea god. The sea god heard her prayer and said, "Oh Ching, I love to hear beautiful singing. If you can sing 3 satisfactory songs for me, I will chase the sea beast away and calm the sea, defending the fishing village." Ching was overjoyed. She quickly agreed. She started to sing the first song by the cliff. It was enchanting. After she finished, the sea god savored the melody as he calmed the sea. Ching sang the second song. Her beautiful voice mesmerized the sea god. Seaweed danced to her singing, prawns and fish gathered by her side as they listened. Ching wanted to sing the third song, but at that point, she no longer had any strength. After singing for 2 days and 2 nights, she was too tired. After returning home, she called her sister Ya and told her everything before dying from exhaustion. Ya was very upset, but she listened to her sister Ching's wish. She came to the cliff and said to the sea god, "Oh sea god, I will take my sister's place and sing the third song for you." Sea god said, "Go ahead." Ya started to sing. Her voice was filled with agony and misery, but also firm determination. After she finished, the sea god was pleased and the sea beast left. The fishing village was safe once again. When choosing the Saintess, mermen would set up many tests during the sea god ceremony. These tests had varying contents, but the final round would always be the same, since the start of the ceremony's history. That was a singing competition among mermaids. They would get on the stage and sing on the specially made altar-like Gu house. Everyone would get to sing 3 times. From the results, they would choose the sole Saintess. All the tests before this were just elimination rounds. If during the sea god ceremony, all of the contestants got eliminated, then the Saintess position would remain empty. Chapter 1666. Intercept. From the black depths of the sea, a chain made of pearls of light started to shine. Next, intense drumming and zither music could be heard reverberating in the waves. The tens of merman warriors wore ancient armor made from seashells. They held up a huge white shell shield. Behind them, mermen danced and sang, surrounding Xiehanmo and Dong Lei. Behind them, countless mermen were watching this final test with high spirits. The seashell floated to the surface of the sea. Waves landed on the huge shell and caused waves to splash. Surrounding the seashell, merman warriors did their best to stabilize it. The huge shell slowly opened up. This was a natural stage. The seashell had a great origin. It was left behind by the desolate beast giant music shell. There was a vast number of sound path Dao marks on the seashell. Even if a mortal stood inside, their voice would be spread far and wide. Dong Lei was the first to ascend the shell. Countless mermen floated to the surface of the sea, watching in anticipation. At a corner, in a boat-like Gu house, Bu Su Lian watched as she said to Frost Tide Tribe's leader, "Are you so confident in Dong Lei? The first person to perform has a natural disadvantage." Frost Tide Tribe's leader smiled, "Just watch, I cannot explain it in words." Bu Su Lian looked at Frost Tide Tribe's leader deeply before turning towards the giant music shell. Dong Lei started to sing. Her voice was clear and elegant. It was quite mesmerizing. All of the mermen started to indulge in this beautiful song. At once, due to the giant music shell's effect, in the radius of 1,000 li, Dong Lei's beautiful singing could be heard. Even the torrential tides were suppressed. Mermen were born with a throat that could sing better than other species. They could produce incredibly beautiful singing. According to human standards, each merman was a natural-born singer. This was because each merman's body had abundant water path Dao marks. And in their throats, there was a particular cartilage that was filled with sound path Dao marks. There was a point in history where humans slaughtered mermen to take away the sound path cartilage in their throats. It was an excellent sound path Gu material. And the mermaids competing to become Saintess had even better singing than most mermen. Those who lived near the sea would often hear similar rumors about sailors who would get mesmerized by the singing of mermaids. They would forget time, forget their direction. They would not notice even if their ship hit a reef. This was not an exaggeration, it was the truth. Dong Lei's singing was superb, most of the people were listening in enjoyment, only Fang Yuan and the rest became furious, their expressions were ugly and they frowned tightly. Even Xie Hanmo, who was usually calm, had a change of expression, sadness and shock was expressed in her eyes. What is going on? Why is Dong Lei singing the song that we prepared? The red-scaled and blue-scaled guards were furious with wide-opened eyes. Fang Yuan's expression was grim, he gritted his teeth, isn't this obvious? There is a spy among us, he informed the enemy of our song. Both guards looked at each other before turning to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at them fearlessly, only the four of us know what songs we prepared, the traitor must be one of you. Who is it? Xie Hanmo could not be the traitor, so among Fang Yuan, blue scale and red scale, one of them had to be the traitor. Bullshit! You are the traitor! Both guards were furious with red faces as they denied it. Xie Hanmo sighed, shaking her head, there might not be a spy, they might have found out about our preparations through special information path methods. Ha ha ha! Far away, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly in his GU house. Bu Su Lian had been observing Xie Hanmo and the rest long ago, seeing their expressions, she understood as her eyes shined, you planted a spy near her. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader laughed continuously, of course. Xie Hanmo is too young and too naive to compete with me. Do you know the huge price I paid in order to get a spy this close to her? Bu Su Lian's eyes flickered with bright light, as expected and befitting a Frost-Tide Tribe's leader, the price you paid is worth it. Now that Dong Lei has sang her song, Xie Hanmo cannot use it again, she is almost helpless now that she has no song to sing. Xie Hanmo had truly fallen deeply into the plot of Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. The final round of the Saintess competition was to sing 3 songs. These 3 songs needed special preparation, sound path GU worms were needed for them, including lots of practice. Each song needed to produce a different effect. The first song was to calm the sea waves. The second song was to attract living beings, and the third song was to repel sea beasts. Thus, even though Xie Hanmo prepared 3 songs, after Dong Lei stole the first song, her remaining 2 songs were different and could not be used in its place. What do we do? Both guards were extremely flustered and anxious. Damn it, we got so far but still fell for a trap at this moment. It is no use, it is too late to prepare now. This must be the scheme of Frost-Tide Tribe's leader, we will expose it and ruin his reputation. Red Scale screamed. Fang Yuan looked at him like he was an idiot, do you have proof? Who would believe us? They would use this chance to counterattack and accuse you instead, what do we do then? Oh. Red-Scaled Guard was stunned. Xie Hanmo sighed deeply, in that case, forget it. Saintess. Both guards were stunned. Xie Hanmo smiled bitterly, you can still leave now, hurry. While there is still some time, leave this place. Xie Hanmo would lose the competition for the Saintess position, she would no longer be the Saintess. This way, she would face the attack of the new Saintess Dong Lei and Frost-Tide Tribe's leader, she would have a terrible end. To not implicate her 3 followers, even if there was a possible spy among them, Xie Hanmo wanted to fight for some time. Saintess. Understanding Xie Hanmo's intention, both of her guards started to choke with tears. This situation had attracted everyone's attention. What happened to Xie Hanmo? Something bad seems to have happened. They are panicking, it seems that Lady Dong Lei's singing has sent them into despair. Xie Hanmo is finished. Inside the GU house, Bu Su Lian sighed deeply. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader smiled sinisterly, even though I can't deal with that foolish old Grand Elder, I will definitely torture that Xie Hanmo after this to vent my anger and hatred. Dong Lei stepped down the stage as she raised her eyebrows, I have already calmed the sea by 5 feet, I will anticipate Sister Xie Hanmo's performance next. Chapter 1667. White Moonlight. She had just entered the stage when she got stunned. Why are you? She looked at Fang Yuan who was beside her with deep shock. Fang Yuan interrupted her, as your follower, I am of course qualified to be your accompaniment. Quickly leave. Xie Hanmo swiftly said, but anxiety was all over her face for once. You want to sing the same song? Even if you sing better than Dong Lei, the rules will disqualify you. Trust me, I have a song for this. Fang Yuan interrupted Xie Hanmo as he transmitted. Xie Hanmo's heart wavered. Songs could not be changed easily because they needed to be paired with GU worms and needed lots of practice. By changing the song, the GU worms used also needed to be modified. In this situation, Xie Hanmo could no longer change her GU worms. This meant that the new song and the original song needed to have the same rhythm and melody. It might be possible given 100 days of preparation, but in this rushed situation, the chances were close to zero. The song is not the same of course, but don't forget that I had participated in our song composition. I have a similar song here, but I need you to adapt to it on the spot. Take note of the cooperation between my song and the GU worms. Fang Yuan transmitted, and these are the lyrics and tune. Xie Hanmo was stunned before nodding, okay. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, then let's start. Xie Hanmo breathed in deeply, she shut her eyes, this was her usual habit before singing. Everyone became quiet. They waited quietly. And waited. Why is she not singing yet? Gradually, some people became impatient. Ha ha ha, how can they sing? They have no songs to sing. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader laughed loudly with a face flushed red. Oh, sorry, can anyone lend me a zither GU? Fang Yuan broke the silence. Everyone. You are the accompaniment, but in this important sea god ceremony, you did not even prepare a zither GU. Is it really okay to be so lax? I need a rank 3 zither GU, can anyone lend me one? Fang Yuan added, looking towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder understood his words. Xie Hanmo met with an accident, she had anticipated this and quickly asked someone to send a zither GU. Fang Yuan obtained the zither GU and said, this is too important, let me refine the GU on the spot. Everyone. What? At the last round of the sea god ceremony, you want to refine GU? Are you serious? What was this human GU master thinking? He was toying with everyone. The mood of all the mermen turned bad. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader quickly instructed his lackeys, a voice suddenly resounded, you are purposely stalling for time. Everyone was about to clamor when Fang Yuan shouted loudly, are you saying that the sea god ceremony has a rule against refining GU? This is for the sake of the song, we will start after the GU is refined. Grand Elder quickly added, there are no such rules indeed, I will allow it. Quickly refine the GU and start, what does everyone think? The other elders looked at each other, some wanted to speak while others stayed silent. Lackeys of Frost-Tide Tribe's leader shouted again, the sea god ceremony is such an important ceremony, you want all of us mermen to wait for your GU refinement. Fang Yuan quickly rebuked, I am refining GU for the sea god ceremony, are you all unable to wait a little bit for this important ceremony? Whoever has no patience can stand up now. You can leave right away. Everyone went silent. You have a sharp tongue. But when you end up in my hands, I will make sure I smash all your teeth and pull out your tongue. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snickered. On the giant shell that was floating on the sea surface, the merman warriors were exerting themselves while stabilizing it. Some of the mermen floated to the surface, some only had their heads above the water, but all of them were looking at Fang Yuan refine his zither GU. Xie Hanmo was instead ignored. She stood beside Fang Yuan feeling very strange. She had attended the sea god ceremony once before and became the Saintess. She had seen countless sea god ceremonies, but never had such a thing ever happened. Fang Yuan's refinement speed became faster and faster, this was because the zither GU's owner cooperated with him. After getting the zither GU, Fang Yuan stood up and went behind Xie Hanmo, saying confidently, all right, the real show starts now. Finally. The mermen let out breaths of air, feeling resentful. Go ahead and sing, I want to see what song you can come up with. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snickered. Below the stage, the Grand Elder and both guards had worried expressions. Xie Hanmo shut her eyes. At this moment, the zither started playing. Fang Yuan had activated the zither GU, it let out a long and deep melody, the tune was extremely beautiful to listen to. Xie Hanmo shut her eyes, she started to sing one. The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness. Wanting to conceal it, but it just became more obvious. Everyone was silent, only the sound of waves could be heard. Her beautiful voice intoxicated everyone, they could not stop savoring it. The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. It's in my heart, but not by my side. I could not wipe the tears off your face back then. The road is too long, I could not seek forgiveness. The tune was sorrowful but simple and elegant, it progressed smoothly with each verse, a feeling of intense sadness and agony filled everyone's hearts. Xie Hanmo had a pure and penetrating voice, she was gentle and warm, just like the pale white moonlight that seemed cold and also a little warm on the inside. The giant shell started to emit a white light, the waves did not seem to want to disturb her beautiful singing, they became weaker. The white moonlight lightens the horizons of the world. The fuller it is, the more loneliness I feel. Unable to wipe the tears in my recollection. The road is too long, how can I make amendments to you? Xie Hanmo was also engrossed in it, her gaze shifted towards Fang Yuan, who was standing there activating the zither GU with his full concentration. She thought to herself, is there sorrow in your heart as well? Countless mermen shed tears. The pain of love and affection, these tears were hidden deep in their hearts. Was there true fulfillment in this world? Loneliness always existed. The white moonlight is somewhere in my heart. It is so bright, yet so icy cold. Everyone has their own sadness. Wanting to conceal it, but it just keeps growing. As the song ended, the crowd remained silent. In the GU house, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was stiff like a statue, shock expressed all over his face. The sea was calm and the dark clouds scattered, pure moonlight shone down on the giant seashell, enveloping Xie Hanmo and Fang Yuan. The two turned around slightly, looking at each other. Chapter 1668. Too naive. What song is this? This is the first time I have heard it, it is simply too amazing. Did you all notice, the song was superb but Xie Hanmo was not skillful, her GU worm manipulation had lots of errors. Many mermen talked about it with strange expressions. The true reason was that Fang Yuan and Xie Hanmo did not practice this earlier. If they had even one practice, they would not make such mistakes. But even so, reaching such a level of cooperation in their first attempt, Xie Hanmo's personal attainment was truly profound. Right now, the sea is calm and the weather has changed, the dark clouds scattered and the moonlight reappeared. Regardless of Xie Hanmo's mistakes, the results are evident. This should be a draw, in fact, Xie Hanmo should have a slight lead. It will depend on the next two songs. The mermen were getting more excited about the rest of the sea god ceremony. The Grand Elder could notice many things, she let out a breath of air as the worry in her heart lifted. What is going on? In the GU house, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader screamed. It seems that although your scheme succeeded, an accident occurred. Bu Su Lian squinted her eyes, focusing her gaze on Fang Yuan, she sighed in amazement, this man is not so simple, no wonder Xie Hanmo took interest in him. I am a song expert, this is likely his own creation, this shows that this human has very high attainment in sound path. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader expressed his suspicions, there are countless songs in this world, how can you be sure that this was his creation? Bu Su Lian smiled lightly, looking at Frost-Tide Tribe's leader with an expression of disdain in her eyes, you don't understand. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's face became even darker, Bu Su Lian, can you speak clearly? Bu Su Lian chuckled coldly, ignoring Frost-Tide Tribe's leader as she looked towards Fang Yuan with glistening eyes. Others would fear Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's political power but Bu Su Lian was an exception. This was not only because she was the spouse of a former tribe elder, but also because of her own talent and schemes. But Bu Su Lian guessed wrongly in the end, Fang Yuan was not the creator, this song was originally from Earth. This song is unique and unheard of, it has to be a new creation by you. To think that you would have such high attainment in sound path, Fang Yuan. Xie Hanmo walked down the stage and transmitted to Fang Yuan, showing appreciation and praise in her tone. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am flattered, you saw for yourself, I even had to borrow a zither GU, I do not have such a high sound path attainment. No need to be humble, being able to create such a song means that your sound path attainment is beyond ordinary, you might have a future if you change to cultivating sound path. Xie Hanmo looked at Fang Yuan with a sincere and bright gaze. Fang Yuan had already anticipated this. He did not want to explain it, because that was not important and he could not explain it clearly either. The important thing now are the next two songs, if I am not wrong. Fang Yuan hesitated. They walked down the stage as Dong Lei went up. Fang Yuan and Xie Hanmo might have had an impressive performance, but she was not flustered, she remained calm and composed. She started to sing, her moving voice attracted lots of fish groups to her. As expected. Fang Yuan snickered. Xie Hanmo's gaze also became increasingly cold. Both guards looked at each other with bright red faces. This bitch stole our song again. Don't worry, I have a song prepared. Fang Yuan smiled with deep confidence. After Dong Lei went down the stage, the two of them went up again. Fang Yuan played the music one while Xie Hanmo sang and danced. When did the bright moon first appear? One raises a cup and asks the blue sky. One does not know in the celestial palace what year it is this evening. Once the song started, the atmosphere changed, all of the mermen shut their eyes in enjoyment. I wish to ride the wind and return there, yet I fear the jade towers, in a high dwelling, one cannot bear the cold. Starting to dance with one's own shadow, how can it compare to life in the mortal world? The moon revolves around the red pavilion, hanging upon the silk windows, the light shines upon the sleepless. Xie Hanmo thought about the time she was Saintess, even though she had high authority, she was all alone, she became filled with deep emotions at this moment. I wish to return by riding the winds, but the position of Saintess is like the jade tower that locks me in. The cold atmosphere is chilling, I cannot sleep, who is here to dance with me? I should not have resentment, but why is the moon always full at times of separation? People feel sorrow and joy upon partings and reunions, the moon can be dark or bright, full or crescent. These problems have existed since ancient times. Yet one hopes for longevity, 1,000 miles apart, seeing the moon's beauty together. As the song ended, the world went silent. Fish, prawns, turtles, crabs, all of the aquatic animals floated on the surface of the sea, scattered all over the place. Birds were fluttering in the sky, many were birds that flew in the day, they were drawn over from their slumber by this beautiful song. Beautiful lyrics and an enchanting tune, it pierced deep into everyone's hearts, the mermen could not help themselves but listen. Xie Hanmo looked at Fang Yuan, she thought, was this a song he made for me? She could feel resonance in the lyrics, she felt consolation and warmth from it. She was pure like the icy jade, but was maligned by outsiders. Right now, all of the sadness and annoyance in her heart had faded, none of the rumors from before could affect her heart anymore. He is someone who knows me. At once, Xie Hanmo felt an indescribable feeling in her heart, she was truly moved. The results were clear, Fang Yuan and Xie Hanmo won by a margin again. Dong Lei's face turned pale below the stage, she understood that if not for Xie Hanmo and Fang Yuan's imperfect cooperation that led to certain mistakes, she would not even be able to sing the third song. This person is a huge threat. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth, slamming his fist onto the window of the GU house. You finally realized. Bu Su Lian said plainly, mockery was in her words. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader snorted, he did not want to argue with Bu Su Lian. He needed to resolve this problem now, because at this rate, after the third song, Xie Hanmo was bound to win. Fang Yuan, is it? To think he is such a problem. I need to get rid of him. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was determined to do this, but felt a huge headache. In normal times, he had countless methods against Fang Yuan, but now during the Sea God ceremony, under everyone's watchful eyes, he could do close to nothing. What do I do? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader thought about it rapidly, his forehead was covered in sweat. After a long period of consideration, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader finally acted. Fang Yuan, I am Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. He directly transmitted to Fang Yuan. This was the most useful choice of action. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but he did not reply. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader chuckled, you can just listen to me. I know you are a smart guy, but you are too young. You have aspirations that are too unrealistic and naive. Fang Yuan laughed coldly as he replied, I am not naive, this is my ideal, you won't understand. That's why I said you are foolish, lad, don't think that you two are basking in fame now by standing there, you are just pawns. Look at the flag fluttering in the wind, its foundation is the pole. Think about it, what are you relying on? The Grand Elder? Just go ask around, what kind of person is she? She had the political power to suppress our faction, but she chose to let you people be the vanguard. When Xie Han Mo investigated the corruption case, did she help you? She might have given you some clues or whatnot, but trust me, it was really not much of an effort. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was quite eloquent. He added, or rather, even if you win and defend the title of Saintess, so what? Do you think I will die? No, Frost-Tide Tribe is the largest faction in the Sacred Court. If I die, the entire Sacred Court will be in turmoil or even break apart. The Grand Elder does not have the guts or determination to do that. She only wants to keep me in check and prevent me from acting out of line. So in the end, no matter what you find out, I will still continue to live as Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. At worst, I will sacrifice a few scapegoats and stop my overbearing actions. In the Sea God ceremony, almost every Saintess candidate is backed by their own force. Do you think this is simply a competition for the Saintess position? No, this is a game. This is a way for the higher-ups to distribute resources for the next few decades without internal conflict. The force that has a Saintess will get a bigger share of the pie, those who don't will receive less. Fang Yuan, you might hate or detest these games that we play in the dark, but you must understand that in this sea, darkness is the true ruler. The so-called light merely shines at the surface of the sea. Ordinary people might enjoy or indulge in its dazzling beauty, thinking that light is the truth of the sea, but they are just too naive. Fang Yuan was silent. Chapter 1669. Rejection. The atmosphere in the inn was heavy. What do we do? In the next test, Zhao Lu's follower will be taking part. That person is famous in the seas. With him around, we have no chance of winning. The two nannies had grim expressions. White-scaled merman Su Yi sat at the center as she held a cup in her hand. She was in a daze while looking at the tea inside. Missy, you cannot hesitate anymore. That's right, the Sea God ceremony has already gone on for so long, only us and Zhao Lu are left, the rest have been eliminated. After the next round is the final test. Once we get past this hurdle, we will be able to vie for the Saintess position. The two nannies urged anxiously. Su Yi sighed, but what can we do now? The nannies quickly came forward to Su Yi's side. Missy, didn't our tribe find a strong expert that can fight against the enemy? That's right, as long as we get him to fight, even if we cannot win, we will not get eliminated at least. Su Yi's gaze was lingering on the cup. She said in a long sigh, I understand your suggestion, but did you forget something? I can only have 4 followers in this competition. These spots are all used up now. Even if the tribe invites an expert, we cannot use him. The two nannies looked at each other with bright gazes. So that's it, Missy had such plans already, but she could not say it personally. They understood the reason now. Among them, one nanny said in a soft voice, Missy, this matter can be easy or difficult depending on us. We just need to abandon 1 follower. That's right. The other nanny added, according to the Sea God ceremony's rules, we cannot abandon followers easily, but if they are corrupted or have committed crimes, for the purity of the Sea God ceremony and the Saintess, we can expel them with proper reason. With that freed follower position, we can then invite the expert into our group, right? Su Yi's expression changed as she rejected, this is not appropriate. The Sea God ceremony is such a huge event. If a scandal occurs, that person's reputation would be tarnished for life. They would never be able to clear their name. All of my followers have helped me greatly. How can I repay gratitude with enmity? Oh Missy, a great person would not mind small sacrifices, so what if we have to give up someone? I would suggest we target that Xia Lin. She has no background and is a mermaid that nobody will care about. Who knows what luck she had to be able to obtain that gather oil Gu. Seeing Su Yi's displeasure, Nanny Rong added, of course, we are not framing her, we are trying to move her with logic. Xia Lin looks like an understanding young lady after all. Missy, leave this to me, I will negotiate with her, it is okay if we pay a small price. Compared to the Saintess position, it is evident which is more important. This? Su Yi hesitated. The other nanny quickly added, Missy, we are not forcing or harming Xia Lin. We are seeking her cooperation, in any case, so what if she loses some reputation? Xia Lin is a poor girl, she needs some materialistic gains more. It is very likely that after hearing our suggestion, she might become very happy and would want to deal with us. She is merely trading reputation for huge benefits. Leave, let me consider it first. Su Yi frowned as she asked them to leave. The two nannies looked at each other before leaving. Days later, rumors regarding Xia Lin spread throughout the city. That's her, the shameless mermaid who betrayed her benefactor Su Yi just to gain the favor of the rich and noble. No wonder Lady Su Yi was always at a disadvantage, she had a traitor after all. I want nothing more than to tear the tendons and skin out of this scoundrel. She is truly shameless, I can't believe she is still coming to find Su Yi at this time. Xia Lin bit her lips, walking up the inn stairs under everyone's accusations. Stand there. Halfway through, Mermaid Nanny Rong blocked Xia Lin with a cold expression. I was framed, I want to see Sister Su Yi. Xia Lin raised her head, looking at Nanny Rong with an anxious expression. Nanny Rong laughed coldly, Xia Lin, you still want to act? Missy was very upset after hearing the news. You still want to see her now during a crucial moment of the Sea God ceremony? You are truly vicious, you want to annoy our Missy and cause her to make mistakes in the competition later. That's not it, Nanny Rong, listen to me. Listen to what? What is there to say? You are a shameless scum, we were blind to accept you into our group. Scram! Nanny Rong lost her patience, she screamed in a shrill voice, being very overbearing. You don't believe me, but I believe in Sister Su Yi. If I don't get to see her, I will not leave. Xia Lin's eyes were red, a light of stubbornness flickered in them. You are forcing me to chase you away. Nanny Rong said sinisterly. Stop. At this time, Su Yi appeared, walking down the stairs. Sister Su Yi. Xia Lin was overjoyed, she wanted to move forward but Nanny Rong's arms blocked her path. Xia Lin. Su Yi said to Xia Lin with a complex tone. Sister Su Yi, you need to believe me, I did not betray you. Xia Lin shouted. Do you need us to investigate it? At this moment, a group of mermen charged into the inn, they drew all the attention away. This group of mermen walked towards Xia Lin as they said, Xia Lin, right? I am the sacred city's investigator, someone reported you for corruption, you betrayed Su Yi and tried to ruin the sacred sea god ceremony, you tried to manipulate the Saintess competition. We are now arresting you, follow us and tell us everything that you did. No, I am innocent. Xia Lin turned pale from fright, she shouted loudly in retaliation. We will investigate whether you are innocent or not. The investigator was very cold. No, I will not leave with you, I was framed, someone framed me. Xia Lin was frightful, she continued to shake her head. You don't want to leave with us? HMPH, you don't have a choice. Come, arrest her. The investigator ordered as the Merman Gu masters behind him acted. Wait. At this moment, Su Yi spoke. Sister Su Yi. Xia Lin's eyes shined with a light of hope. But Su Yi shook her head, Sister Xia Lin, I do not believe that you betrayed me, but the investigator is here, we need to believe in Sacred City's justice. I believe that they will clear your name, go with them, as long as the results come out, your innocence will be proven, right? Sister Su Yi. Xia Lin's eyes turned dim. Go with them. Xia Lin lowered her head, walking towards the investigator, I was framed, but I will go with you. The investigator nodded in satisfaction. That's right, come with us. Xia Lin was quickly brought into the interrogation room. These information path GU worms are all evidence. Take a good look. I will give you some advice. Don't think you can get out of this. The investigator smiled sinisterly, pointing at the information path mortal GU on the table. Xia Lin looked into them one by one. Soon, shock was expressed all over her face. These videos and voices are all fake. I have never said such things. That is your explanation against all this evidence? Who would believe you? The investigator chuckled. I have never said such things. Xia Lin was anxious. The investigator raised his arm, stopping Xia Lin from talking. He smiled. I know you were framed. Xia Lin was stunned. What did you say? You were framed. The investigator repeated himself. Xia Lin was stunned. She blinked before saying, in that case, why did you? Because this was Lady Su Yi's request. The investigator laughed again. What do you mean? Don't try to sow discord between us. Xia Lin was enraged. You are truly a naive little girl. Let me explain it to you then. You know who Lady Su Yi's father is, right? Do you know the current situation of the Sea God ceremony? The investigator spoke as Xia Lin went into deep shock upon hearing his words. After a long while, she reacted, I do not believe that this is Sister Su Yi's plot. If she wants me to step down, I can leave. If she told me herself, I would not have rejected her. The investigator looked at Xia Lin with a mocking expression, rebuking mercilessly, is the Sea God ceremony an event where you can just leave like that? If anyone could just step down, this competition would just be a pure contest between forces. The only way to step down is by force. At the same time, that position left behind could be filled again. Xia Lin said in a daze, a situation like this. The investigator smiled. Indeed, you've grown smarter. All right, you have two choices now. The first choice is to deny this evidence and fight for your innocence. But this evidence is concrete. Nobody will believe your words. The second choice is to cooperate with us, admit to the crime, and even though you will lose reputation, we will repay you with abundant resources. Choose now. Xia Lin smiled bitterly, lowering her head. Did she have a choice? The other party tricked her into this interrogation room. At this point, she could no longer reject them. Even if she tried to, she would still be framed and trialed as guilty. She did not have the strength to resist them. She did not have the right to reject them. Silence. After a long silence, the investigator spoke. Xia Lin, if you keep silent any longer, I will take it that you accept our proposition. The facts are simple and clear. I believe a smart person will make a wise choice. This benefits both of us, isn't that right? I reject the offer. Xia Lin suddenly raised her head as she spoke. Chapter 1670. Racing Heart. I know I have no one to rely on. I am just a small character, which was why you all targeted me, isn't that so? Xia Lin looked straight at the investigator. Her tone was filled with mockery but also bitterness and helplessness. But you don't have to worry, I won't make a useless retaliation or file a complaint. I accept your false accusation. I will consider it as paying back Sister Su Yi's kindness. I don't want any compensation. From now on, we no longer have any debt to each other. We will just be strangers. The investigator revealed a surprised expression as he looked at Xia Lin firmly. In the dim room, Xia Lin's eyes seemed to shine brightly. This pair of bright eyes directly shined on the investigator's heart, making him unable to match her gaze. He quickly moved his gaze. You can leave. I hope you can uphold what you said. I will. Xia Lin stood up and left with a calm expression that contained no anxiety. Several days later. Lady Xia Lin, it is not that our inn does not want to do business with you, but that the public sentiment is too fierce and many people have made reports. If we continue to let you stay here, they will. The innkeeper said with a bitter expression. Xia Lin stopped him from continuing the story. I understand your situation. I will leave then. I thank you for the understanding. Lady Xia Lin, you truly are a good person. the innkeeper said as he thanked profusely and gratefully. Xia Lin packed up her luggage and left her room, walking down the stairs. Look, it is her. This woman secretly betrayed Lady Su Yi for her own personal gains. This kind of person is simply tarnishing the sea god ceremony and our sacred city. The Gu masters inside the hall saw Xia Lin and started discussing while pointing fingers at her. Xia Lin heard them but walked out of the inn with a calm and composed expression. When she arrived at the wide main street, a bustling tide of people was moving along the path. Today is the day of the second last test of the sea god ceremony. I can barely wait. Today is sure to be spectacular. Do you guys know? Su Yi had been in a disadvantageous position for so long because there was a spy by her side. Who does not know of it? It's Xia Lin. As the saying goes, no matter how vigilant one is, they cannot defend against an internal threat. Most of the people did not recognize Xia Lin. Their attention was on the sea god ceremony as they hurried towards the central square. Even if some people recognized Xia Lin, they were not absolutely certain. The sacred city was extremely crowded at this time. It was normal for there to be one or two people with similar appearances. The atmosphere was bustling, the people were jostling through the street as joy filled everyone. Xia Lin mixed in with the crowd, her expression was tranquil, a stark contrast with her surroundings. She had felt happy before, but now, it was like layers of heavy mist had gathered in her nostrils, making her feel difficulty in breathing. She could no longer feel happy in this sacred city or satisfy her curiosity. Maybe I will never come here again in my life. Xia Lin raised her head slightly, looking at the tall buildings. These buildings seemed to be slanting down, the whole sacred city seemed to be pressing towards her. Xia Lin felt increasingly depressed and frustrated. She quickened her pace and left the crowd, walking into a dark alley. The alley was dim and dark. Trash was piled up in corners, spreading stench throughout the alley. Xia Lin, however, felt her breathing become much smoother as if a huge weight had been lifted out of her heart. Walking in this dark alley devoid of people, Xia Lin's raised head drooped slowly. How did I reach this state? She asked herself but obtained no answer. Her eyes reddened and she soon turned tearful. She was still a young girl, her previous strong attitude was just a facade. Hello, young lady. 3 mermen suddenly walked out of a corner of the alley. Xia Lin was dazed for a moment before turning vigilant. These 3 mermen were hooligans, their ill intentions were clearly exposed by their gazes. More importantly, every one of them was a rank 2 GU master. Xia Lin was also only rank 2. What do you want? Xia Lin took a step back. What do we want? He. The 3 mermen looked at each other, laughing deviously at the same time. Young lady, our encounter was fated, why be in a hurry to leave? Even if you want to leave now, it is too late. At this moment, 2 rank 2 merman GU masters walked towards Xia Lin from behind. Xia Lin's heart sank. Not only was it 5 against 1, both the front and rear paths were blocked. Although this alley was not far from the main street, these people were all GU masters and had clearly been lying in ambush. They definitely had methods to suppress the commotion. The 5 mermen approached Xia Lin menacingly. Xia Lin was panicking, she retreated again and again till her back touched the wall. The cold wall made her feel even more helpless. She gritted her teeth, her brows rose as she suddenly said, "Come, even if I die, I will drag you down with me." Oh dear, the little girl has guts. Quite fiery, big brother likes such girls. The 5 mermen giggled in amusement, they showed no fear but their footsteps had slowed down. Bump! Suddenly, Xia Lin felt an intense dizziness. She was attacked. Her mind was filled with fright as she turned to look back with difficulty. She saw the wall melt down from which the 6th merman GU master walked out. They got me. The moment before she fell unconscious, Xia Lin's heart turned cold. She is down. Ha, boss, your method is truly amazing. Quickly clean up this place, the sea god ceremony is currently ongoing after all. The 6 mermen gathered around Xia Lin. Wake up, wake up. A deep voice lingered in the darkness. Xia Lin slowly opened her eyes. The alley was once again reflected in her eyes. The pain behind her head reminded her. She got a fright and quickly struggled to stand up. She then saw the 6 mermen lying on the ground motionless in strange postures. A human GU master was standing in the middle of the 6 mermen. Xia Lin cried out with joy, "Master Chu, it's you. It's me. I have been observing the sea god ceremony from the start. I heard of your matter as well. You were tossed aside by Su Yi, right?" Fang Yuan slightly smiled. Xia Lin's tear immediately started to fall as she sobbed, "Master Chu, you? I have good judgment of people, although I have only met you a few times. You are not that kind of person." Fang Yuan continued. Xia Lin could not hold it in anymore as she covered her face and started crying, like a wronged child finally getting vindicated. Fang Yuan quietly watched her cry for some time before patting her shoulder. "Let's go." "To where?" Xia Lin was slightly dazed. "I am also slightly responsible for your current situation." Fang Yuan sighed. "If I did not give you gather oil GU, you would not have been targeted by Su Yi and participated in this sea god ceremony. So, I am taking you with me. Follow me and leave." "Okay." Xia Lin nodded. She no longer had no interest in Sacred City. Fang Yuan led the way while Xia Lin obediently followed behind him. At the end of the alley, there was another branch of the main street. It was also crowded with the stores at the sides enjoying bustling business. At the center of the street, there was a lion dance team. Facing the crowd again, Xia Lin immediately felt some fear and disgust, but Fang Yuan had already walked ahead so she could only follow. Snap! The moment they walked out of the alley, Fang Yuan snapped his fingers. The next scene stupefied Xia Lin. Her mouth opened so wide that it could swallow an egg. She shockingly saw the whole street coming to a standstill. This. She was unable to speak. "Just a small trick, come." Fang Yuan waved towards her before entering the crowd. Xia Lin quickened her pace, following behind closely. This was a wondrous situation that she had never experienced before. She walked right past 2 mermen who looked like they were having a close conversation and seemed to be lovers. She looked at a store where a customer seemed to be haggling price with the clerk. Spittle flew out of the clerk's mouth and was suspended in the air, almost landing on the customer's face. There was a dog which was moving past the tightly packed legs and merman tails. Its body was bent as it was moving around a blue-scaled merman. Its 3 legs were raised high while one was on the ground. Xia Lin stared widely at these people with various lives. The liveliness in them made her forget her depression and frustration. Fang Yuan was extremely agile and walked quite quickly. It was quite tiring for Xia Lin to follow him. Bump! In a moment of carelessness, she bumped into a sturdy human GU master. The human GU master swayed. His posture was still the same walking posture from before, but his feet had almost left the ground. He started tilting to the side. "Sorry." She was just about to prop up this human GU master when she was grabbed by Fang Yuan. "Here." Fang Yuan gave her a mask. "Master Chu, this?" Xia Lin was puzzled. Fang Yuan did not lead her away from the street but brought her in front of that lion dance team. The mask that Fang Yuan gave her was colorful and made from fish scales and bird feathers. Fang Yuan pointed to the lion dance team. "Don't you think it lacks 2 key characters?" Xia Lin nodded. "They are playing the Sea Lion Winter Spring Opera. They are short of the male and female leading characters, a filial fisherman and a traveling mermaid princess. But I think this performance was a spontaneous idea. They are not a real opera team. It is normal for them to not have all the characters." Likely at the start, one GU master put on the opera costume and makeup for his own entertainment. Later, along the way, more GU masters joined in. These people were generally opera fans and loved such culture. In fact, there were all kinds of traditional opera and plays that existed in the Grotto-Heaven. It was the trending entertainment of this paradise. "My method can only last for a short while. Put on the mask quickly. We will move with the crowd." Fang Yuan hurried Xia Lin, not giving her the chance to refuse. "Oh, okay." Xia Lin subconsciously took the mask, and when she wore it, her heart suddenly calmed down. No one would recognize her like this. The mental pressure on her had greatly reduced. But shortly afterwards, her face blushed. Because she saw Fang Yuan wear a mask, and it was the mask of the filial fisherman. Doesn't this mean that Master Chu and I are the main male and female characters? Xie Lin's heart started to race wildly. Chapter 1671. Life and Mask. Fang Yuan snapped his fingers once again. The surroundings immediately started moving again from the motionless state. That merman couple continued to walk forward while holding hands. Amidst the haggling at the stall, the saliva spit landed on the customer's face, but he did not realize it. The small dog's 3 legs landed on the ground. It smoothly moved past the blue-scaled merman and continued to pass nimbly through the crowd of legs. Xie Lin took everything in with surprise and curiosity. This was too magical. Master Chu's methods are truly powerful. This is probably a rank 5 time path killer move. Xie Lin guessed. Plop. That male GU master, who Xie Lin had collided into, fell down to the ground and even affected the person behind, creating a small chaos. You are so big, don't you know how to walk? Someone scolded. Sorry. The well-built male GU master politely apologized. This was, after all, the sacred city of the mermen. Meanwhile, the people in this paradise were less irritable than in the 5 regions. I was walking properly, how could I trip? Strange. The male GU master looked puzzled as he quickly stood up and moved with the crowd. Xie Lin apologized softly while gazing at the receding figure of the male GU master. However, she felt a bit of joy like that of a prankster. Just as she was about to criticize herself, her hand was grabbed by Fang Yuan. Follow me. Fang Yuan dragged her to the lion dance team. The lion dance team was stunned at first before dancing even more joyfully. The accompanying music was immediately raised. We have all the characters now, ha ha. One dancer laughed heartily. You know how to dance, right? Fang Yuan smiled and moved his legs. He was playing the role of the filial fisherman. His movements were subtle and natural, having their own beauty. The surrounding people immediately cheered and hooted. Fang Yuan followed the crowd while dancing towards Xie Lin. Your turn. Fang Yuan's voice was secretly transmitted to Xie Lin's ears. Xie Lin's heart was beating loudly from nervousness. Despite her practicing this play often when she was a child, she had never performed before a large crowd. She began to dance with stiff movements. Fang Yuan laughed as he took her hands and led her. He secretly used wisdom path methods. Xie Lin immediately started feeling nimble. All kinds of dance postures of this play surfaced in her mind with extreme clarity. The two sang and danced and moved along with the crowd. The lion dance team was wearing colorful costumes and strange-looking masks. There were also some who jointly acted as an enormous golden sea lion. They attracted attention wherever they moved. And as the male and female protagonists of the team, even more eyes were focused on Fang Yuan and Xie Lin. Xie Lin was extremely tense at the start, but the more she danced, the better and more confident she felt. She was immersed in the joyful atmosphere, forgetting about the injustice she suffered as cheers, shouts, and whistling filled her ears. Even when Xie Lin made some mistakes in her movements, there was only kind laughter. The crowd continued to move. Some left the lion dance team while some joined. Unknowingly, Xie Lin started laughing brightly. An unprecedented level of happiness which she had never felt before in the sacred city filled her heart. She was immersed in this happiness, unable to extricate herself from it. At the same time, she felt fear that this was not real. It truly is like I am dreaming. Xie Lin's heart was filled with emotions, her gaze never leaving Fang Yuan. Time to leave. Suddenly, Fang Yuan's movements changed. He dragged Xie Lin away from the opera team and walked to the side of the street. Xie Lin was caught unprepared and got pulled directly into Fang Yuan's embrace. She bumped into Fang Yuan's chest. A strong manly smell entered her nose. She quickly held the mask that had almost fallen down, hiding her reddened face. Here. Fang Yuan moved quickly while pulling her, walking into an alley. It was another lonely alley with dim lighting and the stench of garbage. Fang Yuan released Xie Lin's hand and quickly walked ahead. Xie Lin immediately felt an empty feeling as she followed behind. The two moved in the long alley, one in front and another in back. Fang Yuan did not utter a sound, the alley echoing his monotonous footsteps. The sounds from the rowdy street became softer and softer as they moved further into the alley. A lonely and cold feeling pervaded Xie Lin's body and heart. The previous happiness and joyful feelings started disappearing from Xie Lin's heart. Gradually, worries began to find her once again, and her previous depression began to surge. Xie Lin wanted to find some topics to talk with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had been moving ahead without even turning his head back. The oppressive atmosphere made Xie Lin not dare to casually speak. Finally, they reached the exit of the alley. The street here, although not as lively as the previous, was also filled with crowds and was boisterous. Fang Yuan suddenly stopped and turned towards Xie Lin. "Have you thought it through?" Xie Lin was stunned. Thought what through? Fang Yuan smiled, pointing at the mask Xie Lin was wearing. "Do you want to wear it to cross the street, or do you want to walk in the crowd showing your own face?" Xie Lin was stunned again. Fang Yuan continued, "I took off my mask when I entered the alley, but you are still wearing it. Why? Do you feel ashamed? Do you feel afraid of looking at people with your face? Worried that if you confront life, you will lose the happiness from earlier?" A series of questions caught Xie Lin unprepared and unable to reply. After a while of silence, she seemed to have understood something as she took down the mask, revealing her face. "Master Chu, I understand your intentions. Thank you, I truly thank you. I am only an ordinary mermaid." Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, interrupting her. "I have said it before, your current situation is largely because of me. I need to compensate you for this." "Master, what are you saying? You have shown enormous kindness to me by gifting me gather oil Gu. You don't owe me anything at all. In fact, it is I who owes you everything." Xie Lin quickly said. "That is how you interpret it, not me." Fang Yuan shook his head, his expression turning solemn. "Look back on it, you were previously taunted and jeered by others, but just earlier, you were showered with welcomes and cheers. What is the reason for such a big difference? Could it be because of this mask? But in fact, you had been yourself all along, isn't that so?" Xie Lin nodded. Fang Yuan looked at the street outside the alley and pointed at the passing crowd. "Take a look now. These people don't want to inspect your true self and who Xie Lin truly is. When we were dancing and singing, they also did not want to know our names. They are only expressing their attitude. The true situation is not important to them. Ordinary people chase after the truth because they are usually angry and indignant about being made a fool of. So to them, we are not important at all, and to us, their attitude should similarly not be important." Xie Lin took a deep breath. "Master Chu, thank you for comforting me. I truly can't thank you enough. I have not finished speaking. Since the attitude of outsiders is not important, what is truly important in our lives?" Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Xie Lin was stunned for the third time. "Master, forgive my ignorance." Fang Yuan pointed at Xie Lin and then pointed at himself. "It is us, ourselves. It is our truest feelings. Ask yourself, listen to the voice in the depths of your heart. What do you want to do? What kind of person you want to become? Where do you want to go? You will obtain the answer in the depths of your heart. If you want to travel, then travel around the world. If you want to treat others well, then treat them properly. If you want to attempt flying, then collect money and resources to purchase and practice flying Gu worms." Fang Yuan pointed at the alley, then at the street. "If you want to remain in the alley, you can stay. If you want to walk into the street and enjoy the event with others, then walk out. Don't mistreat your own feelings because of their attitude. If you mistreat yourself frequently, then you will end up with regrets. You will constantly wear a mask to act as another person. You will no longer be yourself." The moment she heard that, Xie Lin felt that her mind had cleared up. It was as if she received enlightenment. All her previous worries and distress were swept away entirely. Chapter 1672. Stop being so naive. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "My efforts were not in vain. But sometimes, it is easier said than done. I'll ask you now, what is it that you want to do the most at this moment? Xia Lin hesitated. I want to follow you. This was the first thing that popped up in her mind. But before she spoke, she saw Fang Yuan shaking his head. You still haven't thought properly, you have time to think about it later. Actually, I am not concerned about what you want to do. Do you know what I want to do? Xia Lin shook her head, but at the next moment, her eyes opened wide and her body stiffened. Because Fang Yuan had slowly stretched out his hand and stroked her face. Thump 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 thump. Xia Lin's face blushed red, her heart thumped wildly, and watery ripples appeared in her eyes. She felt Fang Yuan's wide palm and the warmth from it. This feeling was like a slight electric shock that transmitted to her body and mind. It was clearly an ordinary action, but Xia Lin was unable to even budge. Fang Yuan took back his hand. You still have a mask on. Xia Lin was puzzled, but she heard Fang Yuan speak. Sometimes, we wear a mask of our own initiative. Sometimes, others force us to wear a mask. Right now, I want to take away the mask on your face. Cooperate with me, okay? Master, you don't need. Xia Lin vaguely knew what Fang Yuan wanted to do as she stuttered. Fang Yuan shook his hand. I will not be happy unless I take this mask off. I don't want to betray my feelings. Since you feel that you owe me, then cooperate with me as compensation, okay? How could Xia Lin refuse after hearing this? She knelt on the ground and made 3 kowtows to Fang Yuan before quietly standing up. Master Chu, I will do whatever you want me to do. Okay, then become the Saintess. What? Several days later. The Sea God ceremony's final test had gathered the attention of everyone. Suyi was looking at Xia Lin with shock as if she had seen a ghost. The 2 nannies were also stunned. Following the Grand Elder's explanation, the crowd went into a commotion. Suyi was very confident of victory because her competitor had suffered heavy injuries in the previous round and was unable to step up to compete in such a short duration. But who could have thought that a surprise would occur? The competitor's younger sister, who had been separated for many years, was found. It was this mermaid, Xia Lin. Isn't this too melodramatic? Unbelievable. Xia Lin, isn't she the person who betrayed Suyi for her own gains? That is a lie that Suyi supporters spread intentionally. The true reason is that Suyi wanted to free up a follower quota. I heard that investigator pleaded guilty. His conversation where he pressured Xia Lin was recorded and is ironclad evidence. This is more dramatic than an opera play. The discussions among the audience became more heated. The 2 nannies converse secretly. What is going on? How did the public sentiment change all of a sudden? Also, we never arranged for the investigator. Why did he admit guilt for no reason? Suyi's expression was extremely unsightly, while Xia Lin was calmly looking at the crowd. Fang Yuan's guidance had elevated her mind and spirit to another level. Suyi felt even more stifled when she saw that Xia Lin did not even look at her. She snorted coldly. Xia Lin, I truly didn't think we would meet again and in this way. I also didn't expect this. Xia Lin looked at Suyi and said honestly. The huge setbacks and gains that she experienced over these days felt like a dream. Suyi snorted once again. No matter what scheme you have, this last test is not something a casually selected mermaid can pass. This Sea God ceremony's Saintess position is mine. Oh. Xia Lin lightly replied. Suyi felt like her provocation had ended up hitting air. She felt terribly irritated. Xia Lin scanned through the surrounding crowd once again. There were too many people. Master Chu said he will watch me from the crowd. But where is he? I am not able to find him at all. Could he have disguised his appearance? He has vast mystical prowess. If he wants to hide, I will never be able to find him. After this matter is over, I will tell him I want to follow him. I wonder if he will agree. Xia Lin's mind lingered on this question. Compared to the answer to this question, the Saintess position did not have any attraction to her. In the first round, Xia Lin was slightly better than Su Yi. In the second round, Xia Lin won against Su Yi by a little. This result greatly surpassed expectations, causing the audience to be in a commotion. Everyone revealed shock. Fang Yuan, who was hiding among the audience, looked shocked like the surrounding people, but his heart was tranquil. He had trained Xie Lin over these days, using Immortal level time path methods to gain a large amount of time to train her to a certain level. Along with Fang Yuan's personally chosen songs, which were unique, and the sound path GU worms he prepared specially for Xie Lin. Moreover, when Su Yi and Xie Lin stepped on the stage to sing, Fang Yuan had even secretly tampered and influenced their performances. The former's performance became choppy while the latter's performance became increasingly better due to his support. Besides us outsiders, there is probably no GU Immortal in this Grotto-Heaven. Now that I am using Immortal level methods, is there any worry that I can't control this grand ceremony of mortal GU masters? What should we do? The third round is about to start. The two nannies were sweating from anxiety. They were sent by the clan to specially assist Su Yi. If Su Yi did not get the Saintess position, they would have to suffer the punishment. Su Yi was pale as she looked at Xie Lin. Everything felt like a dream. As far as Su Yi was concerned, Xie Lin was a dull and ordinary girl. It was only because she possessed Gather Oil GU and was a mermaid that Su Yi had used her. Although she had not felt comfortable doing this to Xie Lin, she did not feel like it was a huge deal. Even if Xie Lin wanted to take revenge, what revenge could she take? She, a person with no background and only rank 2 cultivation, wasn't she asking for others to use her? If not for the Saintess position being in sight and Su Yi not wanting to divert her attention, she would have taken the chance to scheme for Xie Lin's rank 5 GU worm. This was not considered repaying kindness with enmity. Could a rank 2 GU master protect a rank 5 GU worm? A person's wealth is their own ruin by causing another's greed. So, to Su Yi, rather than Xie Lin being killed by others in the future, it was better to persuade Xie Lin to offer Gather Oil GU to the clan of her own initiative. Like this, her own side would obtain benefits and she would also not die. It could also be considered as Su Yi helping her. This was a small plan in Su Yi's mind. But as the Saintess position was too important, Su Yi did not dare to split her attention and also did not want to attract criticism, so she could only spare Xie Lin for the moment. If it were before and someone told her Xie Lin would be her biggest obstacle in becoming the Saintess, Su Yi would have replied with only a chuckle, hee hee. Now though, Su Yi wanted to say hee hee to herself, life was truly too cruel. With Fang Yuan personally forging a fake identity for Xie Lin, who would be able to see through it? Nobody in this huge sacred city could. So this evidence which proved Xie Lin's identity was irrefutable and ironclad. Even Su Yi believed Xie Lin's identity was truly like so. Oh destiny, this is truly too big of a joke. Su Yi heaved a deep sigh. Young miss, what should we do? The two nannies were out of ideas. We cannot do anything in front of such a large crowd, we also don't have the time. There is only one option left, I will personally persuade her. Su Yi remained silent for a while before uttering through clenched teeth. She transmitted her voice to Xie Lin, I am Su Yi. Xie Lin was surprised, but her expression calmed down quickly as she replied, what's the matter? Su Yi organized her thoughts and said, I want to make a deal with you, lose the next round and let me be the Saintess. I swear in the name of the sea god that I will pay a price that will satisfy you completely. Even if my power is not enough, my family will be able to satisfy you. Xie Lin remained silent for a moment before saying, sorry but I. Don't be in a hurry to reject me, Xie Lin. You are too young, maybe you still don't recognize the significance of the Saintess position. What do you think the Saintess is? Just a belief? Or a superficial selection? Both are wrong. It involves benefits, it involves the interests of the whole sacred city's higher-ups. This is a political game. I know you want to take revenge against me, but do you know your situation is extremely dangerous right now? Once you become the Saintess, you will be in an even bigger danger. Your elder sister's side pushed you to the stage because they did not have other candidates, so they are only putting up a front. Once you become the Saintess, they will use all their strength to make you into their puppet, they will make you do things that match their benefits. Although I have not been in much contact with you, I understand you. You are pure and kind, if you become the Saintess, you will probably try to fight for benefits of the mermen and mermaids. But you definitely won't succeed because you are not a person of any political force, you are just an outsider. Unless you join one of the forces and become the representative of their benefits, or else you will be excluded by everyone and will become the most powerless Saintess in history. But if you choose to transact with me, the benefits you will obtain will surpass your imagination. It will be much more than the benefits you can obtain from your elder sister's side. Please believe in my sincerity. Su Yi had an amazingly eloquent tongue, even Xia Lin felt moved. But she replied, Lady Su Yi, I understand your sincerity, but I cannot agree to you in this matter. Why? Su Yi's tone was hurried. You think I am deceiving you? Although it is cruel, what I have said are all truthful. Stop being so naive, okay? Xia Lin remained silent. Chapter 1673. Gu Fang Yuan. Sea God Ceremony. Naive? Facing Frost-Tide Tribe's leader's long-winded speech, Fang Yuan fell into silence. But he only fell silent for a short period before he chuckled and transmitted his voice. You think I am not aware of what you said? You think I am an inexperienced youngster? No, I understand all these tricks, clearly in fact. I know these truths and have accepted them. Fang Yuan was forced to leave Qingmao Mountain, wandering about in southern border before going to Western Desert and then to Eastern Sea. He struggled at the border of death. He had to worry about 1 or 2 primeval stones. He had to bow down and grovel before the strong and this destitute life. He had also once gained a high status, listening to reports from his subordinates while drinking tea. He had been lowly, he had been glorious, he had been lofty, he had been ordinary. Considering his life on Earth and the experiences after crossing over to this world, his vision was already beyond normal people, his experiences were plentiful, and he was very knowledgeable. How could such a person not understand these worldly affairs? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was frustrated, replying quickly, Since you know these truths, then you should know you are taking great risks now. This is our merman internal political battle. What are you, a weak human Gu master, doing by meddling? You like Xie Hanmo? I can guarantee that after this matter is finished, I will gift you many more beautiful mermaids. Don't doubt my sincerity, I can swear an oath to the sea god. There is indeed no need to doubt the sincerity of a merman who swears an oath to the sea god. But, Fang Yuan continued, although I accept these truths, it does not mean I like them. You think I like Xie Hanmo? No, I only want to help her. Why am I taking such risks to help her? Because I have my own principle, favors must be repaid, hatred must be returned. I have used lifespan Gu, I have lived much longer than you can imagine. I used to wish for a long life before, but now, I am tired of this thought. Life has become increasingly boring. Sometimes, the final destination of the journey is not important, the important thing is the process of the journey and how you feel during the journey. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader involuntarily opened his eyes wide at these words. It was hard for him to understand Fang Yuan's way of life. You are saying the position of Saintess is not important, the important thing is helping Xie Hanmo in this competition. Correct, but there is still more. You talked of the dark side of politics and promised to gift me mermaid beauties, both have no importance to me. Let me put it this way so you might understand a little. I have lived long enough that I am already sick of wearing a mask to live. Death is not scary to me at all. Right now, I only want to live using my truest emotions and feelings. I will achieve my goals in my own way. Only by living like this can I feel the excitement of life and the desire towards living. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was dumbstruck and stupefied. He finally understood as he shouted, So that's it, you are a lunatic. You have said so much, but they are nothing more than saying you have lived long enough and don't want to live anymore. So be it you were a Gu Immortal, but you, a mere rank 3 Gu Master, want to live life your own way. You are dreaming. Fang Yuan smiled. You think becoming a Gu Immortal can allow people to live according to their will? Live without wearing a mask? A place with people has society and conflict. Survival and living are two different things. The way you want to live does not have to depend on your strength and cultivation level, but your own heart. After a brief pause, Fang Yuan continued, Actually, low strength is also quite interesting. When you live without a mask, low strength will allow you to face more difficulties and challenges of reality, surpass these difficulties, face these challenges, and life becomes much more wonderful. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader stood stupefied, his eyes and mouth were wide open as he was unable to say anything. His sight moved across the crowd of people, landing on Fang Yuan. He saw a slight smile. A chill rose in his heart. This person has such strange and deviant thoughts that differ from common logic. He has an inclination towards self-destruction. He has likely turned demonic. It would not matter if he did not play by the rules. The more terrifying thing was he did not think according to the rules. His thought process was completely different from ordinary people. He was already too far away from the norm. This was a demon. This is a true demon. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a chill. He felt this was Fang Yuan's true nature, even though Fang Yuan did not wantonly slaughter lives, even though Fang Yuan currently still committed acts of kindness like repaying favors. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader felt a deep powerlessness at the same time. If it were an inexperienced youngster, he could have disguised himself as a senior to guide him and let him know the complexities and some dark truths of society. But Fang Yuan understood them well. He almost knew everything way too clearly. What made him even more helpless was that Fang Yuan's thoughts completely differed from others. He is too strong-minded and stubborn. He clearly only has rank 3 cultivation. How dare he? Unreasonable, unreasonable. A lunatic, a madman. He is too arrogant. He actually shows contempt for life and death. Right, he does not even fear death. What would he not dare to do? All the wealth, beauties, and status in the world might be useless when compared to his own true feelings. What else do I have to entice him? Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was going crazy. The more he thought, the more he realized, the more he knew Fang Yuan had no fear and would not be enticed. There might be a day when he is enticed, but it would be because he himself wanted to be enticed and it would be his genuine intention. It was not easy for people to live in this world. That was the case for Mermen as well. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader had high authority and status, but it was even harder for him. The elders of Merman's sacred city were pressuring him from above, while many of his subordinates were scheming against each other or coveting his position. He had a lot of children who were looking for power and authority, and there were deep conflicts between his many wives. Everything required his supervision and arrangements. Was it wrong for him to be corrupt? No. What was corruption? Corruption was no more than obtaining more benefits, and these benefits made other benefit holders feel unfair. It was similar to dividing a cake. In normal cases, you take a piece and I take a piece. Now, I secretly took another piece which made you jealous. You complain, you broke our distribution agreement. What gives you the rights to take so much? This was corruption. Did you think the Grand Elder's side, which supports the Saintess, was not corrupt? There would be more or less some corruption. Even if the Grand Elder herself was not corrupt, what about her subordinates? Her children? It was just that they were not as heavily corrupt as Frost-Tide Tribe's leader. Even if the Grand Elder's side was completely free from corruption, they were still higher-ups, people who enjoyed the cake and also people who exploited others. From this aspect, everyone was an exploiter. What difference was there? They were all the same. So, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader had never felt his corruption was wrong. He only wanted to obtain more wealth, beauties, and authority. As his corruption increased, he was gradually pushing beyond the distribution agreement. But he did not want to stop. The greed in him did not allow him to stop. No, it is not greed. It is my aspiration. Many times, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader would shout this inwardly. There was a joke which was not a joke. The father asked his son, "What is your aspiration when you grow up?" The son replied, "I want wealth and beauties." The father slapped his son. The son replied again, "I want career and love." The father smiled and nodded his head lightly. Therefore, while career and love were aspirations, wealth and beauties were also aspirations. So, Frost-Tide Tribe's leader was confident in himself. Was there anything wrong with him chasing wealth, beauties, authority, and fame? Did you think it was crude? These were all aspirations. Which person's life was not filled with such aspirations? Frost Tide Tribe's leader liked this aspiration from deep down because this aspiration spurred him on, and also enticed others to pay and sacrifice for their aspirations and help him, Frost Tide Tribe's leader, to achieve his aspiration. There was nothing wrong with his corruption, this was his aspiration. Aspiration should be practical and required effort to reach. When Frost Tide Tribe's leader fell into corruption for the first time, he knew there would be a time when he would be opposed and blamed by others. But so what? These were natural and were difficulties and pains that he must experience in realizing his aspiration. As long as he passed these difficulties and subdued this suffering, Frost Tide Tribe's leader could realize his aspiration. As long as he used a series of political techniques like secret manipulation, indirect approaches, threats and so on, he could realize his aspiration. Frost Tide Tribe's leader, who had an authoritative status for a long time, was confident in this aspect. He indeed had the capital to be confident. If not for Fang Yuan appearing out of nowhere, he would have already pushed down Xie Hanmo and promoted his own pawn to the Saintess position. Once he accomplishes this, he would have defeated the Grand Elder and successfully defended the fruits of success from his corruption. He would then use the puppet Saintess to issue several policies which would be for a good future of the Merman and also for Sacred City. He would be able to turn his corrupted history into legal events that would clear his reputation for good. At that time, who could say he was corrupted? But right when Frost Tide Tribe's leader was about to succeed, he failed, he completely failed. Because he ran into Fang Yuan. This person had no aspirations. No, that was not exactly right. Frost Tide Tribe's leader believed Fang Yuan liked wealth, beauties, power, and fame too, but he liked to live by his own feelings even more. That was his aspiration. What was the point of having such a grand aspiration? With such an aspiration, wouldn't the majority of other people end up looking crude and ordinary? He was really courting death. Frost Tide Tribe's leader gritted his teeth with hatred. This hatred was intensified because of an unknown fear in the depths of his heart. Frost Tide Tribe's leader wished he could flay Fang Yuan. He wished Fang Yuan would immediately die. But he could not do so right now as this was the Sea God ceremony. The final song. Xie Hanmo and Fang Yuan walked to the stage together. Fang Yuan played the accompaniment while Xie Hanmo's song spread to the surroundings. 1. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging. Drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. Human lives have ups and downs like the waves, sometimes high, sometimes low. Why do we have to be always concerned about victory or defeat? The natural romanticism intoxicated the crowd. The rivers and mountains laugh, the misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Smiling at the breeze wind, lost in quiet solitude. Heroic feelings remain, reflected in the cold night. Bold and lofty, free and unrestrained, all kinds of aspirations would be washed away by the waves. Even life itself will perish. But what is the big deal? A noble man is not a slave to external matters, aloof from the world, forgetting gains and losses. Destiny is fickle, so why uphold your disposition, throw away your mask and find your true self? True self is unyielding, true self is lonely. Even if my life is the setting sun, I will live my own splendor. The audience was entranced. Frost Tide Tribe's leader was pale, his body shivered as he understood his loss was certain. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging. Drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. The rivers and mountains laugh, the misty rain is far away. How many great men and heroes have the tides washed away? Common people laugh, there is no more loneliness. Yet the unyielding spirit in me is still laughing crazily. I struggle to survive in the mortal world, I came to life and I joined the world. I lived my own life, I lived according to my own feelings, even if the waves toss me up and down, sending me to the border of death, I will never grieve, lament, fear, or worry, I will savor these flavor thoroughly, I will still laugh crazily until the end. I am true to my nature. I am a true person one. On the stage, Fang Yuan was wholeheartedly activating the Gu worm with his eyes closed, the sound of the zither spreading throughout the area. Frost-Tide Tribe's leader looked at him blankly, involuntarily mumbling, this demon. Xie Hanmo was also entranced as she sang. She looked at Fang Yuan, an extraordinary brightness shining in her eyes as she thought, such a free and unrestrained life, isn't this what I yearn for? Fang Yuan is able to create such a song, he has the disposition of an immortal. Back to the present. Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven, Merman's sacred city. Sea God ceremony. Xie Lin went on stage for the third song. The blue sea is laughing, the tidal waves are surging. Drifting with the waves, only caring about today. Heaven laughs at this hectic mortal world. Who will win, who will lose, only heaven knows. The entire place was shocked, Su Yi turned pale. The outcome was already certain. Xie Lin was already entranced in singing. At this moment, Master Chu's image was elevated infinitely in her heart, there was a moon and slight breeze in the background along with faint fog. The familiar melody rang once again in Fang Yuan's ears and intertwined with his memory. He had once stood on the stage as an accompanist, closing his eyes and slightly smiling. Now, he stood outside of the stage as a spectator, his eyes hiding dark light. After living for several hundred years, the vast power of time had changed him, but it also seemed like nothing had changed. He had always been Gu Fang Yuan. Chapter 1674. Sudden change, regret Gu. Saintess' palace shined with bright and gorgeous lights, a group of servants were running around. Xie Lin had already changed into her Saintess attire, she was dressed in a white garment while her tail rested on a lump of clouds. She opened the window and gazed at the large courtyard, those colorful corals could not attract her gaze. She looked dazed and unfocused, several days have passed since the sea god ceremony concluded, Master Chu has not appeared again after transmitting his message that day. When will he return? Saintess, your elder sister has come to pay a visit. At this moment, a maid lightly walked towards Xie Lin and reported. Xie Lin's brows slightly furrowed as she sighed, please bring her in. Xie Lin's elder sister Jiao Lu walked into Saintess' palace. She was only Xie Lin's elder sister in name, but after Fang Yuan tampered with her memories, this elder sister did not doubt Xie Lin's identity. Little sister, have you considered what I said to you a few days ago? Jiao Lu said directly. Xie Lin shook her head lightly, I am really sorry, I don't want to get involved in other affairs. The Saintess position was never my goal, if possible, I do not want to be the Saintess. Jiao Lu laughed. Her laughter carried a sense of ridicule and jealousy. She was narrowly defeated by Su Yi in the final stage, then Xie Lin came out of nowhere and was supported by her backers just to give it a try. They had not thought Xie Lin would truly succeed. The political force behind Jiao Lu, naturally, would not let go of Xie Lin and wanted to make her their representative for benefits. But before Fang Yuan left, he had instructed Xie Lin to not agree to any person or side with any political force. So Xie Lin had already refused Jiao Lu a few days ago. Naturally, Jiao Lu's mood would not be so good. First of all, her long-lost little sister had suddenly appeared. Besides the connection of blood, she did not feel any affection for this sister. Secondly, she had worked hard for so long, but in the end, Xie Lin, who had cut in line, snatched the position of Saintess. This was the same as snatching her lifelong dream. Lastly, the force behind her still made her come out to persuade and rope in her younger sister Xie Lin, but Xie Lin still refused. With all these reasons, Jiao Lu's mood naturally could not be good. Xie Lin, if you truly didn't want to become Saintess, why did you take part? Don't say such things to me, we both understand the situation here, tell me whatever requests you have, this deal will make you fully satisfied. Jiao Lu spoke frankly. Xie Lin's brows furrowed deeper, she knew Jiao Lu was not her elder sister. This was just Master Chu's doing. And now that she heard such words from Jiao Lu, Xie Lin's impression of her worsened greatly. Elder sister. Xia Lin spoke softly, I am truly sorry, I really don't want to get involved in these matters. But you can rest assured that I won't collaborate with other forces as well. Zhao Lu's eyes opened wide. Xia Lin, you are truly naive, you actually have such thoughts. I had thought you were waiting for the right price, Sai, I overestimated you. Since it is so, I will make it clear for you, you will die if you don't have our support, understand? Xia Lin was stunned as she stared at Zhao Lu, don't tell me. Zhao Lu shook her head, don't think wildly, we never had the intention to conspire against you even if you ended up not collaborating with us. You are the Saintess, a person who has received the sea god's recognition, which Merman forced theirs to make a move against you. Once the deed is exposed, they will face a terrible death. Every selected Saintess has an important task. That is to go to Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing for 3 days and 3 nights, using her song to eliminate the increasingly dense demonic aura in Regret Crying Sea. This is an extremely dangerous task and has a very low survival rate. Many Saintesses have passed away in Regret Crying Sea, some who came back alive turned crazy. Although the Saintess position is good, it carries enormous risks and danger. If not for this task, there would be at least 10 times more mermaids competing for the position of Saintess. There is such a thing. Xia Lin was astonished. Zhao Lu laughed, you think I am deceiving you? This information might be hidden but it is not any important secret. You can easily inquire about it with your current identity and position. You can casually find anyone to ask, but of course, ordinary mermen are in the dark about it. Among the sea areas controlled by the Sacred Court, the most dangerous is Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. It is an absolute forbidden area. According to legends, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable suppressed a peerless demonic Gu Immortal in this sea area. The Immortal Venerable was too benevolent to take away the demonic Gu Immortal's life, so he sealed the demonic Gu Immortal to make him repent. This demonic Gu Immortal had no choice but to repent, so there are often sounds of crying in that sea area. But his sins are truly too heavy and his demonic nature is too strong. The demonic aura will accumulate after a period of time and start influencing the living organisms in the sea area, making them stronger, ferocious and crueler. The Saintess' task is to go the center of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea and sing with all her strength, using her song to dispel the demonic aura. Otherwise, as time goes on, the demonic aura in Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea will keep on getting stronger, making the living beings in the sea area become more tyrannical and invasive. This demonic aura is infectious as well, which will expand the area of Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Xia Lin showed a surprised expression as it was the first time she heard this secret. Even with support and ample preparations, the previous Saintesses had to face extreme danger. If I go in alone without your help, it is almost like seeking death. Not almost, but definitely. Zhao Lu's tone was firm. She expected this could persuade Xia Lin but did not expect Xia Lin to still reject. Even so, I won't collaborate. Even if it will result in your death. Zhao Lu's expression was cold. It was not that Xia Lin did not have hesitation, but the image of Fang Yuan in her mind made her insist on abiding by the agreement she made with Fang Yuan. Yes, I am sure, even if I die. Zhao Lu was so furious that she laughed, if so. I only wish you good luck. The sisters parted on a bad note. Ha ha, it finally appeared. In front of Merit Obelisk, Fang Yuan's eyes emitted bright light. A new task had appeared on Merit Obelisk, help the new Saintess complete her most important mission. The task did not provide any details. By only looking at this task, outsiders would have no idea what the mission was. But Fang Yuan had already inquired about it. In the Merman Sacred Court, the selected Saintess had one important mission, to purify Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Fang Yuan could only enter Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea if there was such a task. But the issue was, Fang Yuan was not sure if this task would appear on the Merit Obelisk. So he needed to support a Saintess and this Saintess should have low strength with no one to rely on. If so, the Saintess would have no way to complete her mission and would require the help of outsiders. In this Grotto-Heaven, there were no local Gu Immortals besides the suppressed demonic Immortal. Demon suppression regret crying C was extremely dangerous, accumulating demonic aura at set intervals. The restraining method of the Grotto-Heaven was to select a Saintess to quell it without regarding the sacrifices. The Saintess mission was extremely important. If there was no successor to the Saintess position for too long of a time, the demonic aura might even pervade the whole Grotto-Heaven. But naturally, there might also be some backup methods left by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. What Fang Yuan did was to hasten the appearance of this task as far as possible. And from the results, his plan worked perfectly. Without any hesitation, Fang Yuan accepted the task and was once again teleported to Sacred City. Several days later, Saintess Xia Lin stood on a giant tortoise that was slowly advancing towards Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea. Behind her stood Fang Yuan. The journey was tranquil and calm, but all of a sudden, a gale blew towards them carrying with it crying sounds. "I really regret it. Why did I have to provoke Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable? I regret it so much." Xia Lin jolted, quickly looking at Fang Yuan, Master Chu. "No worries." Fang Yuan smiled while secretly using wisdom path methods to calm Xia Lin and the giant tortoise. The crying sound seemed like an immortal killer move that could disturb an ordinary being's emotions and mind. The nearer they reached Demon Suppression Regret Crying Sea, the louder and more concentrated the crying sound became. "I regret it. I should not have killed so many people. I painfully regret it. I should not have chased after power. It would have been much better if I had stayed behind to look after my parents as a filial son. I truly repent. I deceived everyone and concealed Immortal Gu. I let a friend, who trusted me the most, carry the blame so I could get benefits." The mournful cries made Xia Lin's face pale, while Fang Yuan instead became more excited because he already felt the large immortal formation in this place. "I am now almost certain Regret Gu is here. But if I take Regret Gu, will it destroy Paradise Earth's arrangements and trigger his backup methods?" Fang Yuan was doubtful. Regret Gu was very important. It was used to suppress the giant demon in the sea and was clearly not included in Paradise Earth's true inheritance. But as far as Fang Yuan was concerned, it was a crucial Gu worm he had to take, and he had decided to take the risk. He focused his mind, activating investigative methods with all his strength. This demon suppression regret crying formation gradually appeared in his mind, becoming increasingly clearer. This time, it was Fang Yuan who became pale. "Such a powerful formation, it is as vast as the sky. My formation path attainment level is high and I also have extremely powerful wisdom path methods, but I would need at least dozens of years to comprehend all the profundities of this large formation." Cold sweat started seeping out of Fang Yuan's forehead when his mind suddenly jolted. Regret Gu. He discovered Regret Gu. Although Regret Gu was hidden, Fang Yuan had already determined Regret Gu was hiding somewhere in the center of the sea area through all kinds of clues and arrangements. How should I take Regret Gu? If I move rashly and trigger the formation's backlash, it would end up badly. Maybe I can rely on Reverse Flow Protection Seal to resist it one time. Or borrow the strength of the suppressed demon. Fang Yuan analyzed continuously in his mind. If the demon was released, all the living beings of this small world might face extreme misery and suffering, but Fang Yuan had no misgivings or pity. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, a change occurred. The large formation suddenly activated. Regret Gu shot out directly towards Fang Yuan. At the same time, an extremely boundless force emerged and pressed on Fang Yuan's body. What happened? At the next moment, Fang Yuan disappeared, directly leaving this Grotto-Heaven of Paradise Earth. Chapter 1675. Birth of Red Lotus. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. In Central Continent, inside the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City, the Maple Leaf City Lord was pacing back and forth outside a room. He had a square face and a dignified temperament. Right now, however, his brows were tightly furrowed and his mood was like this weather, erratic and uneasy, feeling extremely worried. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks and leaned in with his ear pressing on the door. Besides the torrential rainstorm and thunder, he could hear painful groans from his wife as well as several midwives' voices. "Madam, Push harder. Maple Leaf City Lord was already over 50 years old. He loved his wife deeply. He was a rank 5 GU master with the highest battle strength in all the surroundings. He had high authority as well as a leader's charisma. He was well supported by the people. The only imperfection was he had no children. 9 months ago, he had been ecstatic because his wife had finally gotten pregnant. He was going to have a child in his old age. His greatest regret was finally resolved. But despite him requesting for 3 famous midwives, 2 were rank 3 and 1 was rank 4, his wife's labor still encountered unexpected difficulty. How could this be? Maple Leaf City Lord wanted to get angry but had nothing to vent on. He clenched his fists. The battle strength, which he had been proud of in the past, was of no use at this moment. He had many healing GU worms but none of them was good at helping in childbirth. Oh! He could only restrain his mood, lowering his head as he once again paced back and forth in the corridor. W.A. Wah-wah! Suddenly, he heard an infant's cry. He then heard joyous laughter from the midwives. The child is born. It is a boy. Madam, you have succeeded. I have a child. My son. Maple Leaf City Lord was stunned for a moment before turning ecstatic. He opened the door impatiently and charged in to take a look. Right at this time, a peculiar fragrance spread within the room. This peculiar fragrance was refreshing and gentle. The fragrance started to become denser, condensing into rays of colorful lights. They were like streams of water that floated in the air, covering the whole manor as well as the surrounding hundreds of li. What is this? Maple Leaf City Lord stopped his steps in astonishment. But the real shock came next. These colorful flowing lights continued to increase in numbers and the fragrance also became increasingly intense. The rainstorm stopped abruptly, dark clouds slowly dissipated, sunlight pierced through the gaps between the dark clouds and shined down, the grandest ray of light among them shining on the delivery room of the City Lord's wife. Then, the flowing light started to condense into a manor-sized red lotus flower that floated in the air. It was vivid and did not dissipate for a long time. Born with a natural phenomenon. Maple Leaf City Lord was shocked. His wife and the 3 midwives were also frozen from shock. At the same time, in the sky, 3 rank 8 GU immortals were standing on clouds and watching the City Lord's manor in Maple Leaf City. They had seen the phenomenon when the baby was born. He has finally been born. The GU immortal in the middle, Duke Mai, heaved a long sigh. He was an old man with a benevolent countenance. His brows were particularly peculiar. They were like 2 exquisite dark brown roots that extended down from his forehead to his chest. This child is extraordinary indeed. He is blessed by the destined luck of humanity. His innate blessing is so dense that it actually condensed into a grand red lotus observable to the naked eye. He is absolutely an immortal venerable seed. It was worth it that our heavenly court used 3 wisdom path GU immortals to deduce him. Standing on the left, GU immortal Duke Tong sighed. He was a middle-aged man with a very robust physique. His face and muscles seemed to be made from brass as they let out cold metallic glister. Standing on the clouds, he looked deep like a pool and lofty like a mountain, as if he was a Vajra tower that could not be moved even if heaven and earth shook, an absolute spirit that disregarded the storms. Duke Mai nodded. Among all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history, they share a common characteristic. They all possess the destined luck of humanity. It is just that in some cases, the luck is not conspicuous at the early stage and is deeply concealed. Only by a certain period would the luck activate. This child caused such a phenomenon when he is just born. No wonder heaven and earth cannot tolerate him and sent down calamities and tribulations to eliminate him. This is rare even in venerable history. If this child is nurtured properly, he will definitely become the most talented and outstanding existence among the venerables. Suddenly, Duke Mai's body shook as he coughed out a mouthful of blood. Duke Mai. Duke Tong frowned. We suffered heavy injuries to block the calamities and tribulations. Duke Mai. The GU immortal standing at the right also revealed a concerned expression. He was a young man with a head full of purple hair. A dragon-shaped chi aura moved around his body continuously. Duke Mai looked at the young GU immortal. Duke Long, Fate GU has given us the revelation. you share an extremely deep affinity with this child. This child will become a Venerable and you are his Tao guardian. Go, take him as your disciple, guide him and nurture him. You will be the cause of his achievements as he will be the cause of yours. You two are destined to shine brightly in the history of humanity for all eternity. Yes, I shall go now. Young Duke Long nodded. Go. Duke Tong's brows were furrowed. When we return to Heavenly Court, Duke Mai and I shall enter a very long hibernation to recuperate. The era of the 3 Dukes of Heavenly Court is over. Duke Long, you will lead Heavenly Court, continue to bring prosperity to this world. I will. Duke Long restrained his excited emotions and slowly descended. His sleeves were fluttering with the wind, he waved his hand and boundless wind surged. Endless dragon roars were heard, attracting attention and shock from everyone. In this boundless wind, he slowly flew down and landed on the manor of Maple Leaf City Lord. Including Maple Leaf City Lord, all the guards were kneeling on the ground, many of them shivering like leaves. Maple Leaf City Lord was a knowledgeable man, knowing about Gu Immortal's existence as well as knowing his strength could not even resist one finger of a Gu Immortal. He forcibly calmed himself before paying respects. I, Hong Zhu, pay respects to Lord Immortal. I wonder what matter Lord Immortal has descended to the mortal world for. Duke Long smiled. Hong Zhu, your son is the blessed child of the world, a peerless genius that appears once in a million years with extremely rare innate talents. If he is nurtured well, he will definitely be outstanding. But if he lacks guidance, there will be huge danger to countless beings of this world, chaos would ensue. I was happy to see such a rare talent, and for the sake of humanity, I came here to take this child as my disciple. I will carefully raise and guide him, making him into a leader of the righteous path, a Gu Immortal who seeks prosperity for the whole of humanity. Ah! Maple Leaf City Lord was both stunned and joyous at these words. He was shaken by Duke Long's words, but he had personally seen the natural phenomenon just before, and was actually somewhat mentally prepared. The joy was naturally because his son received a Gu Immortal Master and had boundless future prospects. He would definitely surpass his parents. Although he was a city lord with high authority, he was nothing compared to this Gu Immortal. But besides the shock and joy, Hong Zhu felt somewhat dejected. He got a child in his old age. It was not easy, but who could have thought that before he even got a chance to look at his son would be taken as a disciple by Lord Immortal. They would probably get very few chances to meet each other in the future. Duke Long immediately knew what Hong Zhu was thinking, consoling, rest assured, I came today only to explain this matter and not to take away your son immediately. I will only bring him away when he is 10 years old, which is the correct time to start teaching him. Hong Zhu immediately felt endless excitement and expressed his thanks repeatedly. At this time, the door opened. The city lord's wife had already cleaned herself up. She came out while holding the newly born baby along with the 3 midwives and knelt on the ground, paying respects to Duke Long. Duke Long's gaze was immediately attracted towards the baby. He laughed happily as he took a step forward, immediately arriving in front of the city lord's wife. He carefully held the baby and inspected him. This baby did not have any ugliness that a newly born baby had. His head was filled with dark hair and had a very attractive and cute face. His eyes shined brightly like stars, his skin was white and tender and his cheeks were chubby. At this time, the red lotus that was hovering in the air slowly descended while shrinking and condensing continuously. In Duke Long's vision, the red lotus eventually landed on the baby's forehead, condensing into a 9-petaled red lotus birthmark. A trace of shock flashed past Duke Long's eyes as he thought, this destined luck condensed into a birthmark, imprinted on his forehead. This phenomenon has not been seen in any Venerable before. When my disciple becomes a Venerable, he will probably be an extremely unique one. As he thought of this, Duke Long felt like the light baby he was holding had become as heavy as a mountain. A strong sense of mission and responsibility filled Duke Long's mind. You don't need to kneel, please stand. After inspecting for a while more, Duke Long solemnly handed the baby back to the city lord's wife. He exhaled, 3 gusts of chi flashed by, 1 fell on the baby while the other 2 merged inside the city lord couple. The baby immediately fell asleep with a smile on his face. The City Lord couple felt boundless strength filling their limbs and bones. The City Lord's wife gave a cry of shock. The weakness from giving birth was gone instantly. She burst with energy as her body condition returned to when she was young. City Lord Hongzhu astonishingly discovered his old injuries were completely gone and his primeval essence had broken common sense, carrying a trace of green luster. His strength that was already at a level where it could not be raised further seemed to have been elevated by a large degree. Without immediately inspecting his changes, Hongzhu first gave thanks to Duke Long along with his wife. Duke Long waved his hand. "You don't need to thank me because I still need your help. The parents and the master are not interchangeable with each other. I wish that you can love each other dearly and give your son deep care. Let him feel the love and warmth of the world. This will be extremely helpful to his growth. 10 years later, I will come again." Duke Long then slowly rose to the sky. Air currents surged around him and dragon roars were heard unceasingly, as if there was a formless wave of dragons. Mortals gazed towards the sky and saw Duke Long flying away until his figure was blocked by the clouds. After a while of deep silence, the whole city went into an uproar. Chapter 1676. What is fate? Maple Leaf City was bustling with people moving here and there. 6 years had passed since the City Lord's son, Hong Ting, was born. In these 6 years, Maple Leaf City enjoyed a peaceful time with no calamities. Its size continued to expand unceasingly, already surpassing the original size by over 10 times. It had become the #1 human city in the surrounding plains. Chirp, chirp. A group of spiritual sparrows flew over from somewhere. Their whole bodies shined with golden light and were flying like they were dancing. They displayed extraordinary liveliness until they arrived at the top of the City Lord's manor when suddenly, they imploded one after the other, bursting into specks of golden lights that sprinkled down. Inside the City Lord's manor, Hong Ting was currently brandishing a short decorative sword. He was moving some ornamental mounds back and forth while skillfully swinging his sword. In an instant, Hong Ting's figure disappeared. Sword lights formed into spheres which shined brightly everywhere. Great! Amazing! Young Master truly has unrivaled talents. He has completely perfected this sword technique after just learning it for 3 months. Such a density of sword lights is simply unbelievable. The surrounding guards praised with sincerity from the depths of their hearts. City Lord Hongzhu stroked his beard and nodded with a smile. He was very proud of his son. As for the feeling of surprise, he had lost it a long time ago. Over these years, Hong Ting's aptitude and performance had changed his view and understanding multiple times. He now knew how shallow his comprehension of the word the genius was. Because of the endless surprises throughout these years, Hong Yu had already become numb to them long ago. Now, everything involving his son was natural and a matter of fact. Clang! Right at this time, a crisp sound echoed. Silver sword light suddenly disappeared and Hong Ting's figure appeared once again. His short decorative sword had slashed apart a boulder. Cheers and praises immediately resounded. "Father, I feel like this sword technique has not reached its limit. There is room for improvement." Hong Ting walked out from the group of ornamental mounds and said with a smile. Hongzhu laughed heartily. "This sword technique belongs to the secret manual of a famous sword cultivator, Zhao Sansai. I used a lot of treasures to exchange for it. You have only practiced for 3 months and already feel that it is not good enough." Hong Ting blinked with acute slyness in his eyes. "Father, I only said that out of momentary inspiration. To tell the truth, this sword technique is only so. I have already learned all of its essence after practicing for 3 months." Hongzhu coughed, feeling a bit of headache again. His son's talent was too great. He was fast at learning anything. He even went as far as to comprehend the deepest essence of those moves. This was good but also bad as well. Hongzhu's accumulations were already used up several years ago by Hong Ting. He went through all kinds of avenues to search for secret manuals to teach Hong Ting, but it still could not match Hong Ting's ability to absorb knowledge like a black hole. If this continued for a long time, what could he do? Right at this time, a group of spiritual sparrows flew over their heads and suddenly imploded into golden light specks. The light specks fell and got absorbed into everyone's head, but most of the light specks were absorbed by Hong Ting alone. Instantly, everyone had joyous expressions. They had received inheritances and all sorts of peculiar secret manuals. This is the gift of yet another immortal. I wonder which immortal this is. We should thank young master, we are all enjoying his fortune. The guards looked at Hong Ting passionately, even Hong Ju's gaze carried a trace of complex feelings. Hong Ting had closed his eyes, immersed completely in the newly obtained sea of knowledge. Hong Ju and the rest were already not surprised at this scene, even the commoners outside the city lord's manor were only slightly surprised before returning to their business. Unusual phenomena and immortal miracles were fascinating, but when they happened too many times, they would start feeling bland and ordinary. The immortal miracles appearing around Hong Ting could not be said to be a lot, it was at a mind-numbing level that was simply overflowing with such incidents. Since he was born and taken as a disciple by Duke Long, immortal phenomena would frequently occur around him. Duke Long was the leader of Heavenly Court, not mentioning the rank 8 GU immortals in Heavenly Court, just the 10 great ancient sects under Heavenly Court were colossal forces with extremely robust foundations. Duke Long had taken in this disciple with great publicity, he did not conceal anything. Everyone understood his intentions, so whether it was Central Continent's righteous path, demonic path, or lone immortals, they all paid extreme attention to Hong Ting's growth. Hong Ting was the blessed child of the world, a future immortal venerable who would be cultivated by Heavenly Court, this was not a secret. So, every so often, GU immortals or descendants of GU immortals would secretly help Hong Ting to build a good affinity and relationship with him in advance. As a result, the Golden Sparrow inheritance gift was not strange, there were also spiritual cranes imparting scrolls, auspicious clouds sending fruits, sacred wind marrow cleansing, and all sorts of unusual immortal level phenomena that appeared endlessly. After a long while, Hong Ting completely absorbed the knowledge in his brain, but his brows furrowed into a frown. There are 18 types of weapon training methods, each one is exquisite and unique, but there is still no mention of any advanced aperture awakening method. Father, when can I awaken my aperture and control GU worms? No matter how excellent these fighting techniques are, they are only mortal techniques. Controlling GU worms is the only true way. Son, don't be in a hurry. You have once again forgotten what your master instructed in his letter. Hong Ju said with a pleasant smile. Hong Ting waved his hand impatiently. Father, I know. Master said that although I can awaken my aperture in advance, I must do it only when I am 12. Before the timing and opportunity is right, I cannot do it in advance. I am really curious, Master has such vast powers, why can't he awaken my aperture now? Hong Yu's expression became slightly grave. Son, your master is an immortal, you cannot understand what he is thinking but you have to obey. You need to understand that he absolutely won't harm you, he cherishes you just like how father and mother treasure you. Yes, father. I was wrong, please don't get angry. Hong Ting quickly cupped his fists, he was very filial to his parents. Time passed, years passed in an instant. Duke Long appeared once again and formally took Hong Ting as his disciple. He took Hong Ting to roam all over the world while personally guiding him. When Hong Ting was 12, Duke Long awakened his aperture. Hong Ting officially stepped on the path of GU cultivation, and because of his peerless talent and robust foundation, his cultivation progress was shockingly fast. Not only in his cultivation, his experiences also richened constantly on this journey. He met many people, mortals and immortals, kind people and evil people. His knowledge of human life and heaven and earth was constantly deepening. He had a strong sense of justice and loathed evil, he looked handsome and kind but was crafty and resourceful as well. Master, I have found that evil Shui Tu Dao who slaughtered an entire village, he is staying at a nearby mountain. On this day, Hong Ting returned to the cave from hunting and spoke to Duke Long with excitement. Duke Long nodded with a smile, take a seat first, the soup is almost ready. This soup is made from the bones of an ancient desolate beast, it will be very helpful to your growth. Hong Ting threw down the prey he hunted, saying with clenched teeth, Master, I have been wanting to take action on Shui Tu Dao for over a year and get rid of this evil, but you said I only had rank 3 cultivation while he had rank 5, I was not his match so you didn't allow me to go. Half a year ago, I already had rank for cultivation and 8 killer moves. I had an extremely high chance of taking Shui Tu Dao's life, but you said that it was not 100%, so you didn't let me make a move. 3 months ago, I already reached rank 5 and could easily deal with Shui Tu Dao in 2 to 3 moves, but you said it was not time to take his life. Master, if we let such an evil person run amok, who knows how many more innocent lives would be lost. Let me strike now. Duke Long put down the ladle and let the bone soup simmer as he said with a sigh, Disciple, the opportunity has not arrived. I don't care about any opportunity, I only know that if I don't make a move now, I would lose a good opportunity. Hong Ting was extremely firm. Duke Long shook his head, now is not the time for Shui Tu Dao to die. If you forcibly kill him, not only will it be futile and fruitless, you will even create certain aftermath which will lead to tragedy. I don't believe it. I only need one move to take his life. Hong Ting raised one finger, staring right into Duke Long's eyes with a burning gaze. Duke Long went silent for a while, then go, young man, give it a try. Thank you, Master. Hong Ting was exulted. I just hope that you will not be disappointed when the time comes. Why will I be disappointed? Master, please wait a moment. Disciple will return with Shui Tu Dao's head within 15 minutes. Hong Ting turned around and left. But 15 minutes passed, 30 minutes went by and soon it reached 45 minutes. Hong Ting still did not appear. Duke Long saw everything. He knew the timing was right as he left the cave and crossed a forest, arriving beside Hong Ting. Hong Ting was kneeling on the ground, his face filled with shock, anger, and deep regret. He was dazedly looking at the foot of the mountain. A small village had once been there where the villagers lived happily. His eyes were red and filled with traces of blood. He saw Duke Long and raised his head. Tear stains were still clear on his face. Master, I did not imagine there to be a Gu immortal inheritance here. That Shui Tu Dao secretly came here to obtain this inheritance. After I destroyed his plan, he used the inheritance's power to stop me, and although I fought with all my strength, I did not think the battle would cause the mountain to crumble. Unexpectedly, the small village was completely buried. Master! It was me, I caused the death of these villagers. Hong Ting sobbed. Duke Long did not console him. He was silent for a while before suddenly saying, Disciple, do you want revenge? Do you want to get rid of Shui Tu Dao? The opportunity has arrived. Really? Where is he? Hong Ting's body shook, asking immediately. At that mountain. Duke Long pointed. Hong Ting immediately hurried off and easily killed Shui Tu Dao. I was so close, I already obtained the true inheritance and only had to absorb the gains. The moment I narrowly escaped death, you came after me. If I had some time, I would not be afraid. I could have become a Gu immortal. These were Shui Tu Dao's last words before he died. Hong Ting was silently standing before Shui Tu Dao's corpse. Duke Long appeared behind Hong Ting once again, remaining silent. After a good while, Hong Ting stopped looking at Shui Tu Dao's corpse in a daze as he asked with an extremely hoarse voice, Master, had I listened to your arrangements, I could have easily killed him and those villagers would not have been implicated, is that right? Duke Long did not reply, only softly patting Hong Ting's shoulder. Hong Ting's body shook as he fell into a deep silence before asking, Master, I want to ask you, what is fate? Chapter 1677. I regret it. Hong Ting followed Duke Long and sat cross-legged. Look! Duke Long pointed at the rock he was sitting on. Hong Ting quickly looked. He saw a small group of ants moving beside the rock. They were moving in an orderly fashion, returning to their nest with food. This is fate. Duke Long continued. What? Look again. Duke Long pointed at the sky. Hong Ting gazed at the sky. Clouds of all kinds of shapes were moving in the sky. This also is fate. Duke Long said. Hong Ting's mind jolted as if he had comprehended something. Master, you mean to say? He did not continue. He had gained some comprehension but was unable to express them in words at this time. Ants transporting food, bees collecting honey, wind blowing, clouds floating, everything in this world have their own paths to walk on. To us, they might look like they don't follow any rules, but they are actually moving according to the rules of the great Tao One. Look at the moon and sun. Every day, the sun rises and the moon falls, the moon rises and the sun falls. Look at a human's life and death. No matter who they are, be they an immortal venerable or a demon venerable, they will die in the end. Everything is fate. Every person, every living being, even every rock, every drop of water, every lump of fire, since they exist in this world, they will have value and meaning in their existence. Good and evil is also the same. Without good, how would there be evil? Without evil, why talk about good? You were in a hurry to kill Shui Tu Dao and did not see his value. Since heaven and earth let him exist, there is definitely a reason for his life. This is fate. Fate already has arrangements for everything in the world, it is just that we can only slightly feel this kind of arrangement and cannot see it clearly. Not being able to see clearly is normal. The laws of heaven and earth, the great Tao of the universe, even if an immortal uses all their life, they would not be able to understand them thoroughly. We are too weak, too small, while heaven and earth is too vast. We should revere heaven and earth, follow the arrangement of the heavenly fate, and bring fortune to the world. Your parents' marriage was fate's arrangement, their greatest value was to bring you into this world. You will become an immortal venerable in the future, this is also fate's arrangement. You need to accept it, climb to the peak step by step, lead heavenly court and contribute your life to the righteous path. And my greatest value in life is to teach and guide you towards the proper path. I am your Tao Guardian. Believe in fate, acknowledge fate, all its arrangements have their own reasons. If we forcibly interfere, it will lead to tragedy and regret. Just like how you tried to take Shui Tu Dao's life early, but were you able to kill him? Duke Long shook his head, no. Although your strength surpassed his, you encountered all kinds of unexpected situations. In the end, not only did you fail to kill him, you even implicated innocent lives. Think back on it, if you had listened to fate's arrangements and attacked Shui Tu Dao at his weakest moments, would you still have encountered those accidents? I will tell you, the value of Shui Tu Dao's existence was to activate this Gu immortal inheritance, to open the way and hand this inheritance to you. Hong Ting was dazed, he was motionless like a statue. 2 clear rows of tears fell from his eyes as he choked, Master, I was wrong. It is good to know your mistakes and change them. Actually, your wrong choice was also fate's arrangement. Duke Long said. Master, what do you mean? We are all under fate's arrangements, you thought you could defy fate, but your thought was also fate's arrangement. You don't need to feel guilty, you should comprehend fate's intention. You think your wrong choice was of no value? Wrong. Every mistake has an inestimable value to a youth's growth. If you can absorb the lesson from this mistake, acknowledge fate's existence and accept it, then this mistake would have shown its value. That village's destruction also has its value. Duke Long then took a deep look at Hong Ting, my disciple, you are a talented and intelligent child, a good child, but I worry because you emphasize on feelings too much. You already have rank 5 cultivation now, among the paths to ascend to an immortal, you will probably choose wisdom path, right? Master, your vision is unparalleled, I indeed have such thoughts, I feel like wisdom path is extremely suitable for me. Hong Ting said truthfully. Duke Long shook his head, wisdom path focuses on thought, will, and emotion. You emphasize on feelings too much, so studying emotions has more demerits than benefits to you. Listen to Master, choose time path. When you can view the past and present, observe the rise and decline of history, all sorts of honor and disgrace, you will understand that all feelings and romance will be cleansed by time. I have received revelation from Fate Gu, time path suits you the most. Hong Ting opened his mouth slightly, wanting to say something, but he nodded in the end, disciple shall abide by Master's teachings and choose time path. Duke Long nodded in satisfaction, that's good, Master is your Tao Guardian, pointing you towards the correct path is the meaning behind my existence. Time slowly moved forward. Hong Ting chose time path, and under Duke Long's protection, successfully passed his immortal ascension tribulation, becoming a time path Gu immortal. Lord Immortal Hong Ting, that demon has proclaimed he is going to slaughter the whole city unless I give my daughter to him as a concubine. He is a great Gu immortal, we are only mortals. We truly are unable to do anything, considering the friendship between me and your father. I implore you to eliminate this demon." An old city lord paid a visit, kneeling to the ground as he made his request to Hong Ting. Hong Ting recognized him. This city lord's city was close to Maple Leaf City. They had frequent dealings with each other. This city lord and his father indeed had a close friendship. He had even seen this city lord's daughter and had played with her when they were young. "Old senior, please get up. I will definitely help, it is just that." Hong Ting paused for a moment. The opportunity has not arrived. The old city lord was exulted. "Since Lord Immortal has replied, this old man shall be rest assured. I believe Lord Immortal will not go back on his words." Hong Ting waited till it was the correct time to kill this demonic Gu immortal. He attacked resolutely and killed this demon easily. However, the old city lord was kneeling on the ground, gazing at the city filled with ruins and corpses as he cried in sadness, "This accursed demon is finally dead. My good daughter, the inhabitants of my city, you can rest in peace now, your hatred has been avenged. Disciple pays respect to master. I wonder what matter master has called me for." Hong Ting went up to Duke Long. "Disciple, master has sensed fate. Floating Flower River is about to flood, the river channel has diverged. I want you to go save people. Remember, don't make a move early, you can only do so after 3 days and 3 nights. Duke Long instructed carefully. "Yes, master." Hong Ting came to the floating Flower River bank and looked at the flooding river water. Countless living beings were forced to be homeless, while many drowned corpses were floating on the surface. He forcibly restrained his emotions and waited for 3 days and 3 nights. But at that time, he found that he did not even need to make a move. The river water retreated by itself, swamps appearing in many areas. A wild Immortal Gu's aura emerged and was actually not far away from Hong Ting. Hong Ting easily subdued this wild Immortal Gu, Great Gu, it is actually a rank 7-time path Gu which is perfect for me. Howl! The wild Immortal Gu's aura attracted 2 ancient desolate beasts. Hong Ting's expression turned solemn as he concealed himself. He waited for these 2 ancient desolate beasts to kill each other. After one died and another was injured, he made his move, getting these 2 ancient desolate beast corpses easily. Wonderful, wonderful. Gazing at the traces of the battlefield, Hong Ting suddenly came to a realization. So it turns out this was fate's arrangement. With the battle of the 2 ancient desolate beasts, Floating Flower River has expanded by several times its width while its river channel has been dyed by the ancient desolate beast's blood, becoming much thicker. From now on, Floating Flower River will probably not flood again. There are also these plots of land beside Floating Flower River which will become extremely fertile as they are soaked in the essence blood and corpses of countless beings. In the future, the mortals who live here will truly be fortunate. Bull-headed demon brute, let go of my parents now, otherwise, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Hong Ting furiously glared at the bull-headed demonic immortal. The bull-headed demonic immortal held Hong Ting's parents in each of his hands, laughing loudly, "Kid, you are very arrogant, you want to get rid of me. When I became a Gu immortal, you were still suckling milk as a baby. Are you scared now?" Hong Ting had to restrain himself and could only shout in anger. Bull-headed demon brute quickly shouted, "Don't come over, don't be impulsive. Don't you want your parents' lives? If you come over, I will directly crush your parents' heads. What do you want?" Hong Ting shouted. Bull-headed demon brute gave a malevolent smile, "Now we are talking. As long as you hand over my lifespan Gu, I will return your parents to you. If not, I only have a few days to live anyway, I will just die with your parents." Hong Ting was immediately dazed. According to fate's arrangements, those 2 wild lifespan Gu should indeed go to bull-headed demon brute. But Hong Ting saw his parents getting old and reaching their life's limit, so he seized those 2 lifespan Gu without telling Duke Long. Who could have thought that bull-headed demon brute would come and bring disaster to his parents? In an instant, Hong Ting's face became deathly pale and his forehead was filled with cold sweat. I have already used those 2 lifespan GU. I know, you used them on your parents. Bull Demon was not surprised, but you are Duke Long's disciple, a future immortal venerable who will lead Heavenly Court. I don't believe Heavenly Court's treasury does not have any lifespan GU. Bring 300 years, no, 3,000 years lifespan GU and I will release your parents. This? Hong Ting was now caught in a dilemma. In the end, through twists and turns, he finally forced Bull-Headed Demon Brute to retreat. But his parents were irrecoverably injured, even immortal methods could not heal them. Father, mother, I harmed you. If I had not taken lifespan GU for you, you would still have several years left. Hong Ting knelt down and cried. Hong Zhu, however, smiled, son, life and death is up to fate, fortune is up to heaven. Humans have to die sooner or later, this world has long life, but is there anyone who can live forever? No. We are fated to die, you don't need to feel sad for us. On the contrary, you should be happy for us. The 2 of us could have a son like you, a future immortal venerable. How great of an honor is this, we will definitely be noted down in history because of you. Madam Hong also said, my son, listen to your father, be a good person, you must be righteous. The old couple grasped each other's hands and died at the same time. Father, mother! Hong Ting howled towards the sky. Bright light accumulated in Hong Ting's eyes. Through the passing of time, experience and maturity made him full of manly charisma. The setting sun illuminated the lush green hill. Under the setting sun, he saw Liu Shuxian for the first time. 2 pairs of eyes met each other, both felt their hearts pulsing, an indescribable atmosphere rapidly spread. Love at first sight. Liu Shuxian revealed a strange expression, asking softly, who are you? Hong Ting, however, felt no surprise. He replied with a smile, I am your fated husband, my name is Hong Ting. Liu Shuxian was astonished, you are the future immortal venerable. Don't be surprised, our encounter here was determined by fate. Love gave Hong Ting a feeling of satisfaction and bliss that he had never experienced before. He and Liu Shuxian always kept each other's company and had a lot in common. It was like they were born for each other, like a key to a lock, they were a natural couple. They roamed the world together, they conversed and dined under the moon. They had great chemistry, an eye signal to the other could express their inner heart and even convey all their intention to the other's mind. They were a true immortal couple, living together for hundreds of years. They supported each other in the path of cultivation, there was not even one fight or a moment where they were vexed at each other. Liu Shuxian accompanied Hong Ting all the way to rank 8 peak, and finally to rank 9 venerable realm. The tribulation was unimaginable, but Hong Ting still succeeded in the end. Duke Long was heavily injured due to this, several Heavenly Court GU immortals perished, while Hong Ting held Liu Shuxian's gradually freezing body with tears all over his face. He tightly held Liu Shuxian, repeatedly saying, don't leave me, I beg you, please live. It's no use, I have been struck by the tribulation. Having a trace of my soul left to take a final look at you is already an enormous fortune. How could I possibly ask for more? Liu Shuxian smiled. I am useless. I underwent tribulation but implicated you. Hong Ting's head was lowered with tears rolling down his eyes. No, Hong Ting. That tribulation could only have been blocked by my special physique. Even if you all sacrificed your lives, you would only have failed. I was born with one of the 10 extreme physiques and encountered you, it was all fate's arrangement. In your fatal moment, I suddenly understood the greatest meaning of my life, it was to protect you, to block the tribulation for you and help you ascend to the position of an immortal venerable. Now, I have accomplished it. No. Xian, I would rather not be an immortal venerable, I only want you to live, Hong Ting roared helplessly, his body was shaking and his tears were falling. Everything and everyone in this world has its own respective fate, it is fixed. Hong Ting, you cannot have such thoughts, you need to live on properly, your fate is to become an immortal venerable, lead Heavenly Court and spread the glory of the righteous path throughout the 5 regions. Do you know? I had always been wanting to see that scene, standing by your side and accompanying you as you bring fortune to the world with invincible might. Unfortunately, I won't be able to see it. Liu Shuxian's life force gradually fell, until she died. Hong Ting's head was lowered and his back was bent deeply like an old man, a heavy shadow shrouded his face. At this moment, he seemed to have lost all signs of life. He was motionless like a statue. In his immortal aperture, the remaining heaven and earth chi gathered and merged, refining a rank 8 immortal GU according to his current mental state. This GU had the form of a centipede, its whole body was pale white like paper. Unlike centipedes, its legs were replaced by 100 feelers. Every feeler was translucent, gently floating in the air, agitating hearts and continuously raising the deepest regretful feelings. Rank 8 Regret GU. Cough, cough, cough. Duke Long coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. He forcibly stood up and walked to Hong Ting's side. Liu Shuxian's death was not without meaning, it was worthy and valuable. There is no need for sadness, my dear disciple. This was all fate's arrangement. Now, you are already an immortal venerable. Rank 9 venerables are extremely rare even in the long history of humanity. You still have a long life ahead, your mission has just started. I will abdicate my position, Heavenly Court as well as the 5 regions and 2 heavens need you. Hong Ting, Hong Ting. Duke Long softly called. Hong Ting slowly raised his head. He did not look at Duke Long, his gaze was still on Liu Shuxian's icy corpse. He replied lightly, I regret it. Chapter 1678. Immortal Venerable regrets, but I do not. I said, I regret it. Hong Ting said again. Duke Long's brows immediately furrowed, using a stern gaze to look at his proudest disciple. Regret? Oh Hong Ting, don't speak of such nonsense again. You are clear of it. How many people dedicated and sacrificed themselves to cultivate and support you until you reached your current cultivation level? If you say such things, would you be doing justice to those people who have helped you throughout your life? Would you be doing justice to your parents? Justice to your late wife Liu Shuxian? Justice to the immortals who helped you pass the tribulation and sacrificed themselves? Duke Long berated Hong Ting sternly. All right, Lord Duke Long, Liu Shuxian's death is a great tragedy. We can understand Red Lotus Immortal Venerable's feelings. He is only in a temporarily agitated state. The other Heavenly Court GU Immortals attempted to mediate. Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, he. Hong Ting laughed with disdain. He gazed at Duke Long with his bloodshot eyes. If such sacrifices are required and there will be even more sacrifices in the future for this immortal venerable position, then I would rather not have it. Enough! Duke Long shouted in rage. I will not allow you to speak any more nonsense, Hong Ting. You think your immortal venerable position can be gained or abandoned at your will. This is all fate's arrangement. This is the mission of your life. You must accept it no matter what. Hong Ting laughed loudly. His hair was messy. He was in a miserable state. He lowered his head and looked at Duke Long, a grand immortal venerable, invincible in the world, actually cannot do as he pleases. He cannot even reject this immortal venerable position. Duke Long snorted coldly. Tell me, Hong Ting, who can do as they please in this world? Your thoughts are too childish. You think becoming an immortal venerable and leading the righteous path would not need sacrifices. What is there in this world that has no price to pay for? How shallow do you think the words righteous path are? Wrong. Maintaining Heavenly Court's righteous path requires you to pay a price. It requires sacrifices. If you don't even have this sacrificial mentality, then I will tell you, you don't have the qualifications to enter Heavenly Court. Hong Ting's body shook. Lord Duke Long, Lord Immortal Venerable, please calm yourselves. We should recuperate and heal our injuries now instead of quarreling. The other GU Immortals repeatedly tried persuading. Hong Ting slowly lowered his head, but his fists were slowly clenched tight as he said with an incomparably firm tone, I want to revive them. Duke Long's brows raised, his face cold as ice. Who do you want to revive? Every person who sacrificed themselves for me. My parents, Liu Shuxian, and many others. Presumptuous! Duke Long suddenly shouted while pointing at Hong Ting, "How could you have such a heretical thought? You know it clearly. I have also told you several times, life and death is determined by fate, life and death is the rule of the great Tao, any living being's life and death is arranged by fate. You want to revive the dead? Are you trying to send the entire world into chaos? Have you not learned yet? The more you think like that, the more cruel tragedies will happen around you. Even if there are crueler tragedies, I will accept them." Master, disciple always had a question. Why? Why must we accept fate's arrangements? If there was no fate, would the world truly fall into chaos? Is it not possible that the world will become a better place? Hong Ting asked in an anxious tone. Duke Long's body shook with anger. Even the persuading Heavenly Court Gu Immortal slowly took a step back, looking at Hong Ting as if he was someone unfamiliar. "Lord Immortal Venerable, your thought is too dangerous. Right, without fate, our human race would not be prosperous. Fate Gu is Heavenly Court's supreme treasure. Lord Immortal Venerable actually wants to destroy it. This. All of you?" Hong Ting looked at the surrounding Gu Immortals. He felt an indescribably deep loneliness at this moment. Time flowed, who knows how long had passed. A lonely figure appeared in the river of time. His hair was messy, his face was filled with the vicissitudes of life, like a man who had roamed the world but had no place to call home. His face still had the former Hong Ting's shadow, but his expression had already changed completely. Red Lotus Demon Venerable looked at the endlessly flowing river of time as he sighed, "It is time to leave behind my inheritance." He slowly descended. His feet stopped right before he touched the river of time. "This first Stone Lotus Island will also be the most important Stone Lotus Island. I will use Regret Gu as its core and leave this behind for the otherworldly demon, for the person who has the greatest hope of destroying fate." Thereupon, a Stone Lotus Island gradually appeared in this world. Red Lotus Demon Venerable left behind rank 8 Regret Gu here as well as a large amount of Time Path Immortal materials, Immortal Killer moves, a portion of his true meaning that contained his true memories of a certain period of time, as well as an Immortal Killer move with an unparalleled effect. After finishing the arrangement, Red Lotus Demon Venerable flew away slowly with his exhausted body. Time flew by, who knows how long had passed. An outsider charged into this Stone Lotus Island. He was dressed in rough clothing, he had a thin-looking body and a bald head, he had an ordinary appearance. He was barefooted, his legs were even stained with some mud, like a farmer who had returned from a day of work in the fields. However, his face looked very young, his eyes were glistening brightly, filled with compassion and benevolence. Red Lotus True Meaning appeared, condensing into an illusory image of Red Lotus Demon Venerable who smiled towards the barefooted young-looking man. "Welcome, my honorary guest. I am Paradise Earth. I finally found this place after immense effort." This person was Paradise Earth, who had already become an Immortal Venerable. Red Lotus True Meaning directly asked, "Immortal Venerable, what is the purpose for your visit?" Paradise Earth smiled, "Senior Red Lotus, why ask when you already know?" Red Lotus True Meaning also smiled, "You are right, fate has only been damaged, not completely destroyed, so everything is still traceable and observable from the river of time." Pausing for a moment, Red Lotus True Meaning continued, "I can lend you Regret Gu. As for your intention to steal my inheritor, that will depend on your ability." Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable looked solemn. Although he is an otherworldly demon, he is not an emotionless person. Put down the blade to reach redemption. It is never too late to turn back. Who does not want to seek redemption? I am willing to give it a try. Red Lotus True Meaning laughed, "All right. My main body still had some worries when constructing this island. After all, I am not entirely confident in defending against Heavenly Court. However, since you are taking action, then there is no worry. This is Regret Gu, catch it properly." Regret Gu flew over slowly. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable stretched his hands, which were covered in radiance, and carefully received it. It is indeed worthy of being Regret Gu, it constantly draws out boundless regretful feelings. Only a person with not even a little bit of regret is immune to this greatest flaw. Otherwise, any GU Immortal who approaches it will feel incomparable pain and regret. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled bitterly. If not for my rank 9 cultivation level, I might not be able to suppress it. Looks like you also have regret in your heart. Red Lotus True Meaning sighed. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable smiled lightly. Who in this world does not have any regrets in their life? Putting regret GU into his immortal aperture, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable bowed towards Red Lotus True Meaning solemnly. I take my leave, I will definitely send him here. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, the dazed expression slowly dissipated from his eyes. He went through this memory that Red Lotus Demon Venerable had left here and understood the cause and result of everything. I never expected to directly arrive at the Stone Lotus Island. Red Lotus Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, even though both have already perished, their arrangements are still in effect. Fang Yuan sighed before looking at Red Lotus True Meaning as well as rank 8 regret GU that was already floating before him. Red Lotus True Meaning smiled. Fang Yuan, you are finally here. There is no need to say anything else. I believe you will try your best to destroy Fate GU. So, accept my true inheritance, it has already waited for you for over 1,000,000 years. Fang Yuan nodded and extended his hand, trying to grasp regret GU. Red Lotus True Meaning reminded him quickly, careful, regret GU cannot be touched directly, otherwise even if you refine it, you will be drowned in endless regrets. I have already prepared a method for you, you only need. There is no need for that. Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent as he grabbed regret GU and instantly refined it. Red Lotus True Meaning was stunned. You. Chapter 1679. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of Red Lotus Stone Island, looking at the River of Time with a tranquil expression and a deep gaze. The River of Time could be said to be the most special secluded domain of heaven and earth. Because it traversed the entire world, without its existence and movement, the whole GU Master World would become a still picture without any changes or vitality. Fang Yuan had seized Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley. These two secluded domains of heaven and earth belonged to him, but he absolutely could not seize the whole River of Time. This secluded domain of heaven and earth belonged to all beings of this world. Every beast, every grass, every rock, every drop of water, they all enjoyed the benefits derived from the River of Time. Even GU Immortals could at most only possess a tributary of the River of Time in their immortal aperture. The River of Time was the collective wealth of the whole world. Every drop of the water of time was a transparent pale white. A gazillion droplets of water crashed, intertwined, collided, and spun each time, giving off a brilliant light show. Thus, the surface of the River of Time was always covered in a thin layer of ever-changing radiance. This was the area with the greatest amount of time path Dao marks in the whole world, the largest congregation of time path. Fang Yuan stood at the edge of the island and saw several year beasts, a one-finger flow shark, and large numbers of time path wild GU worms in just a short while of observation. The River of Time was overflowing with vitality. Several days had passed since Fang Yuan arrived at this Red Lotus Stone Island. In this period of time, he had completely absorbed Red Lotus True Meaning. His time path attainment level soared rapidly, reaching an unimaginable height, Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster. With this attainment level, Fang Yuan had many new insights when he looked at the River of Time. These feelings were not superficial, instead it pierced into the essence of the River of Time, mesmerizing Fang Yuan the more he looked at it. Pinnacle profundities of the Great Tao were in front of his eyes, quietly lifting a corner of a mysterious veil, allowing him to begin understanding this world and the principle of its operation. Although he gained Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment previously, his experience at that time had not been as deep as now. After all, Fang Yuan was currently in the secluded domain of heaven and earth, River of Time. Time Path Quasi-Supreme Grandmaster attainment level gave Fang Yuan comprehensive growth in all aspects. For instance, the mysterious immortal killer move Time Cutting Edge, Fang Yuan now had the ability to completely understand its essence and change the GU worms involved, restoring its original might. Another example was Xia Cha's Time Path Immortal GU and Immortal Killer moves. Fang Yuan could now modify them and make them suited for himself. The greatest growth was in Time Path Immortal Gu recipes. With both Time Path and Refinement Path at quasi-supreme Grandmaster level, Fang Yuan had a very high assurance in modifying any Time Path Immortal Gu recipes and refining Time Path Immortal Gu. There was no doubt that Red Lotus' true meaning was the most valuable treasure. Below it was the rank 8 Immortal Gu, Regret. Not mentioning this Gu's legendary status, just based on its rank 8 level, its value was extraordinary. With this Gu worm, Fang Yuan now had 5 rank 8 Gu worms: Attitude, Wisdom Sword, Years Flow Like Water, Soul Beast Token, and Regret. Fang Yuan could now construct Regret Pool with no obstacles. Of course, difficulty was still there, but the greatest hurdle had become non-existent because of Regret Gu. Back when Red Lotus Demon Venerable arranged this true inheritance, he had deduced Fang Yuan's situation and thus prepared a large amount of Time Path Immortal materials. With Regret Gu and Time Path Immortal materials, Fang Yuan only needed to follow the procedures and spend some time to construct Regret Pool. He could even build an Immortal Gu house better than Regret Pool. With all these, Fang Yuan could begin to refine Gu en masse. On one hand, he could refine a lot more Time Path Immortal Gu, on the other hand, he could advance the rank of the Immortal Gu he already had. These Time Path Immortal materials left behind by Red Lotus Demon Venerable were of high rank. The lowest was rank 7 while there was a large amount of rank 8 Immortal materials. Were Heavenly Court to see this, they would cough out a large mouthful of blood. They tried all methods to disturb Fang Yuan and obstruct him from purchasing Time Path Immortal materials without hesitating on paying a huge price. This had indeed created huge trouble for Fang Yuan, but all their actions turned out to be of no use now. Red Lotus True Meaning, Rank 8 Immortal Gu Regret, large amounts of Time Path Immortal materials, as well as Immortal Killer moves. Among the Immortal Killer moves, the greatest gains were Immortal Killer moves that used Spring-Autumn Cicada as the core. The most important thing Fang Yuan cared about was the Spring-Autumn Success Killer move. This move used several supplementary Immortal Gu, and with the activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada, its success rate would reach 100%. Simply using Spring-Autumn Cicada had too low of a success rate. It also had the disadvantage of greatly decreasing luck. But although Spring-Autumn Success Immortal Killer move still had the disadvantage of reducing luck, the failure rate was lowered to 0. With this move, Spring-Autumn Cicada's practicality obtained an enormous boost. Fang Yuan had already decided to prepare this killer move. Almost all the Immortal Killer moves were in the form of information and required Fang Yuan to personally prepare them. But one Time Path Killer move had been specially activated by Red Lotus Demon Venerable and left for Fang Yuan. The former Rank 9 Killer move, after over 1,000,000 years, had its power greatly reduced but was still effective. The name of this Time Path Killer move, Future Self. This move relied on the River of Time and Red Lotus Stone Island. The Gu Immortal user could temporarily borrow the use of a certain future state of his life. For instance, a Gu master who had only rank 5 cultivation, but in the future, would successfully pass his ascension tribulation and become rank 6. Under the use of Future Self, he could borrow the body of his future Gu Immortal self and temporarily gain a Gu Immortal's cultivation level. Even Fang Yuan was speechless at the mysterious and terrifying powers of this move. Unfortunately, this move had already weakened to rank 7 level and was of no use to Fang Yuan. In Red Lotus Demon Venerable's deduction, Fang Yuan would have rank 7 cultivation when he found this stone island. But Red Lotus Demon Venerable was after all not a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable. Even if he were a Wisdom Path Immortal Venerable, there could still be flaws in the deductions. Especially in the situation when Fate Gu was injured and Luck Path emerged, everything had become much more difficult to predict. My cultivation is already rank 8, I can only give this future self-killer move to my subordinates. This can make up for their lack in strength and have the qualifications to participate in my battles. What a pity that I lost so much manpower before this. The complete content of Red Lotus True Inheritance was extremely plentiful and indeed worthy of being Red Lotus Demon Venerable's true inheritance. But Fang Yuan was still slightly disappointed. The thing he had most expected was some kind of method or a shortcut to pull a fast one and destroy Fate Gu. However, Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind such things. Even in the memory left by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, it only portrayed his experiences of becoming an immortal venerable and his regretful life later on. As for how he refined Spring Autumn Cicada or how he invaded Heavenly Court and injured Fate Gu, there were no memories of them. The memories had directly skipped to Red Lotus Demon Venerable constructing the Red Lotus Stone Island after becoming a venerable. What was the deeper meaning behind such an arrangement? Fang Yuan had inquired before he consumed Red Lotus' true meaning. The reply of Red Lotus' true meaning was, there was no shortcut to destroying Fate Gu. Even if Red Lotus Demon Venerable had exploited some kind of shortcut back then, that shortcut no longer existed now. Don't underestimate Heavenly Court. If there was any shortcut, be extra careful as it should be Heavenly Court's trap. As for why Red Lotus Demon Venerable did not leave behind more memories, Red Lotus' true meaning did not have an answer. He only gave speculation. He might not have wanted to point you towards a specific direction because it could easily lead to misunderstandings. Whether or not to destroy Fate Gu is your own choice. Fang Yuan asked, where are the other Red Lotus Stone Islands? Red Lotus' true meaning did not know. However, this reply was within Fang Yuan's expectation. If every Red Lotus Stone Island could mark the other islands' locations, they would have already been taken by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable or Heavenly Court. To prevent such a situation from happening, Red Lotus Demon Venerable specially constructed each Red Lotus Stone Island separately without the ability to sense the others' locations. Fate Gu must be destroyed. A Heavenly Court with or without Fate Gu were two completely different concepts. If Heavenly Court successfully restored Fate Gu, although Fang Yuan would not be bound by the shackles of fate, other people or beings in the world would be influenced or even manipulated by fate. At that time, Fang Yuan's enemies would be everyone and everything besides him. This was slightly exaggerated, but it was that serious. Another more important reason was that Fate Gu's existence was the greatest obstacle to Fang Yuan's pursuit of eternal life. Fate Gu did not allow revival, it stated that all living beings must die. Thus, no matter what, Fang Yuan would have to destroy Fate Gu. Red Lotus Demon Venerable might have already deduced this, so he was not worried about Fang Yuan's motivation. Chapter 1680. Advancing Immortal Gu. Mini-Central Continent. Dark clouds covered the sky as thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Fang Yuan's time path clone was standing high in the sky. He was observing the Gu refinement process cautiously to prevent any accidents. Under the dark clouds, the originally wide plain was now filled with deep craters. Bolts of lightning struck the ground, smashing the earth and creating half-spherical craters. The soil inside the crater was refined into a ceramic-like structure with smoke rising up from them. The time is right, my main body should be making a move. The Time Path clone just had this thought when countless lightning bolts converged together into one enormous lightning bolt. Boom! The deep blue lightning bolt resembling a heavenly pillar struck a white boulder at the center of the plain fiercely. Instantly, the white boulder was split into pieces by the lightning bolt. Countless fragmented rocks flew out everywhere. The lightning was incomparably fierce, it had suddenly converged together and vanished just as suddenly. The white boulder that was the size of a hill exploded, but a small Gu worm floated in the air. The Gu worm was in the form of a butterfly with various colors. It was man as before Immortal Gu. I finally succeeded after failing 6 times, not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone was exulted upon seeing this. Man as before came from Tai by Yunsheng, its origin could be traced back to Purple Mountain True Monarch. The original man as before Immortal Gu was only rank 6, which was only effective in healing rank 6 Gu immortals and had barely passable effects on rank 7, often failing in its activation. Its effect on rank 8 was even more abysmal. Fang Yuan could use it effectively because of his sovereign immortal body's characteristic. Different kinds of Dao marks did not conflict with each other. But now that he was currently rank 8, rank 6 man as before was clearly too weak. But now, man as before Immortal Gu was successfully advanced from rank 6 to rank 7. Fang Yuan's Time Path clone inspected it carefully and soon discovered the difference between rank 7 man as before and the rank 6 version. They both had the shape of a butterfly, but the rank 7 man as before was much more dazzling. Moreover, there was a change in the butterfly's body. It looked like a tiny naked and pale person. Although rank 8 man as before was more suitable for Fang Yuan, he was currently satisfied with advancing it to rank 7. Refining rank 8 Immortal Gu would need countless cultivation resources which Fang Yuan currently did not have the ability to bear. Back then, old ancestor Shui, who had almost emptied out his accumulation to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, every member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land had complained about it. What's more, old ancestor Shui, who had cultivated for much longer than Fang Yuan in this life. This was unless Fang Yuan spent his entire fortune like selling Dang Hun Mountain, Luo Po Valley, Reverse Flow River, or Wisdom Gu to exchange for countless resources. But that was not worth the loss. Man as before might be a superior Gu, but it was not a crucial Gu worm like Spring-Autumn Cicada. Fang Yuan did not have the extravagant hope of refining rank 8 Immortal Gu. He intended to advance most of his rank 6 Immortal Gu to rank 7. Because of the high quantity and the difficulty of Gu refinement along with high failure rate, even if Fang Yuan invested all his current resources, it would hardly be enough. Fang Yuan had gained batches after batches of cultivation resources from the Grotto-Heaven of the 5 Slongs, Qi Clan's Grotto-Heaven, the Blue Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven as well as Red Lotus Stone Island. However, Gu refinement was a bottomless pit. No matter how much investment was done, it would never be high enough. Fortunately, Fang Yuan obtained Regret Gu, which he used to construct a refinement path Gu formation that allowed a small portion of the Gu refinement process to be done again if it failed. When Fang Yuan's Time Path clone took the rank 7 man as before Immortal Gu, the dark clouds had already vanished. The refinement path Gu formation slowly activated and along with the killer move self-cleansing, they cleaned the Dao mark traces left at the scene. Next is landscape as before. The Time Path clone thought. In the list of Gu refinement plans, man as before and landscape as before were at the top, but there were still a lot more left. For example, Day Gu, Self-Strength, Pulling Mountain, Strength Chi, Vajra Thought, Star Eyes, Star Thought. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was also important. After its rank was advanced, it could greatly increase the power of Unravel Dream, which was extremely beneficial in Fang Yuan's Dream Path cultivation. There were also Dogshit Luck, Chi Luck, Luck Inspection, Connect Luck, and Time Luck. These Luck Path Immortal Gu would also be an enormous help after they were advanced. Fang Yuan was lacking offensive methods in Luck Path, but its support function could not be neglected. Previously, Fang Yuan had used his Luck Path superiority to get rid of the pursuit of the multiple Time Path Immortal Gu houses of Heavenly Court. Advancing the ranks of Immortal Gu was all done by Fang Yuan's main body. The Time Path clone did not have enough qualifications because of low cultivation level. After receiving Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan continued to stay in Red Lotus Stone Island. Besides him repeatedly refining Gu, Bai Ning Bing, Hei Lulan and so on were also moving around on the island. They exchanged pointers with each other and did their best to adapt to their future self. Under the effect of future self, their battle strength climbed to first rate or even the peak of rank 7. This was already the limit of the killer move. With his subordinate strength rising to this level, there would no longer be awkward situations like before. Next time Fang Yuan battled, these people would have the minimum qualification to take part in the battle. The regrettable thing was that Fairy Miao Yin, Lady White Rabbit, and Sixth Hare were dead. Although Fang Yuan still had several enslaved Gu immortals like Qi Clan's Gu immortals, these people were far less reliable than the former. They were bound by a slave agreement which could very well dissipate under the power of their future self. So, Fang Yuan did not intend to elevate them even though the future self-killer move could still be used on several more people. Advancing Immortal Gu became Fang Yuan's most important project and occupied almost all of his time. Occasionally, he used Fixed Immortal Travel's killer move to teleport to the 5 Slongs Grotto-Heaven and continue refining the killer move Heaven form. Fang Yuan had already obtained the True Inheritance and was the owner of this Red Lotus Stone Island, thus he could use Fixed Immortal Travel to travel back and forth. Before this Red Lotus Stone Island had been protected by Red Lotus Demon Venerable's strength, which prevented methods like fixed immortal travel. This was the same situation as in the immortal aperture inside the Blue Dragon Whale. Fang Yuan had already tested it, but unfortunately, he was unable to return to the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven with fixed immortal travel. Also, Spring-Autumn Cicada might have reached rank 7, which expanded its detection range, but Fang Yuan did not go to look for other Red Lotus Stone Islands. Firstly, his current strength had not increased a lot, he still needed to process his gains. Secondly, Heavenly Court was also searching in the River of Time. Fang Yuan would have to avoid them if he ran into them. Finally, Fang Yuan's rank 8 Immortal Essence reserve was still accumulating because advancing Immortal Gu spent a lot of Immortal Essence. Time passed, several months went by quickly. Southern border. Boom! Earth tremored and mountains shook, rocks and stones flew in all directions as an earth trench appeared. The vast aura of a wild Immortal Gu spread everywhere. This wild Immortal Gu has finally appeared. In the clouds, 3 Gu Immortals looked at the ground with smiles on their face. Alright, let's compete according to the agreement we set earlier. Yes. Earth veins are stirring more intensely and wild Immortal Gu appear from time to time. We need to finish our battle quickly. The 3 Gu Immortals fought fairly, the atmosphere was harmonious. The influence of Southern Border's Righteous Path Superforce Alliance was becoming increasingly larger. Previously, Wu Yong led the Southern Alliance but was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. Instead, Fang Yuan used the pretense of undergoing tribulation to plot a trap in 5 regional mountain range. But it was not like the Southern Alliance had no gains, they obtained Dao Yu's true inheritance. After Lu Weiyin rescued many Southern Border rank 7 Gu Immortals from Fang Yuan's hands, he represented Paradise Earth's force and officially joined the Southern Alliance. It was perhaps due to Fang Yuan that the Southern Alliance's Righteous Path Gu Immortals restrained themselves, as they had a common enemy. They were inwardly apprehensive that as Southern Border's earth veins fluctuated repeatedly and cultivation resources appeared one after the other, Fang Yuan might suddenly come to fight over them. So, Southern Alliance Gu Immortals did not fight each other to death, instead their fights became controlled. Heavenly Court. Fairy Zi Wei's brows rose up in joy when she heard the report. Dragon Palace has been found. This is good news. Lord Duke Long had all along been searching for it, and now, our Heavenly Court has discovered the Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace was an extremely powerful Immortal Gu House, even Heavenly Court placed great importance on it. This Immortal Gu House has a deep relationship with Lord Duke Long. I should tell him this news first. When Duke Long obtained this news, he immediately brought Feng Jin Huang to Heavenly Court and handed her over to Fairy Zi Wei to look after. Several days later, Duke Long returned without anything. Fairy Zi Wei was surprised. Duke Long was extremely powerful. In this current world, what methods could actually obstruct him? Dragon Palace is actually surrounded by a layer of Dream Realm. I cannot enter it. Duke Long sighed. Fairy Zi Wei immediately understood the reason. After hearing this reply, she consoled Duke Long. Lord Duke Long, you do not need to worry, the formation is already ready, it can use the strength of the whole of Heavenly Court's Grotto-Heaven to suppress Spectral Soul. We will soon obtain his Dream Path research results. Duke Long laughed joyfully and said good 3 times. Spectral Soul's Dream Path research results naturally referred to the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique. With this method, Heavenly Court could condense dream realms into pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies. The dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace would be easily removed. That demon Fang Yuan has made no move recently. Duke Long asked. Fairy Zi Wei shook her head. Ever since he escaped from the River of Time, there has been no news of him. Currently, all 5 regions are facing frequent movements of earth veins, with Southern Border's situation being the greatest. Countless cultivation resources are being churned out. I really hoped he tried to loot these resources and gave us the opportunity to track him. But unfortunately, it is like he has completely disappeared. I have been using wisdom path methods to analyze every bit of information but have not been able to find his traces. Duke Long nodded. Continue to pay attention to him. Even though this demon has reached rank 8, he has to face stronger calamities and tribulations now. This will definitely give him a headache. Although he can annex apertures with the sovereign immortal body, he needs rank 8 Grotto-Heavens to skip grand tribulations. Furthermore, there is still the even more terrifying Myriad tribulation. Even Fairy Wei felt her heart palpitate when she heard the mention of Myriad tribulation. She nodded with a smile. Lord Duke Long is right, Fang Yuan might have advanced to rank 8, but how many rank 8 Grotto-Heavens are there for him to annex? His cultivation won't change much within a short period of time. Currently, Fang Yuan lacks resources, especially time path resources. It will be almost impossible for him to face the arrangements we made in the River of Time. That means he will have no chance at getting Red Lotus true inheritance. Although he escaped before, his immortal essence expenditure was extremely huge and nearly all his trump cards were exposed. He needs to quickly accumulate rank 8 immortal essence, because relying on immortal essence stones has too low efficiency. He can only rely on his immortal aperture's self-production. But the immortal aperture's self-production requires time. If he quickens the rate of time of his immortal aperture, he will also accelerate the arrival of his calamities and tribulations as well. Once he has no more immortal apertures to annex, he will have to face tribulations. The time he undergoes his tribulation will be the time our heavenly court takes his life. Fairy Wei's eyes glistened brightly when she said this. Duke Long nodded, looking at Fairy Wei with praise. With you taking charge of heavenly court, I am at ease. Chapter 1681. Progress. Mini-Central Continent. Fang Yuan's time path clone was slowly flying in the air as he planted the last flower bud. The terrain here had already been modified by him into a marshland that was extremely fertile. A large amount of high-quality silt was spread here. There was also a knee-deep clear river above the layer of silt. The time path clone patted his hand and flew to the sky after giving a last glance at the flower bud. Standing on a high altitude, the man-made marshland entered his sight. This marshland was vast. Fang Yuan's time path clone was unable to take in the whole marshland in his sight. A flower bud, the size of a house, could be seen every few kilometers. These flower buds had quite an origin. They were the buds of a desolate plant, extreme marsh flower. Fang Yuan had obtained a small portion of the extreme marsh flowers in the blue dragon whale's immortal aperture, while the rest were bought from Treasure Yellow Heaven. After taking in the view, Fang Yuan's time path clone breathed in deeply and activated Summer Gu. Summer Gu came from Southern Border's rank 8 Gu Immortal Shia Cha, and was also at rank 8. Fang Yuan's time path clone was only at rank 6 and would not be able to use Summer Gu by just himself. However, Fang Yuan's main body had white lychee immortal essence which he gave to his clone along with Summer Gu. By lending his clone the necessary tools, Fang Yuan's time path clone could utilize almost all the immortal Gu of his main body. Summer Gu's activation was followed by other supplementary Gu worms which activated an immortal killer move. Shia Cha had developed a set of time path killer moves to manage the immortal aperture: spring plowing, summer hoeing, autumn harvest, and winter storage. The killer move which Fang Yuan's time path clone activated was not one of them but was modified from summer hoeing. It was used specially to raise extreme marsh flowers. Extreme marsh flowers bloomed at the height of summer and bore fruit in spring. Fang Yuan's time path attainment was at quasi-supreme Grandmaster. It was at the peak of the world. Along with the light of wisdom, it was simple for him to modify time path killer moves. Following the continuous activation of the killer move, all the surroundings entered the height of summer. Light rays became brighter, the temperature increased rapidly and the air became increasingly dry. The peak of summer had arrived. The extremely vigorous extreme marsh flowers felt all these and began to absorb nutrition from the water and soil, growing at a visible rate and started to slowly bloom. Every extreme marsh flower was huge and looked like a trumpet with its petals connected. They were primarily white with a few parts bearing slight hints of pink. The knee-deep water was already emptying. The marshy soil had also become drier. The fertility of the soil was being expended intensely. Fang Yuan's time path clone looked calm. This was within his expectations. Cultivation methods of extreme marsh flowers were mentioned in detail in both Red Lotus True Inheritance and Shadow Sect's True Inheritance. All these changes were within Fang Yuan's arrangements. Soon, strands of white mist started rising slowly from the pistil of the extreme marsh flowers. These mist gradually spread and covered a large area. Fang Yuan's time path clone stopped the killer move. The air immediately became very moist. The mist nurtured the soil, gradually transforming this man-made marshland. Let's name this marshland Flower Mist Extreme Marsh. The first step is finished. Fang Yuan's time path clone observed with joy. It won't be an issue to feed Regret Gu with this scale of extreme marsh flower mist. Rank 8 Regret Gu's appetite was huge. Its food was the mist produced by extreme marsh flowers. The problem was that this mist needed to be fresh. So it was not practical or reliable to purchase them from outside. When the mist condenses to a certain extent and forms a layer of water on the ground, I can then plant water vegetation as well as bring in small life forms like ducks and flying fish. Then, I will continue to expand the scale of extreme marsh flowers. When Regret Gu becomes hungry, the accumulated extreme marsh flower mist will be enough to fill it. The feeding of rank 8 Immortal Gu often required a huge project. With this area of extreme marsh flowers, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's development is now at 18%. Currently, I have greatly slowed down the rate of time of the Immortal Aperture, so the production of various resources and white lychee Immortal Essence has fallen. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly. This time, he did not use time path Immortal moves to slow down his Immortal Aperture's rate of time. Instead, he manipulated the Year Essence pool, which was much more convenient. It did not expend Immortal Essence and also did not have some disadvantages of time path killer moves. Fang Yuan could adjust his Immortal Aperture's rate of time whenever he wanted. Although I need to accumulate Immortal Essence, I cannot blindly quicken the time, or else, the tribulations will come quickly as well. Currently, Fang Yuan was already at rank 8, but his battle strength had not increased by a lot. Previously, he had exposed almost all his trump cards when he faced Heavenly Court's ambush in River of Time, so it was not suitable for him to undergo tribulation at this time. Once he placed his Immortal Aperture to undergo tribulation, Fang Yuan would become a fixed target. Because he would have to open his Immortal Aperture, which would be sensed by Heaven's will, Heavenly Court and other forces could easily discover his location and besiege him. The rate of time has been slowed down, but I can still manage my Immortal Aperture, increasing the foundation of my Immortal Aperture and expanding my Immortal Aperture origin core, thus producing even more white lychee Immortal Essence. The better the Immortal Aperture's management, the more Immortal Essence would be produced. A long time ago, Fang Yuan managed his Immortal Aperture to feed his Immortal Gu. Later, he managed the Immortal Aperture to increase the production and earn Immortal Essence stones as well as cultivation resources. Currently, his target was to accumulate white lychee Immortal Essence. Purely refining Immortal Essence stones to white lychee Immortal Essence had too low of an efficiency. 10,000 Immortal Essence stones were required to turn into one bead of white lychee Immortal Essence. Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture could produce 100 white lychee Immortal Essence every year. In terms of the outside world's time, that was over half a month. Time passed as Fang Yuan continued to cultivate in seclusion. It was now summer in the 5 regions. Although there were no traces of Fang Yuan, the whole Gu immortal world of the 5 regions was in an excited state. Whether it be Righteous Path, Demonic Path, or Lone Immortals, they were all hectic. The reason for this situation were the tremors in 5 regions' earth veins. New earth trenches appeared constantly. They first appeared in southern border, but this situation was happening frequently throughout the other 4 regions as well. Rumble. Dust and soil rose. Hong Yi fell down on the ground in exhaustion. He was panting and his face was pale as he looked at the enormous ravine in front of him. When the earth vein shook, he and other Gu masters began to run wildly. This was an extremely thrilling escape. There were a few times when Hong Yi was able to keep his life only because of his good luck. He had almost fallen in, but during the crucial moment, he was able to exert more strength than usual and was able to jump towards the precipice. Since when did earthquakes occur here? That was dangerous. I almost lost my life here. Hong Yi stood up only after a long while, but his breathing was still rough. He looked at the ravine and saw only darkness. Rough wind blew in the ravine as dust and soil had yet to dissipate. Every area of central continent seems to be experiencing earthquakes during this time period, creating ravines like this. Even a mortal like Hong Yi felt such a violent change in the world. Eh? What is that? A wild immortal Gu slowly flew out of the dust and smoke. An injured wild immortal Gu flew with difficulty, swaying left and right before it was finally exhausted and fell beside Hong Yi's feet. Hong Yi was dumbfounded. Heavenly Court. Fairy Wei gave a cry as her whole body let out dazzling purple light. Following the light, the whole heavenly court actually shook slightly, an incomparably enormous formless force poured into the large immortal formation. The immortal formation rumbled loudly as it started grinding down on Spectral Soul, who was locked up at the center. Spectral Soul resisted with all his might but was unable to defend. His deepest memories were being extracted. All right, I finally obtained the mysteries of the pure dream reality seeker physique. Ha ha ha. Fairy Wei was haggard and pale, but her expression was of excitement. She had been working extremely hard these last days. On one hand, she was dealing with earth vein tremors which were bringing forth unexpected situations all over Central Continent. On the other hand, she was strengthening her efforts on dealing with Spectral Soul. She had put in great efforts to obtain Shadow Sect's Dream Path research results as soon as possible, activating the whole of Heavenly Court's might in empowering the immortal formation. Hard work paid off. Fairy Wei finally obtained a breakthrough. In the blink of an eye, it was the height of summer. Sunlight was scorching, but it was not as fiery as the fire in Gu Immortal's hearts. Earth vein tremors showed no signs of stopping or reducing, instead they became more intense. Immortal materials, wild immortal Gu, and all kinds of cultivation resources appeared constantly, creating a festive period in all 5 regions. Within the 5 Xiong's Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan's laughter suddenly echoed. I have finally obtained full grasp of the killer move Heaven form. Beside Fang Yuan was the rank 9 killer move in the form of a white crane. It was standing obediently and quietly, following Fang Yuan's orders. Who could have thought that Heaven form's effect is actually this? With it, my cultivation might be able to progress rapidly. The issue of calamities and tribulations can also be resolved. Fang Yuan stroked the white crane's feathers with bright eyes. This Heaven form killer move came at the perfect time. Chapter 1682. Searching for Grotto-Heavens. An exquisite, pure white crane was flying around Fang Yuan while letting out melodious cry. Fang Yuan could command this white crane with his thoughts, and it was as easy and simple as moving his hand. I can finally use this rank 9 killer move. Fang Yuan was endlessly moved as he said softly, "Go." White crane flapped its large wings and nimbly flew ahead, but before it reached far, it started circling around a part of the sky while emitting cries constantly. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he received a series of information from the white crane that showed the inner scenes of the Grotto-Heaven of the 5 Xiong's. Rank 9 killer move Heaven form was not an offensive or a defensive killer move, but an investigative type. Its detection target was everything that existed in immemorial White Heaven. Its detection range was extremely wide, far surpassing Fang Yuan's limits, thus it would be extremely helpful to Fang Yuan in plundering all kinds of natural resources in immemorial White Heaven. Its detection ability was also extremely strong. How strong? It could discover hidden Grotto-Heavens. Any Grotto-Heaven, as long as they were in immemorial White Heaven, would be detected by Heaven form even if they did not open their immortal aperture entrance. Once the white crane was nearby, it could gather information about the inner scenes of the immortal aperture. Naturally, its detection range towards Grotto-Heavens was far smaller than ordinary targets. It had another advantage: it did not use any immortal essence during the whole detection process. The rank 9 immortal move Heaven form originated from thieving Heaven demon Venerable. It was truly extraordinary. It was like the detection was the innate ability of the white crane. But if I want to forcibly intrude into a Grotto-Heaven, I need to use immortal essence. Fang Yuan's lips curled up as he slowly transferred rank 8 white lychee immortal essence. With the addition of immortal essence, Heaven form's whole white crane body began to emit soft and gentle light. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer, letting the soft light cover him. At the same time, a hazy white light appeared inside 5 Xiong's Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan followed the white light, and several breaths later, he was inside 5 Slong's Grotto-Heaven. The whole process faced no obstruction. Although 5 Slong's Grotto-Heaven was already controlled by Fang Yuan, at this moment, he had successfully entered the Grotto-Heaven just by relying on heaven form. Quite a high immortal essence expenditure, but thinking about it, I am a rank 8 GU immortal while the killer move is at rank 9 level. Spending this much white light immortal essence cannot be considered a flaw. Although there is some white light, the entire process is quiet. Not bad, not bad. Fang Yuan nodded, satisfied with the result of this trial performance. It was extremely difficult to charge into a blessed land or Grotto-Heaven without proper preparations. For example, one could refer to the time Immortal Crane sect invaded Hu Immortal Blessed Land, or when Heavenly Lord Baizu attacked Fang Grotto-Heaven. Their difficulties sufficiently proved the value of heaven form. In the long span of history, how many GU immortals have appeared? Although it is not easy to become a rank 8, throughout the millions of years, they are absolutely not few in number. When Ren Zhu's children destroyed the other immemorial 7 heavens, only immemorial White Heaven and immemorial Black Heaven remained. After that incident, rank 8 GU immortals or rank 9 GU immortals basically only had these 2 choices to place their Grotto-Heavens. Not mentioning rank 9 GU venerables, when those rank 8 GU immortals die, their immortal apertures would often be placed in either immemorial White or Black Heaven. These Grotto-Heavens would fall down or perish because of the continuous calamities and tribulations, but at the same time, new rank 8 figures would appear. So, there must be a portion of these Grotto-Heavens currently in immemorial Black and White Heaven. These Grotto-Heavens were great supplements to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. If he annexed one of them, he could skip calamities and tribulations and thus resolve his greatest hidden threat. Naturally, the precondition was he had to find an immortal aperture Grotto-Heaven and have the ability to annex them. At the same time, this Grotto-Heaven must not have devoured any fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens. An immortal aperture Grotto-Heaven that had annexed any 9 heavens fragment would have no more calamities and tribulations, but it would then be filled with heaven's will which could not be cleansed. Fang Yuan could not annex such Grotto-Heavens, so 5 Slong's Grotto-Heaven and Fan Grotto-Heaven were not in his consideration. Although Qi Clan's Qi Si Grotto-Heaven did not annex a 9 heavens fragment and had been relying on the immortal killer move Unlimited Qi Si to resist calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan's Qi path attainment level became the obstruction to annexing it, and it would not be easy to solve this anytime soon. As for the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven, Fang Yuan had considered it, but he was unable to return to the Blue Dragon Whale with fixed immortal travel as it had already moved far away from its previous location. And with Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's arrangements in the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven, even if Fang Yuan had the ability to annex it, he did not dare to make such a move rashly. Who was to say Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had not arranged some hidden methods in the Dragon Whale Grotto-Heaven that were specially waiting for Fang Yuan? None of the GU Venerables could be underestimated. There are definitely Grotto-Heavens which suit me. Fang Yuan was confident in this. This confidence was not only because he had heaven form, it was also because in the 500 years of his previous life's memories, there had been many Grotto-Heavens which had appeared during the 5 regions' chaotic war and been a part of the vast changes of the new era. Among them, Fang Yuan had the deepest impression of 9 Phantoms Grotto-Heaven. Almost all the GU immortals of this Grotto-Heaven mainly cultivated Phantom Path. The entire Grotto-Heaven could turn into Phantom form and thus be unaffected by calamities and tribulations. There was also Dao Formation Grotto-Heaven. This Grotto-Heaven's GU immortals were extremely proficient in Formation Path with layers of large formations tightly protecting the whole Grotto-Heaven. There was also Holy Deceit Grotto-Heaven. This Grotto-Heaven's origin was even greater. Its original owner had a close relationship with Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. After he passed away, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable personally made arrangements in Holy Deceit Grotto-Heaven that caused Heaven's will to make wrong judgments about this Grotto-Heaven. The might of many calamities and tribulations were reduced greatly and were passed extremely easily. These Grotto-Heavens were living in seclusion while cultivating GU immortals. Every Grotto-Heaven contained many GU immortals. They were all genuine super forces. However, there were very few rank 8 GU immortals. It was difficult to nurture a rank 8 GU immortal with just the resources from a Grotto-Heaven. As such, powerful super forces were all based in the 5 regions which possessed rich and enormous amounts of resources. At the same time, the large population and intense competition between each other hastened the arrival of rank 8 GU Immortals. Summer went and autumn came. The turbulence of earth veins was becoming more frequent and numerous. GU Immortals welcomed this harvesting season. Western Desert. A delicate and beautiful female immortal lightly shot an arrow. The arrow pierced the sky while leaving behind a trailing arc of light pink and struck an ancient desolate beast. This ancient desolate beast had been moving rampantly the previous moment, but at the next moment, its whole body let out all kinds of lights as it collapsed to the ground loudly. Strong wind mixed with yellow sand blew, the entire ancient desolate beast turned into petals and dissipated completely. It is actually her. Gong Clan's second young Miss Gong Wu Hua. Let's leave quickly. A group of Western Desert GU Immortals reluctantly looked at the newly created earth trench before retreating cleanly. Southern border. Rumble. Mountain ranges collapsed, causing dust to surge over hundreds of li. The earth quaked as a huge earth trench appeared, devouring the mountain ranges tyrannically. BA Clan's 2 GU Immortals were looking at this with shock. This is a famous mountain, Sunny Mountain. It was actually destroyed by the earth trench, such a pity. BA's gaze shone with cold light. What's there to pity? The old mountain has collapsed, there will be a new one in the future. Didn't we discover a large amount of new spirit springs in our way? That's true, earth vein turbulences are not only bringing wild GU and GU materials, they are also giving birth to many spirit springs. Do you think that is all? Bada looked down with no expression, but his face showed great expectation. Experts are popping out one after the other in the GU Immortal world. Didn't Western Desert see the rise of Gong Wu Hua recently? Lord Bada, how could that Gong Wu Hua compare to you? HMPH, how can you underestimate the heroes of the world? But wait until I advance to rank 8, Gong Wu Hua won't be any threat indeed. Bada said proudly. The other BA Clan GU Immortal was shocked and joyous. Lord, you are finally advancing to rank 8. I was on guard against various influences before, but now the Southern Alliance is established while the Alliance leader's position is still up in the air. Most crucially, there are countless cultivation resources appearing unceasingly which are enough for me to advance to rank 8. Naturally, there is one main reason. Bada's expression turned solemn. An unprecedented great era is descending and I don't wish to be swallowed by the tides of this era. Chapter 1683. Venerable Talent. A large group of blinking birds, that were surrounding a 7-colored cloud, were flying around while chirping constantly to warn the invader. Fang Yuan's expression was tranquil, but his gaze carried the trace of a smile. The blinking bird's warning was naturally nothing to him. This species of bird was a desolate beast, but they had low battle strength, they could not cause harm even with such a large scale. Their true power was in speed. Blinking birds were considered the fastest desolate beast. Once their speed erupted, they could escape the sight of a GU Immortal in the blink of an eye, thus having their name. Fang Yuan had concealed his aura and seemed like a mortal. But these blinking birds simply did not attack him, they innately sensed a pressure from the seemingly harmless Fang Yuan. Suddenly, a trace of aura leaked out from Fang Yuan's body. Swoosh! At the next moment, the blinking birds burst forth, disappearing within an instant. The 7-colored cloud that was densely surrounded by the birds was now floating alone. Fang Yuan sighed. He had intended to capture these blinking birds, but these blinking birds had an extremely fast response time and Fang Yuan was also not highly proficient in concealing his aura. However, it did not matter if they escaped. Even if he subdued the blinking birds, they would not be easy to raise. Their food was the white heaven floating dust that was specific to immemorial white heaven. It was not easy to gather and a GU Immortal's immortal aperture could not produce them. Fang Yuan slowly flew closer to the 7-colored cloud. I didn't expect to run into a 7-colored cloud soil. Fang Yuan sighed. This thing looked like a cloud but was actually a kind of soil, cloud soil. In Lang Ya Blessed Land, Lang Ya Land Spirit had condensed a large amount of cloud soil to form Cloud Cover Continent, which always remained afloat in the sky of Lang Ya Blessed Land. Cloud soil's greatest production area was in the immemorial 9 heavens. Naturally, there were also a small number of resource points producing cloud soil in the 5 regions. A single-colored cloud soil was at most an ordinary GU material, for example, immemorial yellow heavens yellow cloud soil or immemorial red heavens red cloud soil. In the present era, the most common single-colored cloud soil in the market was white cloud soil, which mostly originated from immemorial white heaven. Immemorial black heaven also had a lot of black cloud soil, but it was very risky as there were many soul beasts in black heaven. Once the cloud soil had 6 colors, it would be a rank 6 level immortal material. The 7-colored cloud soil in front of Fang Yuan was a rank 7 immortal material, and the value of such a large quantity was very high. After inspecting this large patch of 7-colored cloud soil, Fang Yuan discovered there were many bird nests in this soil and they contained many eggs. These were the blinking birds' eggs. Fang Yuan was not surprised as the behavior of the blinking bird showed that they seemed to be protecting something. In fact, blinking birds were extremely cowardly even though they were desolate beasts. If there was even a slight disturbance, they would immediately fly away with their fastest speed. Fang Yuan could incubate these eggs for blinking birds. Incubating desolate beasts was not easy, but it would not be much of an issue to Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan did not want to hatch them. Instead, he wanted to use these eggs as immortal materials to use when refining GU. Blinking birds had quite a strict diet and it was not easy to raise them. If he were to raise them, he would have to release them to immemorial white heaven from time to time, and this was too troublesome. Fang Yuan had deep pockets and did not care about profits from blinking birds. Ever since he refined the killer move heaven form over a month ago, Fang Yuan had been moving about in immemorial white heaven. On one hand, he was searching for immortal materials in immemorial white heaven. On the other hand, he was refining GU in his sovereign immortal aperture. A month in the outside world was a long time in the sovereign immortal aperture. Fang Yuan had obtained great success in refining GU. Man as before, landscape as before, self-strength, pulling mountain, pulling water, dogshit luck, time luck, and others were already advanced to rank 7. He had changed his original GU refinement plan slightly, advancing luck path immortal GU with priority. Over these days, he had similarly gained great harvests in immemorial white heaven, obtaining many immortal materials. This was due to the effect of these rank 7 luck path immortal GU. Besides advancing ranks through refinement, Fang Yuan was also improving GU refinement techniques. He knew way too many GU recipes and also knew countless GU refinement techniques. His refinement path attainment level was at quasi-supreme grandmaster, but he was lacking in experience. Especially in the aspect of refining immortal GU, he did not have a lot of experience at all. Genuine knowledge came from practice. Over this period of time, he had repeatedly advanced the ranks of his immortal GU, from which he discovered many of his problems and remedied all of them. At the same time, he also discovered many more GU refinement techniques that suited him. At present, Fang Yuan had gained a lot of new insight and inspiration on GU refinement. The success rate of his refinement had also increased by a large degree. There were still continuous earth vein turbulences in 5 regions. GU immortals obtained immortal materials and immortal GU. It was a time of great joy. But after thinking deeply, Fang Yuan still chose to explore immemorial white heaven. If he went to snatch resources of the earth trenches from the 5 regions GU immortals, he would have to show himself and might very likely end up fighting. Each immortal Gu's advancement increased Fang Yuan's strength by a little. But the degree of this increase was unable to offset the situation from exposing his trump cards in the river of time. He needed time to quietly absorb these gains. Once an intense battle began, his accumulated rank 8 white lychee immortal essence would be expended intensely. Fighting with GU immortals was much more dangerous than fighting fierce beasts. Although Fang Yuan spent immortal essence when exploring immemorial white heaven and there were many battles as well, he was relying on heaven form, which had a precise detection ability. If there were beasts that were too troublesome or powerful, he would take a detour. Heaven form's detection range in immemorial white heaven was truly very large and could even easily discover many concealed beasts and plants. After all, it could even detect hidden Grotto-Heavens. It was natural for it to discover these fierce beasts and plants. The more amazing part was that heaven form did not use even a trace of Fang Yuan's immortal essence. This rank 9 killer move had unquestionable superiority and power. Fang Yuan had already exclaimed praise for it multiple times. Exploring the 5 regions surpassed exploring immemorial white heaven in terms of danger and expenditure, and it was not as good as the latter in terms of benefits. GU materials and immortal materials emerged endlessly from earth trenches, but these things needed GU immortals to arrange them properly before storing them into the immortal aperture. Managing an immortal aperture was not easy. Many resources were interrelated or affected each other. As a result, most of the GU immortals in the 5 regions would sell these immortal materials obtained from earth trenches in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Their immortal apertures had limited space and could not be compared to Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. Many times, the immortal materials they obtained did not suit their immortal aperture's environment. There was another phenomenon because of the unceasing earth vein turbulences. That was Treasure Yellow Heaven's business. More accurately, the transactions between GU immortals had increased explosively. Treasure Yellow Heaven was dozens of times as bustling than before. If Fang Yuan wanted any immortal materials, he could totally buy them from Treasure Yellow Heaven. But Grotto-Heavens were different. Every Grotto-Heaven already had a complete and harmonious ecosystem. When Fang Yuan annexed them, it would save him a lot of trouble and there was no need to consider anything. He could even increase the sovereign immortal aperture's size. His cultivation and Dao marks would also increase by a large degree, and calamities and tribulations could even be skipped. The benefits of annexing a Grotto-Heaven were too great. As for the wild immortal GU that occasionally emerged from earth trenches, Fang Yuan was envious of course, but these wild immortal GU had always been top priority for GU immortals. Fang Yuan felt it was better for him to directly rob others' immortal GU from the Grotto-Heaven since he had great thief ghost hand. Heavenly Court. The large formation slowly stopped. Fairy Wei opened her eyes which shined with sharp light. She mumbled, "Soul replacement killer move? Such ingenuity!" Before leaving, she gave another glance at Spectral Soul but did not try to make him surrender. Over these days, Fairy Wei had been frequently plundering Spectral Soul's memories, seizing his lifetime's cultivation gains. Fairy Wei could not help but admire Spectral Soul's shocking talent and also acknowledge that in the field of Soul Path, even if Heavenly Court had already put in enormous efforts, they still could not match Spectral Soul. Such a pity that Spectral Soul is currently reduced to a prisoner. It really is a tragedy. He is the most destitute among all the Venerables. Actually, if he had remained dead, his name would have been left gloriously in history. Now, he cannot even seek death. Thinking of Spectral Soul who was still stubbornly resisting, Fairy Wei once again gritted her teeth hatefully. She was sure Spectral Soul still had important Dream Path research results. That was lead soul into Dream. Although Heavenly Court had already deciphered most of this move, it would still be extremely valuable if Heavenly Court obtained it. Unfortunately, Spectral Soul kept on resisting. Although he could not shoulder the entire Heavenly Court Grotto-Heaven's strength, he was extremely crafty. He would leak some minor information and stall for time. The first time Fairy Wei used Heavenly Court's strength, Spectral Soul was caught off guard and the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique's information was stolen. But when he recovered, Spectral Soul adopted the strategy of abandoning less important information to protect the true secrets. He was still resisting firmly. "But your actions are in vain. We have the advantage of time. The Refinement Path Convention's preparations are already undergoing. Fate Immortal GU will be completely restored. At that time, Spectral Soul will fall into Fate's tracks and have no way to escape. The future of the Great Era belongs to our Heavenly Court." Fairy Wei thought of Feng Jin Huang. After obtaining the pure Dream Reality Seeker physique's information, Duke Long gave these research results to Feng Jin Huang, which could be considered as his first genuine knowledge imparting. Although these research results were someone else's work. Because they needed to use Feng Jin Huang's Immortal GU, they needed to deduce suitable immortal killer moves for her so that they could resolve the dream realm surrounding Dragon Palace. Fairy Ziwei spared no effort in deducing the killer moves, even deducing together with Feng Jinhuang. At the beginning, her and Duke Long's goal had only been to help Feng Jinhuang grow slightly faster. But who could have thought that after the deduction succeeded, Feng Jinhuang even found a method to improve the pure dream reality seeker physique. Creating a brand new pure dream reality seeker physique body with none of its previous flaws. It could last indefinitely. The talent of a Venerable is truly too terrifying. In front of them, even I feel like I am just an ordinary person. Fairy Ziwei sighed mentally. Chapter 1684. Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan was moving forward on an auspicious cloud. Half of his concentration was in the sovereign immortal aperture and the other half was on guard. If it were before, Fang Yuan could not have split his concentration when refining GU. But his gains were truly huge during this recent period of time. He lacked neither attainment levels nor GU recipes, his only shortcoming had been insufficient hands-on practice. Personally refining GU helped him grow rapidly in this aspect, his success rate in refinement increased greatly and so the amount of immortal materials wasted had also decreased by a lot. Refining immortal GU had always been a sinkhole. Besides GU refinement, Fang Yuan was also plundering all kinds of natural resources from immemorial White Heaven. He sold a portion in Treasure Yellow Heaven and bought items he needed for refining GU and managing his immortal aperture. Treasure Yellow Heaven's business was especially bustling. The turbulence in earth veins created a pressing demand for exchange of goods in the 5 regions GU immortal world. Immortal material transactions in the market were very popular now. Naturally, the most popular business was still Time Path immortal materials. Heavenly Court did not stint on suppressing Fang Yuan. They would purchase all Time Path immortal materials even with a high price, showcasing an inexhaustible strength, displaying the robust and terrifying foundation of Heavenly Court. If Heavenly Court found out that Fang Yuan had already obtained one of Red Lotus' true inheritances and possessed large amounts of Time Path immortal materials, who knew how they would feel? There are still 2 rank 6 immortal GU left, the others have all been advanced to rank 7. Fang Yuan's body suddenly shook. The auspicious cloud suddenly increased in speed. After a while, Fang Yuan saw Heaven form. The crane form killer move was continuously circling around an ordinary-looking spot that seemed to just be made of air. It discovered a Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan was joyous. Using the detection of Heaven form, this Grotto-Heaven's inner scenery was constantly transmitted to Fang Yuan's mind. So this Grotto-Heaven is called Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven. It is actually a rank 8 information path GU Immortal's immortal aperture. Oh? There is such a large population and they even have a unique cultivation style. Fang Yuan could not help but feel curious. Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven's population was even larger than Lang Ya Blessed Land's hairy men. Using an initial estimation, there was also a good number of GU Immortals. This Grotto-Heaven mainly had information path Dao marks, thus its environment naturally was suited to produce information path resources. Therefore, the GU Masters and GU Immortals here mainly cultivated information path and used information path GU worms. Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven had already been isolated from the outside world for many years, but because it had annexed an immemorial 9 heavens fragment, its heavenly spirit was muddle-headed. However, the immortal killer move of the original owner of Grotto-Heaven was still effective. This move was called Assisting Literary Talents. It seemed to be effective for as long as the Grotto-Heaven existed and its effect was extremely unique. As long as a purebred human created or recited outstanding poems or writings of any kind, they would obtain recognition and reward from this Grotto-Heaven. Mortals could sing good poems to attract Hope GU from far away and awaken their aperture. GU Masters could create amazing poetry verses to obtain GU worms or even raise their cultivation directly. It is somewhat of a pity that I cannot annex this Grotto-Heaven. I have quite a lot of poetic masterpieces stored in my mind. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he transferred his immortal essence into Heaven form. Heaven form slowly started to emit light which moved into Profound Literature Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan flew into the white light to enter the Grotto-Heaven. Such guts! Which vile fiend dares to invade my homeland? A vast and mighty voice resounded from within, speaking with righteousness. Next, an old man in a white robe and resembling a scholar, possessing rank 8 aura, showed up in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was still inside the white light and could not make a move. The old man pushed his hand without any hesitation, countless literary characters manifested immediately and shot forward like a storm. Heaven form did not have any offensive ability, the torrent of characters poured in and the white light crumbled. Fang Yuan's situation became awkward, he could not advance, he could only take the initiative to retreat. There is actually a rank 8 GU Immortal here. Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. According to normal situations, a rank 8 GU Immortal would rarely be born inside a Grotto-Heaven because the Grotto-Heaven's resources were not enough to support the emergence of a rank 8 GU Immortal. Moreover, this profound literature Grotto-Heaven's heavenly spirit was in a muddle-headed state and could not open the Immortal Aperture's entrance, so GU Immortals could not easily come out. Even if this rank 8 GU Immortal had some skills and could secretly come out to immemorial White Heaven and plunder immortal materials, the risks were too high. There were many immemorial desolate beasts and immemorial desolate plants in immemorial White Heaven along with all kinds of strange and dangerous areas which could pose threats to even rank 8 GU Immortals. This was not a backyard for rank 8 GU Immortals, they not only needed luck to gather resources here, they also had to take risks. Let's try another area. Fang Yuan reorganized himself and poured in immortal essence into heaven form for the second time. Heaven form was a rank 9 killer move, it could connect to any Grotto-Heaven. He connected from the sky the first time, now he chose to enter from underground. However, when he stepped into white light again and tried to sneak into profound literature Grotto-Heaven, that rank 8 GU Immortal appeared timely before him again. You still dare to try again? With me here, you will never succeed. The rank 8 GU Immortal immediately attacked. Fang Yuan was still inside the white light and felt helpless as he was unable to activate any other methods. With no way left, he could only let the white light be destroyed by the enemy while he retreated to the outside world once again. Fang Yuan's expression was unavoidably dark. He pondered, the two areas I chose should be vastly apart from each other, but I was actually detected and obstructed immediately. What defensive method is this? It was not strange that he was detected. After all, profound literature Grotto-Heaven was an information path Grotto-Heaven and information path was most specialized in detection, gathering intel and spreading news. However, the rank 8 GU Immortal enemy was able to appear before Fang Yuan promptly. What method was this? Fang Yuan tried a few more times using not only Heaven Form killer move but also fixed Immortal Travel killer move as well, but was still found out and blocked. Fang Yuan required a very short time to pass through the white light, but this short period of time seemed endlessly long under the obstruction of the rank 8 GU Immortal. At this moment, Fang Yuan experienced what Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu felt when attacking Heifan Grotto-Heaven. His strength was clearly higher than the opponent, but with the enemy blocking the entrance of the Grotto-Heaven, he was not able to enter the Grotto-Heaven and this felt really unpleasant. Profound literature Grotto-Heaven, I will be back. Fang Yuan chose to leave. Anyway, he already knew the position of profound literature Grotto-Heaven. It had annexed a 9 heavens fragment and could not be moved anymore. While Fang Yuan left with nothing, Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang to the bottom of the sea somewhere in Eastern Sea. Flood dragons roared, raising undercurrents and raging waves, but were helpless against Duke Long. Everything was tranquil around Duke Long as Feng Jin Huang stood quietly beside him. Duke Long brought Feng Jin Huang further down. Suddenly, there was a layer of ripple in front of Feng Jin Huang, as if they had broken a layer of formless membrane. Her pupils shrunk slightly as she discovered a large palace at the bottom of the sea. Rank 8 Immortal GU House, Dragon Palace. The whole palace shone with slight orange gold light and was richly decorated, the pavilions and terraces were all grand and beautiful. However, Dragon Palace was surrounded by a large dream realm. The dream realm was constantly moving and its movement was quite fast. Dragon Palace was obscured from time to time by the dream realm, enticing the visitors. The dream realm kept on changing and moving, although some gaps appeared occasionally which seemed to let others enter Dragon Palace. Duke Long was extremely cautious and would rather wait than take unnecessary risks. Right now, he already had a method to deal with this dream realm. Immortal Killer Move, Pure Dream Reality Seeker Transformation. He had borrowed Feng Jin Huang's Dream Wings Immortal Gu while the deduction of the Immortal Killer Move was led by Fairy Ziwei. Under the effect of the Killer Move, a small piece of the dream realm quickly transformed into a human body with closed eyes. This is a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, moreover it is perfect with no flaws. Duke Long's eyes shone as he carefully sized it up. He had once been harmed by a pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, thus he was slightly moved. Huanga, your modification is truly brilliant. From now onwards, this pure Dream Reality Seeker physique can be considered the 11th extreme physique. Duke Long praised. Feng Jin Huang blinked her eyes. Master, to be honest, I was only able to do so by coincidence. Because I created the Killer Move Shattered Dream previously, this modification was done based on its results. I had only thought of giving it a try, but who could have thought it would truly succeed? Duke Long smiled. No need to be insecure, my good disciple. Do you think your creation of Shattered Dream was a coincidence? This is part of fate's arrangement. It is fate that. Feng Jin Huang immediately pouted. Master, can you stop saying things like that? I don't want to hear such words. If everything is fate's arrangement, then what's the point of me doing anything? Duke Long was stunned and wanted to say something but only gave a long sigh. All right, let's not talk about this now. Now is still too early for you. When the time comes, I believe you will comprehend it. Chapter 1685. Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Roar. A giant desolate beast monkey let out its final roar. It wanted to stand up, but facing the tiny human Gu Immortal before it, it felt its whole body freezing. This coldness seemed to penetrate the soul itself, even freezing its heated blood. Immortal Killer Move, Blood Turns Cold. The attacker was none other than Fang Yuan's brother, Gu Fangzheng. Congratulations Fangzheng, you are already able to freely utilize Blood Turns Cold after these few days of use in combat. Zhao Lianyun slowly flew closer and said with a smile. Gu Fangzheng looked at the frozen giant monkey corpse, the red light in his eyes slowly dissipating. His expression was tranquil as he expressed his gratitude to Zhao Lianyun. I am flattered. It was all thanks to you protecting me from the side over these days, otherwise, how would I gain such good opportunities to practice my killer move? The turbulence in Central Continent's earth veins was quite frequent and all the super forces fell into an awkward situation where they did not have enough manpower. To suppress their own internal situation, Immortal Crane Sect had sent Fangzheng out. Naturally, Fangzheng's movement was constantly monitored by Heavenly Court, and as long as there were no mishaps, Heavenly Court was happy to see Fangzheng growing stronger. Fangzheng was saved by Feng Juji and returned to Central Continent, receiving the support of Heavenly Court. Not only did he obtain Blood Revenge Immortal Gu, he also obtained Cold Blood Immortal Gu during his Immortal Ascension. Fairy Ziwei had already made proper arrangements, giving Blood Turns Cold and other immortal killer moves to Fangzheng. Now, he was already proficient in the killer move Blood Turns Cold and could use it proficiently in battles. Eastern Sea, at a certain area in the depths of the sea. Duke Long and Feng Jin Huang had already been refining the Dream Realm for several days now. The Dream Realm surrounding Dragon Palace was much larger than they thought. Duke Long had used the killer move Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation to refine dozens of Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique bodies, but new Dream Realms were still spreading out from Dragon Palace to fill the gaps. Pure Dream Reality Seeker transformation was only a rank 6 killer move and had limited might because its core Immortal Gu, Dream Wings, was only at rank 6. Actually, after condensing the first Pure Dream Reality Seeker physique body, Duke Long could borrow this special vessel to move in the Dream Realm freely and enter Dragon Palace. But Duke Long's objective this time was this rank 8 Immortal Gu house. Without eliminating this Dream Realm, he would not be able to safely take this Immortal Gu house. While Duke Long was condensing pure dream reality seeker physique bodies, Feng Jin Huang was cultivating wholeheartedly. She was mainly researching the pure dream reality seeker physique body. Sometimes, she would move her soul into a pure dream reality seeker physique body, and sometimes, she would research in her main body. Shadow Sect's pure dream reality seeker physique pursued stability so it could not live long. Dream realms are ever-changing, their special trait is uncertainty. So I walked the path of Shattered Dream and made it more unstable. The result was that under the deduction of Lady Z Wei, double negative turned into positive, obtaining the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique. Every time Feng Jin Huang thought back to this, she felt she had gotten lucky. Could it be this is the effect of fate? It wants to borrow my efforts to bring forth the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique. Feng Jin Huang quickly shook her head, getting rid of this thought. She recalled the words of her master, Duke Long. Huanga, although you have researched the perfect pure dream reality seeker physique, it is still not enough. You need to research this achievement thoroughly to use it in your cultivation. When you find out how to advance your physique to pure dream reality seeker physique, it will be the time for your immortal ascension. Gu Immortal. Feng Jin Huang's accumulation was already enough for immortal ascension, but she was always stopped by Duke Long. Now that Duke Long finally relented, Feng Jin Huang was very excited but also in a dilemma. How could she understand pure dream reality seeker physique thoroughly? Feng Jin Huang was pondering about this issue as Duke Long waited patiently. Am I pushing her too hard? After all, transforming her own physique into the pure dream reality seeker physique involves the profundities of human path. The legends of Ren Zhu clearly stated the 10 extreme physiques were created by Ren Zhu. These are all human path profundities. Perhaps I can impart my gains when I read the legends of Ren Zhu back then to her. Duke Long was known as the ancestor of the Dragonman. The birth of the new variant human race, Dragonman, was brought about by Duke Long alone. And Duke Long's achievement was a result of his comprehension of the legends of Ren Zhu. Although I took Feng Jin Huang as my disciple, I have not taught her anything. She probably cannot meet my requirements, but it is better if I teach her the profundities of dragon men. Of course, I still need to warn her that she must not create any dragon men. No, according to her nature, she might secretly create them. Huang is different from Hongting, especially her personality and perception of fate. Sigh, people's hearts have changed since ancient times. This kind of dangerous thinking should be unrelated to Bai Qing. It is probably Feng Zhu Ji's influence. Duke Long had naturally investigated Feng Zhu Ji and Fairy Bai Qing. Achoo! Feng Zhu Ji rubbed his nose, his body was filled with bloody stains. He mumbled, "Who is talking behind my back?" He was in a very miserable state, his robe was mostly torn apart, revealing his robust and muscular chest. Cough, cough. He suddenly coughed up blood. Two Gu immortals who were hidden revealed themselves. They looked at Feng Zhu Ji's heavily injured appearance but had joyous expressions. Congratulations Lord Feng Zhu Ji on advancing to rank 8. Feng Zhu Ji nodded lightly. He felt no excitement towards his rank 8 cultivation. In fact, he could have advanced to rank 8 long ago, but there had never been a suitable opportunity. There were always all kinds of shackles holding him back. After all, he had a family and was also the most important member of Spirit Affinity House. Rank 8 cultivation level is no big deal. Although I now have White Lychee Immortal Essence, I will need time to accumulate it. I don't have enough funds to advance my core Immortal GU to rank 8. Even if I have the funds, I will need others to help me refine GU. Maybe I can rely on Heavenly Court for this. Feng Zhu Ji thought about his Dao Guardian status, which had a lot of exploitable value. But the crucial thing is the inspiration I got from the legends of Ren Zhu when undergoing the tribulation. Perhaps I can create a song about destiny from this. Heaven and earth has fate, everything is arranged by it. But after Luck Path was born, there was room for change. Everything and everyone in the world has the chance to shine brilliantly now. Destiny Song will portray this brilliance. It will describe the certainty and uncertainty of heaven and earth as well as the paths of all life. A period of time passed yet again. Immemorial White Heaven. Fang Yuan gazed excitedly at the heaven form crane which was flying around in circles. Found it, I have finally found a second Grotto-Heaven. This is Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Good, it has not annexed any 9 heavens fragment. Chapter 1686. Giant Monster Fang Yuan. But this is a transformation path Grotto-Heaven, my transformation path attainment level is somewhat insufficient. Master, Grandmaster, Great Grandmaster, Supreme Grandmaster. Fang Yuan was a Grandmaster in transformation path, he was lacking attainment by an entire level. The lack of attainment level was not an issue because it could be resolved with Dream Realms. Southern Border had plenty of transformation path Dream Realms, which were enough for Fang Yuan to break through to Great Grandmaster attainment in transformation path, it was just that he would have to face some hurdles. Besides Dream Realms, Fang Yuan had another backup method for transformation path attainment level. It was to use Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, as well as Reckless Savage True Meaning in the Northern Icy Plain. The original owner of this Grotto-Heaven was a transformation path rank 8 GU Immortal who had passed 1 Myriad Tribulation. Rank 8 GU Immortals had to pass 3 Myriad Tribulations, after that was rank 9. Myriad Tribulations were terrifying and were also called Apocalyptic Myriad Tribulation. To rank 8 GU Immortals, there was a huge danger of dying but also the chance to rapidly progress in their cultivation. 1 Myriad Tribulation and 2 Myriad Tribulations were classifications of a rank 8 GU Immortal's cultivation level. If Fang Yuan annexed this Grotto-Heaven, his cultivation would immediately soar to 1 Myriad Tribulation level. Such terrifying progress could definitely make Heavenly Court panic. Duke Long and Bo Qing were also only at 2 Myriad Tribulations level, passing the 3rd Myriad Tribulation would be rank 9. Duke Long, however, knew he was not cut out for that, so he merged his Immortal Aperture with Heavenly Court, changing to a Phantom Aperture. On the other hand, Bo Qing tried to advance but perished. Since this Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven has not annexed a 9 heavens fragment, how did it pass the calamities and tribulations? It would not be easy for it to repeatedly pass calamities and tribulations just using its own strength. In the past, Lang Ya Land Spirit was afraid of calamities and tribulations, so he lowered his Grotto-Heaven to a blessed land. This was a very wise choice. Of course, the method to downgrade a Grotto-Heaven to blessed land was extremely rare and was not something any Grotto-Heaven could use. Heaven form flew in circles while transmitting information. Fang Yuan discovered a peculiar phenomenon. This Grotto-Heaven's calamities and tribulations were of one kind, they were all beast calamities. Beast calamities were a type of tribulation. Sometimes, they would be formed from desolate beasts, and sometimes from ancient desolate beasts. In this Grotto-Heaven, heavenly tribulations were desolate beast calamities, grand tribulations were ancient desolate beast calamities, and myriad tribulations were immemorial desolate beast calamities. What method is this? It can actually restrict the type of calamities and tribulations? If everything is a beast calamity, it will be really easy to deal with them. After all, beasts have physical form and are not difficult to block, unlike rain, wind, and fog. As heaven forms continued to probe, Fang Yuan discovered deeper information. He sighed, so this Grotto-Heaven is not restricting calamities and tribulations, but transforming any calamities and tribulations into a beast calamity. Truly an amazing method. There were many kinds of calamities and tribulations, but their formation would be influenced in this beast calamity Grotto-Heaven, transforming into ferocious beasts in the end. Apart from Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu and Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, Fang Yuan finally encountered another method that was targeted towards calamities and tribulations, that was Beast Calamity Transformation. Every Grotto-Heaven that can continuously exist is not simple. Profound literature Grotto-Heaven is like this. Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven is even more so. This is truly an unexpected surprise. This Grotto-Heaven contains a huge population and countless resources, and more importantly, the method of Beast Calamity Transformation. I need to get this method, it will be very useful in dealing with my tribulations. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan transferred his white lychee immortal essence to the heaven form crane. A while light slowly expanded as Fang Yuan flew in. He was not blocked by any rank 8 GU Immortal this time because there was no rank 8 existence in this beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. However, when he was entering, the whole Grotto-Heaven started shaking. A profound and vast strength came from every direction, not only influencing the white light but also exerting pressure on Fang Yuan. What is this? Fang Yuan was slightly bewildered at first before quickly reaching realization. There was a strange expression on his face, so it is like this. I am not from this Grotto-Heaven and came from the outside world, because my strength is too powerful and the Grotto-Heaven wants to reject me, it is treating me as a tribulation. This beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven could transform calamities and tribulations into all kinds of beasts. Currently, this force was influencing Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan pondered, it is possible to forcibly resist this strength, but I fear our fight might end up destroying this method. Although Heaven Form discovered several inheritance grounds which the original owner left, what if the Beast Calamity transformation method is not recorded there? Just in case, it was better to maintain Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven in its original state and not destroy any crucial arrangement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan boldly retracted his defenses. He then felt endless temporary transformation path Dao marks being added to his body. At the same time, his other Dao marks also changed into transformation path Dao marks. Amazing, amazing! Transformation path can project every path. Transformation path Dao marks can transform into any path's Dao marks. Right now, this transformation has been turned upside down, changing other paths Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. Fang Yuan sighed and praised repeatedly, this method is beyond ordinary, it seems to involve the deepest profundity of transformation path. It feels like I only need to get in and out of here a few times and let this influence affect my body to comprehend the true essence of this method. Of course, the quickest method is to charge to those several inheritance grounds and seize the true inheritances there. I can check if there is the original record of Beast Calamity transformation. Fang Yuan's body was transforming and constantly expanding. He gradually turned unrecognizable as he transformed into a beast. If not for Heaven Form already inspecting clearly that this transformation had no side effects, Fang Yuan would not have dared to accept this kind of influence. Bellow. After a while, Fang Yuan turned into a large monster with a bull head and human body. He was as large as a mountain, his skin as tough as steel, bull hair filled his body, and his nose let out rough breathing noises as he took large steps forward. The whole Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven was shaken. Countless people looked at the sky and saw Fang Yuan. After a momentary daze, screams and shouts filled the sky. Monster! A monster has appeared again. This monster is so large, its aura is also completely different from the previous ones. Quickly call our beast warriors. Under countless people's anxious anticipation, a combat beast warrior appeared. This was a middle-aged man with rank 7 GU Immortal cultivation level, but his aura was somewhat strange. He looked plain and his expression was serious as he moved to the top of the city wall. There is only one record of such a huge monster appearing in history. I can feel an incomparably terrifying force with just one glance at it. He sighed inwardly while clenching his fists, the fire of battle intent rising in his eyes. But for my homeland, to defend love and justice, I will defeat this monster no matter what. Come, my combat beast, transform one. The middle-aged man shouted loudly and his whole body started to emit light. Shortly, an eagle cry could be heard. A silver-white giant eagle flew over from the horizon. This was an ancient desolate beast. The silver-white giant eagle's body also started to emit light. The middle-aged man jumped while the silver-white giant eagle swooped down. The lights on both grew increasingly brighter, and when the two met in the air, the two lights merged together. Boom! The lights dissipated. With an eagle head, human body, and two wings on his back, a beast warrior as tall as the city wall showed up. The crowd immediately cried out in joy. He's here, our eagle warrior has appeared. Go eagle warrior, kill this giant monster. We support you, you will definitely succeed. Amidst the crowd's cheers, eagle warrior flew to the sky and charged towards Fang Yuan. He cried out in his mind, I won't let anyone down. Come, let us have a great fight. Bam! A crisp sound echoed, the silent Fang Yuan slammed down on Eagle Warrior with a single slap. Boom! Eagle Warrior's body drew an arc in the sky like a falling meteor before fiercely colliding on the ground, forming a huge crater with dust flying everywhere. The crowd went silent. An intense dizziness almost sent Eagle Warrior unconscious. He used all his strength to conquer it before barely subduing the dizziness. He then slowly climbed out of the deep crater. What happened? I was actually slammed to the ground by this monster. Eagle Warrior reacted only after a long while. Recalling that scene, his eyes revealed an intense fright. That speed just now. This is absurd. How can such a large body move have such nimbleness? This is impossible. Chapter 1687. Monster Rampages. Eagle Warrior stood up from the deep crater, his head was filled with cold sweat. Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. Wait a second, could that attack be this monster's combat technique? He looked at Fang Yuan, who had turned into a giant monster with bull head and human body, the enormous shadow shrouding Eagle Warrior. Eagle Warrior slowly regained his courage as he thought about this. You have a combat technique, I also have a combat technique. I already know your combat technique, but a stupid large animal like you cannot understand my combat technique. That's right, as long as I can grasp the opportunity, I definitely have the chance to win. Thinking of this, Eagle Warrior's eyes emitted hopeful light. He stood up, he stood up. That's right, how could Eagle Warrior be knocked out instantly? Go, Eagle Warrior, we believe in you. Seeing Eagle Warrior stand up, the dead silent city suddenly erupted into heaven-shaking cheers. An eagle cry resounded. Eagle Warrior flapped his wings and flew to the sky again. You have a combat technique, I also have a combat technique. Monster, let me show you, my combat technique, Silver Illusion. Eagle Warrior shouted. At the next moment, his body suddenly turned illusory, splitting into 6 illusory images. They were all lifelike and had no difference from the real body. In an instant, the real and fake Eagle Warrior surrounded Fang Yuan and flew above him in a circle. The commotion in the city immediately surged to a whole new level. Look, it is Eagle Warrior's Silver Illusion combat technique. He finally used it, look. That monster looks dazed, it does not know which one to attack. The chance of victory is here, go, kill that giant monster. Atilda? Eagle Warrior is truly too cool. Eagle Warrior heard the cheers of the crowd, which amplified his courage and battle intent in his heart. But he was cool-headed inwardly. I must use this chance to make a definite strike. Even if I cannot kill this monster, I need to be able to heavily injure it. After all, combat techniques consume a huge amount of stamina and cannot be used repeatedly. That's why, even if this monster is powerful, it cannot repeatedly use its combat techniques. I will first use illusions to make it attack and waste its stamina. After it depletes its own strength, when it has no stamina left, I might be able to capture it alive. Eagle Warrior actually wanted to capture Fang Yuan alive. Although Fang Yuan could not sense this thought, he clearly saw through Eagle Warrior's combat technique. Eagle Warriors constantly buzzed around Fang Yuan. Occasionally, 1 or 2 suddenly swept down and attacked Fang Yuan with their sharp claws and beak. Fang Yuan stood on the spot without evading. These Eagle Warriors were all illusions with no real threat in their attacks. In Fang Yuan's eyes, it was a dead giveaway. Fang Yuan was calm and composed, laughing inwardly. This Grotto-Heaven is somewhat interesting. First of all, the interaction between mortals and Gu immortals was interesting. They were harmonious. Different from the 5 regions outside world where mortals were like ants and Gu immortals were high and above, in this Grotto-Heaven, Gu immortals were the guardian spirits of mortals. More importantly, they were even keen to take on this guardian duty. From this point, Fang Yuan could see the trace of a paradise. But this was not strange. Every Grotto-Heaven formed its own small world. If there was little contact with the outside world of the 5 regions, the Grotto-Heaven would form a different social structure and create a style unique to itself. Secondly, the battle style and cultivation method of Gu Masters and Gu Immortals here was interesting too. For instance, the opponent before Fang Yuan had merged with an ancient desolate beast silver-white giant eagle to create a kind of human-beast fusion battle form. This was clearly a transformation path method, and its advantage was extremely obvious. Normally, GU Immortals would need to expend Immortal Essence to activate Immortal GU or Immortal Killer moves. But the GU Immortals here only needed to merge with a desolate beast and could possess combat techniques. The so-called combat technique was just the innate abilities of some desolate beasts or ancient desolate beasts. It was like Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, which could enter and exit immortal apertures. This innate ability was known as combat technique by the people here. It did not expend immortal essence but had a huge demand on stamina, even having some other cost like sacrificing a part of the body or some lifespan. Be they combat techniques, immortal GU, or immortal killer moves, if we trace their origin, they were all just in essence, Dao. Because desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts have dense Dao mark accumulation on their bodies, and the fact that certain areas in their bodies have a higher concentration of Dao marks, they would possess innate abilities or combat techniques. Immortal GU were fragments of the great Dao. They represented certain laws of heaven and earth. There was no need to talk about immortal killer moves. They were usually a combination of several immortal GU and a large amount of mortal GU. They were an organized combination of Dao marks and great Dao fragments which went through specific profound procedures to achieve a greater overall effect and power. In fact, the most primitive immortal killer moves had been created by GU Immortals who used the Dao mark distribution of desolate beasts as reference. They imitated and experimented with these distributions and created immortal killer moves eventually. The GU Immortals here can merge with desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts to use the beast's innate ability. They don't need to spend painstaking effort to refine any immortal GU and can also save on the danger and cost of training and creating immortal killer moves. This advantage was truly prominent. Immortal GU were hard to find and every immortal GU was unique. But there was a lot of desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, even immemorial desolate beasts like the upper extreme heavenly eagle could be found in groups. The desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts possessing innate talents would often look stupid because of their lack of intelligence. But after they merge with GU Immortals, the GU Immortals would possess their innate talents and they would also possess the GU Immortals' wisdom. This was a win-win situation for both parties, their advantages made up for each other's deficiency. But this method is not flexible enough. There is only a fixed method to use when fighting. Innate abilities are not varied enough and easily targeted and restricted. They are full of shortcomings. Fang Yuan also saw through the disadvantages. But overall, this method's advantages are still huge, far surpassing the disadvantages. If it is popularized, the 5 regions will definitely welcome it with open arms. Fortunately, this method was not leaked out in my previous life, otherwise my memories would have been completely different. Because this method was simply the best way to mass-produce GU Immortal battle strength, although it could not affect high-level battle strength, it was enough to turn around some situations. The 5 regions had many rank 6 GU Immortals who did not have even one Immortal GU. And these people were the majority of the GU Immortal world in every region. When one region had this method while another did not and they had a fight, based on the mid to low level GU Immortal battles, the region with this method would have a high chance of winning. This fusion ability is not anything new but it has never prospered. The greatest obstacle is the conflict between Dao marks. But this Grotto-Heaven has a method to turn other Dao marks into transformation path Dao marks. So GU Immortals can casually fuse with desolate beasts. This fusion method is the same as Beast Calamity's transformation method. After deducing this, Fang Yuan wanted possession of this transformation path method even more. I have proper things to do, these flies should stop bothering me. As he thought to himself, Fang Yuan activated a time path method. His current time path killer moves were no longer like before. Eagle Warrior was still probing when he shockingly discovered that time around him had slowed down by countless times. This time has become so slow. How is this possible? Eagle Warrior was thoroughly horrified. He was quite confident in his speed, but with time itself being influenced, he was unable to display his greatest advantage, speed. Let's end this. Fang Yuan extended his palm slowly, his 10 fingers opened up and grabbed the 2 eagle wings. Darn it, darn it! Move, move! Eagle Warrior roared inwardly, but despite using all his strength to fly, he only flew a meager distance. Swish! At the next instant, Fang Yuan exerted strength, tearing apart the 2 wings instantly. Ah! Eagle Warrior's expression was twisted in pain. Blood flowed out from the wounds on his back, gushing out widely like a fountain. Eagle Warrior? No! Countless people cried out in shock, fear, and horror took over their high spirits from earlier. Some even fainted on the spot while some covered their faces. Fang Yuan slowly put his hands on Eagle Warrior's head. Eagle Warrior's heart thumped madly as he felt an intense aura of death. So this was its combat technique. Slowing down time, truly a terrifying combat technique. But even if I die here, it was of some value. At least, I managed to expose its secret. Thinking so, Eagle Warrior screamed loudly, "Monster! So what if you kill me? There are still many beast warriors coming to kill you, your death is all but." Bam! Fang Yuan exerted strength in between his hands, and like a watermelon smashing on the ground, Eagle Warrior's head burst, white-red brain matter and bones splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan relaxed his palms. Plop! The headless Eagle Warrior corpse fell on the ground, creating a dust cloud. Fang Yuan looked at the city. His body was gigantic, the tall city walls could only reach his knees. His expression was tranquil, but his bull head horrified countless people. White cloud moved beside his shoulders, and what should have been a clear sky was blocked by his enormous figure, his shadow shrouding everyone's heart. There was a huge crowd in the city, but no one made a sound. It was deathly silent. Fang Yuan slowly moved towards the city one. At the next moment, like an explosion, countless people began to scream and cry as they started escaping in all directions like headless flies. From high up in Fang Yuan's vision, these mortals looked like a group of ants that were dispersing through the 4 city gates. Fang Yuan ignored them and continued to move towards the city. Bam! His calf knocked into the city wall, instantly causing it to collapse entirely. He walked on the city's main street, but even if it were to enlarge by 5 to 6 times, Fang Yuan's heel would still cover the whole street. Buildings crumbled like small paper boxes as Fang Yuan knocked into them. There were also some unlucky mortals who were directly stepped into meat paste. Chapter 1688. Obstruction. The monster Fang Yuan let out a roar, his giant body crossing a forest while destroying countless gigantic trees easily. Retreat! Retreat! Deer Warrior was holding a long spear. He was coughing out blood as he went to face Fang Yuan, using his life to fight for time for Spirit Spring Forest's inhabitants. But in the end, Deer Warrior's neck was snapped by Fang Yuan, dying a miserable death. The image ended here, creating a buzzing commotion in the hall. Tens of energetic and vigorous warriors, men and women, old and young, were talking in low voices. Their speech and expressions were filled with shock and anger. At this time, an emaciated old man coughed twice from a raised platform. The hall immediately fell silent. All the beast warriors looked at the old man with respectful gazes. The old man spoke, "You have seen the images. Since the bull-headed demon god descended, it has destroyed Sacred Eagle City, Dark Valley, and Spirit Spring Forest." A red-haired boar shouted, "Lord Combat Beast King, what are we still waiting for? Almost all the combat beast warriors in the world are here and are waiting for your command to eradicate this bull-headed demon god." "Yes, Lord, give us the command. We can't wait anymore. We have already gotten information about bull-headed demon god, Eagle Warrior, and Deer Warrior died miserably at his hands. We must avenge them." Many combat beast warriors spoke. The collective mood in the hall was stirred into agitation. The old man only extended his hand and pressed down. The hall fell silent once again. He continued, "Sigh, looks like you still don't truly realize the severity of this beast calamity. I know that everyone present here has outstanding battle achievements, but this monster is different from normal. More accurately, if we don't deal with this properly, it might lead to the end of the world." "What do you mean?" This monster is strong indeed, but haven't there been giant monsters who have killed several combat beast warriors before? This monster is large and possesses 2 combat techniques. Its time-slowing combat technique is especially troublesome. But it can also be countered. The old man shook his head, saying with a solemn expression, "This bull-headed demon god has bottomless strength. It could be said to be among the most terrifying beasts. You should know how the first-generation combat beast king died, right?" All the combat beast warriors were visibly moved at these words. "Lord Combat Beast King, you mean? No way, is this giant monster at that level?" The old man nodded slowly. "This Star Snail hall we are currently in is the corpse of Star Sea Snail. The first-generation combat beast king was the strongest combat beast warrior in history, but to kill the Star Sea Snail, he had to sacrifice his life. And this bull-headed demon god is at the same level as the Star Sea Snail." The old man's reply sent the hall into complete pin-drop silence. "So?" The old man looked at his surroundings and continued, "I assembled everyone to move together to kill this bull-headed demon god, but we actually don't have a high chance of winning. You must use all your strength for us to have a chance of victory. Please battle with the awareness that you are going to die." "Awareness of death?" someone mumbled. "He he he." Someone suddenly laughed. The mood suddenly became invigorated. The combat beast warriors had a similar fire burning in their eyes. Their battle intent soared. "I already had the awareness of sacrificing for my homeland long ago. Yes, so what if I have to sacrifice my life in order to save the lives of my family and friends? We can't let this bull-headed demon god continue to wreak havoc, so what if it is comparable to the Star Sea Snail? I believe my fist and I believe in everyone. Yes, I believe in my comrade's strength. The first-generation combat beast king fought alone, but we are different, we have each other." Some people shouted, some people raised their arms. The morale continued to rise. The old man showed a gratified smile. "Good, I am going to merge with the Star Sea Snail's shell and transport you all. We will besiege the bull-headed demon god and catch it off guard. Remember, the future of this world is weighing on your shoulders." "We understand." The Star Sea Snail's shell began to shake. Fang Yuan was walking on a wasteland. He still had the appearance of a monster with a bull head and human body. His size was as tall as a mountain, his shoulders at the height of the clouds, and his steps created craters. Each step of his produced an earth-shaking sound. The first-generation combat beast king should be this Grotto-Heaven's original owner. Fang Yuan was already certain. He had destroyed 3 locations and took away inheritances of Beast Calamity, Grotto-Heaven's original owner. These inheritances were intact, and although they had lasted for many years, they were not taken away by other combat beast warriors. The cultivation method of merging with beasts is convenient but unfortunately is not the proper GU cultivation method. This kind of path only gets narrower the more one walks on it, so these people aren't even aware of Beast Calamity Immortal's true inheritance. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped, his gaze became vigilant. At the next moment, starlight overflowed and combat beast warriors appeared one after the other, surrounding him tightly. "Monster, go and die. For the peace of the world, I will have no regrets even if I have to sacrifice everything. Everyone, attack together. Believe in yourself, believe in your friends. Even if the monster is stronger, it is not our match." The battle started suddenly. At the same time, at a certain seabed in Eastern Sea. "Master, it's done. There are no longer any more dream realms coming out." Feng Jinhuang looked at the rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace with excitement. Duke Long nodded. "Our painstaking effort over the past few days was not in vain. The greatest obstacle is gone. Dragon Palace is covered by a layer of dream realms. Although the framework is not disturbed, the entire Immortal GU house has already stopped working. It is the perfect chance for us to take it now." As Duke Long pondered, a past memory suddenly surfaced in his mind. The red longevity character written in the hall was very conspicuous. Duke Long sat at the main seat, surrounded by dragon men. "Grandfather, I am here to offer birthday wishes. I wish you blessings as deep as Eastern Sea. and longevity as tall as southern border mountains. This is a desolate beast that I hunted personally for you. I hope grandfather likes it. A dragonman youngster half knelt on the ground as he held a plate in front of him. There was a tiny seahorse on the plate. This is the desolate beast happiness seahorse. It is very fast and hard to kill. 7th young master only has rank 6 cultivation level. It is very hard for him to kill it, but to think he actually captured it alive. I heard that in order to capture this happiness seahorse, 7th young master spent a month at the bottom of the sea without moving. His filial piety is truly touching. The surrounding people discussed. There were human Gu immortals as well, but most were dragon men. Among these dragon men, there were Gu immortals as well as mortal Gu masters. They were all Duke Long's descendants. Duke Long was the ancestor of the dragon men. He created the dragonman variant human race. 7th young master, a rank 6 dragonman Gu immortal, was Duke Long's most beloved grandson. Good, good, Grandpa accepts your gift. Duke Long smiled affectionately. Distinguished guests and grandchildren filled the hall. This filled Duke Long's chest with warmth. But now, Duke Long suddenly returned to reality. There was only the dark and cold seawater around him and that deathly silent dragon palace. The past was no more. The warmth that once filled his heart had already been buried in history. Who is it? Come out. Duke Long suddenly spoke, his expression calm as his sharp gaze scanned several areas. As expected of heavenly courts, Duke Long, you have such keen perception. An old woman slowly revealed herself. She was hunchbacked. She had deep wrinkles on her face that resembled the pattern of a purple venomous snake, extending from her face to her arms and to her whole body. Duke Long, we are definitely going to obtain this immortal Gu house. Another Gu immortal appeared. He was dressed in a white robe. He looked young and was handsome. Your central continent wants to take what belongs to our eastern sea. HMPH. The third Gu immortal snorted coldly. He was robust and his triangular eye shone with cold light. The final Gu immortal slowly approached Duke Long from behind. He wore a black robe. His face could not be seen. He was silent like an eerie ghost, filled with dark energy. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Shi Miao, and Zhong Yin, you are all lone and demonic immortals of Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Was it easy for you to cultivate to rank 8? Why are you sending yourselves to death by coming before me? Duke Long was still relaxed even when he was surrounded by 4 rank 8 Gu immortals. No need to speak nonsense, let's fight. Shi Miao took the lead. A huge battle erupted. Chapter 1689. Failure. Bull Demon, face this move. A golden-haired ape shouted as it charged towards Fang Yuan while carrying the might of wind and thunder. Bull-headed demon god Fang Yuan stood on the spot without moving, quietly looking at the golden-haired ape approaching him. Only when the ape reached in front of him did he lift his hand slightly. Swoosh! At the next moment, his fist that was raised from kneel level suddenly appeared right before his chest. A straight punch. It was an ordinary movement, but in Fang Yuan's current state, it had terrifying might. Before the golden-haired ape could react, it felt an incomparable strength that sent it flying backwards. Bam! After flying a short arc in the air, the golden-haired ape crashed into a mountain. Rocks and boulders were smashed and fell down, burying him. What kind of strength is this? Even Golden Ape is not its match. I have never seen such strength matched with such speed. It is indeed a monster on the same level as the Star Sea Snail. Besides the buried Golden Ape, there were several combat beast warriors around the battlefield, but right now, they all felt a chill as they saw Golden Ape's ending. Pull yourself together. This is clearly a combat technique. It will expend its stamina intensely if it uses it many times. One of the combat beast warriors, Lightning Lion, roared. Fang Yuan had already defeated most of the combat beast warriors sent by Combat Beast King, but there were still 5 who had some strength left. They were the strongest 5 combat beast warriors. There were 2 lion warriors, Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion. The former had a lion head and human body, and grasped lightning powers, while the latter had a human head and lion body, and had extremely powerful recovery. A mountain-sized mollusk, called stone mollusk. Its two large shells were open and could spit out countless meteor-like stones. A gigantic rhinoceros that looked like it was forged from steel, it was called steel rush. The last one was an exquisite frost butterfly with the size of an adult's fist. It had a human shape with butterfly wings and could let out powerful frost energy. He, stupid bull, you are trapped. Unknowingly, the exquisite frost butterfly had appeared above Fang Yuan's head. Frost energy burst forth, covering Fang Yuan's head and shoulders and quickly spreading down. Roar! Steel Rush let out a loud roar as it rushed straight towards Fang Yuan, causing an earthquake. Have a taste of my new combat technique. Stone Mollusk suddenly started moving in circles rapidly, letting out an astonishing speed as it closed in on Fang Yuan. Its two shells opened and it clamped down on Fang Yuan's whole lower half. At the next moment, Steel Rush fiercely knocked Fang Yuan to the ground. Freezing air had frozen Fang Yuan's arms in a large block of deep blue profound ice. The time is now. Lightning Lion and Dharma Lion attacked Fang Yuan's head from the left and right. Die! The five of them shouted together, their battle intent soared to their peak state. Boom! An intense explosion occurred, causing boundless surging air currents. The five combat beast warriors were like small planks in a hurricane as they coughed out blood and were sent flying away by the air currents. In the dust cloud, a mountain-sized black figure was gradually revealed. Fang Yuan quietly stood on his original spot. He looked at the five combat beast warriors that wanted to fight him struggle on the ground, before continuing to move ahead. Bam bam bam. His every step shook the surrounding land and left behind large footprints. Damn it! Don't leave. Stop it. Combat beast warriors struggled to stand up, but only Lightning Lion was able to barely stand up. It is Lightning Lion. Go, you must stop this monster. Lightning Lion charged towards Fang Yuan without any fear once again. His gaze was filled with resolute light. If you want to slaughter the others, you will have to step past my corpse. Boom! No one saw how Fang Yuan attacked, they only saw Lightning Lion getting slammed back at an even faster speed. The giant lion's body was dragged along the ground, creating a 30-meter-sized gully before it stopped. Lightning Lion fainted, there was no movement from him anymore. Fang Yuan continued moving forward. He had controlled himself and did not take the lives of these people. Different from when he had just invaded, after inheriting several inheritances, his attitude had already changed. Right now, the way he looked at it, everything in this beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven was his property. This naturally included these combat beast warriors. There is the final inheritance ground left. As long as I take this inheritance, I can combine all the inheritance contents and obtain the complete contents. Soon, Fang Yuan reached before the Star Sea Snail. The Star Sea Snail was an immemorial desolate beast, but the one in front of Fang Yuan was only its corpse. Beast Calamity Immortal had been heavily injured when fighting the Star Sea Snail and had suffered a fatal, irrecoverable wound. On his deathbed, he had left behind the inheritances and also forged this Star Sea Snail into the final inheritance ground. Bull-headed demon god, I have been waiting for you. This generation's combat beast king stood on the top of the Star Sea Snail and looked at Fang Yuan. He was already very old and was like a small ant when compared to Fang Yuan's size. But this ant's eyes burned with blazing flames. Starlight suddenly shined on the Star Sea Snail's body and covered the old man's body. Several breaths later, the starlight became eye-piercing. After the starlight dissipated, a heavily armored giant stood in front of Fang Yuan, only slightly shorter than Fang Yuan. Oh? So this method is not limited to live beasts, it can even be used on an immemorial desolate beast's corpse. Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. But shortly afterwards, he understood. This transformation path method was reliant on Dao marks and did not differentiate between alive or dead targets. Although the Star Sea Snail was dead, its shell still retained a vast number of star path Dao marks which could be used by the old man. This should be this Grotto-Heaven's greatest trump card, right? Unfortunately, even if it were a living Star Sea Snail, it would be no match for me. let alone its corpse that has lost so many Dao marks since its death. Fang Yuan mentally sneered as he charged towards the star-armored giant. The battle was intense, but the result was within Fang Yuan's expectations. In the scarred battlefield, Fang Yuan was still standing proudly while the star-armored giant was collapsed on the ground on the verge of death. There is no hope. The other combat beast warriors who had come to help out in the battle were kneeling on the ground, their faces were pale. Starlight shined, the star-armored giant once again turned back into the current generation combat beast king, and there was also the star sea snail shell with cracks all over it. Fang Yuan examined for a while and discovered the profundities within the star sea snail. He laughed and suddenly spoke, "Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit, are you still not coming out?" All the combat beast warriors were dumbstruck and shaken. What did I just hear? That giant monster spoke, it can actually speak human language. Am I hearing things because I am too old and am about to die soon? The combat beast king mumbled with a dull expression. But at the next moment, an even more astonishing scene played out. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit flew towards Fang Yuan along with several Immortal Gu. The Heavenly Spirit was in the form of a young Chalene. It spoke with a crisp and clear sound, "Foreign Gu Immortal, although you came here and obtained many inheritances, you have not obtained my full recognition. You recklessly killed innocent people and rampaged wildly. You are powerful, but you can only obtain my main body's immortal killer moves. As for Immortal Gu and this Grotto-Heaven's inheritance rights, don't even think about it." Oh. Fang Yuan let out laughter filled with deep meaning. The young Chalene was solemn. "I know what you are thinking, even I won't be able to win against you if you use force. But I can make these Immortal Gu self-detonate and destroy the Grotto-Heaven, you will gain nothing from this." Fang Yuan was silent. He felt somewhat troubled when he saw the young Chalene's resolute look. A heavenly spirit was like a land spirit, it would not lie. Fang Yuan was unable to inspect where Beast Calamity Immortal's Immortal Gu were. And his bloodlight spirit suppression was not high enough level to pose sufficient threat to the Grotto-Heaven's heavenly spirit. So it was like this, the combat beast warriors here were originally a part of the inheritance. I realize Beast Calamity Immortal's intention. After a long while of silence, Fang Yuan suddenly spoke. Even if you understand now, it is too late. Everyone only has one chance. But you are not leaving empty-handed. According to the main body's arrangements, immortal killer moves will be handed to you. The heavenly spirit had made its point clear, it wanted him to leave. After Fang Yuan obtained these immortal killer moves, he did not remain or use force, leaving Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven through the entrance which was opened by the heavenly spirit. Eastern Sea. The battle between 5 rank 8 Gu immortals was astonishing. Large sea waves and tsunamis surged, dark clouds rumbled in the sky with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. Undercurrents rose in the sea, poison path, water path, soul path, and all kinds of terrifying methods had already exterminated all living beings in the surroundings. If you have any methods left, use them. Duke Long was still relaxed. Feng Jinhuang was standing beside him. She was completely safe with not even a hair out of place. But right now, her face was filled with shock. After all, this was the first time she was seeing the fight between rank 8 Gu immortals at such a close distance. This had truly broadened her perspective. Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and others were solemn and distressed. After truly exchanging moves, they tasted Duke Long's power. Although Duke Long was alone and had a burden, Feng Jinhuang, the for Eastern Sea rank 8s were actually unable to gain an upper hand since the start. Despite the foot immortals using all their strength, they were unable to change the situation. Right now, they already saw signs of defeat. He already has quasi-rank 9 strength, besides an immortal Venerable or a demon Venerable, we have no way to deal with him. Such powerful strength, as expected of Heavenly Court, as expected of Duke Long. The morale of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, and the others had already sunk to rock bottom. Damn it, we plotted to get Dragon Palace for so long, but Heavenly Court is going to take it away. Sigh, let's go. We are not Duke Long's match, and with us being on guard against each other, we cannot cooperate completely. There is no meaning in staying. Seeing there was no choice, the for Eastern Sea rank 8s left immediately. Duke Long did not give chase. His goal this time was Immortal Gu House Dragon Palace, and his goal never changed. Dragon Palace was corroded by Dream Realms and has already fallen apart. I wonder how many Gu are still remaining. How many core Immortal Gu are damaged? Duke Long sighed inwardly as he moved to take Dragon Palace. At the next moment, an astonishing scene occurred. Dragon Palace suddenly let out an extraordinary splendor and flew to the sky. Duke Long remained standing on the spot. He was not able to obstruct Dragon Palace in time and could only look as it flew away. A trace of blood flowed out from the corners of his lips as his eyes revealed shock. Dragon Palace is actually completely intact. Not only this, one of its cores is a Dream Path Immortal Gu. Ha ha ha, Duke Long, let's see how you fight against us this time. The for Eastern Sea rank 8s had returned. Duke Long's expression sank. The situation had turned troublesome. He was besieged and Dragon Palace had flown away while spreading its aura everywhere. It would definitely create turmoil in Eastern Sea. Chapter 1690. Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. He was sitting on the auspicious cloud moving through empty air in immemorial white heaven. It was vast and boundless. After leaving Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, he actively absorbed the benefits from this trip. Beast Calamity Immortal's unique method was Immortal Killer Move Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. After using this move, it could add a great number of Transformation Path Dao marks and also transform the target's other Dao marks into Transformation Path Dao marks. This move expended an enormous amount of Immortal Essence and also required abundant emotions. These emotions had to be positive and righteous. From this point, Fang Yuan finally realized the cause of the nature of those combat beast warriors in Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Fang Yuan did not lack immortal essence. Over this period of time, although he had spent a lot in advancing the ranks of his Immortal Gu, his gains were similarly a lot. Especially in the later stage of Gu refinement, Fang Yuan's progress was huge and his expenditure had continued to fall. Currently, Fang Yuan's total amount of rank 8 immortal essence was a lot and could support 2 battles of rank 8 level intensity. Fang Yuan had abundant emotions as well. He could easily create the positive emotions through wisdom path methods. His wisdom path attainment was very high after all. What Fang Yuan lacked were Immortal Gu. There were for Immortal Gu that formed this move. Among them the core was a rank 8 Immortal Gu, Adaptation. It went without saying that this was a Transformation Path Immortal Gu, and was also the vital Gu of Beast Calamity Immortal. The other 3 Immortal Gu were all rank 7. Even if the Heavenly Spirit does not give me these Immortal Gu, I can smash them. I have already improved Great Thief Ghost Hand and it is now much more reliable. Currently, I only need Heaven Form to constantly scout and find the place where these Immortal Gu are hidden, then I can use my Theft Path method to get them. However, it is somewhat troublesome to obtain the whole of Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven itself had an enormous value to him. But the Heavenly Spirit was able to destroy the Grotto-Heaven, so if he rashly used force, his losses would far outweigh his gains. From my deduction based on this Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven's Gu Immortals might also have a trump card. Desolate Beasts and Ancient Desolate Beasts could be used for Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, so could the Star Sea Snail's Shell. These Gu Immortals did not grasp Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. The reason was that Beast Calamity Immortal used this move on the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. That meant, if the situation came to it, the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven could merge with the Gu Immortals through Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation. This could create a temporary rank 8 battle strength. Naturally, Fang Yuan could win against this kind of rank 8, but all of the resulting losses would be incurred on Fang Yuan. Even if he won, Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, which had used Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation, would suffer severe damage. This means, I need to deduce a way to restrict them from using Myriad Beings Assimilation Transformation with the entire Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven. Also, I can use Familiar Face to invade once again. Beast Calamity Heavenly Spirit said a person only had one chance to inherit it, but how strong could its detection ability be? Could it distinguish Fang Yuan's true identity? According to Fang Yuan's deduction, this possibility was very low. However, just as Fang Yuan was deducing restraining methods, he obtained some news. This news was important. Dragon Palace has appeared? Moreover, Duke Long personally made a move but was not able to acquire it. Oh, it was because he was obstructed by an alliance of for Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortals. Interesting. Currently, the Rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace is flying in the skies of Eastern Sea without hiding its aura. It has already created a huge commotion, countless forces and GU Immortal experts are paying close attention to it. Fang Yuan's eye shined brightly. He knew of Dragon Palace's existence. There were relevant clues in Shadow Sect's true inheritance. But these clues were only superficial clues and were not significant enough. The most valuable content recorded was, Dragon Palace had a restriction that its inheritor must be a Dragonman. Although Fang Yuan wanted to own a Rank 8 Immortal GU house, he never had a good opportunity or time. Although he had Bai Ning Bing, it would be difficult to search for Dragon Palace and it would take a great amount of time and energy. According to the previous situation, although the Rank 8 Immortal GU house was strong, were Fang Yuan to take the risk to search for it and end up unable to obtain it, he would quickly be pursued and hunted by Heavenly Court. The benefits were huge but the risk was even greater, so Fang Yuan had not made a move. So Heavenly Court had been secretly searching for Dragon Palace and almost got it. Knowing this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise those for Eastern Sea Rank 8s, great job. He did not think for long. Fang Yuan immediately left Immemorial White Heaven and moved towards Eastern Sea. Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven was here and would not be discovered easily, he could deal with it slowly. Dragon Palace's matter was urgent, he could not let Heavenly Court take it. This was a Rank 8 Immortal GU house and had an unknown Dream Path Immortal GU. Days later, Eastern Sea. Boom! Amidst an intense explosion, GU Immortal Sha Miao spat out a large mouthful of blood while retreating rapidly. Duke Long gave a loud roar, his body turned into light rays as he charged at Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking, but at the crucial moment, Granny Rome moved and blocked Duke Long. Her whole body was releasing purple gas, she was heavily injured and was pale as paper. Duke Long's momentum was ferocious but his pupils shrunk when he saw the purple poisonous air around Granny Rome. He rapidly changed his direction and dated. Granny Rome was a Poison Path GU Immortal, this purple poisonous air was her trump card and even Duke Long was not willing to touch it. Granny Rome was not in a good state, over these days of fighting, her loss was the greatest. One of her core Immortal GU was destroyed, her speed fell greatly and she was forced into an extremely passive state. She had relied on her determination and the help of the other 3 GU Immortals to persist till now. It was very wise of Duke Long to detour around Granny Rome. Granny Rome could only watch Duke Long with a bitter expression but was unable to give chase. Among the 4 Rank 8s, the other 2 were still several li away. Boom! Duke Long flew above Dragon Palace and slammed at this Rank 8 Immortal GU house heavily. Bam! The Immortal GU house fell into the sea, immediately raising an enormous wave. Dragon Palace acted on its own, it did not fly to the sky again, instead moving deeper into the sea. Duke Long was about to give chase when suddenly, his body paused and he struck towards the area left of him. There looked to be nobody to his left, but his ferocious attack was suddenly stopped, it was blocked by a GU Immortal. The GU Immortal revealed his figure and smiled at Duke Long. As expected of Senior Duke Long, you could see through my disguise. Duke Long frowned, sneering, Song Chi Yuan, you are the first Supreme Elder of Song Clan, a Rank 8 GU Immortal, but you actually sneak attacked. The GU Immortal was Song Chi Yuan. It seems Eastern Sea's righteous path is finally making a move. Who else is there? Come out now. Duke Long glanced below at the sea, Dragon Palace gradually disappeared from his sight. He did not give chase, instead hovering in the air while letting out terrifying battle intent. At the next moment, 2 more GU Immortals showed themselves. One was a middle-aged man in blue robe, he was Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder Qing Yuan. another looked to be a young girl with bright eyes, exquisite rainbow clouds coiled around her body. She was Hua clan's first supreme elder, Hua Cai Yuan. Lord Duke Long. Hua Cai Yuan was just about to speak. Enough nonsense. Duke Long shouted and took the initiative to attack. Boom boom boom. Several immortal killer moves were exchanged. The 3 Righteous Path rank 8s were immediately suppressed and forced back. Duke Long is too powerful, he can easily suppress 3 Eastern Sea rank 8s by himself. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. He had transformed into a sea snake and was currently swimming in the sea. Righteous Path rank 8s were often stronger than lone rank 8 cultivators. This was because they had more exemplary immortal killer moves and ample cultivation resources. The alliance of these 3 Righteous Path rank 8s could absolutely win against the 4-person alliance of Granny Rong, Yang Zihe, Zhong Yin, and Shi Miao. But they were still not Duke Long's match. Duke Long was too ferocious. He was only using transformation path methods even until now, and had not used his most proficient Chi Path killer moves. From this, one could see how powerful Purple Mountain True Monarch was. He had actually forced Duke Long to use his signature Chi Path killer moves. It was not that Purple Mountain True Monarch was weak, but Duke Long was simply too strong. Fang Yuan looked at the distant Dragon Palace and slowly left the battlefield. Since Song Qi Yuan, Qing Yuan and others appeared, it meant Eastern Sea's Righteous Path had already discussed and made decisions. Among the 5 regions, Eastern Sea was the richest in resources and thus had the highest number of rank 8 GU immortals. Only 3 Righteous Path rank 8s have appeared currently. There are definitely more coming. Fang Yuan decided to bide his time. Sure enough, like he expected, 2 more Righteous Path rank 8s showed up and obstructed Dragon Palace. Zhong Yin, Granny Rong, and others quickly came and fought these 2 Righteous Path rank 8s. A huge battle erupted under the sea. Fang Yuan quickly hid in the mud at the bottom of the sea, waiting for a good opportunity to strike. Chapter 1691. Exposed. Following a sharp sonic boom, Dragon Palace turned into a golden light as it moved towards the sky with an extremely fast speed. Where are you going? Die. Want to obstruct me? Not a chance. Several GU immortals battled while giving chase, each displaying their great might. Intense battles followed the trail of Dragon Palace all along the way. Wherever it went, mounds crumbled and the sea split, the sky changed colors and countless beings met with calamity. Rank 6 and rank 7 GU immortals all escaped in fright. Only rank 8 GU immortals had the qualifications to take part in this battle. The battles of Duke Long, Zhong Yin, Granny Rong, Song Qi Yuan, and other rank 8s did not allow rank 7 GU immortals to interfere. Unless they were the likes of Feng Juji and Fang Yuan. But now, both Fang Yuan and Feng Juji had advanced to rank 8. Most of the Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortals are already participating in the battle, but there are a few who have yet to show themselves. Fang Yuan was patiently observing from far behind, waiting for a perfect opportunity. From the time he rushed over to Eastern Sea, over 10 days had already gone by. Over these days, the battle between rank 8 GU immortals was a splendid show with none willing to make concessions. Occasionally, new rank 8s would join in while some would temporarily retreat. They allied sometimes and acted against each other sometimes. As long as anyone neared Dragon Palace, they would be met with the joint attack of everyone else. Fang Yuan could not find any opportunity to make a move. But he was extremely patient and was not in the least bit worried. Being able to observe the skills of these rank 8 GU immortals from here is also an enormous gain. This information is very valuable. Duke Long is truly terrifying. In this battle, he is no doubt the strongest, but because of that unknown Dream Path Immortal GU in Dragon Palace, the joint attack of other rank 8s, as well as being concerned about the safety of Feng Jin Huang, he has not been able to obtain Dragon Palace. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with sinister light. Not just the rank 8 Immortal GU House Dragon Palace, Feng Jin Huang who was beside Duke Long was also his target. This girl possessed a Dream Path Immortal GU and was also Duke Long's disciple. Looking at how Duke Long protected her, her importance could be seen clearly. But although Fang Yuan had such a scheme, he similarly did not find an opportunity to make a move against Feng Jin Huang. A chance, it will definitely appear. Eastern Sea's righteous path has clearly already discussed with each other. Someone retreats while another comes in, taking turns to maintain their battle strength and also retain their control of the situation. This is to be on guard against Central Continent and Heavenly Court's reinforcements. Duke Long has been fighting alone, but he is still the strongest. If there are reinforcements from Heavenly Court, this stalemate will definitely be broken. Even if Heavenly Court does not send reinforcements, the 4-person team of Granny Rong, Zhong Yin and others won't be able to last long. Among the 3 sides, the righteous path is the most stable. The other 2 sides have the possibility of overturning this balance. But once the balance is broken, there will definitely be a chaotic battle. And this chaos will give me the chance to make a move. Fang Yuan was extremely clear about the situation. But right at this time, there was a sudden explosion in front. Song Chi Yuan was struck and became lightly injured, coughing out a mouthful of blood. Zhong Yin turned his head around and chuckled, "I have already struck you with fatal dark lightning, chase me if you are not afraid of dying." Song Chi Yuan's defenses were thorough and comprehensive, but after getting struck by this move, he got injured. His defensive methods were immediately torn. Fatal dark lightning could not be underestimated. Thereupon, the entire group of pursuers immediately split into 2, one group ahead and one group behind. Fatal Dark Lightning is Zhong Yin's trump card. It has a huge cost to activate. It is formless, colorless, and cannot be sensed. It can be arranged in the sea or air. Once touched, it will explode. What should we do? The remaining 3 rank 8 GU Immortals were also of the righteous path. We need to give chase. It will be dangerous for Hua Caiyun alone. We don't have time to make a detour. We can only control beast groups to charge through this lightning formation. The 3 righteous path members quickly thought of a way and released their respective ancient desolate beasts. Song Chi Yuan waved his hand. These ancient desolate beasts' auras immediately soared to the level of immemorial desolate beasts. Boom boom boom. The false immemorial desolate beasts could trigger the fatal dark lightning traps. These ancient desolate beasts constantly died to pave a path for the 3 righteous path rank 8s. The 3 rank 8s quickly moved ahead through the path. This is a little troublesome. Let's take a chance. Fang Yuan was uneasy and wanted to cross the lightning formation as well. Boom! He was immediately struck by the fatal dark lightning, but did not dare use reverse flow protection seal and could only endure the damage forcibly. This dark lightning is truly troublesome. It is better to make a detour. Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, changing his original intention. Boom! He was struck again. Ridiculous, this fatal dark lightning actually spread out this far. Its range is too wide. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth and swallowed his blood. Boom boom boom. Fang Yuan continued to trigger fatal dark lightning traps. His luck path method seemed to have no use. After about 8 minutes, Fang Yuan forcibly endured the pain as he caught up to the rank 8 GU Immortals battle. Come and face my killer move, Red Pestilence Insignia. Granny Rong shouted and used all her strength to shoot out a red insignia. Hua Caiyun snorted as she pushed forward her hands, sending out a lump of cloud. This cloud was pitch black and was like an inverted pot. Its shape was peculiar. It quickly moved and absorbed the red insignia. Granny Rong's expression immediately changed. She had lost control of the red pestilence insignia. The cloud continued to move as it tossed the red pestilence insignia away. Hua Caiyun said proudly, "Your red pestilence insignia is useless against my pot-tossing cloud. It will only be tossed away by me. I will never get hit." The F***CK? Fang Yuan cursed in his mind. By some weird coincidence, the red pestilence insignia had been tossed towards him. Dodge! Fang Yuan was disguised as a sea snake and could not casually increase his speed, so he barely managed to dodge. The red pestilence insignia flew far away and exploded. The surrounding sea area met with calamity. Living beings met their end with countless sea organisms turning into mush from the intense poison. Fang Yuan was also struck by the move. He endured the rank 8 killer move and turned into a sea snake corpse, continuing his disguise. It was not easy for Fang Yuan to stalk from behind. He was constantly hit by the splattering effects of the moves in this battle. Fortunately, he remained far behind, and with the rank 8 GU immortals all paying attention to Dragon Palace and each other, they had not discovered him. However, this did not last long. Fang Yuan's identity was finally exposed several days later. It was a rank 8 lone cultivator who found him. He was Yang Jun and had been chasing after Dragon Palace in his Immortal GU House Fragrant Treasure Horse Chariot when he discovered Fang Yuan by chance. Fang Yuan struck him and immediately escaped. This movement finally attracted the attention of other rank 8s, but Fang Yuan had left immediately. Even if Duke Long wanted to do anything, it was too late. Central Continent, Infallible Blessed Land. The radiance of the formation disappeared. After inspecting for a while, Fairy Wei nodded in satisfaction and thought, with this formation here, who can destroy Infallible Blessed Land? Even if Fang Yuan came here, he would also be trapped. Fairy Wei was confident in this formation. A bright light suddenly descended from the sky and arrived in front of her, revealing its true form. Greetings to Lady Wei. It was Feng Ji. He already had rank 8 cultivation now, and his tone carried a trace of being on equal status with Fairy Wei. Fairy Wei smiled. Feng Ji, I called you for one matter. Dragon Palace has appeared. Lord Duke Long is chasing after it but has encountered obstruction from Eastern Sea's rank 8s. Go to Eastern Sea, reinforce Lord Duke Long, protect your daughter Feng Jin Huang, and help my heavenly court take Dragon Palace. Feng Ji was silent for a moment but rejected in the end. Huang is protected by Lord Duke Long, she won't be in any danger. But when I advanced to rank 8, I gained an inspiration and wanted to create a new song. I want to enter the river of time now to observe the different types of worldly affairs throughout the eras. I want to experience the journey of myriad beings' lives. Fairy Wei was dazed for a moment. All right then, guard the river of time in place of Li Huang. Chapter 1692. Working with Longevity Heaven. Stars filled the sky. The calm sea suddenly turned turbulent with fierce waves. Immortal GU House Dragon Palace charged out of the sea, flying into the sky rapidly. There was a rank 8 GU Immortal waiting in the sky. It was Qing Yu clan's first Supreme Elder, Qing Yuan. Puff! He muttered lightly as he waved his arms rapidly. Immediately the phantom image of a mountain descended from the sky. The mountain ranges extended far and beyond, encircling the entire Immortal GU House Dragon Palace. Immortal Killer Move, Myriad Mountain Ranges. Dragon Palace's movement was obstructed. It crashed into the phantom mountain like it had truly slammed into a solid one. HMPH. There was a cold snort as a rank 8 GU Immortal charged out of Dragon Palace. It was rank 8 lone Immortal Shemiao. Shemiao spat out a mouthful of acid water. This acid water did not look impressive, but it grew with the wind, turning into a huge wave after several tens of feet. The wave crashed into the phantom mountain and had an incredible effect. The mountain started melting like snow exposed to the sun. The acid wave opened a path for Dragon Palace as it nearly got out of the encirclement, but Song Qi Yuan arrived right at this moment. His aura burst out and grand light pillars shined in all directions, dissolving the waves and also causing Dragon Palace to shake. When it landed on Shemiao, it felt like he was hit by a lightning bolt. After this, Song Qi Yuan did not stop. He raised his head and pointed with his finger. A sharp light shot out like lightning, vanishing instantly. Far away, Fang Yuan, who was using Star Eyes Immortal GU to observe the battlefield, felt his vision going dark. He could not see anything anymore. Fang Yuan's expression turned dark. He knew that the star that he had refined using Star Eyes Immortal GU was destroyed by Song Qi Yuan. Rank 7 Star Eyes Immortal GU might be unique, but against a rank 8 GU Immortal, it is too weak. Not only can it be discovered, it can also be stopped. Song Qi Yuan's Immortal Killer move is even more profound. It moved along the starlight and found the Star of Origin to destroy it. Even though the star was destroyed, Star Eyes Immortal GU suffered no injuries. It can be used again after further preparation. Even though these Eastern Sea GU Immortals could not defeat Duke Long, they were still rank 8 with brilliant methods. They could not be underestimated. Earlier, Zhong Yin's fatal Dark Lightning, Hua Cai Yun's pot-tossing cloud, Yang Jun discovering Fang Yuan who was in familiar face disguise, and Song Qi Yuan's attack that destroyed Star Eye's star, they proved this point. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to give up. Dragon Palace is very important. It is far more important than I had expected. It is a rank 8 Immortal GU house that contains Dream Path Immortal GU. These days, in this battle, it displayed very powerful offensive and defensive methods. If I can get it, I will obtain peak rank 8 battle strength. Fang Yuan's main body chased while Heaven Form Killer move stayed in Immemorial White Heaven, dealing with Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven and finding the hiding spot of Adaptation Immortal GU. Heaven Form Killer move was rank 9 and extremely mobile. Even within Immemorial White Heaven, there were few existences which could threaten it. Because of the Earth Veins turbulence, the GU Immortals of the 5 regions were in chaos. Especially, Eastern Sea, the emergence of Dragon Palace caused a battle among rank 8s. It was truly spectacular. On this day, Northern Plains Longevity Heaven also started to tremor intensely. BZZZ BZZZ BZZZ. Orange-yellow light flickered endlessly, enveloping the sky of Longevity Heaven. Next, an aura started from an extremely weak state and grew rapidly, soon filling the world and causing fear in everyone. Such a change had already attracted the attention of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady. 5 Elements Grandmaster was a lone cultivator of Northern Plains, but after getting trapped by Longevity Heaven, he felt despair after struggling and decided to join Longevity Heaven. He was not stationed in Longevity Heaven permanently. Bull Demon and Flower Lady were a duo that took the role of North Desolation Immortal together. Bull Demon was a muscular brute with a thick beard and a thunderous voice. He was extremely tall and strong, having a powerful aura. Flower Lady was a little girl with a flower on her head. She sat on the muscular man's shoulder, giggling as her crystal-like eyes flickered with innocence. What happened? 5 Elements Grandmaster was very uncertain. Bull Demon and Flower Lady looked at each other. The latter giggled. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan has awakened. Longevity Heaven was a bit different from Heavenly Court. It had 4 Desolation Immortals and 8 extremities, a total of 12 positions. Among which, the 4 Desolation Immortals were only meant for rank 8 GU Immortals, while the 8 extremities needed at least rank 7 cultivation level, and they had to be elites among rank 7s. Bing Sai Chuan? 5 Elements Grandmaster's brows rose. He felt that the name was familiar but he could not get more information from just that name. At this moment, there was a loud roar, ripples of light flickered in the sky, rainbows extended like rivers as they pierced through the horizons. A figure walked down from the river. He had a tall body and delicate face. Nevertheless, his eyes were extremely sharp and icy, emitting a cold gaze. From his right ear to the left corner of his lips, there was an ugly scar. It was flickering with white light, while emitting the coldness of 1,000-year profound ice. Seeing this face, 5 Elements Grandmaster's eyes burst out with bright light as he became deeply shocked. I remember now. This is the Bing Sai Chuan who was born in Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's generation. He was a rank 8 legend, a time path great expert. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had tried 3 times before subduing him. He did not die. He is actually the West Desolation Immortal of Longevity Heaven. West Desolation Immortal was born in the same generation as Giant Sun Immortal Venerable. Even though he lost, it was not a disgrace. After all, be they Immortal Venerable or Demon Venerable, they were invincible in the world with no equal. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had to make 3 attempts to subdue this West Desolation Immortal. It showed that he had great strength. Greetings, Senior West Desolation. Bull Demon and Flower Lady quickly went to greet him while 5 Elements Grandmaster followed after with an expression of reverence. West Desolation Immortal Bing Sai Chuan's seniority was simply too high. Bing Sai Chuan went up to the 3. He nodded after looking around. I am awake but I do not have much lifespan. Time is limited. Give me the information of the current world. I need to know about it. Longevity Heaven had very comprehensive information. They had detailed information of the collapse of 88 True Yang Building, the reappearance of Dragon Palace in Eastern Sea, and the Refinement Path Convention of Central Continent's Heavenly Court. 88 True Young building truly collapsed. Bing Sichuan sighed deeply. It was Fang Yuan, that demon was reborn using Spring-Autumn Cicada, he is rank 8 already. 5 Elements Grandmaster gritted his teeth. Bing Sichuan laughed loudly as he said, "Good job, Fang Yuan, he is truly a demon, he did a great job in destroying 88 True Young building." 5 Elements Grandmaster was stunned. What? Bull Demon looked at Flower Lady. Flower Lady looked at Bull Demon. The 3 immortals were completely shocked. Next, Bing Sichuan added, "Fate Gu is about to be repaired, it seems that this refinement path convention is the final one. There is no time, we have to contact Fang Yuan now and make an alliance." The gazes of 5 Elements Grandmaster, Bull Demon, and Flower Lady changed abruptly. Was this Bing Sichuan really the West Desolation Immortal? Could he possibly be a fake one? Longevity Heaven wants to cooperate with me. Fang Yuan received this message and became quite shocked. It was easy to contact him, Lang Ya Land Spirit could do it. Bing Sichuan used Lang Ya Land Spirit to contact Fang Yuan. He spoke openly, "I am West Desolation Immortal, the current leader of Longevity Heaven. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon but you have yet to obtain Red Lotus true inheritance. If Heavenly Court repairs Fate Immortal Gu, it will not benefit you at all. Similarly, Longevity Heaven does not want to see Heavenly Court succeed. If they repair Fate Gu, it would be too helpful to Heavenly Court, it would also go against the luck path of my ancestor Giant Sunday. Let us forget our past conflicts and resist the strong enemy together." Fang Yuan was quiet for a while before asking, "You are Bing Sichuan?" Soon, Fang Yuan learned who the other party was. He should be the real deal. Fang Yuan sighed at Longevity Heaven's foundation, they even concealed a rank 8 legend like Bing Sichuan, he had only appeared now. And in Longevity Heaven, among the 4 Desolation Immortals, East Desolation Immortal had the highest status, the great Bing Sichuan was only 2nd place. Who in the world was the East Desolation Immortal? Longevity Heaven's change of attitude made Fang Yuan deeply surprised. But to think of it, against the terrifying Heavenly Court, it was possible for Fang Yuan to work with them. After all, he was a rank 8 Gu Immortal now, the leader of Shadow Sect who possessed deep Dream Path research results, his name shook the world. A while ago, Heavenly Court even infiltrated Northern Plains and attacked Lang Ya Blessed Land, the 2 sides had immense conflicts. The saying goes, the enemy of an enemy is my friend. If they could cooperate, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to work with Longevity Heaven. After all, Heavenly Court was the true enemy. But how could they trust each other? To gain Fang Yuan's trust, Longevity Heaven opened its treasury and traded immortal materials with Fang Yuan, they could even exchange immortal Gu. From this step, they seemed to be very sincere. "Since we are cooperating, Lord Bing Sichuan, why don't we work together to fight for Dragon Palace?" Fang Yuan had a thought as he initiated. "Good idea." Bing Sichuan was in full agreement, any person with a brain could tell that Dragon Palace had immense value. Chapter 1693. Wei Borrows Gu. Especially in recent times, he advanced to rank 8 and possessed countless immortal Gu, it was truly a rare situation. However, he was still not strong enough to contend for Dragon Palace. Among the rank 8 Gu immortals fighting after Dragon Palace, there was Duke Long with pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength and multiple Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortals. It could be said that Eastern Sea's strongest immortals were here. Fang Yuan had too little time since his rise, against the peak experts of a region, against Duke Long, trying to snatch an immortal Gu house that had the power to retaliate was just too difficult for him. But Fang Yuan knew that he could not watch on the sidelines. If Heavenly Court obtains Dragon Palace, they would grow even stronger. Especially that mysterious Dream Path Immortal Gu, it was not simple. It might have been created naturally by this world itself, it was the seed that the heavens had planted into Eastern Sea to start the era of Dream Path. At this time, drawing in Longevity Heaven's strength would make the situation even more chaotic. The more chaotic it was, the more Fang Yuan would be able to take advantage of the situation. He was rank 8 now, but against Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals, he did not dare to be careless. The foundation of rank 8 GU Immortals was immense. They would easily hit him with their killer moves if he was not careful. As for Duke Long, Fang Yuan knew clearly that he was not his match. After all, Fang Yuan had personally witnessed how Duke Long had fought Purple Mountain True Monarch. Duke Long is protecting Feng Jin Huang, he is not going all out. I have not seen him use any chi path methods yet. Even so, with just his transformation path methods, he is already the strongest person here. He is resisting almost everyone alone. Bai Ning Bing and the rest are still cultivating on the Red Lotus Island. Even if they have the help of Future Self, they would only have peak rank 7 battle strength. It is a pity my incomplete Immortal GU house was destroyed. If I had it, after this period of development, it would have rank 8 battle strength. It would be very useful to me. If I can steal adaptation Immortal GU from Beast Calamity Grotto-Heaven, I would be able to unleash Myriad Being's Assimilation transformation. I will temporarily gain great battle strength. It is a pity that we do not have time. Heaven Form is still investigating. Fang Yuan felt some regret. But reality was like this, not everything could go smoothly and appropriately. Dragon Palace would not tire. Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals had not fully shown up. While Duke Long was waiting for Heavenly Court reinforcements, there was still some time before they truly fought for the Immortal GU house's ownership. Fang Yuan was also concerned about Longevity Heaven's attitude change. But even if they had ill intentions, luring them into the battle was much more useful for Fang Yuan than the potential threat. With this move, he could try to obtain Dragon Palace, damage Heavenly Court, and probe Longevity Heaven. It could achieve many goals. But a few days later, Bing Sichuan did not arrive. Instead, he obtained some crucial information. Heavenly Court had found a stone Lotus Island in the River of Time. They had full control of it now. Bing Sichuan suggested, "You have Spring-Autumn Cicada, you are the rightful inheritor of Red Lotus True Inheritance. If Heavenly Court takes away your fortuitous encounter, you will suffer while they grow stronger." Red Lotus Demon Venerable was able to damage Fate GU. Very likely, his true inheritance also contains the way for us to destroy Fate GU for good. Bing Sichuan's words had no issue. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained one of the Red Lotus true inheritances. Fang Yuan did not have any method to destroy Fate GU, but what if the other Red Lotus true inheritance had it? It was possible. Of course, there was a possibility that Bing Sichuan gave false information to trap Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had two choices. He could stay and observe Dragon Palace, or go to the River of Time and contest for Red Lotus true inheritance with Heavenly Court. The former was filled with chaos and danger, so was the latter. The risks were great. Fang Yuan sensed acutely that this choice was crucial. He started to think, what was the best course of action in this situation? Southern Border. Virtue Paradise. Two rank 8 GU Immortals walked side by side and ascended the mountain. Their auras were completely concealed, resembling mortals. The one on the left wore a grey hemp garment. It was very simple and plain, but his muscular body could not be concealed. He wore a conical hat that was large and wide. It covered his face under the shadow, concealing his appearance. It was the famous current generation Paradise Earth inheritor in Southern Border's GU Immortal world, Lu Wei Yin. The one on the right was a woman. She had a graceful figure with hair that extended to her waist, and was adorned in a beautiful purple robe that was mysterious and elegant. Her eyes were like deep pools, with a sense of sorrow shrouding her face. It was Heavenly Court's leader, the person who had Star Constellation chessboard, the #1 Wisdom Path great expert in the current world, Fairy Ziwei. Fairy Ziwei had actually quietly appeared in Southern Border and met with Lu Wei Yin. What was the reason behind it? Along the way, Lu Wei Yin and Fairy Ziwei spoke. Even though there were few words, the atmosphere was amicable. As they walked, a small red pavilion emerged from the dense greenery. Lu Wei Yin pointed at it as he said, "Lady Ziwei, it has been a long journey, let's go rest a bit in that pavilion." "Good idea." Fairy Ziwei smiled as she walked. The two walked into the red pavilion. There were stone benches inside. Instead of sitting down, Fairy Ziwei walked towards the edge and looked at the wide view of mountains and rivers. This pavilion was built at the edge of a cliff. it had an extremely good view. Fairy Wei looked outside. Virtue Paradise was filled with tall mountains and clean rivers. There were tree houses and villages around the mountains. Lots of commotion could be heard from chickens and dogs. There were columns of smoke rising from houses. It was a serene and tranquil atmosphere. In the sky, there were many floating mountains. These mountains were made from float soil and could stay in the sky. There were many specialties in each mountain. Their environments varied. Some had long green vines that extended like hair. Some had drizzles and beautiful rainbows. Some had waterfalls with huge crashing torrents that gathered in huge pools. Cranes flew, apes shrieked, there was lots of life and immortal materials everywhere. Desolate beasts and plants were abundant in numbers. The thing that Fairy Wei noticed was that the mushroom men and humans lived harmoniously in the villages. Kids played together, husbands and wives cared for each other, children were also filial towards their parents. It is truly a paradise. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted to create such a world, but humanity is the ruler of the world. How could variant humans possibly be equal with us? But even so, I admire Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Because he had contributed his whole life towards this dream, he had never sought benefits for himself. Fairy Wei said slowly. Heavenly Court belonged to humans, its ideology was to rule over the variant humans, but Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable wanted equality for all. In his opinion, be it variant humans or pure humans, all life in this world should be equal. Because of their ideological differences, Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not enter Heavenly Court. He created his paradises in the 5 regions and tried to establish the utopia of his ideals. Lu Wei-yin nodded. Even though our ideologies are different, our attitude towards the demonic path that harms the world is the same. Lady Wei is here to borrow Gu. If you are borrowing other Gu, forget it. But this benevolence Gu can benefit the world, why would I stop you? However, if outsiders want to borrow Gu, according to the Immortal Venerable's rules, you need to walk and ascend to the top of the mountain to gain the qualification to borrow Gu. This journey is difficult. The higher your cultivation level, the worse it is. Please do understand, Fairy Wei. This mountain is truly not easy to ascend, but I understand Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's intention. Getting up this mountain will benefit me quite a bit too. Fairy Wei said softly as she smiled, light flickered in her eyes. All right, let's continue. River of Time. Heavenly courts for immortal Gu houses stood in different positions as they surrounded an immortal formation. The atmosphere was heated among the Gu immortals. Lord Feng Ge, we have already encircled this stone Lotus Island, we can explore it already. Shang Xuanzi said. Feng Ge nodded. He originally wanted to use the River of Time to solidify and strengthen his inspiration regarding the Song of Destiny. To think that after entering the River of Time for this short period, the stone Lotus Island showed up and became besieged by Heavenly Court. The stone Lotus Islands were created by Red Lotus Demon Venerable. I should go ahead and see the methods of this world-shocking Demon Venerable. Feng Ge was about to move and enter the immortal formation. Boom! With a loud sound, the immortal Gu house that he was in shook intensely. Enemy! Who is so daring as to attack us, Heavenly Court? The immortals were furious and shocked. Who else but Fang Yuan could it be? Heavenly Court's group was slightly dazed. Someone started to shout, Demon, you managed to escape last time, but you actually dared to return. Then accept your death. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had thought about it for a moment before deciding to come to the River of Time and trying to get Red Lotus' true inheritance. After all, Dragon Palace's scene was chaotic. All the forces had not gone all out yet. There was too much uncertainty. But at the Stone Lotus Island, if he did not come, Heavenly Court would definitely get it. Fang Yuan had Spring Autumn Cicada. His advantage was huge when it came to the Stone Lotus Islands. Fang Yuan, we meet again. Feng Ge's voice reverberated within the immortal Gu house. There were deep emotions in his voice. Fang Yuan's expression focused. It seemed like in this battle, he was going to fight Feng Ge once again. Chapter 1694. Contesting for Red Lotus' true inheritance. It has been a long time indeed. Fang Yuan sighed. Years had passed. Fang Yuan met with Feng Juji again. It was like a meeting of old friends. Their words had no animosity in them. But they were not friends after all. After that brief talk, they went silent. At this moment, there was only the sound of waves in the river of time, surging forward with continuous motion. Feng Juji still remembered the first time he met Fang Yuan. Back then, he was still not an immortal. He had obtained Hu Immortal blessed land with the status of a mortal. But now, he was renowned in the world. He had rank 8 cultivation level and his speed of growth was rare even in history. It was truly shocking to the world. Feng Juji was also rank 8 with brilliant battle results. His strength was no longer the same as before. He had rank 8 Fate Armor Immortal GU, and because of his Dao Guardian status, he was heavily supported by Heavenly Court. Fang Yuan had once saved Feng Juji's life. He had returned the favor as well. Because of their different identities, Feng Juji had failed in many attempts to pursue Fang Yuan. They had fought many times and gained a deep understanding of each other. Both were wary of each other, but they appreciated the other person's capabilities and talent immensely. Fang Yuan, you lost to us once. You managed to escape last time in the river of time. To think that you would dare to come back and court death. A voice broke the temporary silence. The person who spoke had starry blue armor. He had a rough appearance and his body was strong. He emitted a powerful rank 8 aura and was standing on shark flow lever. Fang Yuan took a look and discerned that this was a person who had participated in the battle last time. Even though last time, he did not know who this was, he had obtained information already. This person had woken up from Heavenly Court's Immortal Graveyard. He was an experienced rank 8 star path expert, Xingyi Wang. Fang Yuan inspected Heavenly Court's group again. The 3 remaining Xuanzi occupied present and past pavilion. They looked at Fang Yuan with deep hatred. Their eyes were spewing fire. Last time, Fang Yuan used time cutting edge and killed Zhang Guozi, causing their revival methods to fail. Only 3 were left now. Rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi had the same status as Xingyi Wang. He controlled Eternal Yacht with a grim expression. Xingyi Wang stood on shark flow lever, looking at Fang Yuan with deep battle intent. Meanwhile, Feng Juji stayed in 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. He had now shown up yet. For Time Path Immortal GU houses, 3 rank 8 GU Immortals, as well as many rank 7 GU Immortals including 3 of the Xuanzi, and this Super Immortal formation. Fang Yuan evaluated their strength. On the whole, it was not bad. Because Heavenly Court had not sent too many people here. But thinking about it, Central Continent's earth veins were moving. Other than maintaining control, Heavenly Court placed all its attention on repairing rank 9 Fate GU. A lot of manpower and resources were expended for it. From Heavenly Court's perspective, Fang Yuan was not their main enemy. In their overall plan, Fang Yuan was not a part of it. Thus, Fairy Ziwei had once offered to recruit Fang Yuan back in Lang Wei Blessed Land. Heavenly Court's goal was the entire world, the great era of Dream Path, and to become the ruler of the world. This was the grandness of Heavenly Court. Thus, Heavenly Court's focus had always been to fully restore Fate GU. Moreover, last time Fang Yuan escaped barely with his life. Afterwards, Fairy Ziwei used Heavenly Court's foundation to buy all sorts of time path materials and disrupted Fang Yuan's growth. He had hidden his tracks and even when the earth veins moved and countless Immortal GU and Immortal materials appeared, he did not show up. Due to all these reasons, Heavenly Court had not increased their numbers in the River of Time. Of course, they might have some groups lying in ambush. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Regardless of what they did, as long as they fought, Heavenly Court would summon them anyway. Roar! With a huge sound, Fang Yuan used Familiar Face to turn into the immemorial Year Monkey again. The monkey body was huge like a mountain. It pounced towards 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. That was where Feng Juji was. Such a courageous demon, let me fight you. Xingyi Wang moved shark flow lever as he intercepted with great speed. Fang Yuan moved rapidly above the water. He pointed his finger as Immortal Killer Move Spring Scissors flew out. The scissors were green in color and moved agilely. Even though it was huge like an elephant, it shrunk when it got in front of shark flow lever. Xingyi Wang was a little shocked. He knew about spring scissors, but to think there was such a transformation? The mini-spring scissors flew down and became large again when it got to the shark lever of shark flow lever. Crack! With a snip, the scissors cut and a huge shark head fell off. Crack! With another snip, another shark lost its head. Xingyi Wang was very shocked. He quickly moved shark flow lever aside. He could not dare continue trying to obstruct Fang Yuan. He needed to know how to handle spring scissors. After stopping Xingyi Wang, Fang Yuan moved quick as the wind, arriving in front of 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform. Within the Immortal Gu house, Feng Juji had a plain expression as he controlled it calmly. 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform burst out with a dazzling light, stopping Fang Yuan's advancement as if he had crashed into a metal wall. Fang Yuan, who was in the immemorial year monkey form, laughed as he punched with his huge fists. The huge fists landed on 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and caused it to shake. Rubbles flew everywhere as it got pushed back. Fang Yuan got stronger again. That's right, he has at least modified spring scissors and winter coat. The former can change sizes and become hard to guard against, while the latter has fused with his immemorial year monkey transformation. His monkey fur is like frost and his skin is like ice. His defenses are extremely thick. The 3 Xuanzi guarded present and past pavilion. They talked to each other with lingering shock. Ever since Fang Yuan escaped pitifully last time while exposing all his trump cards, Heavenly Court had deduced all sorts of killer moves that he had. But to think that in this battle, all of their deductions were outdated. Fang Yuan's modifications were far beyond Heavenly Court's expectations. They were greatly caught off guard. Not just that, Fang Yuan had also made many deductions on the 4 Immortal Gu houses. Looking at how he dealt with Shark Flow Lever and 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, it was evident. Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment was not low. He also had the help of Wisdom Gu, which Heavenly Court did not manage to deduce. Fang Yuan, who had the light of wisdom and sufficient intel, made great gains when he deduced matters regarding the 4-time path Immortal Gu houses. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan exposed his trump cards, but at the same time, Heavenly Court also expended their trump cards. Fang Yuan could learn a lot of details about them. It was not easy for Gu Immortals to create immortal killer moves. Modifications were even harder. Then what about Immortal Gu houses? Immortal Gu houses were the collective body of multiple immortal killer moves. Thus, modifying Immortal Gu houses was even tougher. Fang Yuan could modify immortal killer moves because he had Wisdom Gu. Heavenly Court wanted to modify Immortal Gu houses, but they did not have Wisdom Gu. The difficulty was even higher. Thus, these 4 Immortal Gu houses did not have many changes. They were also similar to before. Fang Yuan lost last time, but he gained lots of information. He could deal with these Immortal Gu houses now. This was also why he gave up on Dragon Palace for now and chose to target the River of Time. The northern corner is destroyed. The Gu worms cannot be retrieved. 3 layers of Autumn Light shields have been broken. Only 1 is left. Immortal Gu Autumn Light has cracks on it. The Gu Immortals inside 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform reported they had nervous expressions. Feng Juji was the person in charge. He still had a calm expression. He did not attempt to fight personally because he knew that only relying on his sound path cultivation, he could not make useful efforts in this River of Time. Only the Time Path Immortal Gu house could resist Fang Yuan. Feng Juji thought to himself, Fang Yuan can suppress 2 Immortal Gu houses, but Heavenly Court still has another 2. This battle has just begun. Fang Yuan's barrage of attacks made him pant loudly. Even though 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform was shattered on the outside, its foundation was unaffected. It only lost a large number of mortal Gu. Those rank 7 Gu Immortals inside the Immortal Gu house were trying to repair it rapidly. After the initial burst, his attacks got softer. The 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform got past the initial stage as Fang Yuan's ferocious attacks started to weaken. Xingyi Wang had already repaired Shark Flow Lever after facing Spring Scissors' killer move. It charged over again. At the same time, present and past pavilion and eternal yacht came from the left and right, forming a complete web. Fang Yuan, I want to see how you will deal with 4 Immortal Gu houses together. Xingyi Wang shouted loudly. Fang Yuan looked at his encirclement as his eyes shined with bright light. He smiled and shouted loudly, Bing Saichuan, are you still not going to act? Before he finished his words, Bing Saichuan appeared, standing behind present and past pavilion. Who? The three Xuanzi were very shocked, because present and past pavilion was most specialized in investigation. They were able to detect Fang Yuan but not Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan roared as he pushed with both palms. Immediately, cold winds blew and frost energy surged, covering the whole of present and past pavilion. At the next moment, the entire present and past pavilion became sealed in a transparent profound ice. The three Xuanzi were unmoving inside, a frightened expression frozen on their faces. On Eternal Yacht, Rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi, who had a calm expression, showed a change of attitude. This Immortal killer move is Immediate Time Freeze. You are the Time Path Great Expert of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's era, Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan cultivated Time Path and was most skilled at freezing time. His Time Path killer moves were able to imitate the effects of Ice Path. He was a Rank 8 legend. His battle strength was at its peak, on the same level as Li Huang. But right now, Li Huang was deployed elsewhere, in exchange for Feng Juji, who had just reached Rank 8. Regardless, this was the River of Time. Even if Li Huang was here, without using the Time Path Immortal GU House to fight against Bing Saichuan, he would not be his match. Bing Saichuan waited for a long time before striking with great impact. He targeted the weakest enemy, directly sealing a Time Path Immortal GU House and preventing it from joining the fight again. Amazing! Fang Yuan could not help but praise. Bing Saichuan looked at Qingyi. I am Longevity Heaven's Bing Saichuan, to think that someone of this generation recognized me. As he said that, he smiled warmly but did not act mildly. He attacked the Rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi, who was on Eternal Yacht. Fang Yuan had the help of Bing Saichuan. They managed to suppress the remaining 3 Immortal GU houses that Heavenly Court possessed. At the next moment, a 5th Time Path Immortal GU house appeared. This was a gatehouse with a simple but elegant structure. Its supporting pillars were bright red in color. It was quite auspicious. There were 2 dazzling words written on its entrance plaque: Year-End. Rank 7 Time Path Immortal GU House, Year-End Gatehouse. Chapter 1695. Contesting for Dragon Palace. This was because Heavenly Court only had 4 Time Path Immortal GU houses stationed here. This 5th Time Path Immortal GU House Year-End Gatehouse came from Northern Plains. It was owned by the Huangjin tribes. Since when did an Immortal GU house enter? Oh no, what is it trying to do to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation? Quick, stop it! Heavenly Court side shouted. Even Rank 8 GU Immortals showed shock on their faces. Bing Saichuan laughed loudly. Frost energy oozed out of his body. He slammed with both palms as Eternal Yacht was sent to the bottom of the river. Fang Yuan shouted loudly. He mustered his strength and attacked 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform, raining down punches like a flurry of meteors, forcing the latter to retreat continuously. Present and past pavilion was sealed. It had sunk into the river, vanishing entirely. Xingyi Wang, who was on Shark Flow Lever, had an ashen expression. He tried to stop Year-End Gatehouse, but it was too late. As the Immortals watched, Year-End Gatehouse got close to the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation as the gatehouse started to shine in a pure white light. Next, a voice could be heard from within. Take a good look. This is my 5 elements profound light. Ring! There was a loud sound as a mystical 5-colored light shot out of the gatehouse, landing on the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation. The 5-colored lights resembled 5 river currents that merged and weaved together, melting the layers of the River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation, causing a huge hole in an instant. Quick, repair the formation! What method is this? The River Suppression Lotus Ceiling Formation was completely powerless against it. The Rank 7 GU Immortals controlling the Super Immortal Formation were furious and shocked. Feng Juji's pupils shrunk. He recognized it. That must be Northern Plains Rank 8 Lone Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster. This person cultivates formation path and mimics the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. He is a formation path Great Grandmaster. He was actually recruited by Longevity Heaven. After using this move, 5 Elements Grandmaster panted heavily. His aura diminished until it became extremely weak. His 5 elements profound light was most skilled in breaking immortal formations. He had prepared this move for a long time. Once it was unleashed, half of the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation was destroyed. It was on the brink of destruction. Of course, this was because Fang Yuan had given Longevity Heaven crucial information. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of this river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. After all, he was locked in and had broken out of it personally. With this intel, 5 Elements Grandmaster was able to modify his 5 Elements Profound Light to counter this river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. Once the formation was broken, the stone Lotus Island inside became exposed before everyone's eyes. Fang Yuan laughed heartily as he jumped up. Boom! He kicked hard and stomped 3 autumn yellow crane platform into the river, creating a huge wave. Next, he shot out like a cannonball, flying into the formation, towards the stone Lotus Island. The GU Immortals in the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation were flustered. They worked up a sweat trying to stabilize the formation and prevent it from collapsing. If this super immortal formation broke, its controllers would face huge backlash. These GU Immortals were also trying to save their own lives. The formation's controllers were too busy with their own matters. They could only watch as Fang Yuan went in. Red Lotus True Inheritance. Fang Yuan looked at the stone Lotus Island as his eyes flashed with a bright light. The Spring-Autumn Cicada inside Time Path clone's aperture was shaking. Right now, Spring-Autumn Cicada was rank 7 and had Fang Yuan's personal immortal killer move to discern if the stone Lotus Island was real. It was the real deal. In the previous Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan made great gains. He was lifted out of his difficult situation. If he could obtain this Red Lotus True Inheritance as well, how much would he grow? Fang Yuan, don't think of leaving. At this moment, Xingyi Wang shouted as he moved Shark Flow lever and attacked Fang Yuan's back. Scram! At the crucial moment, Bing Sichuan appeared, blocking Shark Flow lever. Fang Yuan, quickly go get Red Lotus True Inheritance. Bing Sichuan fought as he said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Sichuan deeply. It seemed that Longevity Heaven was very sincere about cooperating. He got closer to the stone Lotus Island without stopping. Don't think about it. Rank 8 GU Immortal Qingyi, who was inside Eternal Yacht, went around Bing Sichuan and Xingyi Wang, going towards Fang Yuan. Want to chase him? Hee, get past me first. Year-end Gatehouse suddenly appeared abruptly, blocking Qingyi's path. Qingyi frowned but laughed coldly. My Eternal Yacht is the fastest. It can ride the waves of the river of time. How can you Year-end Gatehouse stop me? Suddenly, Qingyi's expression changed as she saw that an immortal formation had appeared around Eternal Yacht. Setting up a time path formation in such a short time. Qingyi shook. He finally understood the formation path attainment that 5 Elements Grandmaster had. This Red Lotus True Inheritance is mine. After obtaining Longevity Heaven's reinforcement, Fang Yuan obtained enough time to successfully get close to the stone Lotus Island. He was about to step onto it. But at this moment, a change occurred. The stone Lotus Island erupted with a formless force and pushed Fang Yuan far away. What happened? Suspicion rose in Fang Yuan's mind. I have Spring-Autumn Cicada with me. Unless, once this stone Lotus Island lets me in, the defenses will vanish? Or will a loophole appear that would allow others to take advantage of it? Boom, boom, boom. At this point, attacks that approached like a wild storm rained down on Fang Yuan's immemorial year monkey body and surrounded him. The river suppression Lotus ceiling formation was finally stabilized. Even though it was damaged, the hole was shrinking. The rank 7 GU Immortals controlling it were now able to find time to fight Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was obstructed by the formation. He could not get close to the stone Lotus Island as easily now. This formation is likely created by Heavenly Court to target stone Lotus Island. The stone Lotus Island rejected me earlier because of this formation. Fang Yuan was thinking about this when Feng Juji, who was inside 3 autumn yellow crane platform, arrived before him. The two sides started to fight again. They clashed and exchanged moves. The situation was in a deadlock. At the same time, Eastern Sea. Li Huang pays respects to Lord Duke Long. In the sky, flames scattered as a muscular old man appeared. it was Heavenly Court's reinforcement, rank 8 GU Immortal Li Huang. Duke Long nodded as he patted Feng Jin Huang, who was beside him. Feng Jin Huang was surrounded by a circular qi wall. She floated lightly towards Li Huang. "Protect Huanga. If anything happens to her, I will hold you accountable," Duke Long said plainly. Li Huang had a grim expression as he said confidently, "Don't worry, Lord Duke Long, with my verdant sun flame cloak, who in the world can harm Feng Jin Huang?" Duke Long stopped looking at him. He looked towards the sky. In order to protect Feng Jin Huang, he had wasted some time. Dragon Palace had flown away already. Duke Long smiled, feeling no nervousness. He clenched his fists. It was time to take action. At the next moment, he vanished on the spot. Dragon Palace was obstructed by Qing Yuan again, while the other rank 8 GU Immortals fought each other. "The chance will slip by easily. I need to grab my opportunity." Qing Yuan's eyes burst out with brilliance. After so many days of fighting, he had finally obtained his fourth chance. But right when Qing Yuan was about to reach Dragon Palace, an immense force approached. The aura of death almost suffocated him. He quickly turned around. Enduring the fatal attack, he managed to block it but flew away like a sandbag, spitting out huge amounts of blood. "Duke Long, you!" Qing Yuan had a hoarse voice filled with anger. Duke Long floated in the sky expressionlessly. His horns were flickering with purple gold light, his long hair fluttered in the wind, his body was tough as a monolith, his dragon pupils shined with cold light. Qing Yuan struggled to stabilize his body. He wanted to counterattack, but his expression suddenly changed. A dragon-shaped qi shot out of his chest, exploding. Boom! The explosion was not loud, but Qing Yuan's defenses were like useless scraps of paper. Qing Yuan looked at Duke Long with disbelief and fright as he retreated. He was bleeding intensely, his ribs were broken, his chest was almost fully blown off, his heart and lungs could be seen. "Take this, Duke Long. This immortal GU house is mine." Song Qi Yuan and Zhong Yin flew over. The two temporarily stopped fighting each other as they faced against Duke Long together. Duke Long smiled nonchalantly. Roar! The dragon roar erupted as Song Qi Yuan and Zhong Yin flew away with a confused and flabbergasted expression. They suffered serious injuries. They did not even see what move hit them before they were defeated. "Be careful, without that burden, Duke Long is using his full power. Is this his true strength? Everyone, work together, we must not let him succeed." Duke Long's powerful disposition made the remaining rank 8 GU Immortals feel deeply threatened. They started to target him collectively. Duke Long breathed in deeply. He actually shut his eyes. He did not move. Only when the surrounding killer moves reached before him did he open his eyes abruptly. Immortal killer move, qi engulfing mountains and rivers. At once, the rank 8 GU Immortals shook intensely as they felt an unparalleled pressure slamming down at them from all around. Not just them, the killer moves that they activated, even the sky and sea of all the surroundings were facing this immense pressure. Many killer moves collapsed. The rank 8 GU Immortals as well as Dragon Palace fell into the water like dumplings falling into a pot. The world became still. Nothing was left standing. Except Duke Long. He was standing proudly in the sky, looking down at the Immortals in distress with his cold dragon pupils. At this point of the Dragon Palace contest, he had finally displayed his true strength. Having pseudo-immortal Venerable battle strength, it suppressed his enemies and obtained the upper hand. Kill! Duke Long, I want to kill you. I do not believe that you can defeat all of us. A few breaths of time later, huge waves surged in the sea. The rank 8 GU Immortals who were humiliated by Duke Long attacked him together with great intensity. Duke Long snorted coldly, his dragon tail appeared and his body became covered in scales. The horns on his head became as sharp as blades. He opened his mouth and roared. It was Immortal Killer Move Dragon Roaring Wave. Next, his body flickered from place to place. He appeared near his enemies as he punched their faces with his fists, tore defenses with his claws, and created a bloody storm around the area. Eastern Sea's rank 8 GU Immortals were not his match. They were all furious and shocked. They used their Immortal Killer moves but were constantly obstructed. Even if they succeeded, they could not injure Duke Long. after such a long time, other than protecting Feng Jin Huang, Duke Long had also collected lots of information. He had grasped the weakness of some of these Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortals' methods. Old fiend, you are too much. Face my fatal killer move. Restrain him, I have even stronger methods. Eastern Sea's Rank 8s were furious, they were about to use even stronger methods. Immortal killer move, Chi engulfing mountains and rivers. Puff puff puff. At the next moment, Eastern Sea's Rank 8s fell like dumplings again, into the depths of the ocean. Duke Long controlled the tempo of the battle completely, his battle experience was even deeper than the depths of this ocean itself. Chapter 1696. Feng destroys Red Lotus. An immense suction force sent the Rank 8 Immortal GU house slowly towards Duke Long's phantom aperture even though it resisted him desperately. The other Rank 8 GU Immortals saw this and went over, using their killer moves on Duke Long. Duke Long sighed as he vanished on the spot. Without restraint, Dragon Palace flew out of the sea, into the sky once again. Eastern Sea's Rank 8s were about to chase it when Duke Long appeared in the sky again, obstructing their paths. Dragon roars resounded again. Duke Long moved like lightning, flickering around the Rank 8 GU Immortals effortlessly. The intense battle created loud explosions resembling an unceasing thunderstorm. Countless innocent life forms were implicated. Huge tsunamis were created on the sea surface. Without Feng Jin Huang burdening him, Duke Long displayed terrifying battle strength. Nobody present could match him equally. However, these Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortals all had deep foundations. They had their own trump cards. Even though they were losing to Duke Long, their lives were not endangered. They were wary of each other originally, but against Duke Long, they could cooperate seamlessly. At once, Eastern Sea's Righteous Path, Demonic Path, and even lone cultivators worked together to fight Duke Long. Duke Long felt increasing pressure. His outburst earlier suppressed everyone. It was because he had concealed himself earlier and managed to catch all of the Eastern Sea Rank 8s off guard with that one attack. But as the battle continued, Duke Long's methods were slowly discerned by the Eastern Sea GU Immortals. They started to find counters or appropriate methods to deal with them. In this world, there were no invincible Immortal GU or Immortal killer moves. There were only invincible GU Immortals. Any Immortal killer move, no matter how complex, had a structure. It would have advantages and weaknesses. Duke Long was very powerful indeed. None of the Eastern Sea Rank 8s were his match. But this situation was special. Everyone was trying to get the Immortal GU house. Nobody wanted to fight him to the death. As the Immortal GU house flew continuously all over the battlefield, Duke Long could not set up a battlefield to trap it. Dragon claws moved like a tornado. Many Eastern Sea Rank 8s were forced back. Duke Long crashed into Dragon Palace as he grabbed it with his hand. At once, a pair of huge phantom dragon claws appeared and tightly grasped Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace shook intensely. It shattered the phantom dragon claws as it escaped. Duke Long sighed. This situation had already happened many times. It was not easy to take Dragon Palace. He had to fight off the competitors first before trying to subdue it. But Dragon Palace was a Rank 8 Immortal GU house after all. It had great power and could not be taken easily. Duke Long's many attempts ended in failure. Duke Long is too strong. What do we do? When he fights seriously, we will have no chance to get close to Dragon Palace, not to mention obtain it. Duke Long is the only one attempting now. Thankfully this Immortal GU house is strong enough. We cannot let this go on. Dragon Palace's resistance is getting weaker. Duke Long will subdue it eventually. Eastern Sea's Rank 8 GU Immortals all had injuries. They communicated with each other as they wanted others to use their trump cards against Duke Long. Getting to Rank 8, who would not have their own secret trump cards? These Immortal killer moves were definitely very powerful or mysterious and profound, but nobody wanted to expose them. Nobody could say for sure if their killer moves would fail in such a complex battle environment. The stronger the killer move, the greater the backlash. Even Duke Long was not using his triple chi retraction killer move. Not that he did not want to use it, but the risks were too great. He could likely cripple himself. When he fought against Purple Mountain True Monarch earlier, he had probed multiple times. only until he was sure that the enemy did not have other methods did he unleash triple chi retraction in the end. Right now in this situation, if Duke Long used triple chi retraction and the enemy coincidentally countered it, what would happen? These Eastern Sea rank 8s were numerous and they all had deep foundations, who knew what methods they truly possessed. Notched arrows were the most threatening. GU Immortals who concealed their killer moves were also very threatening. River of Time. Immortal killer move, Summer Fan. Fang Yuan was still in his immemorial year monkey form, his killer move activated successfully as he grabbed towards the space in front of him. A huge fan with a long handle appeared out of nowhere, held in his hands. Bing Saichuan, get aside! Fang Yuan twisted his waist as he gathered strength in his arms, waving the fan ferociously. Gush! Wild winds blew, sweeping ahead as the storm sent 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever into a tornado, restraining them as they flew outside of the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. But at the crucial moment, Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang flew out of their immortal GU houses, charging at Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan. Even though they did not cultivate Time Path, the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation did not break apart. Time Path was restricted in the formation as other paths were amplified. Heavenly Court sent rank 7 GU Immortals which were elites. They worked together during this period and were able to mostly repair the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. Even though the hole was still present, it had become much smaller. 5 Elements Grandmaster, quickly use your profound light! Fang Yuan shouted. 5 Elements Grandmaster's voice came from within year-end gatehouse. I cannot use it a second time in this short period. This formation has been modified by a lot. The previous profound light will be ineffective now. Immortal killer move, Song Warrior. Feng Ju Ji's body shook as 4 Song Warriors emerged, encircling Fang Yuan. Xingyi Wang's body was covered in starlight specks as he stabbed towards Bing Saichuan like a hedgehog. Bing Saichuan and Fang Yuan looked at each other before flying up and abandoning their enemies, targeting the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation instead. This was the wisest plan. As long as the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation was destroyed, Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang would have to return to their immortal GU houses. Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang quickly tried to stop them, while 5 Elements Grandmaster continued to control his immortal formation to trap the eternal yacht that Xingyi was controlling. In the intense battle, river suppression Lotus ceiling formation shook more and more intensely. More cracks were appearing as it endured Fang Yuan's and Bing Saichuan's attacks. However, 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever, which Fang Yuan blew away earlier, had re-entered the battlefield. Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven were starting to be suppressed. Fang Yuan, you still refuse to trust me now? The situation was dire, Bing Saichuan shouted in anxiety. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He snorted coldly as he approached Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan spread his arms as a ball-shaped light shield appeared around him and Fang Yuan. This was his defensive immortal killer move. Anything that hit the light shield, be it life forms or killer moves, would freeze in time. Break it! Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang shouted together. 3 autumn yellow crane platform and shark flow lever erupted with powerful attacks, targeting Bing Saichuan's light shield. But any killer move that landed on it froze in time. At once, there was a myriad of colorful attacks surrounding the light shield. It was a dazzling sight. Bing Saichuan gritted his teeth, his body shook as he sustained the shield. Even though he had rank 8 peak battle strength, in this formation, Time Path was suppressed. At the same time, he was facing the attack of 2 rank 8 GU Immortals and 2 immortal GU houses. It was not easy. Fang Yuan obtained this prime opportunity. He dispelled immemorial year monkey transformation and activated Emperor Yama. At this point in the battle, he finally obtained a chance to change his battle tactic. Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang had rich battle experiences. They did not give Fang Yuan any opportunity to change his transformation. He was often interrupted. After becoming Emperor Yama, Fang Yuan started to use his killer moves. His aura surged rapidly from weak to strong, and from strong to a terrifying level. Feng Ju Ji and Xingyi Wang had solemn expressions. They were very alert. At this point, Fang Yuan finally had the time to unleash his trump card. Immortal killer move, Luo Po seal. Be careful! Bing Saichuan gritted his teeth as he dispelled his defensive killer move, moving forward. Without obstruction, the frozen attacks from earlier struck towards Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan stood in front and paved a way for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held onto Luo Po seal as he waited in anticipation. He charged toward Xingyi Wang while enduring the attacks. Xingyi Wang quickly retreated while Feng Juji went around, trying to attack Fang Yuan from the rear. Fang Yuan suddenly laughed coldly. He flew up and shot Luo Po seal towards the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation. The huge formation stopped working. Several rank 7 GU immortals inside died on the spot. Bing Saichuan suddenly felt the pressure lifting. Swoosh swoosh, large amounts of water from the river of time gushed into the formation. Immediately after, with cracking noises, river suppression Lotus ceiling formation disintegrated piece by piece. 5 Elements Grandmaster was deeply shocked. Fang Yuan's Luo Po seal actually attacked the core of the formation and destroyed the core Immortal GU. How did he deduce it? Boom! Feng Juji's attack landed on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's attention was on destroying the formation. He could only endure Feng Juji's ferocious attack. Even in Emperor Yama form, Fang Yuan spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood. Large numbers of Soul Path GU worms died and multiple Immortal GU were injured. Without the formation's help, the battle environment changed rapidly. Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan obtained the upper hand again. Both sides fought for a while. The river suppression Lotus ceiling formation had about 1/3 of its original size left. The remaining rank 7 GU immortals were desperately holding on, but the formation was just a step away from destruction. They had no hope left. Cover me! Fang Yuan said to Bing Saichuan. Bing Saichuan used the ball-shaped light shield, protecting Fang Yuan as he dispelled Emperor Yama, turning into the immemorial year monkey again. Cover me! Feng Juji shouted the same thing. Xingyi Wang and the 2 Immortal GU houses surrounded Feng Juji immediately. Immortal killer move, Assimilation Wind Song. Feng Juji took a huge risk and successfully summoned the #1 wind in the world. Bing Saichuan broke out in sweat as he shouted to Fang Yuan, "Oh no, my defensive killer move cannot block the winds of assimilation, let's retreat." But out of their expectations, the winds of assimilation did not target the defensive shield, it attacked the Stone Lotus Island. Under Fang Yuan's shocked gaze, the Stone Lotus Island was devoured by the winds of assimilation. The fragments were assimilated into wind. The winds of assimilation became larger and larger. If anyone tried to get onto the island, they would have to face this world-destroying wind. Feng Juji, you! Bing Saichuan was furious and anxious. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen. If we cannot get it, neither will you. Xingyi Wang laughed wildly. Chapter 1697. Neither victory nor defeat. When Feng Juji used Assimilation Wind Song, there were sounds of howling winds. But when the actual winds of assimilation started blowing, it became extremely quiet. There was no sound at all. The quiet winds of assimilation made every GU immortal present feel a chill down their spine. The Stone Lotus Island was continuously eroded by the winds of assimilation until it completely vanished. The winds grew larger and larger, multiple times its initial size after devouring the Stone Lotus Island. It was like a pillar that supported heaven and earth. However, it could not display its might in the river of time. Even though a lot of water was assimilated into wind, the entire river of time did not budge. It had lost a completely negligible amount of water. Even though the winds of assimilation were powerful, against the river of time, it was too small, like a tiny insect on a ball. All the GU immortals and Immortal GU houses had to steer clear of the winds of assimilation. Feng Juji was no exception. The Stone Lotus Island was really destroyed. Fang Yuan was deeply shocked. Earlier, when he wanted to get on the island, he was repelled by its protection force. To think that it was completely helpless against the winds of assimilation. Don't tell me this formation played a role in suppressing the Stone Lotus Island earlier. Or was the island already at its limit, so it could not block the winds of assimilation? Fang Yuan watched as the river suppression Lotus ceiling formation continued to break apart. Feng Juji also had a heavy feeling. Even though he destroyed the Stone Lotus Island, in his opinion, he had failed. In order to find Red Lotus true inheritances, Heavenly Court had paid a huge price in manpower and resources. They managed to find a Stone Lotus Island after so much work, and trapped it using the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation. But to think that Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven worked together to obstruct them. Feng Juji had no choice but to destroy the Stone Lotus Island. All of their hard work had been wasted. But nobody could blame him for his actions. Because it was necessary. After the River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation got hit by Luo Po Seal, it was definitely going to break apart. Once the formation breaks, Feng Juji and Xingyu Wang would be forced to return to the Immortal Gu house. This way, Heavenly Court side would lose their battle strength. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Bing Sai Chuan would be like fish in water in this river of time. Without the formation restraining them, their battle strength would surge. The enemy was strong while they were weaker. Feng Juji had no confidence in continuing the struggle. Fang Yuan would obtain the Stone Lotus Island eventually. Thus, when there was still a chance, he decided to cut his losses short by destroying the Stone Lotus Island. Such resolution. A sharp light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He did not hide his praise. Bing Sai Chuan sighed deeply, showing a dejected look. He was hoping to find some way to destroy Fake Gu from the Red Lotus true inheritance, but now, even though Fang Yuan had the key Spring Autumn Cicada, the Stone Lotus Island was already destroyed. He was very disappointed. He did not know that Fang Yuan had already obtained one true inheritance in secret. Fang Yuan was obviously not going to tell Longevity Heaven about this. Even Heavenly Court was in the dark. Rumble. With a chain of loud explosions, the heavily damaged River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation broke. Most of the Immortal Gu were destroyed, while the Gu Immortals controlling the formation died one by one. River water moved in as huge waves were formed. The River of Time was restored to normal. Let's retreat. Feng Juji gritted his teeth as he spoke. The battle was not in Heavenly Court's favor. Even though they had 3 rank 8 Gu Immortals, in this situation, even if Duke Long came, they would not win. Feng Juji and the rest were not Time Path Gu Immortals. They could only hide in the Immortal Gu houses, relying on them to fight. And these Time Path Immortal Gu houses were only rank 7. If they had one rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house, Heavenly Court would have a chance of victory. Even though Heavenly Court had immense foundation, it was not without limits. Firstly, after Lord Huangsha died, they no longer had any Time Path rank 8 Gu Immortals. Even though they created 4 Time Path Immortal Gu houses, they were only rank 7. Heavenly Court did not have the ability to create a rank 8 Time Path Immortal Gu house in such a short period of time. Actually, Fairy Z Wei's arrangements were not wrong. Even though Fang Yuan obtained a Red Lotus true inheritance and modified most of his killer moves, while also raising the rank of his Immortal Gu, his increase in battle strength did not make this battle any easier. Fang Yuan alone could not obtain this Red Lotus true inheritance. Heavenly Court did not expect that Longevity Heaven would suddenly cooperate with Fang Yuan. After all, Fang Yuan destroyed 88 True Yang building. There was deep enmity between Fang Yuan and Longevity Heaven. This was not just simple hatred. Fang Yuan did not just destroy a rank 8 Immortal Gu house, he destroyed Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's arrangements, the pride and glory of the Huang Jin tribes. Longevity Heaven actually gave up on revenge and cooperated with Fang Yuan. Is this because of Bing Sai Chuan? Feng Juji returned to 3 Autumn Yellow Crane platform and looked at Bing Sai Chuan, frowning. Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Gu houses were retreating rapidly. Fang Yuan roared. He turned into the immemorial year monkey and chased after them. Bing Sai Chuan fought side by side with him. The two had powerful and ferocious attacks. They aimed at Heavenly Court's 3 Immortal Gu houses. Even though there were 3 rank 8s on Heavenly Court's side, they could only defend, resist attacks, and escape. Present and Past Pavilion finally broke out of Bing Sai Chuan's killer move. It quickly flew out of the River of Time, appearing above the surface. The 3 Xuanzi were very angry. They wanted to attack Fang Yuan, but they saw that the 3 Heavenly Court Immortal Gu houses were escaping. The River Suppression Lotus Sealing Formation had broken up. the rank 7 GU Immortals controlling the formation had almost all died, the remaining few were struggling in the River of Time, they were not far from dying. Quickly retreat! Feng Ju transmitted. The three Xuanzi gulped as they quickly joined the group and escaped. Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan, as well as 5 Elements Grandmaster controlling Year-End Gatehouse, chased after them. These 4 Immortal GU houses were very sturdy, they defended each other and were hard to catch. But Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan got stronger as they fought. In this River of Time, their battle strength was far above their usual standards. The tributary of the River of Time is close by, we are about to escape. Qing Yi shouted, raising the morale of the Heavenly Court GU Immortals. Want to leave? Not so easy. Fang Yuan laughed sinisterly, shortening their distance. All of you retreat, we will block them. The three Xuanzi were resolved to die, they stayed behind along with the tattered present and past pavilion. As the three Xuanzi stalled for time desperately, the other 3 Immortal GU houses managed to escape through the tributary of the River of Time. Present and past pavilion was completely destroyed, the 3 Xuanzi died as well. Fang Yuan was filled with regret that he did not capture any rank 8 GU Immortal, this was a really good chance. Fang Yuan did not want to chase after them, in the outside world, Feng Ju and the rest could fight normally. He swept through the battlefield and collected the Immortal Apertures, annexing them. Bing Saichuan and 5 Elements Grandmaster did not move, they watched by the side. There were quite a few rank 7 GU Immortals who died, they did not have qualification to join Heavenly Court so they still retained their rank 7 Immortal Apertures. Fang Yuan annexed them and made great gains. Let's go to Eastern Sea. After a while, Fang Yuan suggested. Longevity Heaven had displayed their fullest sincerity in the battle over Red Lotus True Inheritance, they were reliable allies for now. Both sides had the same goal, to prevent Heavenly Court from repairing Fate GU. If Heavenly Court obtained the complete Fate GU, they would regain their former glory, they would threaten the other 4 regions. After staying for a while in the River of Time, Fang Yuan and Bing Saichuan confirmed that the Red Lotus True Inheritance was truly destroyed. Even though they did not obtain it, they had managed to stop Heavenly Court from getting it, this result was neither defeat nor victory. Soon, Fang Yuan and the rest left the River of Time, heading to Eastern Sea to stop Duke Long. But along the way, they heard that the commotion in Eastern Sea was over, the outcome had been determined. The eventual victor of this battle over Dragon Palace was Duke Long. Duke Long had incredible battle strength, he suppressed the Eastern Sea rank 8s. Afterwards, Heavenly Court's new member, rank 8 GU Immortal Chen Yi went there with an Immortal GU house. At the crucial moment, Eastern Sea's lone Immortal Yang Jun suddenly turned to help Duke Long, allowing him to successfully suppress the rank 8 Immortal GU house and keep it. But Duke Long suffered heavy injuries as a result. At the final moment, Eastern Sea's rank 8 stopped holding back, they used their trump cards. But it was already too late, after getting the Immortal GU house, Duke Long left immediately without second thought. To think that this rank 8 lone Immortal Yang Jun was recruited by Heavenly Court. 5 Elements Grandmaster shook his head continuously. He was once a lone Immortal too, but he had become a member of Longevity Heaven now. That might not be the case, Yang Jun might have been Heavenly Court spy in Eastern Sea from the start. Fang Yuan thought of Prince Feng Xian in Northern Plains, he was a spy implanted into Northern Plains from the start, his identity had not been exposed. Fang Yuan looked at Bing Saichuan for a moment, deciding to continue keeping this as a secret. Chapter 1698. Slaughter begins. Go, quickly go. Catch up, don't break away from the group. A group of Western Desert GU Masters shouted as they ran. Behind them, the ground tore open, like a giant beast opening its mouth to devour people. Ah! Save me! Amidst cries and screams, a small group of people at the back fell into the earth trench, most of them were smashed to bits, those that luckily survived would also die eventually. Father, I can't hold on anymore. Zhongping was a young man who had just become a rank 2 GU master, he was showing a flustered expression now, his Primeval essence had already dried up. Oh no. Zhong Quan was a rank 3 GU master, he was covered in sweat now. he was already trying his best, using his killer move to not only move himself but also his son Zhongping. If Zhongping ran out of Primeval Essence, Zhongquan's killer move would be ineffective on him. By then, Zhongping would become very slow. Zhongquan would be helpless as he watched his son fall into the abyss. What should I do? Zhongquan was helpless and anxious. He regretted his decision deeply. If he had known this, he would not have brought his son to join the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He had considered this because of his son's Refinement Path talent. He wanted to train his ability and gain more knowledge. But to think that they encountered an earth vein tremor while crossing the regional wall. Right when Zhongquan and Zhongping were despairing, the sight in front of them cleared up. Zhongquan was dazed before reacting. They had passed Central Continent's regional wall. They had arrived in Central Continent. Because of earth vein tremors, other than causing lots of earth trenches, GU materials, and GU worms to appear, the 5 regions' regional walls were also shrinking. Right now, GU masters needed less than half the time to cross 2 regions' regional walls compared to before. But so what? Zhongquan sighed deeply. Zhongping was out of Primeval Essence and stamina. Zhongquan had to carry him, but because of this, their speed was very slow. They were almost about to get devoured by the earth trench. At the crucial moment, a mystical light shot towards them as the remaining GU masters were all brought into the sky. The earth trench parted below their feet. Soon, a huge and unfathomably deep abyss formed below them. Only until they landed on the periphery of the earth trench did the mystical light enveloping these GU masters disappear. What is going on? Who saved us? Such an incredible method. I'm afraid it has to be a great GU Immortal who saved all of us. The GU masters were all extremely excited from surviving that. They started talking among themselves. Above the sky where they could not see, a spirit butterfly valley GU Immortal smiled kindly as he retreated his gaze from these GU masters. The GU Immortal flew rapidly, patrolling the area. Central Continent's Refinement Path Convention had begun. Many GU masters had been coming here for the last few days from the other 4 regions. The GU Immortal was a member of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. He had received a compulsory mission from the sect to patrol this area and prevent the demonic path from causing trouble. Many GU Immortals received the same mission as him. These were all members of the 10 great ancient sects, some independent sects, or even slave GU Immortals captured by the 10 great ancient sects, as well as lone Immortals close to the 10 sects. This time, Heavenly Court held the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Security was extremely strict. It was unprecedented. Zhongquan and Zhongping's group was luckily saved by the GU Immortal, retaining their lives. After getting into Central Continent, they rested for a while before going to the closest sign-up spot. Central Continent Refinement Path Convention had many sign-up spots. They were evenly distributed all over Central Continent. A few days later, Zhongquan and Zhongping arrived at Scorpion Needle sect with some GU masters that had similar objectives. This was an ordinary sect. Its specialty was in raising GU that resembled scorpions. They were most famous for Scorpion Needle GU. This was an offensive GU worm. Once used, it could shoot out scorpion needles. The needles were sharp and fast. They were poisonous and hard to deal with. Scorpion Needle sect had already made the arrangements. Zhongquan and Zhongping walked into the registration hall. It was packed with people. A large portion were Central Continent locals. The remaining were like them who had come from the Western region. Scorpion Needle sect was situated near Western Desert. Many Western Desert GU masters came here to sign up. The Central Continent Refinement Path Convention always attracted countless GU masters to participate. This time was no exception. Following the procedures, Zhongquan and Zhongping were brought into a hall for assessment. The test only had 4 questions. It was not easy but not hard either. The test was regarding basic skills. Any GU master with enough experience can pass. Those who were trying their luck would be eliminated to save on resources and manpower. Zhongquan and Zhongping passed the test without any unexpected surprises. They successfully signed up. After getting out of the hall, they held a token each. The token recorded the participant's name, sect, path, and the time and location of his test. When a GU master signs up, their names could be fake, their paths and sects could also be kept secret. Because of this, during every Central Continent Refinement Path convention, a large number of lone cultivators, demonic path members, and even GU immortals would join while concealing their identity. 100 Primeval stones per person signing up, this is too expensive. Zhongping kept his token as he said grudgingly. So you must perform well this time, don't waste our investment. Zhongquan looked at Zhongping with a gaze of anticipation. Yes. Zhongping nodded. Oh yes, father, I saw that many Central Continent GU masters signed up directly, they did not need to take the test. Zhongquan smiled, these people had gotten a certain position in the previous convention, they are able to join it directly now. Father, didn't you get a placing yourself in the last convention? Why do you have to pay again? Zhongping did not understand. Zhongquan shook his head, that is because I am not a Central Continent person, only Central Continent GU masters have this treatment. So that's it? Zhongping nodded. This was clearly favoritism towards the locals, it was unfair but the young Zhongping soon accepted it. This was Central Continent's territory after all, the convention was also held in Central Continent, what's wrong with helping their own people? And this was not unfair either, because this test only looked at the basics, any GU master with Refinement Path attainment could pass it. The Refinement Path convention is about to begin. In Heavenly Court, Duke Long used his investigative killer move as he paid attention to the situation in Central Continent. His face was still pale now, his injuries sustained from obtaining Dragon Palace had not healed. This Refinement Path convention will be very crucial, oh Red Lotus, do you know, after this convention, Fate GU will be fully restored. Duke Long's eyes became dazed as scenes of the past surfaced in his mind. Spring-Autumn Cicada? You actually designed such a heretical immortal GU, Hongting, what are you trying to do? After learning of this, Duke Long immediately went to find Red Lotus Immortal Venerable, Hongting. Hongting clenched his fists, saying to Duke Long, Master, I've already said it before, I want to revive them, let everything start over again. You? Duke Long pointed at Hongting, he was shivering from anger. Hongting lowered his head, Master, scold me if you want, beat me if you want, but I will never give up. Duke Long looked at Hongting angrily, he did not scold him, instead, he sighed after a long while of silence, Hongting, my disciple, you are too naive. Even if you are an immortal venerable, what can you do to fate? Go ahead and try, I won't stop you. You will definitely fail, but I hope that countless failures can wake you up. Many days later. Master. Hongting was covered in injuries but he was extremely excited, he came before Duke Long, I finally found the only hope, I am about to succeed, I will definitely change fate. How can that be possible? Duke Long did not believe him at all. I am relying on this, Love GU. I had obtained inspiration from the legends of Ren Zhu. It says that love is a type of fate, in that case, love can definitely change fate. Hongting said in increasing excitement. Duke Long was extremely furious and shocked, heresy, blasphemy, Hongting, don't forget your identity. You are a righteous path immortal venerable, you want to change history, do you know that such actions will have an unimaginably bad effect? Oh Master! Hongting raised his head, looking at Duke Long with glimmering eyes, you still don't understand. Understand what? Times have changed. The hearts of the people have changed too. Our generation does not need restrictions. Before Hongting finished his words, Duke Long shouted, enough. You actually said Fate GU is a form of restriction. Hongting, enough is enough, at this rate, you will fall into the demonic path. I do not want to exterminate you in the name of justice. Breathing in deeply, Duke Long regained clarity in his eyes. His memories were kept away, but Duke Long still had a sense of guilt left in him. Oh Red Lotus, you did not understand after all. Duke Long muttered, no matter how times change, Fate GU will always be the protector of humanity. You are disregarding the big picture of humanity for your personal selfish goals, I failed in my teachings. You are my disciple, as your master, I will atone for your mistakes. I do not have much time left. But it is fine, I just need to wait until Fate GU is repaired. I will not allow anyone to ruin this refinement path convention. Boom! At the same time, Scorpion Needle Sect erupted with an intense explosion. Countless GU masters who participated in the refinement path convention died or got injured. As dust clouds settled, an ancient desolate year snake hissed in the rubble of Scorpion Needle Sect. Watching the ancient year snake slaughter more GU masters, Fang Yuan left with a cold smile. Using an immortal killer move with fixed immortal travel as the core, he left for the next location. Heavenly Court wanted to repair fate, they had to hold the refinement path convention to gain success Dao marks. How could Fang Yuan allow them to succeed so easily? A merciless slaughter had begun. Chapter 1699. Attacking everywhere. The refinement path convention is about to start. To think that I would get a second chance in this lifetime, thank the heavens. A middle-aged GU master sighed deeply. The GU masters nearby recognized him as they started to talk among themselves. Quickly look, it is refinement path master Luo Sheng. He had lost in the previous refinement path convention due to some accident. It seems he wants to compete again. Normally, the refinement path convention is held once in 100 years. Luo Sheng was not supposed to have a chance. But to think that 10 years later, the 10 great ancient sects would hold it again. The middle-aged GU master heard their discussions as he kept a peaceful expression. He was way beyond the age of vanity, he just wanted to prove himself now. My opponents this time cannot be underestimated. Even though I worked very hard during this period, Central Continent is too huge, the 5 regions have countless geniuses. And even at this spot, there are already many new talents. The middle-aged GU master looked around, focusing his attention on 3 GU masters. One was an old man that had been reputed for many years, he was also a refinement path master. Another was a young man, and the last one was a young girl. The former had performed well in the previous convention while the latter was a rising star that had emerged in the last 10 years. This refinement path convention is still going to be that intense. I must make good use of this opportunity, I cannot fail anymore. I will prove myself, I will let my wife and children be proud. Boom! At the next moment, a huge ancient year beast descended from the sky, crushing the entire hall to ruins. The middle-aged GU master's grand ambitions vanished into thin air. The young GU master with a great future, the genius young girl who was highly thought of died pathetically on the spot, her bones and flesh were mashed together, even her corpse could not be seen clearly. On to the next location. In the sky, Fang Yuan's figure flickered and vanished. This was the 15th spot that he had attacked. Central Continent lost many GU masters, these were just mortal GU masters, how could they handle the ancient year beasts? Even rank 6 GU immortals might not be able to face these ancient year beasts. Fang Yuan slaughtered these GU masters mercilessly, he created lots of bloodshed, more and more talented GU masters were killed, even Heavenly Court was feeling heartache. This demon Fang Yuan, he is truly evil and vicious, he came to cause trouble after all. Damn it, are we going to watch and do nothing? Lady Zi Wei, I wonder if... Fairy Zi Wei shook her head, Fang Yuan is very vigilant, he only sent out ancient year beasts each time to attack, even though he slaughtered many GU masters and caused great chaos, he rarely attacked personally. Fairy Zi Wei sighed deeply, his wisdom path attainment is truly deep, he knows that the more he attacks, the more clues he would leave behind, and the more easily we can find him. It is very hard for me to locate him, I will need more clues and even more time. But how can he have so many ancient year beasts? Some GU immortals frowned. According to Southern Borders information, Shia Cha had a year essence pool in her immortal aperture, he should have used this to capture so many year beasts. Fairy Zi Wei said. Even though her expression was calm, she was filled with rage. Fang Yuan was a GU immortal yet he attacked these mortals without restraint, he was really bullying the weak and was simply too shameless, he had no bottom line. Most demonic path GU immortals would not do this. This was the tacit consensus among GU immortals, but Fang Yuan broke it without concern. This Fang Yuan is truly the greatest plague to all life forms in this world. Fairy Wei was furious while feeling sadness for those innocent lives. The longer he lives in this world, the more life forms he would harm and kill. Duke Long was truly calm, his heart was like a tranquil lake. Good, Fang Yuan showed up, didn't we expect this to happen? Follow our plan, even if we have to pay a huge price, we must repair Fate Gu. Duke Long was immensely determined. Heavenly Court's Gu immortals heard his orders and realized nothing in this world could affect Duke Long's determination. Fang Yuan was a real problem, Heavenly Court could not ignore him, they had a plan already. Several days later, the people who were in deep fear of Fang Yuan's assaults received accurate proof and information. All evidence pointed to Fang Yuan, he was the culprit. Everyone was extremely riled up. Fang Yuan has already become a Gu immortal. There really are immortals in this world. Fang Yuan, you killed my father, I will definitely take revenge for this immense hatred. Even rank 5s are just ants if they do not become Gu immortals. Fang Yuan is evidently trying to ruin the Refinement Path Convention. For the sake of my life, I'm not going. Go. Why not? If we do not go, wouldn't we fall into that Fang Yuan scheme? That's right, even though I am a mortal Gu master and will not be Fang Yuan's match, to avenge my wife's death, I will even give up my life, I will not let this demon Fang Yuan succeed. Some were fearful, some felt emotional, some backed out, while some became determined. Time passed, days went by, the Refinement Path Convention continued. Fang Yuan was all alone, but Central Continent had many sign-up locations for the Refinement Path Convention. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, he could not eliminate every Gu master that went. Because many places were secretly guarded by Central Continent's Gu immortals. Especially when Heavenly Court made arrangements after Fang Yuan's attacks, they sent out missions to countless Gu masters to move around and distribute tokens to other participants of the tests. This way, the participants in Central Continent became dispersed, nobody went to sign-up locations, Fang Yuan's slaughter became very inefficient. Even though Fang Yuan tried, more than 10,000 Gu masters died in his hands, but he could not stop the Refinement Path Convention from starting. The sign-up phase was over, the true competition had already started. Oh. Fang Yuan appeared at a place in Central Continent, he was about to attack when he suddenly frowned. Where are you going, Fang Yuan? Die! A Central Continent rank 8 Gu immortal pounced at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan gave a glance at him, he did not want to fight, he used his killer move to escape. Central Continent's Gu immortals have been getting faster and faster recently, is it because I've used fixed immortal travel's killer move too frequently, they have already deduced it. Even so, they seem to be able to detect where I would show up, what is this investigative method? Time path. At the next moment, Fang Yuan's surroundings changed, he was hundreds of thousands of li away from the previous place. But his expression was grim, he sensed acutely that 3 rank 8 Gu immortals were approaching him from 3 directions. Fang Yuan, where are you going? Heavenly Court has prepared more than 10 investigative killer moves for you, you cannot escape. Especially one of them, it was created by primordial origin immortal Venerable, known as People's Accusation. Ha ha ha, demon, did you think of this? The more people you kill, the more hatred you gather, these mortal Gu masters' hatred will continuously track you down. The 3 rank 8s arrived before Fang Yuan. Immortal Battlefield Killer Move, Rumor Cage. Suddenly, a 4th rank 8 Gu immortal appeared above Fang Yuan, using an immortal battlefield to trap him. We caught Fang Yuan. Lord Zhu Xiongxin's Rumor Cage is truly the battlefield killer move with the fastest activation time, even Fang Yuan could not react in time. The 4 Gu immortals were overjoyed. Lord Duke Long, we finally trapped Fang Yuan. Inside Heavenly Court, Fairy Wei was extremely excited. Duke Long replied plainly. Fairy Wei's eyes shined brightly, Lord Duke Long, the chance is rare, I recommend that you act personally to eliminate this Fang Yuan now. Duke Long shook his head, Fang Yuan is nothing but a troublemaker, repairing Fate Gu is the important thing now. It is not time for me to act. Lord Duke Long. Fairy Zi Wei wanted to speak more, but suddenly, her expression changed. At this instant, Central Continent's areas, especially those that were holding refinement competitions, were targeted with GU Immortal level attacks. In fact, not only refinement competition locations, even some famous resource points in Central Continent were attacked by GU Immortals. They were looted. Even infallible Blessed Land is being attacked. Fairy Zi Wei's expression was grim. She could not believe it. There are actually so many GU Immortals targeting us. Chapter 1700. Rumors become tigers. But looking from afar, it seemed like he was covered in a thick fox skin coat. This was the modified Time Path killer move, Winter Coat. Fang Yuan had many defensive killer moves. The strongest was Reverse Flow Protection Seal, but Reverse Flow River was clearly dried up now. This killer move could not be used anymore. Other than that, Fang Yuan had Emperor Yama, Winter Coat, Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Purple Thought Light Shield, Hair Armor, Lion Fur Armor, Divination Tortoise Transformation, Ghost Official Garment, and other defensive methods. Hair Armor and Lion Fur Armor were mortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan had used them for some time, they were eliminated long ago. Purple Thought Light Shield was Purple Mountain True Monarch's method. It had defended against Duke Long's fists in battle earlier. It was quite useful. But Fang Yuan only had this killer move and did not cultivate it. He lacked the crucial Immortal GU. Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was originally Fang Yuan's method. It was used for some time. Even though the core Immortal GU was now rank 7, a rank 7 method was useless now. Divination Tortoise Transformation was considered a defensive method, but similarly, the ancient Desolate Beast Divination Tortoise was useless in a rank 8 battle. Ghost Official Garment had a huge origin. Being designed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was used to defend against Wisdom Path methods. Emperor Yama killer move, which combined Ghostly Concealment, Soul Beast Token, and Ghost Official Garment, had incredible defense. It could be used in rank 8 battles. But its defensive was still lower than Winter Coat. Emperor Yama was a comprehensive method. It had both offense and defense. By using the Yama children, it could even fight against a group. Meanwhile, Winter Coat focused on defense. After Fang Yuan and Xia Cha's Immortal Aperture, his Time Path Dao marks increased in numbers drastically to being his highest path. Winter Coat's power was greatly amplified. And most crucially, after some modifications, Winter Coat's defense was even better than before. While he could not use Reverse Flow Protection Seal, Winter Coat was Fang Yuan's new replacement. Bam bam bam. The 3 Central Continent rank 8s attacked Fang Yuan furiously. He did not dodge. He used Winter Coat killer move to block all of the attacks. What killer move is this? It seems like Xia Cha's Winter Coat. How can this be? Xia Cha's Winter Coat is not like this. The 3 rank 8s had varying expressions as they converse secretly. They were very shocked by Winter Coat's defense. Next, they placed all their attention on Zhu Xiongxin. These 3 rank 8s came from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but Zhu Xiongxin was different. He was a recently awakened Heavenly Court member. Zhu Xiongxin had already activated his Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. In this environment, all other paths were suppressed, only Information Path was amplified. Fang Yuan's Winter Coat killer move was suppressed, but the other 3 rank 8s offensive methods were also suppressed. As the 3 rank 8s looked at Zhu Xiongxin, Fang Yuan was also assessing this Immortal Battlefield Rumor Cage. Rumor Cage consisted of many silver text and characters. These characters were large as horse carriages or small as ants. They weave together into a huge ball, enveloping Fang Yuan and the other 4 rank 8s. Because there were gaps between characters, the round ball seemed to be connected with the outside world. It was not completely shut off. Fang Yuan had a serious expression. Inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, his Time Path clone was bathed in the light of wisdom. He was trying to deduce the mysteries of this immortal battlefield. But regarding Information Path, Fang Yuan was not skilled in it. If this was a Time Path or Refinement Path Immortal Battlefield, Fang Yuan could use his Time Path and Refinement Path Quasi-Supreme Attainment levels to deduce it immediately. But against Information Path, he lacked the attainment. He could only deduce it using the light of wisdom forcefully. Undoubtedly, it was wise that Heavenly Court sent out Information Path Gu Immortal Zhu Shengxin to deal with Fang Yuan. If this was any other Gu Immortal that Fang Yuan has met before, he would be prepared with specialized methods. But this was the first time Fang Yuan was seeing Zhu Shengxin. Zhu Shengxin wore a white robe, he had a square face with an air of righteousness, his body was quite muscular. Those who could become Heavenly Court members were elite experts among rank 8s. Forget about the rest, just that rumor cage alone was incredibly profound. It could be activated rapidly and was the fastest immortal battlefield killer move that Fang Yuan had ever seen. Fang Yuan, since you are trapped, don't think of leaving alive. You committed so much slaughter, so many innocent lives died in your hands. Now, you will experience the bad karma that you have created. Zhu Shengxin said in a righteous tone. His aura burst out as he used 2 immortal killer moves. Immortal killer move, malicious rumors. Immortal killer move, rumors become tigers. Instantly, the silver characters in the cage started to shine in a dazzling light. The dense light flowed like water, moving in the air as it gathered and swirled. Next, from the silvery light, silver tigers emerged. The tigers attacked as Fang Yuan shot out like lightning, facing them. Strength Path Giant Hand. Fang Yuan rushed to the silver tigers as he attacked, but the giant hand only lasted for a moment before it broke. Fang Yuan's brows rose, the silver tigers had great battle strength. Immortal killer move, Spring Scissors. The jade green scissors flew out with great agility. Wherever it went, the scissors snipped as tiger heads fell, tigers were cut into halves and their corpses faded into silver light that flickered and scattered. Spring Scissors was unstoppable. Zhu Shengxin's eyes flashed with a different light. He thought, it is different from our intel. After the battle for Red Lotus True Inheritance, Fang Yuan's Spring Scissors seems to be modified again. It has grown more powerful. Zhu Shengxin was an Information Path Gu Immortal. He could rapidly gather information about any change or unusualness. Spring Scissors' killer move had not been modified for hundreds of years in Xia Cha's hands, but Fang Yuan could constantly modify it. Is Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path attainment level really so high? Or maybe his Time Path attainment level is very high. After all, this is a rank 8 killer move, it is not easy to modify. Zhu Shengxin was secretly shocked. Even though he was still under the suppression of Rumor Cage, Spring Scissors' killer move still slaughtered countless silver tigers like they were thin paper. But Zhu Shengxin did not fluster. The battle is under my control. Slowly, you will see my power, Fang Yuan. Zhu Shengxin laughed to himself secretly. A moment later, Fang Yuan frowned subtly. The silver tigers are endless. It is clearly one with this Rumor Cage battlefield. No matter how many I kill, they will regenerate. And most importantly, these silver tigers are growing stronger. Strange. Normally, methods like these silver tigers are meant to expend the enemy's reserves through advantage in numbers. But these silver tigers were growing stronger at a rapid rate. It was far beyond normality. Earlier, Spring Scissors' killer move was unstoppable, but now, it seemed slow. Not only did the silver tigers grow stronger, they were much tougher and more agile now. They often managed to escape from Spring Scissors, causing it to miss its target. At this time, the Time Path clone finally made some useful deductions. Fang Yuan looked at Zhu Shengxin as he spoke. So that's it, this is the unification of Information Path and Human Path methods. You are using the grudge of the whole of Central Continent's mortals to display this move? Similar to the People's Accusation killer move earlier. Zhu Shengxin's eyebrows twitched. Fang Yuan actually discovered the profundity of this move so quickly it was truly shocking. Since you found out, there is no point hiding it. Indeed, this move was created by primordial origin Immortal Venerable. It uses the will of Central Continent's people. Fang Yuan, you slaughtered so many people, everyone is furious. One mortal might be weak, but what about countless mortals? Their collective power is beyond your imagination. Thus, continue to struggle. You cannot defeat the unified will of every person. This is the bad karma that you gathered. This is simply just desserts. Fang Yuan was silent. He started to attack Rumor Cage itself. But before he found out the mysteries of this immortal battlefield, even if he used Luo Po Seal, there would be little effect. He would be wasting rank 8 immortal essence. At the same time, somewhere in central continent, Fang Yuan is trapped. He is likely in a certain immortal formation or immortal battlefield. I can barely sense him anymore. Our connection is about to be broken. Shensong Sheng said. He was an Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal, the first supreme elder of Super Force Shen clan. He cultivated sound path. When Fang Yuan went after Eastern Sea's Dragon Palace, he had been hit by this investigative method unknowingly. Now, even though he was inside Rumor Cage, Shensong Sheng could still sense Fang Yuan's whereabouts slightly. Brother Shen's investigative methods are truly admirable. At his side, Song Chi Yuan said with a deep sigh, "Back in the days, I was hit by your investigative methods. It was truly a nightmare." Ha ha. Shensong Sheng laughed loudly. "We were still young, to think that you managed to steal the inheritance secretly, causing us to end up with no gains despite our hard work. It is expected that Fang Yuan would obstruct the Refinement Path Convention. He has deep enmity with Heavenly Court after all. Indeed, even years ago, he was already fighting with Heavenly Court in Treasure Yellow Heaven by exposing secrets of both sides. Heavenly Court wants to repair fate. Even if he is an otherworldly demon, he would not want them to succeed. Heavenly Court would have too great of an advantage after all." The surrounding GU immortals also spoke. Some had cold and indifferent expressions. Taking a look, these were all rank 8 GU immortals. Song Chi Yuan, Qing Yuan, Shensong Sheng, Zhong Yin, Granny Rong, Shen Miao, and others. This was an unprecedented gathering. Alright, isn't this situation good? Fang Yuan is also a problem. With him resisting and fighting Heavenly Court, we will have less issues here. Dragon Palace is nearby, there is no mistake. Shensong Sheng led the way as he moved ahead of the group. It turned out that because Duke Long snatched the rank 8 immortal GU house from these Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortals, they had lost their face. Thus, during this Refinement Path Convention, these people gathered secretly. They wanted to obtain Dragon Palace and salvage their reputation.